A 7-year-old boy attempted to deceive a six-winged angel, only to lose his eyes under divine punishment. However, in the final moment before the world's destruction, he was granted the power of the supreme god. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly cascading over the ash-covered tiles. Two 7-year-old boys formed a stark contrast, one motionless, the other gazing at the sky. Jiang Ye stared at the round moon above, its glow reflecting the pristine image of a six-winged angel in his eyes. Yet, his expression was filled with an indescribable melancholy. He glanced down at the unconscious Lin Qiye beside him, a trace of bitterness tugging at the corners of his lips. 7 years ago, a freak accident caused Jiang Ye to transmigrate into this world of godslaying. Born in the city of Cangnan, he became the neighbor of the protagonist, Lin Shiya. But fate played a cruel trick on him. This body lacked any forbidden domain and had no system, making him no different from an ordinary child. Worse still, every time he tried to leave Cangnan to escape Shiva's wrath and destruction, he would inexplicably pass out, only to awaken back where he started, as if trapped in the cage of an inevitable doom. Why would I transmigrate only to wait for death? Jiang Ye refused to accept such a fate. He began to get close to Lin Qiye, spending 2 years becoming his best friend. When he accidentally found a forbidden artifact capable of replicating others' auras, a daring plan took shape in his mind to deceive the Seraph and make himself a divine agent. I can protect Gaia and humanity too. Jiang Ye looked directly at the Seraph, his voice carrying the humility of someone desperate for a chance. Can't gods have multiple agents? Why can't you give me a chance? A chance to survive. The Seraph's ethereal figure, bathed in moonlight, let out a cold sneer. Its golden eyes burned with anger. Mortal, what right do you have? With that frail, doomed body of yours? Or with your clumsy deceit? Aside from your cunning, do you possess any qualities worthy of becoming an agent? Before the words fully settled, the Seraph's golden eyes flared with searing light. Divine power immobilized Jiang Ye, an otherworldly energy surging into his eyes. Before he could react, his eyeballs ruptured, blood splattering onto the dark tiles. Warm, viscous blood streamed down his face, the excruciating pain contorting his features, yet not even a scream escaped him. The divine power fused with his flesh, ensuring that even if he were to gain a forbidden domain of rapid regeneration in the future, his eyes would remain eternally blind. With a sickening thud, his unbalanced body fell heavily from the rooftop. Mortal, I have destroyed your eyes to punish your deceit against the divine. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can wield divine power. You are unworthy. In the suffocating darkness, the rustling of insects and rats grew unervingly clear. Jiang Ye writhed in agony on the damp, cold ground, his frail 7-year-old body trembling from fear and pain. In his past life, he was scorned by his family for poor grades and bullied by classmates. In this life, it seemed he was fated to endure ridicule and suffering once again. Cangnan began to change. Buildings dissolved into nothingness, and the people who once toiled for their livelihoods turned into shimmering specks of light. Enduring the searing pain, Jiang Ye groped his way in the direction of his home, hoping for a final glimpse of the parents who had cared for him over the past 7 years. The surrounding sounds gradually faded away, even the gnawing of rats falling into silence. Jiang Ye knew that he too would vanish along with Cangnan. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he extended his trembling left hand, the only part of him still with sensation, waving goodbye in the direction of his home as he remembered it. Golden light engulfed all of Cangnan, and the souls of its inhabitants ascended to the heavens. In his final moments, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Ye's ears. God-slaying storyline initiated. System awakening in progress. The system immediately began to salvage its dying host. The sensation of weightlessness vanished in an instant, and feeling returned to his limbs except for his eyes, eternally condemned to darkness by divine punishment. The system's opening reward was granted. The host was elevated to the rank of Supreme God, wielding control over the laws of the universe. The Supreme God. Jiang Ye suddenly stood up, his attention shifting from his blind eyes to the system notification. The Supreme God realm, a pinnacle that stands shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great celestial lords of deceive, Archangel Michael, and the gods of various nations. Instantly ascending to the Supreme God realm? Am I dreaming? This is the system's belated compensation. Please prepare to undergo a breakthrough. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Ye touched his hollow eyes, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. He finally understood why his eyesight had not been restored each realm, from the Godslayer realm, the pinnacle of humanity, to demigod, God, overgod, divine king, celestial lord, half-step ascender, and ascender, was a step toward the ultimate peak. And the supreme pinnacle of the archangels was precisely the celestial lord realm. Only by breaking through to the celestial lord realm could he erase the miraculous laws binding his eyes. Blue energy surged from beneath his feet, its dazzling brilliance instantly illuminating the entire street. Boundless energy poured into his body, a warm current flowing indescribably through his meridians. Gradually, the darkness in his eyes began to fade, faint black and white outlines emerging, like the flickering image of an old television screen. This was the power of perception. Though his vision had not fully recovered, he could now sense everything around him through divine power. The range of his perception continued to expand. Jiang Ye stepped forward, each stride marking a breakthrough to a new realm. The first step, breaking through the lamp realm. The second step, entering the pool realm. The third step, crossing the river realm. The fourth step, reaching the sea realm. The fifth step, surpassing the boundless realm. The sixth step, leaping into the Klein realm. The seventh step, ascending to the God realm. The eighth step, attaining the over-God realm. The ninth step, directly reaching the supreme God realm. With a thunderous roar, blue and white energy swept across the entire Cangnan city, enveloping the ruins in its radiance. The dazzling light burst forth like a newborn star, illuminating the heavens and earth. The divine power of the supreme God rippled instantly across the entire Xia territory. Those engaged in the divine battle, the pinnacle of humanity, and the outer gods paused in astonishment, their gazes turning collectively toward the fading brilliance in Cangnan city. Gaia, the Mother Earth shrouded in mist, stared intently in that direction, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. This divine power, nearly equal to her own, was it meant to shield the prophesied blasphemer? So what if a god of Xia has appeared? Gaia sneered disdainfully. The apocalyptic power of Shiva's grudge will ultimately bring about the blasphemer's demise. The five pinnacles of humanity stared at Cangnan in shock. Who said Xia was godless? High above the earth, on the surface of the moon, Michael sat gracefully on an ornate chair, his 6 wings gently moving. He gazed down at the blue planet, now shrouded in mist, rubbing his temples with his right hand. A 7-year-old child. Really? Almost caught me in a trap. Good thing I held back. He murmured the name Lin Qiye under his breath. Suddenly, an immense wave of divine power emanated from Earth. Michael spun around abruptly, his expression filled with surprise. Cangnan? This divine power? It's at least on par with mine. Michael hurriedly employed his divine powers to investigate the strange phenomenon before him, only to discover that Cangnan city had vanished into nothingness, leaving behind only the unconscious Lin Qiye lying alone amidst the ruins. The aura emanating from the scene was unlike anything from a spiritual artifact. Expanding his search across the entirety of Daxia, Michael still found no trace. Retracting his divine power, Michael furrowed his brow. This aura did not belong to any deity of Daxia. Instead, it resembled that of a newly ascended supreme god. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. It was impossible for a deity of Daxia, still caught in the cycle of reincarnation, to appear here. This could only mean the divine power surge had originated from an unknown new god. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye stood atop a distant mountain peak. The system had flawlessly concealed his divine aura. Otherwise, it would have inevitably drawn the attention of countless foreign deities. He gazed up at the full moon in the night sky, its silvery light casting an eerie glow on his hollow eye sockets. Michael, why? All I wanted was to survive, Jiang Ye murmured to himself. As for my eyes, one day, I will come to settle this matter with you. He retrieved a black band and carefully wrapped it around his hollow eyes, tying it into a neat bow. The night wind brushed against his youthful yet resolute face, causing the ends of the band to flutter gently. With a few swift steps, Jiang Ye arrived at Lin Qiye's side. He lingered for only a moment before moving to the spot where his home had disappeared. Dropping heavily to his knees, he kowtowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Mom, Dad, just 10 more years. I promise to be a good child and honor you both. I'll wait for your return. Tears blurred his vision as Jiang Ye slowly rose and vanished into the void of the city. The moment he left, countless lights illuminated the ruins, and the noise of commotion reached his ears even in the distant forest cave. As a newly ascended supreme god, Jiang Ye could now perceive everything within Daxia's boundaries, except for the areas shrouded in mist. The calamity caused by the gate key was formidable, and with his current strength, he remained no match for the veteran supreme gods. More troublingly, he seemed to belong to no divine pantheon of this world. The system presented his current status. Host, Jiang Ye. Realm, Supreme God, Divine King level. Essence, Universal Origin Essence. Laws, Law of the Blade, Law of the Universal Order. Divine Domain, Divine Void, Universal Divine Void. The Law of the Blade allowed him to channel the power of laws into his blade, granting it astonishing might. It was akin to the Law of the Sword mastered by Daxia's sword Saint Zhou Ping, whose single sword strike could slay gods, though the human body struggled to bear the power of such laws. The Universal Divine Void, however, was even more profound, enabling him to alter the environment at will. Within his domain, he was the absolute ruler, capable of manifesting abilities like teleportation. System, oh system, after 7 years, you show up and make me invincible right away. Piece of cake. This system is called the plot modification system. As long as the host alters the original storyline, they can gain modification points to advance in power. Altering major plot lines may even grant random rewards. How many modification points are needed to ascend to the heavenly sovereign realm? Jiang Ye asked. To confront Michael, a peak supreme god of the Holy Church pantheon, he would need to reach at least the threshold of dimensional ascension. 1 million modification points. The main storyline has yet to begin, so please be patient. Jiang Ye stepped out of the cave, gazing at the radiant moonlight. Gently brushing the black band over his eyes, he whispered, Michael, we'll meet again. Above the ruins of Cangnan, 5 figures cloaked in different colors descended from the sky. They hovered midair, gazing down at the lifeless city below. The streets were deserted, littered with rubble and remnants of destroyed buildings. The vitality of the city had vanished, leaving behind only silence and desolation. Yifan, dressed in a dark red cloak, furrowed his brows and turned to Tuan. Can you track the whereabouts of that god? Tuan shook his head. The aura of this god is unfamiliar. It's neither from deceive nor from the outer gods. He paused briefly. It seems to be a newly born god, and one of our own from deceive. Their power is immense, and they've used some kind of force to block my tracking. At this revelation, shock flickered in the eyes of the other 4. A new god had emerged into Xiaona not recorded in history? It was almost beyond belief. Yifan remained silent for a moment before speaking. What happened in Cangnan must remain confidential. He gave concise instructions and added, this is the first time deceive has detected the aura of a potential native god. We must find them. Zhou Ping, wearing flip-flops, and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with hope. Amid the roar of engines, countless military aircraft streaked across the sky, while on the ground, cloaked watchmen began rescue operations in the devastated city. Their shouts echoed to the heavens. The soldiers of deceive are here. Death retreats, and the living will survive. 9 years later, in the old district of Cangnan City, Shaoyi, transferring to a regular high school might mean you'll get bullied. Make sure to tell mom if anything happens. At the door of a slightly dilapidated tile-roofed house, Lu Su carefully adjusted Jiang Ye's school uniform collar, her voice filled with worry. Jiang Ye listened patiently, a patience, perhaps cultivated since the day Cangnan was destroyed. Once she finished, a faint smile appeared in the wrinkles at the corners of Lu Su's eyes. She handed her son a white cane and the leash of a guide dog. Although Jiang Ye knew he didn't truly need them, he only had 1 year left to spend with his mother. I'm off, Mom. Jiang Ye waved the white cane and stepped onto the streets of the old district. Looking up at the sky, the world he saw was outlined only in black and white. The 10-year deadline was nearing its end, with just 1 year remaining. He knelt down, gently stroking the guide dog's head. The dog wagged its tail before dissolving into a swirl of blue and white energy, the manifestation of the divine relic of myriad forms. Today is the day Aunt Lin Shiya delivers eggs to her classmate. The story can start to change now, Jiang Ye murmured to himself as he walked toward Cangnan Second High School. Like others who wore a black band over their eyes, he had made a different choice, staying with his parents rather than spending his time in a psychiatric hospital. Reaching a secluded corner, he took a step forward, and in an instant, his figure appeared in a narrow alley within Cangnan Second High. A startled scream rang out. Jiang Ye turned his head and sensed a disheveled couple sitting on the ground, staring at him in terror. Sorry to interrupt. Please, carry on. He waved casually and walked out of the dim alley. Crazy, the man cursed behind him. The woman, trembling, clutched her companion's shoulder. He's not human. I saw it with my own eyes. She appeared out of nowhere, not walking in at all. The man froze for a moment, realizing the problem. This kid walked without making a sound. Could he be a ghost? Fear gripped their hearts instantly. In a flurry, they hastily put on their clothes and stumbled out of the alley. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had already stepped onto the campus of Second High School. His sensory perception, like an invisible web, instantly enveloped the entire school. He turned towards the right corridor, and the world before him appeared in shades of gray, devoid of any color. This had been his reality ever since Michael had destroyed his eyes. Although he possessed mysterious powers of accelerated regeneration, this particular injury remained untouched. The Seraph's divine power acted as an invisible barrier, preventing his eyes from healing. Even the system offered only 2 solutions: either ascend to the Tianzuan realm or have the Seraph voluntarily lift the divine curse. The latter was clearly impossible. Still not strong enough, Jiang Ye mused to himself. I can only keep working on earning more plot modification points. Using his heightened perception, Jiang Ye quickly located Lin Qiye's aunt. She was speaking to Li Yifei and the others, instructing them. Qiye's eyesight isn't very good. so please look after him. As she spoke, she placed an egg into Li Yifei's hand. Scratching his head, Li Yifei laughed and replied, "Don't worry, Auntie. Leave it to me. No one in the class will dare to bully Qiye." The aunt nodded in relief and handed out eggs to the class monitor, Jiang Qian, and a few others, patiently explaining every little detail. Standing nearby, Jiang Ye observed this heartwarming scene through his senses. It reminded him of his own nagging mother, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. 10 minutes later, Li Yifei and Jiang Qian headed towards the teaching building, while Lin Qiye's aunt gradually disappeared from view at the school gate. Sensing that the time was right, Jiang Ye activated the universal divine void, his figure fading and blending seamlessly into the surroundings. He silently approached Li Yifei and murmured, "Universal transformation, activate." What followed was a series of chaotic reactions. Someone screamed that their egg had turned into a stone, while a girl shrieked upon discovering a dead beetle in her hand. But Li Yifei's predicament was the most embarrassing. His egg had transformed into a certain indescribable silicone object. "Yifei, I never thought you'd be into this," Wang Xiao teased, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. But hey, moderation is key for young people. The nearby girls, seeing the awkward item, blushed furiously. Even class monitor Jiang Qian was furious. "Li Yifei, what on earth are you holding?" Before Li Yifei could even react, an egg was hurled directly at his face. A system notification promptly sounded. The classmates have lost their willingness to escort Lin Shiya home, causing a slight alteration in the ghost-faced man's storyline. Due to the social death incident, Li Yifei has earned 1,000 plot modification points. Emerging from the restroom, Jiang Ye wore a satisfied smile. His next task was to prevent Lin Shiya from encountering the ghost-faced man, delaying his awakening of the mortal divine domain. Such a plot alteration might lead to the system's promised random rewards, perhaps a powerful forbidden item, a new divine void, or even a king void. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. The sound of the class bell suddenly interrupted Jiang Ye's thoughts. As he strolled down the hallway of the teaching building, he overheard students murmuring, "Why is he wearing a black blindfold? Is he cosplaying as a blind monk?" What should have been comments about others were now directed at him, bringing a faint smile to his face. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium, facing the students of class 32, and introduced, "This is Jiang Ye. Tomorrow, another student, Lin Shiya, will be joining us. Both of them have injuries to their eyes, so please take good care of them." All eyes in the classroom immediately turned to Jiang Ye, focusing on the black bandages wrapped around his eyes. Li Yifei and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, recalling what Lin Qiye's aunt had mentioned earlier. Lin Shiya also wore black bandages. This coincidence cast a subtle, peculiar atmosphere over the room. Jiang Ye gave a brief self-introduction before heading straight to a seat in the back row by the window. His steps were steady, as if he were completely familiar with his surroundings. "Because this is where the king belongs," he murmured softly to himself. Li Yifei was busy wiping a stain off his school uniform pants with a tissue. Inside his desk drawer lay the remnants of an egg that had melted into a pink liquid. Anyone unaware of the situation might misunderstand the sticky substance on his pants, leading to an embarrassing assumption. "Class rep," a student whispered. "It seems like Jiang Ye can see. He doesn't even need a cane to walk." Jiang Qian shifted away in disgust, recalling the object Li Yifei had been holding earlier. Her cheeks flushed as she snapped, "Don't talk to me, you pervert." Li Yifei was left speechless. Time flew by, and the days of senior year were consumed by endless practice tests and the looming anxiety of the college entrance exams. As night fell and evening self-study began, Jiang Ye stared at the full moon through the window, his brows furrowed. His thoughts drifted back to that fateful night, the moment on the rooftop when he locked eyes with the Seraph. His vision was destroyed, and his world was reduced to shades of gray. "Michael, the pinnacle of divine power?" Jiang Ye thought to himself. "When I take that step to transcend dimensions, it'll reclaim the colors of my world. When the person you once scorned stands before you, how will you face them then?" The next morning, the sound of students reading aloud filled the classroom, as gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a peaceful and serene glow. For everyone else, it was a vibrant, colorful world, but for Jiang Ye, everything remained in grayscale. Leaning back in his seat, he felt the warmth of the sunlight on his black bandages, but saw no hues. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, and the reading voices abruptly stopped. A boy, also wearing black bandages, slowly walked in. The homeroom teacher, accompanied by Lin Qiye, whose eyes were also covered with a black band, walked into the classroom. The noisy chatter in the room abruptly came to a halt. "Everyone, quiet down. This is Lin Shiya, a new transfer student. Like Jiang, his eyes are going through some issues. Please take care of him," the teacher announced. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom fell into an awkward silence. Some students exchanged cold glances, while others looked visibly displeased. Standing on the podium, Lin Qiye let out a soft sigh. His reaction was exactly what he had expected. After all, who would want to befriend someone labeled as blind? However, his curiosity was piqued when the teacher mentioned Jiang. Lin Qiye, you'll sit with Jiang, the teacher instructed, pointing to an empty seat in the back row. Seemingly aware of the class's resistance, Lin Shiya walked toward the designated seat, the black ribbon trailing lightly behind him. Although he could only sense things within a 10-meter radius, each step he took was deliberate and careful. As the distance shortened, his heartbeat quickened. The name Jiang reminded him of Jiang Ye, the childhood friend with whom he used to watch the moon on the rooftop. When his sensory perception picked up the figure's sharp yet familiar silhouette, Lin Qiye abruptly stopped in his tracks. That person's eyes were also covered with a bandage. While Lin Qiye's sensory world was devoid of color, the familiar contours left him speechless with shock. The bell for morning reading rang, and the students began to move around. Lin Qiye, however, remained frozen in place. Don't just stand there. Sit down, Jiang Ye said, patting the seat next to him. Snapping out of his daze, Lin Qiye was astonished that Jiang Ye could somehow see him. He set his bag down and cautiously took his seat, unsure how to start a conversation. Finally, he turned to Jiang Ye and asked directly, "Are you blind too?" Still as blunt as ever, Jiang Ye thought, chuckling inwardly. He nodded lightly. "Did you see the angel too? Do you also have a 10-meter sensory range? What exactly happened that night?" Lin Qiye questioned urgently. Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone calm. "You're not well. If I told you, you'd awaken your divine ruins in no time." Lin Qiye lowered his head and asked again, "Then how do you explain your eyes?" "Got caught in a scam and had them taken," Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. Lin Qiye's skeptical expression screamed, "Do you think I'm stupid?" causing Jiang Ye's lips to curl into a faint smile. The two fell into silence, each recalling their childhood memories of watching the moon on the rooftop. For Jiang Ye, those memories seemed to carry a heavy weight of pain. Nearby, Lin Qiye and a few other classmates exchanged glances, suddenly finding the pair unexpectedly compatible. "Hey, Qiye, did you lose that thing yesterday?" someone asked. Lin Qiye's face turned bright red as he waved his hands frantically. "I got rid of it ages ago. What a shame, huh?" Time slipped by as one class after another passed. When school finally ended, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye walked out of the school gates together. "Wait here for me," Jiang Ye said after a moment of thought. Lin Qiye nodded. Jiang Ye walked to a corner and used the power of Wanxiang Shunshu to conjure a small electric scooter. He thought to himself that instead of risking walking back, it would be better to take a detour and drop Lin Qiye directly at his doorstep. This way, he could perfectly avoid the ghost-faced man and delay his awakening. Jiang Ye mounted the scooter, inserted the key, and cheerful music immediately started playing. "Ride with me? I'll never get stuck in traffic." He rode the scooter over to Lin Shiya, honked a few times and said, "Come on, hop on, let's head home." Lin Shiya froze in place, puzzled. Wait, two blind guys driving home? Nearby students, just dismissed from school, turned their curious gazes toward the duo, who were both wearing black blindfolds, riding the scooter. The scooter sped off with the two of them. On the roadside, a chubby guy munching on a chicken drumstick was so shocked that his food fell to the ground. "No way, man. Blind guys driving? And they're going 50 km/h?" Lin Qiye sat on the back, holding tightly onto Jiang Ye's waist as the scenery zipped past them. He couldn't help but think that with just a 10-meter perception range, it should be impossible to drive so precisely unless the driver had extraordinary reflexes. Yet the ride was so smooth, as if everything was under Jiang Ye's control. This could only mean one thing: Jiang Ye's perception range far exceeded his own. He must have seen the six-winged angel too. Lin Qiye became more convinced. Maybe he knows how to help me open my eyes. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly realized the route was off. Jiang Ye had taken a long detour around the old town and finally stopped smoothly near a small, cozy house. "Qiye, we're home. Go on," Jiang Ye said. Before Lin Qiye could even thank him, Jiang Ye's presence vanished from his perception, leaving only the fading sound of the scooter in the distance. As Lin Qiye walked toward the warm little house, a foul stench suddenly hit his nose. Meanwhile, back in the old town's no-Jia zone, Jiang Ye noticed a warning sign on the roadside and disappeared in an instant. "Run. There's a monster." Lin Qiye had just witnessed their class president, Jiang Qian, being brutally torn apart by a monster. Fighting back the urge to vomit, he fled in panic. His companions had already scattered, their screams echoing through the streets. At that moment, a figure came into his view: a boy in a redanned white school uniform, blindfolded with a black strip, hands in his pockets, calmly walking toward him. "So cool, wait, no." Lin Qiye spread his arms and shouted, "Jiang Ye, run! There's a monster!" Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ye's figure had already vanished. Lin Qiye looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Turning back, he suddenly noticed the monster's sounds had stopped as well. On the ground lay the shredded remains of the monster's corpse. Li Yifei's eyes widened in shock, leaving him utterly speechless. Dead, it's dead. Li Yifei stared at the grotesque, blood-soaked corpse of the monster on the ground, confusion churning in his mind. He cautiously approached, and as soon as he got a clear look at the ghastly head, his heart skipped a beat. Bang! He lifted his right foot, pivoted on his heel, and kicked the monster's head into the darkness. The sound of it, tumbling away, echoed faintly in the distance. Damn it! Even dead. You dare scare Grandpa Fei. Li Yifei clapped his hands and turned toward the direction where he had first encountered the creature. Curiosity driving him, he cautiously ventured deeper. What he saw left him speechless at the spot where Jiang Ye had been attacked. Several monster corpses lay scattered haphazardly, all decapitated, just like the one before. They're all dead? Who killed them? A fleeting image of Jiang Ye flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps drew closer from afar. Li Yifei froze, then turned and bolted. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. My meat's tough and stringy, and I've been overindulgent lately. I'm really not tasty. Kid, stop running. I'm not a monster. Nice try. Monsters these days are so dedicated, even learning Mandarin. Zhao Kongqing sighed in exasperation, adjusting his cloak. With a few swift movements, he blocked Li Yifei's path. The latter skidded to a halt, stumbled backward, and fell to the ground. Zhao Kongqing, cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke. Do I look handsome? After a brief exchange, Li Yifei let down his guard, while Zhao Kongqing fell into deep thought, his gaze fixed on the ground littered with the corpses of the masked monsters. Did you kill these? Zhao Kongqing asked. Li Yifei shook his head vigorously. No, I saw one of my classmates flash by when I was running. By the time I looked back, the monsters were all dead. A classmate? Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed. What did they look like? They wore a black band around their eyes, and they were handsome, but not as handsome as you. Li Yifei quickly added. As Zhao Kongqing pondered, a voice crackled through his earpiece. It was Wu Xiangnan. Old Zhao, there's still one masked monster in the old district, near your position? Before Wu Xiangnan could finish, a golden beam of light shot into the sky, radiating an awe-inspiring divine presence. Zhao Kongqing's cigarette dropped from his mouth. Damn it, the divine ruins. Could it be that he killed all these monsters? Slinging a black case onto his back, Zhao Kongqing dashed toward the golden light. As Li Yifei remained behind, his eyes slowly shifted, transforming into vertical pupils. Ding. The host has altered the storyline, delaying Lin Qiye's awakening by 30 minutes and impacting his first encounter with Guy Zhao Kongqing. Earned 2,500 plot modification points. Current total, 3,500 points. Reach 10,000 points to unlock a lottery draw. In a dim corner of the old district, Jiang Ye frowned as he faced the golden light and shook his head with a resigned expression. Still dragged back by that old scoundrel Sanjiu, he muttered under his breath. I can only count on the Ghost Mask King this time. Saving Zhao Kongqing should be enough to earn the modified points for the first lottery draw. Maybe he'll even trigger a random system reward. His gaze deepened. Before Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers, he had to draw an ability from the Forbidden Ruins. If the Wanxiang Shenshu Universal Divine Ruins were exposed, it would not only attract the attention of the gods of Daxia, but also, more crucially, lead to misunderstandings due to his lack of affiliation with any divine faction, especially with that supreme Seraph at the pinnacle of divinity who would want to leave such a potential threat unchecked. I'm not strong enough to challenge them yet. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes. I need to reach the celestial realm, or at least the half-dimensional Ascension realm. He looked up at the moon in the night sky. At that very moment, on the surface of the moon, the golden eyes of Seraph Michael narrowed slightly. His gaze shifted from Lin Qiye's dazzling golden light, crossing the vast distance of light years, and landed on the spot where Jiang Ye had just stood. This aura. Michael frowned in thought. It's that boy who once deceived me. After a moment, he shook his head and sneered. Still incorrigible, and now dreaming of obtaining my power? Just a mortal's delusion. The Seraph quickly turned his attention back to Lin Shiya, dismissing Jiang Ye from his thoughts. In his eyes, there was no way Jiang Ye could deceive him a second time. The next day at noon, in the underground conference room of the Peace Bureau. Old Zhao, that's impossible. Wu Xiangnan immediately voiced his skepticism after hearing Zhao Kongqing's report. That kid just awakened his divine ruins. His power is barely at the lamp realm. Didn't you say you were the one who killed that ghost mask man in the end? That proves the other ghost mask men couldn't have been killed by him. Chen Mai nodded in agreement, while Hong Ying propped her chin on her hand and asked, then who could it be? Aside from our team 136, there's no one else in Cangnan dealing with the supernatural, right? Based on the fatal wounds, Chen Mai analyzed in a deep voice. The blade marks on the necks of every ghost mask man are identical, and their times of death are almost simultaneous. This means all 7 ghost mask men were killed in an instant. The conference room fell into a brief silence. As a seasoned expert in swordsmanship, Chun Mai understood the implication she himself couldn't achieve such precise, identical blade marks. This indicated that the perpetrator's swordsmanship was not only masterful but likely on par with his own strength. See realm? Chun Mai's expression grew serious. Zhao Kongqing raised a hand and continued. Witness Li Yifei reported seeing a black belt, blindfolded transfer student. I checked Lin Qiye's file. He transferred to Cangnan Secondary School yesterday from a special institution, and he was already a blindfolded black belt before awakening his divine ruins. So I'm certain he's the one who killed those 7 ghost masked men. This statement made Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchange skeptical looks. How could a newly awakened student possess such formidable combat strength? After a long silence, Chun Mui's expression turned slightly unnatural. Old Zhao, the higher-ups have ordered us to recruit the Seraph's divine agent into the Night Watchers. I'll leave this task to you. Got it, Captain. Zhao Kongqing responded enthusiastically, thumping his chest. Well, continue pursuing the Ghost Mask King. Chun Mai shifted the topic, his tone suddenly turning icy. Additionally, these Ghost Mask men are no ordinary threat. There may be a Sea Realm expert involved. Everyone needs to proceed with caution. Wu Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he too found it hard to believe that Lin Qiye could wield such exquisite swordsmanship. So, who was the real killer of the Ghost Mask men? On the streets of Shangjing City, a man dressed in the uniform of Meituan delivery service skillfully weaved through traffic on his electric scooter. With practiced ease, he maneuvered left and right, eventually coming to a stop in front of a restaurant named Flavors of Home Cooking. He honked the horn a few times. Inside the restaurant, in a corner, Zhou Ping was deeply engrossed in a wuxia novel. Hearing the horn, he looked up toward the entrance and saw the Meituan delivery guy gesturing at him. Zhou Ping casually pulled out a chopstick to mark his place in the book, called out to the owner, and walked outside. Has it appeared? Zhou Ping asked as he sat on the back of the scooter. Yeah, exactly the same, the new god of Daxia born 9 years ago. The delivery guy replied while driving. Zhou Ping frowned. Can you track his location? He's in Cangnan, but I can't follow him. There's a strange power blocking me, just like 9 years ago, the delivery guy said, shaking his head. Right now, we don't know which god's purpose this serves. If he's here for the Shiva grudge, then we need to act fast. Let's discuss this with Commander Yi first. Zhou Ping nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. No matter who he is within the borders of Daxia, gods are forbidden. By dusk, on the corridor of Cangnan No. 2 High School, Jiang Ye leaned on the railing, his hands gripping it as he quietly felt the cool evening breeze. The usual smile was absent from his face. In the past, when he read novels, he often fantasized about adventuring with the characters. But ever since he lost his sight, he had clung to just one belly to grow stronger and reach the moon. As he stared blankly toward the horizon where the moon had yet to rise, footsteps echoed behind him. Lin Qiye, whose vision had recently been restored, walked up beside him and leaned on the railing as well. I can see again, Lin Shiya said hesitantly after a moment. Jiang Ye's lips twitched. Congratulations. Why can't you see yet? Because I'm blind, obviously. But why can I see? Jiang Ye didn't respond, and Lin Qiye's eyes flashed with a golden light. Jiang Ye, do you still trust me enough to tell me about what happened on the rooftop when we were kids? And about this ability I've gained? Jiang Ye slowly turned his head, bitterness welling in his heart. He sighed. You were chosen by the gods. I was abandoned by them. It's that simple. We might be enemies in the future, but for now we're still friends. Chosen by the gods? Enemies? Lin Qiye looked at Jiang Ye with confusion. In the classroom, Li Yifei was secretly watching the two of them exchange what appeared to be an intense, emotional gaze in the corridor. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, what the heck? Why are they suddenly looking at each other like that? Don't tell me, wait, no way. He quickly looked away, his mind wandering to the events of the previous night. Was that Jiang Ye he saw? Could Jiang Ye secretly be some kind of hidden urban dragon king, taking down monsters with ease? It had been too dark to tell for sure. Li Yifei decided to find an opportunity to ask, but then he remembered Jiang Ye's cold demeanor. It was like something out of a domineering Xiao novel. Jiang Ye might just shoot back with a line like, "You're playing with fire, man." The thought sent a shiver down Li Yifei's spine. Later that evening, after school, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye parted ways at the entrance to the old district. Just then, a system voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. You've altered the strategic plans of 5 top-tier humans, earning 8,000 modification points. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Your modification points have reached 10,000. Congratulations, you've earned a chance to draw a prize. Current points, 11,500. Accumulate 100,000 to unlock a reward of your choice. Jiang Ye paused for a moment as he opened the door to his house, but quickly shrugged it off. It was no surprise that Lu Wuwei's forbidden ruin could detect the divine aura he inadvertently leaked. A prize draw, huh? Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he hurried into his room, casually tossing his backpack onto the floor. Xiaoyi, I bought your favorite snacks. Come and have some. His mother, Lu Su, called out from downstairs. Got it, Mom. I'll be down in a bit, Jiang Ye replied, shutting his door before sitting down on his bed. Immediately, a shimmering golden roulette wheel appeared before him. Jiang Ye examined the prize pool carefully. 5 element laws, yin-yang laws, thunder laws, 9 heavens divine thunder ruin, golden body manifestation over 99 dazzling rewards, all radiating a golden glow. All legendary prizes. Jiang Ye's breathing quickened as his finger trembled slightly, pressing the draw button. The wheel spun rapidly before finally stopping on Forbidden Ruin Custom Secret Technique. This was a one-time use item that allowed the creation of a forbidden ruin with 6 customizable functions. Jiang Ye instantly grasped the value of this reward. It could perfectly conceal his divine identity. After some thought, Jiang Ye decided to create a blade-themed forbidden ruin. It would synergize well with his existing universal laws and blade laws. Guided by the system, he began crafting this new forbidden ruin. Thus, Blade Might was born. It formed a suppression domain, growing stronger as the user's cultivation level increased. Jiang Ye then added 6 enhancement functions, maxing out speed, strength, critical damage, defense, and special effects, with the final slot dedicated to recovery. Perfect! Jiang Ye exclaimed as the system prompted. Blade Might has evolved into Blade Domain. Satisfied, he nodded. This well-rounded, all-powerful forbidden ruin would be enough to secure his position before his true strength was exposed. At this point in the story, he truly seemed invincible. Jiang Ye felt the immense power boost brought by the Blade Domain. With a flicker of his figure, he disappeared from the room. His silhouette reappeared high in the night sky. With a wave of his large hand, he commanded in a low voice, Blade Domain, activate. A humming vibration filled the air as white blade energy erupted from his body, spreading outward like a tidal wave. It quickly engulfed the entire city of Cangnan. But that wasn't the limit. Jiang Ye continued to expand the range of the Blade Domain until it covered an area equivalent to 3 Cangnan cities before finally stopping. Covering an area the size of 3 Cangnan cities? Not bad, he said, nodding in satisfaction. With a gesture of his right hand, the endless white blade energy retreated rapidly, surging back into his body like a receding tide. I wonder what the range of a Blade Domain at the Lantern Realm is. Honestly, system, you're something else, just making me a high god without any build-up. Jiang Ye muttered to himself. Oh well, they'll deal with it later. Time to head back. Just as he was about to teleport home, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Jiang Ye, you. Extending his senses, Jiang Ye realized Lin Qiye was standing on a rooftop behind him, his figure glowing faintly with a purple light. Jiang Ye's heart sank as he sensed trouble. Turning to face Lin Qiye, he saw the other man staring at him in shock, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ye's floating figure in the air. What are you cultivating immortality now? Walking on air? Lin Shiya, who had been quite pleased with obtaining the Starry Night Dancer ability, suddenly felt his powers pale in comparison to what he was witnessing. Actually, there's a rope holding me up, Jiang Ye replied awkwardly, starting to descend. I thought we were friends, and here you are flexing on me? Damn it, you're unbelievable. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes and activated his Starry Night Dancer ability. Leaping off the rooftop, he descended at a speed that rivaled freefall, the purple glow flashing as he landed near Jiang Ye. Lin Qiye reached out to catch Jiang Ye, and their eyes met. The open, quiet surroundings made the atmosphere feel oddly charged. What are you doing? Jiang Ye crossed his arms. I got carried away. Lin Qiye quickly let go. With a thud, Jiang Ye landed on the ground. Of course, as a high god, he wasn't hurt. Standing up, he dusted off his pants and noticed Lin Qiye seemed hesitant to speak. Jiang Ye, you. Stop right there. Jiang Ye interrupted quickly. Let's keep our distance in the future. Don't get so desperate that you start targeting your childhood friends. As they walked home, Jiang Ye explained the concept of forbidden ruins to Lin Qiye. So, what's your forbidden ruin? Lin Qiye asked. The Blade Domain. What does it do? Within the Blade Domain, I'm invincible. Jiang Ye replied casually. That's so powerful. Lin Qiye whispered in awe. After discussing the strength of divine ruins and forbidden ruins, the two parted ways and returned to their respective homes. As Lin Qiye entered the door, his dog, Xiao Heilai, greeted him by licking his feet. Laughing, he patted the dog's head and headed to his room. Hey, where did you go? Yang Jin poked his head out of his room. Just met up with a friend. Go to sleep, Lin Qiye replied as he opened the door to his room and stepped inside. Yang Jin furrowed his brows and glanced at the small black dog lying on the ground. You felt it too? The forbidden ruin awakened by that person just now was very strange. The winding highway was cloaked in the darkness of night. Inside the cab of a large truck, the driver, Jiang Feng, had a cigarette dangling from his lips as he spoke on the phone. As the 20th member of the faithful, he was receiving a new assignment. A trace of the god from 9 years ago has reappeared in Cangnan City, came the voice on the other end of the line. You have 2 tasks in Cangnan. Jiang Feng exhaled a plume of smoke and waited silently for further instructions. First, find the agent of the Seraph Michael and bring him back to the ancient god church. Second, investigate the divine presence that appeared in Cangnan 9 years ago. You must establish contact with that god before the great Xia does. This is crucial. Snuffing out his cigarette, Jiang Feng gave a curt understood and ended the call. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a file containing information on Cangnan's Night Watcher squad. Chun Mai, Sea Realm, he muttered, lost in thought. With his current Chuan Realm strength, he knew he'd need to employ some strategies. Glancing back at the truck's cargo hold, a sly smile crept across his face. The next evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Jiang Ye walked home with his hands stuffed in his pockets and a single strap bag slung over his shoulder. Lin Qiye followed closely behind him. Today marked the pivotal moment when Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye would meet, and Jiang Ye had decided not to interfere with the storyline. His goal was to catch a bigger fish rather than making small alterations. He'd aimed to ensure Zhao Kongqing survived. This way, the modification value might not just reach a few thousand, but could even soar into tens of thousands, bringing him closer to his ultimate goal of journeying to the moon to find the Seraph Michael. Stop! A large hand suddenly grabbed Lin Qiye's wrist. Turning around, Lin Qiye saw a rugged-looking man with stubble and a trench coat. Was the very man who had killed the ghost mask the other night. Finally found you, kid, Zhao Kongqing said with a sigh of relief. Found me? Lin Qiye frowned. Mister, I'm not joining your group. Don't rush to conclusions. Let's find a place to talk properly, Zhao Kongqing said, his grip firm. You must want to know what's happening to you, right? Lin Qiye paused. His curiosity about the divine ruin and forbidden ruin peaked after the events of the previous night. By the way, Jiang Ye, he turned around quickly, only to find that Jiang Ye had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Hey kid, I'm talking to you, Zhao Kongqing said, blocking his view. Lin Qiye looked around but still couldn't spot Jiang Ye. Did you see a guy with a black band covering his eyes just now? Are you talking about yourself? Zhao Kongqing asked, puzzled. No, my childhood friend. He's blind, like me. Zhao Kongqing froze. Blind and also wearing a black band? He scanned the surroundings quickly but saw only students heading home from school, no one with a black band. A sudden realization struck him, and he pressed further. Did you pass through street in the old town the night before last? No. I used to take that route home, but my friend gave me a ride on his electric scooter that night. Wait, Zhao Kongqing said, his expression shifting. Did you just say he's blind? Lin Qiye nodded. How the hell does a blind guy ride an electric scooter? Zhao Kongqing asked, exasperated. He has a sensory field, Lin Qiye explained. He says it's his forbidden ruin, called Blade Domain. It lets him sense everything within 20 meters, just like I used to. Forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongqing was stunned. Blade Domain related to blades, could it really have been him who killed the ghost mask that night? Zhao Kongqing fell into silence for a moment. His brows furrowed slightly as he carefully processed the information he had just heard. What kind of forbidden ruin is this Blade Domain? Sounds like it's a domain type. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Qiye. Did he tell you anything about the characteristics of this Blade Domain? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before responding with certainty. Within the Blade Domain, he is invincible. Invincible? Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly. As an experienced night watchman, he was well aware of the traits of domain type forbidden ruins. They either enhance the user, weaken their enemies, or had some other unique properties. Judging by the name Blade Domain and the 7 corpses of ghost-faced individuals, this was evidently an extremely dangerous and offensively oriented forbidden ruin. Invincible within the Blade Domain? What nonsense, Zhao Kongqing thought to himself. There has never been a truly invincible forbidden ruin in the Great Xia territory. Every one of them has its limitations. Stroking his chin, he glanced back at Lin Shiya, suspecting the young man might be trying to fool him. However, mindful of his responsibility to recruit divine agents, he quickly adjusted his attitude. We'll discuss your childhood friend's situation later. For now, let's find a place to talk properly. Zhao Kongqing ran a hand through his hair, striking what he thought was a dashing pose. Lin Qiye's facial muscles twitched slightly at the sight, thinking to himself that this middle-aged man was overly flamboyant. Nevertheless, his curiosity about the truth compelled him to follow. However, when they entered the hotel and were greeted by explicit, provocative videos playing on the screens, Lin Qiye shivered, instinctively clenching his legs together. The following evening, Zhao Kongqing stepped out of the low houses in the old district, removing his apron. His expression was complex as he gazed into the distance. Lin Shiya, looking apologetic, said, I'm sorry. I just want to protect my small family. I'll sign the confidentiality agreement. Zhao Kongqing smiled, patting Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Kid, take good care of them. I will. And I wish you great achievements, General Zhao. Lin Qiye replied sincerely. Zhao Kongqing nodded with a smile, his eyes glistening. Damn it, kid, get going. As Lin Qiye turned and re-entered the small house, Zhao Kongqing's earpiece crackled with Wu Xiangnan's urgent voice. Old Zhao, the ghost-faced king has appeared right near your location. Coordinates have been sent to you. It's beyond your ability to handle alone, so trap it with the voidless domain. Hong Ying is on her way. Also, be careful. The captain and I have detected a mysterious presence that seems to be deliberately interfering with us. Zhao Kongqing's expression darkened as he quickly confirmed the location data. His gaze involuntarily shifted back toward Lin Qiye's residence. Inside the small house, Lin Qiye was happily enjoying dinner with his aunt and younger brother. He cheerfully ate the ribs his aunt had placed on his plate, intending to toss the bones to Little Black Spot, their pet. But to his surprise, the usually eager Little Black Spot was nowhere to be seen. Where's Little Black Spot? Lin Shiya asked, looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, night had fallen, and the old district was steeped in a damp atmosphere. Distant thunder rumbled across the sky. Jiang Ye stepped into a puddle, the splashing water spreading like blooming flowers. He looked up at the sky as a raindrop landed and his outstretched palm. A storm was coming. Retracting his hand, he turned toward Lin Qiye's house, his senses expanding to envelop the entire old district. As his senses expanded, he noticed a small black dog hurtling toward him at an incredible speed. Xiao Tianquan? Jiang Ye muttered to himself, deep in thought. It was clear Yang Jian had already sensed his presence, but this didn't concern him. He took a single step forward, ripples spreading beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from where he stood. At that moment, thunderclouds churned in the sky, and raindrops fell heavily, drumming against the ground. Lightning occasionally slashed through the heavens, illuminating every dark corner of the old city. A black blur, swift as a shadow, abruptly halted in the torrential rain, revealing itself as a small black dog, no larger than 4 palms in size. It panted heavily, lifting its nose to sniff the air with intent. Damn it, why did the trail suddenly disappear? This guy is definitely hiding something. The little black dog muttered to itself, continuing to search for its target. Behind you, a voice suddenly reached the dog's ears. It shivered and leaped into the air, twisting around mid-flight. Standing still in the heavy rain was a young man clad in a black raincoat, his eyes obscured by a dark band. Strangely, despite the downpour, not a single drop of rain touched him. The little black dog's pupils contracted as it cautiously took a few steps back. You're the deity from 9 years ago. Whose celestial seat do you belong to? Me. Jiang Ye thought for a moment. I advanced on my own. Am not really sure which celestial seat I belong to. Yeah, right? Like I do believe that. You lying brat. The little black dog muttered internally. If someone could appear silently behind it, their power must far exceed its own. And with its master's current weakened state, any action could risk shattering their divine essence. This person was not someone to engage recklessly. But as Xiao Tianquan, it couldn't afford to show weakness. The little dog began channeling its power, its small frame rapidly expanding as its bones cracked and shifted. In moments, it had grown to the height of an adult. Go back, Jiang Ye said calmly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the dog, and its body uncontrollably shrank back to its original size. Shocked, it stared at itself, unable to comprehend what had just happened. How did you do that? Just told you to shrink, Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. Damn it. Interrupting my transformation, how dare you? The dog's thoughts raced. Its master had once been a main deity in the heavenly court, and while it wasn't invincible, taking down opponents of Klein-level strength was effortless. If Jiang Ye were truly a deity of the heavenly court, he would still be in the cycle of reincarnation and couldn't have recovered so quickly. Could it be that he had already reached the subdivine realm? A deafening clap of thunder echoed across the sky. Jiang Ye looked toward the source of the sound, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed the approach of a Chuan-level expert nearing the Wujia void, but it wasn't the ghost mask king. The plot is shifting? Interesting, he chuckled. The more drastic the plot changes, the more modification points he would ultimately gain. He glanced down at the wary little black dog. Go back. You're not my enemy. Then who is your enemy? Jiang Ye gazed up at the stormy night sky, sensing the silver-white moon hidden behind the clouds. To him, everything was gray and lifeless. He longed to bring color back to his world, to once again see the vibrant hues of his mother's dresses. My enemy is in the heavens. Before the words had fully settled, Jiang Ye's figure disappeared. The little black dog stared up at the clouded sky, muttering to itself, crazy guy. There's no one up there? Drip, drip, drip. Heavy raindrops pelted against the black cloak. Zhao Kongqing's meticulously styled slicked-back hair, held in place with hair gel, was now soaked, with disheveled bangs hanging messily over his forehead. He stood in the desolate void realm, his star blade deeply embedded in the ground with his right hand, while his left hand clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Through the wet strands of hair clinging to his face, his eyes locked intensely on the ghost-faced king in front of him, its crimson tongue slithering out menacingly. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Kongqing turned his head slightly in the direction of Lin Qiye's home, a defiant smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Damn it, ruining my perfect hairstyle," he muttered. Forcing himself to stand upright, he swept back his soaked bangs with a quick motion of his right hand. "Today, I'll show you what consequences look like." A golden emblem arced gracefully through the air, and Zhao Kongqing caught it firmly. With a flick of his finger, a thin needle extended from the emblem's surface. The front bore his name, Zhao Kongqing, while the back was engraved with an oath. "If darkness descends, I shall stand before the masses, blade in hand, painting the heavens red with blood." Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into his palm. The power of the ghost deity surged into his body, igniting every cell like a potent stimulant. His blood raced through his veins, and a fiery heat coursed through him, almost unbearable. The star blade began to resonate, its blade trembling violently. Suddenly, a silvery white glow spread from his arm, enveloping the entire sword. The ghost-faced king licked the blood from its lips and let out an earth-shaking roar before charging forward. Zhao Kongqing's cold gaze narrowed. His muscles tensed as he gripped the blade, and with a resounding clang, a crescent-shaped arc of silver light tore through the air, skimming just above the ground. The ghost-faced king had no time to dodge. In a desperate attempt, it crossed its claws in front of its chest. A sharp metallic clash echoed as its massive body was hurled 10 meters back by the force. It stared in shock at the gashes on its arms, now hesitant to attack again. Sequence 083, Moonlit Slash. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, exhilarated as he stared at the glowing blade in his hand. "Ha ha, I knew it. Zhao Kongqing is a damn genius." For a moment, he forgot about the side effects of the ghost deity's power. "What are you doing?" A familiar voice cut through his excitement. He turned to see Lin Shiya, his eyes glowing gold, now standing not far away. "How the hell did you get in here?" "I just stared at it and walked in." Zhao Kongqing sighed in exasperation, turning back to face the ghost-faced king. "I can help you." "No need. Just stand over there and watch," Zhao Kongqing said, swinging his blade as silvery light rippled along its edge. "Kid, pay attention to this strike." "Why?" "Because this one's gonna be epic." With a flash of blade light, a crescent-shaped arc of energy shot forward faster than a bullet, slicing cleanly through the ghost-faced king's head. The sound of flesh and bone separating was unmistakable, even amidst the rain. The creature's head hit the ground with a heavy thud. "Kid, was that cool?" "Cool, but not as cool as my childhood friend. You little..." Before he could finish, Zhao Kongqing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Lin Qiye rushed to catch him, panic written all over his face. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Going out with a bang. Isn't so bad," Zhao Kongqing muttered weakly. His trembling hand reached for a cigarette, but before he could grasp it, his arm fell limply to his side. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at Zhao Kongqing, whose face was drenched by the pouring rain. The rainwater streamed down Zhao Kongqing's pale cheeks as the vitality in him rapidly faded away. In the corner, Jiang Ye remained calm, a bluish-white glow appearing in his palm as he reached out toward Zhao Kongqing's dissipating soul. "Return to your body." But just as he was about to grasp Zhao Kongqing's soul, a powerful force emanated from the direction of a small house, attempting to thwart his action. Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the house, and at the same time, Yang Jin also looked in that direction. A mere minor deity dares to contend with the supreme for something? Such arrogance. Jiang Ye took a risk, channeling more divine power into his hand. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing's soul was captured in his grasp. With a flick of his raincoat, Jiang Ye vanished into the corner. Inside the room, Yang Jin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with icy determination. "Who is he? What purpose does he have in approaching my brother?" Forcing himself to stand despite his weakened state, Yang Jin stared gravely out the window. With his current, not fully recovered strength, he knew he was no match for the other party. Since when did the heavenly court have such a deity? The door suddenly swung open, and Xiao Hailai scurried in. "What is his purpose?" Yang Jin asked. Xiao Hailai spoke in a human voice. He said, "We are not his enemies. His enemies are in the heavens." Yang Jin lifted his gaze to the stormy, cloud-covered sky, lost in thought. In the rain, Jiang Ye removed his raincoat and slowly approached Lin Qiye. The Ghost-Face King had already been slain by Lin Qiye. At this moment, Lin knelt before Zhao Kongqing, his face indistinguishable between tears and rain. Jiang Ye stood beside Lin Qiye, his gaze fixed on Zhao Kongqing's battered body. The life of this legendary general was laid bare in the scars that covered him. Recalling the emotions he felt when reading about this moment in his previous life, Jiang Ye silently made a decision. Whether to make amends for past regrets or to gain the system's modified value to confront the Seraph, he was determined to save Zhao Kongqing. A bluish-white divine power gathered in Jiang Ye's palm as he quietly infused Zhao Kongqing's soul back into his body. General Zhao, take a good rest for a few days, he said softly, then patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Lin Qiye carefully cradled Zhao Kongqing in his arms, gazing at his pale face as a lump formed in his throat. Junior Lin Shiya bids farewell to General Zhao Kongqing. May you return victorious. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Long Xian, who had been on the rooftop, rushed over upon hearing him. The sobs of Team 136 echoed through the rain. Jiang Ye silently turned away, facing an alley in the old town. He touched the black band over his eyes, lost in thought. Death had long ceased to trouble him, had nearly died 9 years ago. How many regrets could this miracle in Cangnan mend for families? Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause shattered everyone's thoughts. What a touching display of camaraderie. I was almost moved to tears, a man in a black robe remarked as he emerged from the alley, applauding as he walked. The three, still immersed in their grief, snapped their heads up. When they saw who it was, their expressions turned grim. The ancient god cult. Heh, that's right. It's me, Jiang Feng, the 20th seat of the followers. As the man in the black robe finished speaking, a shocking scene unfolded. The falling raindrops around them suddenly froze midair, as if time itself had stopped. Jiang Ye quickly sensed that within a 500-meter radius, every raindrop was suspended, gathering together and hardening like iron. Even more concerning was that these floating droplets began to compress violently from within, exuding an ominous energy that suggested they could explode at any moment. The rain intensified, and the number of suspended droplets increased, resembling countless miniature bombs on the verge of detonation. Don't move, Long Xian urgently warned. This is sequence 150, water bomb detonation. These compressed raindrops will explode if touched, with the force equivalent to military-grade explosives. Everyone froze in place, nervously watching the droplets around them. Through the faint light, they could clearly see the bubbles inside the water droplets churning wildly. Water bomb detonation? An interesting forbidden ruin, Jiang Ye murmured with a slight nod, intrigued by the turn of events. So the ancient god church decided to show up this soon? Exactly. You'd better stay still, Jiang Feng said with a sinister smile. 3 chi levels, 2 Zanlavelsieri, nothing more than ants to me. Divine envoy? Be a good little pawn and come back with me to the ancient god church. He advanced steadily, completely unaffected by the dangerous droplets. Si Xiaonan frowned and exchanged a glance with Hong Ying, signaling her silently. Hong Ying immediately understood and unleashed a torrent of flames from her firearm. The surrounding droplets evaporated upon contact with the searing fire, leaving no chance for an explosion. Not bad. At least one of you has some brains, Jiang Feng said, halting his steps, his expression still calm and composed. Chuan level. Lung Xian muttered with a frown before shouting, Xiaonan, take Lin Shiya and old Zhao and get out of here. The divine envoy must not fall into the hands of the ancient god church. Find the captain now. With that, he drew his handgun and fired 2 shots at Jiang Feng. At the same time, Hong Ying leaped into the air, her fiery spear tracing a graceful arc as it struck toward Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Ye was about to activate his blade domain, Si Xiaonan grabbed his arm. Come on. We need to go, Si Xiaonan said urgently. But there's no need. Jiang Ye started to protest but was pulled toward Lin Qiye by Si Xiaonan. You two take old Zhao and leave now. We'll hold them off here. With that, Si Xiaonan, cloaked in black, charged toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Ye sighed and looked at Lin Qiye. I think they're underestimating me. You think you can handle a Chuan level? Lin Qiye asked doubtfully. He recalled Zhao Kongqing explaining the hierarchy of Night Watchers levels. Jiang Ye was currently at Zan level, 2 whole levels below Chuan level. Even if the blade domain is an unparalleled forbidden zone, it shouldn't be able to kill a fully capable Chuan realm warrior without them being injured first. Lin Qiye reflected on his earlier battle with the severely injured ghost-faced king, fully aware of just how troublesome Chuan realm experts could be. Jiang Ye walked up to Lin Qiye with an expressionless face, gripping the star blade engraved with Zhao Kongqing's name. His tone was calm. I told you, within the blade domain, I am invincible. Showing off, huh? Lin Shiya was about to retort when a deafening explosion suddenly interrupted their exchange. The shockwave rippled through the air, lifting their school uniforms as raindrops burst like needles against their faces. A fiery red spear tore through the air and embedded itself heavily into the ground not far from Jiang Ye. The flames dancing on its surface were gradually extinguished by the rain. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Long Xian were sent flying like broken kites, their faces marked with fresh wounds, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Hong Ying weakly pressed her earpiece. Captain, requesting backup. Hold on. You must hold on. We're almost there. Chen Mui's anxious voice came through the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Hong Ying glanced at the heavily injured Xiaonan and Long Xian. The three of them were no longer in any condition to continue fighting. Old Zhao. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Si Xiaonan and Long Xian exchanged a faintly resigned look, as if they had already accepted their fate. Heh, your captain won't be coming to save you. He's probably still busy being chased around by my little pet. Jiang Feng emerged from the mist with a mocking grin. Now, he'll send you all to your deaths. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. His knees buckled uncontrollably, slamming into the ground. His face was filled with confusion, and Hong Ying's group of three exchanged puzzled glances. What the? It's not even New Year yet. Footsteps echoed closer. A youthful boy approached from behind, holding a sheathed long blade in each hand. You sure talk a lot. The boy's voice boomed like thunder. Jiang Feng's expression shifted drastically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the seemingly ordinary boy, whose mere presence as a Zhan realm fighter was enough to completely suppress him. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Jiang Ye lightly flicked the hilt of his blade with his left thumb. A dazzling white blade light flashed. In just 0.1 seconds, the blade had returned to its sheath, while a crimson line appeared across Jiang Feng's neck. Jiang Feng's head fell cleanly from his shoulders, rolling several meters across the wet ground. His headless body collapsed with a thud, blood mingling with rainwater to stain the ground red. Jiang Ye slowly raised his right hand, tilting his head to gaze at the sky. The dark clouds parted, and silver moonlight poured down like a gentle veil. The rain has stopped. His eyes, bound by a black cloth, seemed to pierce through the clouds, locking onto the radiant moon. In his heart he thought, Michael, next time we meet, I hope you're not as weak as him. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Long Xian, and Lin Qiye stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded by what had just transpired. What just happened? None of them had even seen it clearly before Jiang Feng's head was already on the ground. No way. That's just absurd. Lin Qiye stared intently at Jiang Ye's back. The night breeze gently brushed past, and the black band on his blade fluttered in the air, outlining a figure that seemed invincible. With the heightened dynamic vision and sensory abilities granted by the mortal divine domain, Lin Qiye barely managed to catch Jiang Ye's movements just now. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Jiang Ye had drawn his blade, swung it, and sheathed it again in one seamless motion. His calm and composed demeanor clearly indicated that this was far from his limit. So this is the blade domain? Lin Qiye's heart was filled with awe. Even after encountering gods at the hospital and gaining a profound understanding of immense power, his childhood friend Jiang Ye had completely shattered his expectations. Can someone at the Lantern Realm even do this? He recalled Jiang Ye's earlier claim. Within the blade domain, I am invincible. At the time, he thought it was just bragging, but now, at this very moment, no divine ruins or starry night dancers could compare to the breathtaking sight in front of him. The reactions of the Red Sakura trio varied. Si Xiaonan's cheeks were slightly flushed as she remembered how she had doubted his strength earlier and even suggested he leave. Now, she felt like the biggest fool. He looks like he's only at the Lantern Realm. Could he be an ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin, or even a divine ruin? A glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes. Long Xian, ever the professional sniper, maintained his composure, but internally, he was frustrated. I can't believe I forgot to take a picture. He stared at Jiang Ye's back, pondering the true nature of his forbidden ruin. As for Red Sakura, she couldn't hide her shock. Her graceful and confident expression was now filled with disbelief. Lantern Realm, defeating a river realm in an instant? How is that even possible? Just then, the earpiece crackled with the anxious voice of Chen Moi. Hey, Red Sakura, what's your situation over there? We're being held up by a river realm entity. Hello? Can you hear me? We're heading over right now. His voice grew increasingly choked with worry. Red Sakura snapped out of her daze. Captain, don't cry. We're still alive. There was a 2-second pause before an angry shout came through the earpiece. If you're alive, why didn't you say anything earlier? You scared me to death. Red Sakura quickly removed the earpiece and rubbed her aching ear. Did that river realm follower escape? Chinmoy asked after calming down. Nope. He got taken down in an instant by a handsome young guy. The earpiece fell into an extended silence. Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan's voice chimed in. Red Sakura, are you making up stories now? When did you get into writing fiction? Red Sakura puffed up her cheeks and huffed. Just come over and see for yourself. If you don't believe me, fine. With that, she turned off the earpiece, her expression lightening up. She strode over to Jiang Ye with her long legs, her demeanor now lively and spirited. Hi, I'm Hong Ying, the frontline fighter of Night Watch Squad 136. A lively girl stood in front of Jiang Ye, introducing herself enthusiastically. Jiang Ye tilted his head slightly and responded briefly, "Hello, I'm Jiang Ye. Handsome little brother. Are you interested in joining us?" Hong Ying asked with bright, expectant eyes. Just as Jiang Ye was about to politely decline, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! You have altered the original storyline, making it more intricate and unpredictable. Additionally, you have saved Zhao Kongqing from his destined death, significantly impacting the original plot. You've earned 50,000 modification points. A random reward has been triggered, granting you a random gift box. Current modification points, 61,500. Accumulate 100,000 points to unlock a choice reward gift box. 50,000 points? And a random gift box? This is amazing. Jiang Yi thought with delight. He immediately turned to Lin Qiye, pointing at him and saying, "If he joins, I'll join." Lin Shiya looked utterly confused. "Oh?" Hong Ying's eyes lit up as her gaze shifted to Lin Qiye, who was crouching beside Zhao Kongqing. "Qiye, little brother, would you be willing to join the night watch?" Lin Qiye lowered his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at Zhao Kongqing. His original plan was simple: protect his small family, focus on his studies, and take his aunt and Ajin out of the old city to live a better life. But Zhao Kongqing had sacrificed everything to protect his entire world. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's gaze became resolute. "You protected my entire world. For the next 10 years, I'll protect your world in return." Meanwhile, on the peak of the moon, the six-winged angel Michael, radiating golden light, stood on the silver-white lunar surface, gazing at Earth, 0.004 light-years away. His piercing gaze cut through the atmosphere, landing on a blind boy who was staring up at the moon. "It's him. He actually awakened the forbidden ruin," Michael murmured, his brow furrowing. With his physique, he shouldn't have been able to awaken it. Seeing through Jiang Ye's intent as he gazed at the moon, the Seraph's eyes flickered with scorn. "Revenge against a god? Mortal, you truly amuse me. Awakening a slightly stronger forbidden ruin, and you think you can slay a god? Arrogant." Michael flexed his 6 wings and turned his back on Earth. "In 1 year, you'll vanish just like Cangnan. Enjoy your remaining time while you can. 9 years ago, you were beneath my notice, and even now, you're still beneath me. A mortal attempting to kill a god? Foolishness leading to self-destruction." He sat down on a bench, lost in thought. What concerned him wasn't Lin Shiya or Jiang Ye, was the familiar divine energy he had sensed while observing Earth earlier. It was the same energy that had appeared 9 years ago, when Cangnan emerged. But what puzzled him was how this energy had vanished in an instant, completely erased, beyond even his supreme ability to trace. A faint unease stirred within Michael. He vaguely felt a connection between himself and this mysterious deity, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Who is he? In a corner of the circular prison enclosed by thick iron walls within the fasting sanctuary, a carriage exuding a scholarly aura was parked. Inside the carriage, the white-beard Chen Fuzi was leisurely sipping tea when he suddenly looked up in surprise at the stern man in a daxia military uniform seated across from him. "Going to Cangnan? There's still a year before the Seraph's divine power dissipates. Why the rush?" Yifan gently blew away the steam on his tea and took a sip. "Do you still remember the incident 9 years ago in Cangnan involving someone suspected of being a daxia deity?" Chen Fuzi's hand froze midair, his brows furrowing in thought for a moment. Has he reappeared? Setting down his teacup, Yifan's eyes revealed unconcealed worry. Just within the few days of Lin Qiye awakening the divine ruins, that divine presence has appeared in Cangnan twice. With a loud bang, Chen Fuzi slapped the tea table, causing the tea in his cup to ripple. "Are you saying that deity's target is Lin Qiye?" Yifan pondered briefly. "It's not confirmed yet, but we must uncover that deity's purpose. The situation in Cangnan is of great importance and cannot tolerate any uncertainties. More importantly, according to Lu Wuwei's detection, this deity's power may already be beyond what we can handle." Chen Fuzi's heart sank. If that's the case, and his target is the Shiva Wraith, "Commander, I'll depart for Cangnan immediately." Yifan nodded and cautioned. "This mission is solely for investigation. Do not act recklessly. If you encounter that deity, report back at Oncedo, not engage in a direct confrontation." Both of them understood that a deity capable of evading Lu Wuwei's tracking likely possessed power on par with the Seraph Michael. The carriage lifted into the air, scattering specks of white light as it disappeared into the night. Yifan gazed in the direction where the carriage had vanished, murmuring to himself, "That deity, friend or foe?" Meanwhile, within the ancient god church, an eerie cathedral fortress loomed under a crimson sky. In the grand hall, Whisper, seated on the throne, opened his eyes, releasing an icy aura that sent shivers down the spines of the kneeling followers below. "Dead? Useless trash." Whisper roared in fury, his terrifying energy surging throughout the hall, forcing the followers to bow even lower. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated. A Seraph's divine proxy is only at the lamp real Mit shouldn't be capable of killing a river realm expert. Could it have been Chiang Mai of the 136 squad? After a moment, he shook his head. No, Zhang Feng, the 20th seed among the believers, has always been cautious. He would have lured away the strongest combatants beforehand. Just a few pool realm individuals, and one lamp realm. How could they possibly? Lord Whisper, the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyun, suddenly spoke. Could it have been the deity from Cangnan 9 years ago? Oh, go on. Han Xiaoyun respectfully replied. Given Jiang Feng's cunning nature, he would have prepared thoroughly with an escape plan. The Cangnan Night Watch Squad only has one Sea Realm member. Even if they were outmatched, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Yet he still perished. The church had already gathered all the information about Cangnan before taking action, leaving no room for errors in intelligence. The fact that the deity chose to help the Night Watchers posed a significant threat. Faithful Han Xiaoyun. Present. Han Xiaoyun immediately dropped to one knee, placing his right hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. EU gave a stern order. Head to Cangnan and observe in secret. Do not act recklessly. The moment you spot that deity, report back immediately. A strange gleam flashed in Han Xiaoyun's eyes as he lowered his head and replied, Understood, Lord EU. Under the cover of night. Inside the Cangnan Peace Affairs office, Lin Qiye entered the room with Jiang Ye after bidding farewell to his aunt. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan sat at opposite ends of the sofa, their gazes meeting with a hint of tension. Hong Ying's eyes lingered subtly on the black band wrapped around Jiang Ye's arm, while the other three remained silent. The atmosphere grew instantly delicate. Wu Xiangnan's gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye before he broke the silence. Old Zhao killed the Ghost-Face King? And you killed a Chuan-level believer of the ancient God Church? He pointed at Jiang Ye. Both of them nodded simultaneously, their calm demeanor surprising. Wu Xiangnan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Is this some kind of novel? A lamp level defeating a Chuan level in seconds? Wu Xiangnan, you still don't believe it? Ask Xiao Nan and Long Xian how amazing our little brother was back then. Hong Ying said with a pout, unconsciously stroking Jiang Ye's hair with affection in her eyes. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly. You're really treating me like a child now. Wu Xiangnan remained skeptical. I can believe old Zhao awakened his desolate life, flash moon strike using Ghost God and killed the Ghost-Face King. But a lamp level taking out a Chuan level in seconds? This sounds like a fairy tale. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Hong Ying retorted with a cold snort. I'm just stating the facts. Wu Xiangnan countered. All right, that's enough. Chen Mai interjected, raising his hand to stop the argument. He turned to Jiang Ye. You two go see old Zhao off. Jiang Ye, come with me to the basement. In the training hall of the basement, Chen Mai took 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack and tossed one to Jiang Ye. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye caught it, deciding not to reveal too much in order to avoid misunderstandings. I trust my teammates, and it's not that I don't trust you, but I need to see it for myself, Chen Mai said, standing with his sword at the ready, his gaze sharp. A lamp level taking down a Chuan level in seconds is something even the special task force may not be able to achieve. Old Zhao said your forbidden abyss is called Blade Domain? Jiang Ye nodded, his eyes fixed on the wooden sword in his hand. There hasn't been a forbidden abyss like this in the Xia sequence before. What are its characteristics? Chen Mai asked. Within a certain range, it creates a domain of blade energy, Jiang Ye replied succinctly. A range-enhancing forbidden abyss? Chen Mai frowned and pressed further. Within the domain, what abilities do you gain? Jiang Ye replied calmly, within the domain, I am invincible. Chen Mai froze in astonishment. The invincible? Chen Mai was momentarily at a loss for words. To claim invincibility as a mere Lantern Realm cultivator in front of a Sea Realm expert seemed overly arrogant. But looking at the young man's confident demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to crush his spirit. After all, confidence is essential for young people to go far, though this particular confidence seemed a bit over the top. Chen Mai twirled the wooden sword in his hand, his expression turning serious. Your forbidden abyss is related to blades, right? Then let's have a duel. I'd like to see a forbidden abyss capable of instantly defeating a river realm. You make the first move. With that, he placed his left hand behind his back, gripped the wooden sword in his right hand, and stood firm, closing his eyes to await Jiang Ye's attack. A minute passed in complete silence. Chen Mai opened his eyes, only to see Jiang Ye standing motionless, looking hesitant. Why aren't you making a move? Chen Mai asked coldly. Captain Chen, why don't you go first? I'm not sure about my control, Jiang Ye replied with an awkward smile. He was worried that his supreme god-level power might accidentally cause serious harm to the other party. Fine, get ready. Chen Mai sighed in exasperation, pulling the wooden sword back. Buzz. A fierce gust of wind swept past, ruffling the black band tied behind Jiang Ye's head. To Jiang Ye, Chen Mai's movements appeared as slow as a snail's. Without moving an inch, Jiang Ye softly uttered one word. Press. Chun Mai's charging figure suddenly froze as an immense pressure bore down on his shoulders. Looking up, he saw a white blade aura materializing out of thin air above him. Even with his sea realm strength, he could feel the terrifying weight of its presence. The corners of Chiang Mai's mouth lifted slightly in a faint smile, a flicker of excitement in his heart. He quickly mobilized the death energy within him, and the faint silhouette of He Wuchang black impermanence began to form behind him. However, before the shadow could fully manifest, the overwhelming pressure abruptly descended. Bang! Chen Mai dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, the wooden sword snapping in two. Damn, I overdid it, Jiang Ye muttered, hurriedly withdrawing the blade aura. With the pressure gone, Chen Mai slid forward from the momentum, stopping right in front of Jiang Ye. Their eyes met, and the air grew still and heavy with awkwardness. To ease the tension, Jiang Ye reached into his pocket and pulled out a large red envelope conjured from his myriad forms abyss, handing it to Chen Mai. An early Happy New Year to you, Captain Chun. Chun Mai. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the basement in silence, Chen Mai shielding half of his face with one hand the entire way. Captain, how did it go? Wu Xiangnan stepped forward to ask. Ahem. Chun Mai hastily coughed to interrupt whatever Jiang Yi was about to say. Jiang Yi, go find Hong Ying. She'll guide you through the process of joining the Night Watchers. Also, lend a hand with old Zhao's funeral. Hearing the somber tone in Captain Chen's voice, Jiang Yi nodded solemnly and turned to leave the office. Wu Xiangnan stared at Chen Mai with a puzzled expression, feeling that he was hiding something. Chen Mai coughed awkwardly twice and sat down on the sofa. His forbidden ruin is quite unique. I believe he can instantly defeat a Chuanjing-level opponent. What kind of forbidden ruin is it? Why is it so powerful? Wu Xiangnan leaned against the doorframe, a look of surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes. Captain, there was surveillance footage of your fight with him earlier. I'll go retrieve it, and we can analyze it together. Chun Mai's eyelid twitched, and he quickly stood up to stop him. Xiangnan, sit down first. Seeing Wu Xiangnan frown but eventually take a seat, he continued explaining. Jiang Ye's Forbidden Ruin is very special. It's a domain-type ability. Within his domain, he is the strongest. Domain-type ruins are usually either amplification or perception-based, Wu Xiangnan said thoughtfully. Jiang Ye was able to fight while blindfolded, so it's probably a perception-based Forbidden Ruin, right? Captain, can you explain it more specifically? Chun Mai's expression carried a hint of awe. To put it simply, in the blade domain, he is invincible. What? Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened. Domain invincibility? That sounds even stronger than Lin Qiye's Divine Ruin. How large is the range of his domain? That still needs further testing, Chen Mai replied, shaking his head. Both he and Lin Qiye are extraordinary. They might become the twin stars of Daxia in the future. We need to nurture them carefully. Come on, it's time to head to old Zhao's funeral. Under the darkening sky in the desolate wasteland, Hong Ying was carving Zhao Kongqing's tombstone with tears in her eyes. Inside the coffin, Zhao Kongqing lay peacefully. Jiang Yi stood nearby, silently absorbing the atmosphere of grief. He debated whether to tell everyone that Zhao Kongqing was actually alive, but ultimately decided to wait until Zhao woke up on his own. When Qima patted Jiang Ye's shoulder, as if wanting to say something but holding back, Lin Qiye crouched beside the coffin, fists clenched, staring blankly at the rugged face before him. Memories of the playful and dashing uncle, who loved to show off with his drinking skills, kept flashing through his mind. Tears fell unbidden onto the dark coffin. He reached out, wanting to touch Zhao Kongqing's face, but in the end, he simply whispered, "You were so cool, General Zhao. I will protect your world." Qiye, the captain and the others are here. It's time for the ceremony, when Qima said, helping him to his feet. Reluctantly, Lin Qiye closed the coffin lid and followed Wen Qima to the tombstone. The members of Team 136 stood in neat formation, their expressions solemn. Chun Mai stepped forward, his gaze lingering on the tombstone for a long time before he suddenly shouted, "Team 136, attention! Salute!" With synchronized steps, everyone raised their hands in a military salute toward the tombstone. At that moment, a crisp click sound broke the silence. Zhao Kongqing pushed open the coffin lid and stood up straight. With his right hand raised to his temple, he returned the salute. Everyone froze in place, completely stunned. Captain, what's going on? Who are we saluting? Zhao Kongqing looked around at his teammates, who stood frozen in shock. Confused, he lowered his head to look down and his eyes widened in disbelief. He was standing inside a coffin, surrounded by glowing funeral wreaths. What the hell? Zhao Kongqing shouted, leaping out of the coffin with a powerful push of his legs. Trembling, he pointed at the coffin. Captain, what's this about? Why was I in a coffin? Halfway through the sentence, a realization struck him. Wait a second, I'm still alive? He quickly checked himself over, discovering that the ghost god seal hadn't taken his life and the power of the forbidden ruins still lingered within him. Damn it. Could it be Ha? I knew it. I, Zhao Kongsheng, am a genius with a hell of a life. At the back of the group, Long Xian silently raised a camera and snapped a picture, capturing the moment with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Jiang Ye, arms crossed, observed Zhao Kongsheng's childlike joy. He understood that feeling of being brought back from the brink of death, had experienced it himself 9 years ago. Lifting his gaze to the full moon in the sky, he was lost in thought. But Lin Qiye's reaction was entirely different from the others. His lips twitched, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Playing dead? He strode toward Zhao Kongsheng with large steps. Seeing Lin Qiye approach, Zhao Kongsheng excitedly grabbed his shoulder. Kid, wasn't I awesome when I took down the ghost-faced king with one slash? Wham! Lin Qiye punched Zhao Kongsheng square in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yeah, very awesome. Lin Qiye glared at him through gritted teeth. But don't you dare do that again. With that, he turned and walked out of the cemetery. Despite feeling deceived, he couldn't deny that Zhao Kongsheng had protected his world. Forget it, he muttered to himself. In 10 years, he'll leave anyway. Hey, what's with the attitude? You're upset I didn't die? Zhao Kongsheng called out from the ground, rummaging through his pockets. Where's my cigarette? Chen Muxiao handed him one, his expression serious. Old Zhao, how did you survive? Lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, Zhao Kongsheng exhaled slowly. I don't know. Right before I died, I felt some force holding me up. After that, it's all a blank. A flicker of shock crossed Chen Muxiao's eyes. In the history of Deceive, no watchman who had used the ghost god seal had ever survived. This would undoubtedly draw the attention of the higher-ups. Adjusting his thoughts, he extended a hand to Zhao Kongsheng. Welcome back to the team, General Zhao. Gripping his hand, Zhao Kongsheng stood up, chuckling sheepishly. Captain, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. I'm nowhere near being a general. Hong Ying rushed forward and punched him lightly on the shoulder. You jerk, old Zhao. You made me cry. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan stood off to the side, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. A system notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Host has altered the original storyline, causing Zhao Kongsheng's fake death and Lin Qiye's diminished faith in the Watchman. Earned 10,000 modification points. Current total, 71,500 points. Jiang Ye calculated silently. If he could just resolve the Nanda Snake Demon Arc, he'd hit 100,000 points and take a significant step toward breaking through to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Meanwhile, Lin Shiya remained with his back to everyone, lost in his own thoughts. He walked over to Lin Shiya, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Regretting it? Lin Shiya shook his head. Not really, just feel like I've been deceived, and it's not a great feeling. What about you? Why did you say you'd join if I joined? Jiang Ye tilted his head up to face the moonlight. His fingers unconsciously brushed over the black band covering his eyes as he fell silent. What's up with your eyes? Lin Qiye turned to look at him. If it's from locking eyes with the Seraph, they should have recovered by now, right? The Seraph? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, then nodded. Don't worry. I'll reclaim the colors of my world myself. Lin Qiye paused for a moment before grinning. Need a hand? Just you staying alive is enough help. Late at night, Hong Ying led the two of them to her grand villa. She held onto Si Zionan's arm with a gentle smile. Xiao Qiye, handsome little brother. You two can stay here before the watchman's training begins. Jiang Ye raised his hand to interject. Sister Hong Ying, I could actually just stay at home. No. Hong Ying interrupted firmly. You killed someone from the ancient god cult. If they find out, your family could be in danger. Just stay here and don't worry about it. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Me? Afraid of the ancient god cult? If they dare come, they'll wipe them out. But inwardly, he thought to himself, well, for the sake of improving my modified stats, they'll let it slide. All right, fine. Hong Ying led them into the villa and pointed to a room. I haven't had time to tidy up the other rooms yet, so you two can share this one tonight. If you need anything or have questions, just let me know. Share a room? Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya exchanged glances, both coughing awkwardly and turning slightly away. Hong Ying tilted her head with a teasing smile. What are you two shy little men now? Xiaonan and I share a room, don't we? She nudged Si Xiaonan playfully, who shyly adjusted her glasses. Once inside the room, the two stared at the large bed, lost in thought. Lin Shiya, which side will you take? Let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors. After washing up, Lin Shiya lay on the bed, tossing and turning, muttering to himself, Auntie? Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was focused on checking the random system rewards. Without hesitation, he clicked open and received a one-time item. Forbidden Relic Crimson Opera Robe. The system explained. The show begins. The host can write the storyline, and within the relic's range, the events will unfold as written, barring unexpected interference. As Jiang Ye pondered how to use the relic to manipulate the Nanda Serpent demon plotline, Lin Qiye nudged him. Jiang Ye, let's go ask Sister Hongying for some paper and a pen. We should write a letter home. Your mom's probably worried about you too. These words reminded Jiang Ye of how everything in Cangnan was about to vanish, including the mother who had raised him for 17 years. All right, let's go. He got out of bed. The two went to Hongying's room and knocked gently on the door. After a moment, the door cracked open, revealing Hongying's face. Behind her, the faint outline of a long spear was visible. What do you need? Sister Hongying, do you have any paper and a pen? Jiang Ye and I want to write a letter to our families. A letter? Hongying glanced at Jiang Ye. A blind guy writing? All right, wait here. The door soon opened again, and Hongying handed a pen and paper to Lin Shiya. Sister Hongying, what about mine? Jiang Ye asked. Hongying opened the door wider. You, come in. How are you going to write with your eyes like that? While you're here, let Xiaonan take a look at them. No need. Sister Hongying, I can actually write. Oh, stop being difficult. Handsome little brother. She grabbed his right hand and pulled him into the room, shutting the door with a bang. Outside, Lin Qiye stared at the pen and paper in his hand, his expression stiffening. What's this? Playing favorites now? Handsome boy, sit down quickly. Hongying helped Jiang Ye settle into the soft chair as a refreshing, pleasant fragrance filled the room. It was Jiang Ye's first time entering a girl's room. Though he felt a bit helpless about the situation, the calming scent was undeniably soothing. Xiaonan, can you check his eyes and see if there's any chance of recovery? Hongying called to see Xiaonan, who was dressed in silk pajamas. The two girls brought over stools and sat on either side of Jiang Ye. Even though Jiang Ye's world had turned gray and white, the girls' loose clothing made him feel slightly uncomfortable. This monochrome world gave him the sensation of looking at an old comic book, except without any of the vibrant colors. It was utterly dull. Hongying, Xiaonan, Jiang Ye said calmly, sensing Xiaonan rummaging through a medical kit. My eyes can't be fixed right now. They might even scare you. Hongying stood behind him, her fingers gently tugging at the bow of the black band covering his eyes. It's fine. Understanding the cause might help. Fixing this on your own would take forever. It's faster if we all think of a solution together. With that, she carefully removed the black band. As Jiang Ye's closed eyes and flawless face were revealed, Xiaonan paused in her search through the medical kit. If his eyes had been alive with expression, his handsome features would have been nothing short of perfection. As expected of our handsome boy, strong and good-looking, Hongying said, cupping her face with both hands in admiration. Xiaonan shook her head and picked up a small flashlight. Jiang Ye, try opening your eyes. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment. His eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly lifted them. What lay beneath was a pair of dark, empty sockets, no eyeballs, only voids that sent a chill through anyone who saw them. The smiles on Hongying and Xiaonan's faces froze. Jiang Ye had anticipated this reaction. He quickly closed his eyes again and bent down to pick up the black band, wrapping it back around his head. Hongying, Xiaonan, I'll figure out my eyes on my own. I won't disturb your rest any longer. He grabbed a pen and paper from the table and left the room without hesitation. Hongying stood frozen in place, while Xiaonan spoke in a deep tone. Hongying, his eyes contain an immense power. There's no way they can be restored. Hongying sat down, visibly disheartened. What on earth has our handsome boy been through? If I ever catch the bastard who ruined his eyes, I swear I'll make sure he never becomes a man again. On the moon, the Seraph sneezed. Who's cursing me behind my back? His gaze fell upon Jiang Ye on earth. Humans really hold grudges. Destroying your eyes back then was already an act of mercy on my part. Consider this a lesson. You are ordinary, and chasing delusions will only drag you deeper into the abyss. The next morning, Chanmai called Wu Xiangnan and old Zhao to the conference room. Yawn. Captain, what's the deal so early in the morning? Zhao Kongqing said while stretching. Hey, by the way, I practiced extinguishing moon flash last night, man. It looked so cool. Noticing the serious expressions on Chanmai and Wu Xiangnan's faces, Zhao Kongqing quickly straightened up and sat properly. Old Zhao, you might have to leave Cangnan for a while. What? Why? Wu Xiangnan handed him a file. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers have learned about your resurrection through ghost spirit invocation. They're summoning you to Shangjing for an investigation. Zhao Kongqing frowned, his expression growing complex. After a moment, his expression relaxed. It's just a trip to Shangjing, right? Nothing major. It won't take long and he'll be back soon. But deep down, Zhao Kongqing knew what this truly meant. The appearance of a resurrection case involving ghostly elixir, a medicine with severe side effects that should only be used as a last resort, indicated that there might be hope to eliminate those side effects. Researchers wouldn't miss this opportunity to save more Night Watchers. He realized it would be difficult to return to Cangnan. Captain, Zhao Kongqing forced a smile, his rugged face filled with struggle. Don't tell Hongying or Lin Qiye about me leaving. Just say I'm going on a mission, a really cool and impressive one. The kind where, once it's done, I could become a general. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Too bad, I didn't get to show you all my epic moment of slaying the mysterious with my forbidden ruin. But, well, there'll be another chance. Chenmuxi and Wu Xiangnan listened silently. After a long pause, Chenmuxi stood and patted Zhao Conching on the shoulder. You'll leave tomorrow. Take today to say your goodbyes. Got it, Captain. Zhao Conching chuckled, though it sounded forced. Just as well, I've got time today to give those two newbies a proper training session. With that, he lowered his head and walked out of the meeting room, his figure exuding a rare sense of desolation. Old Zhao's really leaving, Chenmuxi sighed. At least he's alive. Old Zhao is already a miracle, Wu Xiangnan replied, then shifted the topic. We should focus on those two newcomers. One is the proxy of a god, the other wields an invincible forbidden ruin of an unknown series. Cangnan won't be peaceful for long. Chenmuxi nodded. Indeed, the higher-ups in the Night Watchers even sent one of the strongest humans to Cangnan to investigate. Does it really warrant involving someone of that caliber? It's not just about those two kids. Rumor has it there's a hidden god in Cangnan who's been unusually active recently, and I suspect old Zhao's resurrection might be connected to this god. In the basement, when Qima was marking and circling things on the blackboard. Your divine ruin is called the Mortal Realm Domain, bestowed by the Archangel Michael. Aside from dynamic perception, do you have any other abilities? Lin Qiye shook his head. No, that's strange. When Qima turned to Jiang Ye, your forbidden ruin is called Blade Domain? Seeing Jiang Ye nod, he rummaged through some ancient texts, his expression puzzled. Jiang Ye, what's the range of your Blade Domain? Range? Jiang Ye glanced at Lin Qiye. What's the range of your Mortal Realm Domain? 20 meters. Oh, right. Jiang Ye turned back. 20 meters. When Qima and Lin Shiya exchanged a look. Focus. When Qima rapped the blackboard, Jiang Ye sighed. If I said my blade domain could cover several Cangnan cities, would you believe me? Perhaps when Qima hadn't figured it out either. After briefly gathering information, he dismissed the session. Though they weren't in high school, the two of them felt like students as they made their way to the training grounds. On the way, Lin Shiya asked, what's the actual range limit of your blade domain? You want the truth or a lie? The truth. A few Cangnan cities, maybe. You're quite the comedian. At the training grounds, Zhao Conching spotted the two youths approaching and grinned. All right, you two brats. Today, I'm gonna whip you into shape. Grab your weapons. Clang, clang. Two wooden swords spiraled down from the sky, landing precisely at the feet of Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye glanced curiously at Chenmai, who stood at the edge of the training ground. Chenmai cleared his throat and announced, today's training will focus on sword techniques. Old Zhao's swordsmanship is on par with Min. You'll learn a lot. He glanced at the calm expression on Jiang Ye's face and added somewhat awkwardly, no using the forbidden abyss. Jiang Ye gave a silent nod. Lin Qiye picked up a wooden sword and fixed his gaze on Zhao Conching. Jiang Ye, you'll go first, he said. All right. Jiang Ye stepped back with his wooden sword in hand, watching as the duel was about to begin. Zhao Conching stubbed out the cigarette in his mouth, gripped his wooden sword, and walked to the center of the field. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Come on. Men work things out by fighting. Lin Qiye stomped his right foot on the ground with force, his figure turning into a blur as he charged forward. The wooden sword sliced through the air, creating subtle currents. Zhao Conching leaned back effortlessly, dodging the attack with precision as the air currents brushed past his temple. He swiftly reversed his grip on the wooden sword, striking Lin Qiye's abdomen with the hilt before he could react. Lin Qiye was sent flying 5 meters, clutching his stomach and coughing uncontrollably. Zhao Conching rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and chuckled. I won't hold back, that's my way of showing respect for your lives. He scanned the area before pointing at Jiang Ye. Your turn. Actually, both of you, come at me together. As expected, always showing off. Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly and exchanged a glance with Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye launched the first attack, clashing and separating his wooden sword from Zhao Conching's, constantly probing for an opening. In the moment Zhao Conching's attention was drawn, Jiang Ye darted in like lightning, his wooden sword striking down with fierce precision. Not bad, a bit of strategy, but Zhao Conching's words trailed off as he flipped to evade Lin Qiye's strike, while simultaneously raising his sword to block Jiang Ye's attack. Bang! The instant their wooden swords collided, an overwhelming force surged through. Zhao Conching's wooden sword was sent flying over 10 meters away. He stared at his trembling right hand in disbelief. What the? Such strength! Lin Qiye stood still, lowering his sword, unfazed by the scene. After all, Jiang Ye's power to defeat a Chuan-level warrior back in the Zhan realm was well known. Lin Qiye couldn't help but marvel silently. Jiang Ye's forbidden abyss seemed even more formidable than the divine power of the sacred abyss. Chenmai nodded in approval. All right, old Zhao, Keep sparring with Qiye and settle any misunderstandings. Jiang Ye, go find Lin Qiye and practice shooting. These are all drills for the upcoming training camp. Get a head start. Jiang Ye acknowledged and left. Zhao Kongqing watched his retreating figure and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Who is this kid? Why do I feel like I've seen him before? He's Kai's childhood friend, Chinmai explained, patting Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder. He once defeated a Chuan-level believer from the ancient god's church in an instant. Losing to him isn't shameful. Defeated a Chuan level in an instant? Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened. Who exactly is this guy? The captain, Chinmai said as he turned to Lin Qiye, his tone serious. He's like Lin Qiye's gazed into the eyes of a seraph. But only Qiye became the seraph's divine agent. As for Jiang Ye, he likely gained the Forbidden Abyss 9 years ago. Zhao Kongqing suddenly felt a sense of relief. Observing that others had awakened their Forbidden Ruins abilities for 9 years, while he had only awakened his for a few days, he realized the gap was indeed insurmountable for now. What about his eyes? Zhao Kongqing asked. Nan had already conducted an examination and discovered traces of what seemed to be the divine power of a seraph corroding the eyeballs, making recovery unlikely. Chinmai shook his head and said, the initial assessment suggests that Jiang Ye couldn't withstand the divine power of the seraph. This news weighed heavily on Zhao Kongqing's heart. Lin Shiya, standing in the back, furrowed his brows, recalling the events that took place on the rooftop that night. However, his memory abruptly stopped at the moment he gazed at the seraph, leaving him unable to remember what happened afterward. After the afternoon training session, Jiang Ye left the agency. Standing at the street corner, he felt the warmth of the sunset and could only imagine the colors that might fill the gray and white world before him. Finding a secluded spot, a bluish-white glow enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished. Instead of heading directly to find Li Yifei, he first returned home. Through the window, he saw his divine ruins avatar walking into the house, where his mother had already prepared a table full of dishes. The warm and comforting scene brought a smile to his face. Mom, once I solve my eye problem, I'll come back and spend more time with you. As he finished speaking, his body gradually became transparent, dispersing into tiny blue lights. Navigating through the labyrinthine alleys of the old town, Jiang Ye passed by groups of students from No. 2 high school walking home together. His ethereal form glided through them unnoticed as he headed straight into the school, with the security guard at the gate oblivious to his presence. Today marked a crucial turning point. Li Yifei, under the subtle influence of the Nanda snake spirit, would return to school to retrieve his homework. This event would trigger the beginning of all the mysterious occurrences. In the original story, Qingyu's strategic mind combined with Lin Qiye's judgment were not enough to counter the misleading effects of the forbidden objects. Cooperation from the Nanda snake spirit was also essential. If Li Yifei could successfully join the Night Watchers, this storyline would be completely overturned, and the resulting modification value would be substantial. Reaching the highest rooftop of the school, Jiang Ye retrieved a bright red opera robe, the key forbidden object for the upcoming performance. By donning the robe and performing an opera, any storyline woven into the performance would unfold as planned under the influence of the forbidden object. Without hesitation, he put on the opera robe. Under the glow of the setting sun, the vividly embroidered patterns in the robe's floor-length sleeves exuded an eerie beauty. Though Jiang Ye had no knowledge of opera, as he pondered what to sing, the system promptly provided him with the complete score, lyrics, and performance instructions for Farewell My Concubine. Let's begin, Jiang Ye murmured softly. As he moved, the opera robe flowed with his motions, its long, elegant sleeves fluttering gracefully in the air. His movements became extraordinarily fluid and precise, as if even the most challenging performances were effortless. On this twilight rooftop, the man with black bands over his eyes danced with a captivating blend of strength and grace, embodying both the commanding presence of Xiang Yu and the tender sorrow of Consort Yu. From his throat emerged a resonant, operatic tone. My strength uproots mountains, my spirit dominates the world. But the times are against me, and my steed no longer runs. If my steed won't run, what can I do? Consort Yu, what will I do with you? Suddenly, his voice shifted into a sharp, feminine tone as he sang, I will follow my lord, in life and death, with no regret. The fiery afterglow of the setting sun was half hidden below the horizon as dusk deepened. A bright moon slowly rose from the east. In the tranquil campus, Li Yifei scrambled out of the classroom in terror, glancing around cautiously. Only after confirming no one was around did he slightly relax. What kind of monster was that? He clutched his workbook tightly, tiptoeing down the stairs, dreading the possibility of a grotesque creature suddenly appearing. Thankfully, the campus was already deserted, and he managed to reach the sports field without incident. Leaning on his knees, Li Yifei panted heavily. Damn it! Running into a monster on my way home last time was bad enough, but now this campus horror show? I'm taking tomorrow off to visit a temple for sure. Just as he was about to leave, A melodious and captivating opera voice echoed through the air. See the king resting peacefully in his tent. Lin Qiye froze, slowly turning his head toward the sound. The next moment, his pupils contracted, and goosebumps spread across his skin. On the rooftop of the tallest building, a performer in a red robe was gracefully dancing, their singing full and flawless. I have to admit, it sounds amazing, Lin Qiye muttered, shaking his head to snap out of his brief trance. Wait, could this be the legendary ghost opera? Damn it, why is my life so dangerous? Remembering stories his grandmother told him that ghostly singing often signified unresolved grievance, she dared not linger. He bolted toward the school gate. But after running for a solid 3 minutes, the gate, which was only 200 meters away, remained out of sight. Something's wrong. Is this a ghostly maze? Forcing himself to stay calm, Lin Qiye followed his grandmother's advice. He closed his eyes and walked in a straight line. The eerie opera singing and the whistling night wind echoed in his ears, making him tremble uncontrollably. Please, Buddha, protect me. Suddenly, his forehead bumped into something soft. Confused, he reached out to feel it. It was soft, had bones, and was warm. Just as he was about to investigate further, a familiar voice called out, Lin Qiye. Startled, he opened his eyes to see a face wrapped in a black headband right in front of him. His hands were dangerously close to a very awkward spot. The air grew tense. Get your hands off me, Jiang Ye said, frowning. Lin Qiye yanked his hands back immediately, his face flushing bright red. What the hell is with that look on your face? Jiang Ye stared at him, exasperated. You almost ruined my dignity, and now you look all shy. Jiang Ye, what are you doing here? Wait, we need to run. Did you see the performer on the rooftop just now? Lin Qiye turned to point at the rooftop, only to find the figure gone. Where did they go? The one singing just now was me, Jiang Ye said calmly. Lin Qiye's heart sank at the revelation. He instinctively backed away a few steps, putting distance between them. Are you human or ghost? Jiang Ye's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he stared directly at Lin Qiye. Nanda Serpent Demon, how much longer do you plan to keep up this act? A flicker of panic crossed Lin Qiye's face, but he quickly forced himself to stay calm and retorted, What Nanda Serpent Demon? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ye slowly shook his head, his hands clasped behind his back. In an instant, an invisible domain of blades enveloped the entire city of Cangnan. With an expressionless face, he said, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't reveal your true form, all your offspring will die. Jiang Ye, are you insane? What offspring? Lin Qiye continued to feign ignorance. Annihilate. With that single word, Lin Qiye's face twisted and transformed, round pupils turned into vertical slits, black serpent scales emerged on her skin, and a forked tongue flicked from her mouth. Stop, she hissed in fury. In that fleeting moment, she had already sensed the deaths of more than a dozen of her offspring at Jiang Ye's hand. Jiang Ye snapped his fingers, and the slaughter ceased abruptly. The Nanda Serpent Demon narrowed her vertical pupils, fear filling her gaze. For this man to kill her offspring from a distance with just a word was no ordinary being. How did you figure me out? She asked hesitantly after a moment of silence. You don't need to know. Jiang Ye cut straight to the point. You want to join the Watchmen, don't you? The Nanda Serpent Demon stared at him in shock. How could he possibly know this secret, one she had never revealed to anyone? Did he possess some forbidden artifact or ability to read minds? I can help you, Jiang Ye said calmly. Help me? Confusion spread across the serpent demon's face. Why would you help me? And how do you know all this? She clenched her fists tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. No need to be so tense. Do as I say, and you'll gain entry into the Watchmen. Why should I believe you? The Nanda Serpent Demon sneered coldly. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed, and the oppressive force of the blade domain instantly descended upon her. With a loud thud, she was forced to the ground, completely unprepared. The terrifying pressure rendered her immobile. What kind of power is this? She struggled to ask, her voice trembling. Jiang Ye looked down at her. I've already told you. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Understand? Fear coursed through her as she realized his strength far exceeded anything she had imagined. She wisely chose to submit. Master, what are your orders? Jiang Ye released the pressure, allowing her to rise. He then pointed a finger at her forehead, infusing a trace of divine power into her. Don't harbor any illusions of defiance. If you dare to rebel, I'll erase your consciousness in an instant. The only reason you exist is to carry out my commands. The Nanda Serpent Demon bowed respectfully. Master, please give your orders. She knew she had no choice. Someone who could see through her disguise and wield such overwhelming power was not someone she could oppose. Jiang Ye laid out his plan in detail, skillfully addressing the flaws in her original scheme. The Nanda Serpent Demon was stunned by his deep understanding of her plans. Overwhelmed, She dropped to one knee. Understood, master. Jiang Ye looked up at the rising moon, his voice soft yet resolute. The show is about to begin. Nighttime at the Peace Bureau. In the kitchen, Chunmai was focused on cooking, wearing an apron, his furrowed brows hinting at some unspoken thoughts. In the living room, when Chima was carefully applying medicine to the injured Lin Qiye, offering words of comfort as he worked. The members of Team 136 had all gathered together tonight. Amid the haze of smoke, Zhao Kongcheng leaned against the wall, puffing on a cigarette. As Jiang Ye pushed open the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food, mingled with the faint scent of Zhao Kongcheng's smoke. Hey, handsome, you're here, come sit. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she stood to welcome him. Jiang Ye nodded and sat down beside her, while Zhao Kongcheng's previously relaxed expression suddenly stiffened. What's wrong, old Zhao? Weren't you just lecturing Qiye? Now that Xiao Ye's here, you've gone quiet. When Qima teased, get lost, Zhao Kongcheng waved him off, looking slightly embarrassed as he avoided the topic of his earlier defeat by Jiang Ye. He glanced at Jiang Ye and raised an eyebrow. Kid, after dinner, let's go another round. I wasn't ready earlier. Admit it, getting beaten felt good. Lin Shiya chimed in while dabbing medicine on his wounds. Hey, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. It's for your own good, your future survival depends on it. Zhao Kongcheng retorted, exhaling a ring of smoke before turning his gaze back to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye nodded knowingly and pretended to sigh in resignation. Fine. After dinner, then. By the way, what's the occasion today? Why is everyone handsome? Hong Ying interjected with a grin. Old Zhao's leaving tomorrow. The captain wanted us to have dinner together tonight to see him off. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, a sense of déjà vu creeping in. He speculated that it might be related to Zhao Kongcheng's use of the Ghost God's power, which had likely caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Night Watchers, requiring him to cooperate with their research. This reminded Jiang Ye of what the system had once told him, changing the outcome of the story written by Sanjiu Laoze depended on his own strength. As Jiang Ye was lost in thought, Zhao Kongcheng's large hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. They gave me a special mission. By the time I'm back, there'll definitely be a general. Yeah, old Zhao will be back for sure. Don't be sad, handsome, Hong Ying said with a reassuring smile. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the smile. Team 136 truly felt like family. All right, dinner's ready, Chunmai announced as he brought out the last dish and took a seat. Hong Ying immediately grabbed her chopsticks, unable to wait any longer. When Chima and Hong Ying's chopsticks reached for the same chicken drumstick, their eyes locked in a playful, competitive glare, sparks seemingly flying between them. Chinmai sighed and, with quick reflexes, used his chopsticks to place 3 drumsticks into the bowls of Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Zhao Kongcheng. Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks and shot a glare at Wen Qima, who shrugged helplessly. Jiang Ye was about to offer his drumstick to Hong Ying, but she blocked him with her chopsticks. Don't. I was going to give it to you in the first place, she said, tilting her head with a bright, mischievous smile. All right, let's raise our glasses and bid farewell to old Zhao. Chinmai stood up, lifting his glass from the table. Everyone else followed suit, holding up their glasses. To old Zhao, may he achieve great honors and become a general. The clinking of 8 glasses echoed crisply in the air. Tears shimmered in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes as he downed his beer in one gulp. His voice choked with emotion. Wait for my return. That night, Jiang Ye, for the first time since he became a legend, lost to Zhao Kongcheng in a drinking contest. The next morning, the entire Team 136 gathered at the airport to see Zhao Kongcheng off. The 7 stood in the departure hall, watching as old Zhao's flight slowly ascended into the sky. Hong Ying could no longer hold back her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Everyone knew in their hearts the true reason the higher-ups had transferred old Zhao to Shangjing. At that moment, Chunmai's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and his expression immediately turned grim. Are you sure? All right, we're on our way. What's going on, Captain? Wu Xiangnan asked. Chunmai put his phone away. There were multiple murders in Cangnan last evening, but the police found no clues about the perpetrator. Worse still, during this morning's autopsies, the corpses were found to have transformed into snake-like creatures. The group's expressions turned serious at once. Clearly, another mysterious entity had appeared. We're heading back to the office immediately, Chunmai instructed decisively. Xiangnan, coordinate with the police and trace the origins of the entity. The 7 of them drove back to the Peace Bureau. As they reached the entrance, they spotted a familiar figure, Li Yifei, the high school student who had previously signed a confidentiality agreement with them. Hello. Li Yifei approached them anxiously. I have something important to tell you. What is it? I saw a monster. Inside the conference room, after hearing Li Yifei's account, the group fell into a heavy silence. Just then, Wu Xiangnan entered with some files in hand. Captain, we found a common link between all the victims. Their children all attend Cangnan No. 2 High School. We can confirm that the school is the primary scene. He distributed identical documents to everyone. According to the forensic data, this entity is identified as a Nanda snake demon, adept at disguise and capable of implanting snake seeds in humans to propagate its offspring. Lin Qiye glanced thoughtfully at Li Yifei. Since the snake demon was skilled at hiding, why would it expose itself in front of Li Yifei? And after its offspring were killed, shouldn't it have gone deeper into hiding? Jiang Ye noticed the subtle shift in Lin Qiye's expression and silently admired the protagonist's keen intuition. However, once they entered Cangnan number 2 high school, everything would be under his control. Chunmai closed the file and turned to Li Yifei. Jia, Xiaoye, and Li Yifei, you'll investigate the school and figure out how many offspring the snake demon has. Hong Ying and Xiaonan, check Lu Xiaoyan's dorm room and the director's office to locate the main body. The rest of you will handle clearing out the snake demon's offspring outside the school. He paused for a moment. Li Yifei, if you perform well this time, we might consider inviting you to join the Night Watchers. Li Yifei's face lit up with genuine joy. All right, let's move out. Yes, sir. On the bustling street, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan walked side by side, with Chun carrying a black case. Wu Xiangnan frowned deeply, lost in thought. You think this whole thing is a bit strange too, don't you? Chen Mai asked, glancing at him. Wu Xiangnan nodded. The Nanda serpent demon has always been cautious. Yet, after its offspring were killed, it exposed itself so easily. There's something else even more concerning. What is it? All of the serpent demon's offspring were scattered in different locations, yet their time and cause of death were exactly the same. To kill over a dozen serpent demons simultaneously with such precision, it's either a staged act by the Nanda serpent demon itself, or there's an existence far more powerful than Wuliang behind this. Chun Mai fell into contemplation. To annihilate over a dozen scattered serpent demons simultaneously and silently, what kind of power would that take? Wuliang? Klein? Or something that had already surpassed human limits? There seem to be too many anomalies in Cangnan lately. Xiangnan, let's set aside the question of the perpetrator for now. The priority is to eliminate the serpent demon offspring outside the school. After the two left, a figure in a black robe emerged from the shadows. Han Xiaoyun watched their retreating figures with cold eyes, then glanced toward Cangnan's second high school. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Cangnan is hiding secrets, after all. In that case, let's spice things up a bit. Inside Cangnan's second high school, Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Li Yifei blended into the campus, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan opted to climb over the wall to get in. Don't you think this whole situation has been strange from the very beginning? Lin Qiye whispered to Jiang Ye as they walked. Go on, explain. The Nanda serpent demon is always so cautious. Its sudden exposure doesn't make sense. And its offspring knowing the danger, they still didn't avoid it. Why don't you just become Sherlock Holmes? Jiang Ye interrupted with a chuckle. It's true there are a lot of suspicious points, but the most important thing right now is figuring out how many people in the school have been implanted with serpent seeds. The three arrived at the classroom door, where a balding teacher, clearly annoyed, looked up from the lesson. Lin Shiya, Jiang Ye, come in. And Li Yifei, what excuse do you have this time? Li Yifei patted his pocket, where his leave note was tucked, but ultimately decided not to use it. Teacher, I overslept. The overly cliché excuse made Lin Qiye feel puzzled. If Li Yifei really had something to hide, wouldn't he have come up with a better explanation? Standing in the hallway as punishment, Li Yifei exaggeratedly mouthed words through the window. Back at his seat, Lin Qiye turned to Jiang Ye with a serious expression. There are two of them right here in the classroom. If that's the case, the situation across the entire school might be far worse than we thought. Jiang Ye's perception enveloped the entire school, making the locations of all snake demon offspring crystal clear. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. His senses detected not only the snake demon offspring, but also two mysterious entities from the river realm. One of them was positioned in the girls' dormitory, prompting him to glance in that direction with a slight smirk. Han Xiaoyun, appearing so early? Things are starting to get interesting. Turning to Lin Qiye beside him, Jiang Ye remarked, Qiye, this is the second class of the morning. After this, it's the long recess. That'll be the perfect time to figure out the specifics of the school. Hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. I'll go support Sister Hong Ying and the others to prevent any unexpected incidents. Considering Jiang Ye's abilities, this arrangement seemed logical. A few minutes later, the bell signaling the end of the class rang, followed by the rhythmic sounds of a military-style march. As the music played, students left their seats and headed to the field to gather. Lin Qiye and Li Yi sprinted toward the field, while Jiang Ye's figure gradually faded, reappearing in an instant on the rooftop. Gazing at the blue sky and the students gathering below, Jiang Ye murmured softly, let the show begin. As his words fell, a streak of red light flashed across the sky, enveloping Cangnan High School number 2. The Forbidden Ruins had been activated. For now, Qingyu hasn't awakened the unique solution to the Forbidden Ruins, so I should be able to get by unnoticed, Jiang Ye thought to himself. As long as the Nanda snake demon survives this storyline, I can gain modified value. Whether she's discovered later, that's not my concern. His goal remained unwavering to ascend the peak of the moon and settle the score with the Seraph for taking his sight. Gods, arrogant? Then I'll bring your arrogance crashing down. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, who was busy activating the Wujia void field, noticed something unusual in the sky. Huh, did the sky just flash? And it was red whatever, let's get the void field running first. Oh, right, I forgot to ask old Zhao how to use this thing. On the field, a bespectacled, quiet student's eyes briefly flickered with a red glow. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses with a dazed expression. It felt as though something had influenced him just now, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hey, you with the flag, you're off course. Move toward the podium. The voice over the loudspeaker drew Qingyu's attention. He looked up at the odd behavior of Lin Shiya and Lin Qiye, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Things seem far from simple. I'd love to study this further. Sensing in Qingyu's state, Jiang Ye's expression turned serious. The storyline was deviating from expectations, and Qingyu had awakened the Forbidden Ruins earlier than anticipated. A brilliant mind combined with the power of the Forbidden Ruins? What had initially seemed like a dull, one-sided game suddenly became far more intriguing. Carrying the black box on his back, Jiang Ye used the invisibility granted by the all-encompassing divine ruins to silently enter the girls' dormitory. To avoid arousing Lin Qiye's suspicion, he decided to meet with Hong Ying first. When facing two highly intelligent opponents, even the smallest detail could prove fatal. On the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory, Hong Ying and Xiaonan were cautiously moving forward. Hong Ying deliberately slowed her pace, creating an air of vigilance. As they advanced, the cold, eerie atmosphere around them grew heavier. Sister Hong Ying, have you found anything? Xiaonan asked nervously, clutching her skirt tightly. Which room was it? Hong Ying asked, pretending to be deep in thought. The second to last one. Wait, Hong Ying suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Xiaonan felt her heart tighten. Hong Ying's expression grew grave. Footsteps. Thief, take this. Hong Ying and Xiaonan suddenly dashed out from the corner of the staircase. Hong Ying's fiery red spear shot forward like a dragon, while Xiaonan's twin pistols fired simultaneously, their shots breaking the silence with two sharp cracks. In the next instant, Jiang Ye's figure appeared in their line of sight. Handsome brother, Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise, immediately pulling back her spear. With a burst of strength from her right leg, she leaped into the air, her spear tracing a fiery arc as it precisely deflected the bullets flying toward Jiang Ye. Two crisp clangs echoed before she landed, momentum carrying her straight into Jiang Ye's arms. Jiang Ye stood firm, steadying her by holding her shoulders to prevent her from falling. Hong Yingjia, what are you two doing? Hong Ying quickly stepped back a few paces, clasping her hands behind her back with an embarrassed expression. We were just practicing tactics, right, Xiaonan? Xiaonan adjusted her glasses and managed an awkward smile. That's right. Jiang Ye's lips twitched as Hong Ying gave him a meaningful grin. Handsome brother, what brings you to the girls' dorm? Could it be? With what eyes? Jiang Ye pointed to the black fabric covering his eyes. Good point, Hong Ying said, scratching her head. I was worried something might happen to you, so I came to assist, Jiang Ye explained, turning toward the staircase. His senses picked up a group of girls coming upstairs, but among them was an unusual presence, a three-tailed fox with a human body, unmistakably a mystic from the river realm. Don't underestimate your Hong Yingjia, handsome brother. Taking care of these snake demon offspring is a piece of cake, Hong Ying said, thumping her chest confidently. Xiaonan perked up. Hong Yingjia, Jiang Ye, someone's coming. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed as her spear traced a graceful arc through the air. Watch closely, handsome brother. Let me show you how your sister deals with these snake demons. Before her words had fully settled, she had already charged down the stairs. Jiang Ye shook his head and exchanged a glance with Xiaonan before the two followed. As they reached the 3rd floor, a massive explosion erupted from the 2nd floor below, flames shooting up and blackening the walls. But then, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Jiang Ye leaped down, with Xiaonan close behind. In the hallway before them, Hong Ying stood motionless, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of snake demons. Wow, Hong Yingjia, that was amazing, Xiaonan said, stepping forward, only to be stopped by Jiang Ye. The enemy isn't here yet, Jiang Ye said, his gaze fixed on Hong Ying. Her eyes were now unfocused, glowing with an eerie pink hue. She was clearly under someone else's control. Show yourself. His voice echoed through the corridor. The sound of deliberate footsteps grew louder as Hong Ying mechanically stepped aside. A three-tailed fox spirit swayed into view, its slender figure exuding an unsettling charm. Its mesmerizing pink eyes locked onto Xiaonan, and before long, the same pink glow appeared in Xiaonan's eyes, her expression turning vacant. In the next moment, A surge of mysterious power erupted from within Cangnan, instantly shattering the fox demon's mental control. Her eyes regained clarity, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. As the agent of the god of deception, such petty manipulation was hardly worth her attention. The fox demon, with its humanoid form and vulpine face, briefly showed a flash of shock in its eyes but quickly returned to its seductive tone. Well, I didn't expect two tough ones to show up. But a mere pond realm and a lamp realm? Pathetic. Xiao Yi, Xiaonan said gravely, she's a three-tailed enchantress fox. Not only is she skilled at controlling minds and creating illusions, but her strength has reached the peak of the river realm, almost at the ocean realm. Sister Hong Ying is already trapped in her illusion. She looked at Jiang Ye with concern. Although he could effortlessly defeat a novice river realm follower, facing an opponent of this level would be a significant challenge, especially since the three-tailed fox specialized in driving people to self-destruction within her illusions. No big deal. Step back, Jiang Ye said calmly, striding forward. The three-tailed enchantress fox let out a mocking laugh, delicately pointing a finger. A mere lamp realm dares challenge me? Minion, kill him. Under the illusion's control, Hong Ying nodded in compliance. Her spear ignited with flames, dragging sparks across the ground as she lunged forward with increasing speed, aiming directly at Jiang Ye's throat. Despite the fierce attack, Jiang Ye's expression remained unchanged. He simply extended his hand slowly. With a resonant clang, layers of flames burst forth in the corridor. The heat waves forced Xiaonan to shield her face with her arms and retreat. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her left her stunned. Jiang Ye had caught Hong Ying's blazing spear with just 2 fingers. Impossible. The three-tailed fox's pink eyes widened in disbelief. You're not in the lamp realm. You've been hiding your strength. Damn it, do you think I haven't read stories like this? Fine. Let's see your deepest fears today. As her incantation for the heavenly fox dream echoed, Hong Ying collapsed unconscious, but Jiang Ye caught her just in time. The dormitory surroundings faded away, plunging them into darkness. Dragging me into an illusion, how reckless, Jiang Ye said coldly. The three-tailed enchantress fox cackled as she approached, waving her hand to transform the surroundings. The scene shifted abruptly to a vast cosmos, where countless stars and planets sparkled. This is the universe, she murmured, momentarily puzzled. But before she could process it, a soul-piercing voice resonated beside her. Mortal, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god? She looked up and saw a 6-winged angel standing before the moon, its golden eyes radiating supreme authority. Under this divine pressure, the three-tailed fox's soul was instantly obliterated. Jiang Ye raised his gaze to meet the Seraph directly. When it questioned him with, "Mortal, do you plead guilty?" his lips curled into a smirk. Blue and white energy gathered in his hand, and with a gentle wave, he shattered the entire illusion. Guilt? How laughable. With no one to guide my path, I will tread through snow to reach the summit myself. Thud. In the eerie corridor of the girls' dormitory, the three-tailed fox spirit collapsed heavily to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, like copper bells, and she only managed to utter the word God before all signs of life left her. Her body fell straight backward, hitting the floor with a loud crash. Xiaonan stood frozen in place, completely oblivious to the fact that her glasses had slid down her nose. As the proxy of the god of deception, she knew all too well how difficult it was to defeat a three-tailed fox spirit at the peak of the Chuan realm within an illusion. Yet Jiang Ye had accomplished it in just 2 minutes, just as effortlessly as he had taken down a Chuan realm follower last time. This is definitely no ordinary forbidden ruin ability. A glimmer of thought flashed through Xiaonan's eyes as she quickly recalculated her plans. The power Jiang Ye displayed far exceeded her expectations, forcing her to rethink her strategy against the god of deception, Loki. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! You have altered the original plan of Xiaonan, the proxy of the god of deception, and earned 10,000 magic alteration points. Current total, 81,500 points. Reach 100,000 to receive a selectable reward package. Jiang Ye's consciousness returned to reality, and he could feel Xiaonan's pensive gaze on his back. As one of the 4 undercover agents against the gods, the change in her plans indicated that his involvement in the plot to kill Loki was now inevitable. Just then, the woman in his arms, Sister Hong Ying, slowly regained consciousness. She blinked in confusion, and as she realized she was lying in Jiang Ye's embrace, her cheeks flushed red. She quickly stood up in embarrassment. Sorry about that, handsome little brother, Hong Ying said awkwardly, adjusting her clothes. By the way, I think I saw a fox demon earlier. Jiang Ye nodded, signaling her to turn around. When Hong Ying saw the corpsey creature with a fox's head and a human body, she was too shocked to speak. Was it you who killed it? She asked. Not exactly, Jiang Ye replied calmly. It was the divine power of a seraphim lingering in his eyes that had done the work. What do you mean, not exactly? That was a peak Chuan realm being. Hong Ying puffed up her cheeks, looking rather displeased. Si Xiaonan stepped forward at the right moment, wrapping her arm around Hong Ying's shoulder with a smile. All right, Sister Hong Ying, we've recruited a monster-level talent into Team 136. Aren't you happy? Happy? Sure, but he's just too strong. It's making me feel a little inferior. I can't even compare to this handsome little brother. Hong Ying buried her face into Si Xiaonan's shoulder, feigning distress. Jiang Ye noticed Si Xiaonan's scrutinizing gaze, but knew it wasn't the right time to discuss anything. This feels unusual, Si Xiaonan said, shifting the topic. A peak Chuan realm entity showing up isn't a small matter. It could very well be the ancient god church stirring up trouble again. Then I'll report it to the captain, Hong Ying said, her demeanor instantly turning serious. She reached for her earpiece to make a call, but before she could, Chun Mai's voice came through. Red Sakura, something's not right. Chun Mai's voice came through the earpiece. While we were taking down the snake demon's offspring, we encountered a mysterious entity at the peak of the Chuan realm. We're currently investigating. How's the situation on your end? Hearing this, Red Sakura froze for a moment, her expression turning serious. There was also a Chuan realm three-tailed enchanting fox here at the school, she replied, glancing at Jiang Ye beside her. But the handsome little brother here already took care of it. There was a brief silence on the other end of the earpiece. Red Sakura quickly changed the subject. Captain, Xiaonan thinks this might be related to the ancient god cult. There could be more than one Chuan realm entity within the school. The last time their followers were killed, this could very well be their retaliation, Chunmai said in a low voice. With Xiaoyi there, you should be fine. Stay safe. Understood, Captain. Red Sakura turned off the earpiece, hooking her arms around Jiang Ye and Si Xiaonan. All right, handsome brother, let's go meet up with Qiye. The three of them headed downstairs. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment building in Cangnan City, the floor was strewn with the bloodied corpses of snake demons. Wu Xiangnan looked on in disbelief. Captain, are you saying Jiang Ye really took down a Chuan realm peak, three-tailed enchanting fox? Chunmai frowned and nodded. That's what Red Sakura said. It seems Jiang Ye has some hidden secrets of his own. Well, he has gazed upon the Seraph, Wu Xiangnan said thoughtfully. Both Xiao Yi and Qiye are quite enigmatic. After this incident, we should have a proper talk. Xiao Ye's eyes might not be what they seem. Chunmai shook his head. I've trained a lot of team members, and I can tell Xiao Yi has his own principles. Interfering too much wouldn't be wise. But Captain, if the higher-ups of the Night Watchers find out that Xiao Yi, at the Lantern Realm, managed to defeat a Chuan realm entity, if you were one of the Night Watchers' higher-ups, would you believe that someone at the Lantern Realm could slay a Chuan realm entity? Chunmai countered. Wu Xiangnan fell silent. Chunmai patted him on the shoulder. Xiangnan, sometimes you don't need to overthink things. They're teammates we can trust with our lives. That trust is what matters most. Understood, Captain. Let's go. Qima is tracking that Chuan realm entity. We need to wrap this up and head to the school for support. On the rooftop of the tallest building in Cangnan, a man in a black cloak stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. Han Xiaoyun looked down at the glowing orb in his hand, muttering to himself, the strongest three-tailed enchanting fox is dead? Team 130 SIX's highest combat power is only at the high realm, and they're not even at Cangnan's second high. Who else but the Seraph's divine agent could pull this off? He turned and left the rooftop. The information he had gathered was transmitted almost instantaneously to Whisper. The man in the formal tailcoat read Han Xiaoyun's report and looked up at the shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. No news of Cangnan's deity? The body of the follower Jiang Feng hasn't been found, and the instruments detecting divine energy haven't shown any reactions, Han Xiaoyun replied respectfully. However, there is one anomaly. Team 136 member Zhao Kongqing miraculously revived after using the Ghost God Elixir and was escorted to Shangjing by the Night Watchers higher-ups. Whisper's eyes gleamed. I see. Keep observing. Don't act rashly. After ending the communication, he smiled darkly. Surviving the Ghost God Elixir? No one but a deity could achieve that. The deities of Daxia. How intriguing. Bang. Bang. Gunshots suddenly echoed through the school building. Jiang Ye, who had just arrived, immediately expanded his perception to cover the entire campus. Within his sensory range, he caught a glimpse of the somewhat ambiguous interaction between Qingyu and Lin Qiye. At the same time, he detected the presence of a mysterious entity from the Sichuan realm. After a thorough search, he realized another mysterious being had already left the school's perimeter. The ancient god church really knows how to pick their timing, Jiang Ye thought to himself as he followed Hong Ying, quickly heading toward the floor where the gunshots had originated. Upon reaching the scene, he noticed that the rope hanging from the upper floor was intact, unlike the earlier incident when Li Yifei's descent had been interrupted by a cut rope. Here's my chance. Jiang Ye smirked internally. Time to test this genius's intelligence. The trio swiftly eliminated the snake demon offspring in the surrounding area. Hong Ying turned to Lin Qiye and asked, Qiye, have you found the snake demon's main body? Lin Qiye glanced at Li Yifei and shook his head. Not yet. Standing off to the side, and Qingyu's gaze fell on the intact rope, his brows slightly furrowed. Logically, the offspring of the snake demon shared its vision with the main body, and the untouched rope seemed to suggest that the person who had descended earlier was not suspicious. Yet, his intuition told him that things might not be so simple. Could it be a snake demon adept at disguises? And Qingyu's eyes swept over Li Yifei and his group as he sank into thought. As the snake demon offspring within the school were gradually exterminated, only the one being pursued by Lu Yuan remained. Lin Shiya turned toward the auditorium and gave instructions. Li Yifei, you're in charge of leading the survivors to the auditorium. Sister Hong Ying, let's search for the snake demon's main body. Jiang Ye was about to follow them when Hong Ying stopped him. Handsome little brother, you stay here and protect the survivors. Leave the Nanda snake demon to us. After watching them leave, Jiang Ye turned around and found himself meeting in Qingyu's probing gaze. My name isn't Qingyu, he said, approaching Jiang Ye. Can you tell me what organization you belong to? Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment before handing him a business card. The Elderly Marital Happiness Mediation Office. And Qingyu froze, staring at the card that read Peace Affairs Office, momentarily speechless. Pushing up his glasses, he said seriously. In being serious, Jiang Ye maintained a straight face. Speaking of the name in Qingyu, do you really like eating fish? I hate eating fish, and Qingyu sighed in exasperation, turning to walk toward the group of survivors. But just as he took a step, he suddenly turned back. I really hate eating fish. At the auditorium entrance, Jiang Ye stood guard, listening to the teachers inside sternly warning against puppy love and the girls whispering about Li Yifei and the others. And Qingyu walked over to him, blue light flashing in his eyes as he silently analyzed the school building situation. After a long pause, and Qingyu finally spoke. Sometimes, leaving no trace ends up being the biggest flaw. What did you find? Jiang Ye asked with a knowing smile. There's a leaf slip on the floor of the school building with a name written on it. And Qingyu replied, his gaze intentionally lingering on Li Yifei and his group. Jiang Ye maintained his calm smile, fully aware that everything was unfolding according to the plan he had orchestrated, without deviating from his expectations. What name? And Qingyu didn't immediately answer Jiang Ye's question but instead asked, if I tell you, will you let me join you? No. Jiang Ye shook his head firmly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Qingyu's eyes, but Jiang Ye continued, however. Don't you think this world is fascinating? Joining us might actually limit you. For instance, studying those serpent demons. Using your forbidden void ability. And Qingyu paused, pondering for a moment, before a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. It is fascinating. I think I can see their structure clearly. So, the ability I awakened is called Forbidden Void. Thank you for explaining that to me. Jiang Ye's expression turned serious as he tried to confirm whether the Forbidden Void, which had set the stage for the drama, was affecting Qingyu. The name on that leave request form is? Wang Xiao. As Qingyu revealed the name, he began his analysis. First, the leave request was for this morning, yet I saw him arrive at school on time. Second, according to Lu Yuan, Wang Xiao panicked and fled the last time he encountered a monster, but this time he dared to use a weapon to fight a serpent demon. That doesn't add up. Third, I noticed that while the serpent demon's performance was convincing, it seemed to avoid hurting him deliberately. Jiang Ye nodded inwardly. This was exactly the scenario he had scripted to have the Nanda serpent demon create a heroic moment for the disguised Wang Xiao amidst the chaos to draw attention away. The real Wang Xiao was currently sleeping soundly at home, while this one was merely a special offspring of the serpent demon, enhanced by Jiang Ye's 10,000 forms void illusion, making it indistinguishable even to Lin Shiya. So, are you suggesting I just kill him outright? Jiang Ye asked. And Qingyu shook his head, pointing to the black band covering his eyes. We can talk to him first. He wouldn't dare act rashly now. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about your eyes. Any chance I could invite you to my lab? Damn, this kid wants to dissect me. Jiang Ye's face darkened. You can go to the girls' dormitory, there are plenty of corpses there. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for. As for me, I'm a man you'll never have. I'm straight. And Qingyu coughed, trying to explain. An explanation is just a cover-up. Left speechless, and Qingyu turned his gaze toward the girls' dormitory, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The girls' dormitory, Jiang Ye mentioned, was evidently referring to the corpses of the three-tailed fox demons. Since the Nanda serpent demon's head was no longer obtainable, studying the fox demon corpses might yield unexpected results. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lin Qiye, leading Hong Ying and the others, rushed into the grand hall. Without any warning, Lin Qiye drew the star blade from his black case and lunged straight at Wang Xiao. The sudden attack stunned everyone, and Li Yifei stumbled back 2 steps in fright. Wang Xiao's pupils contracted, transforming into yellow vertical slits. Black serpent scales emerged on his arms. The blade struck his arm, sparking and producing a metallic clang. A smirk appeared on Lin Qiye's lips. Got you. Wang Xiao, you. Li Yifei stammered, raising the axe in his trembling hand, his face pale with fear. The classroom erupted into chaos as students and teachers screamed, scattering in all directions, some rushing for the door, others cowering in the corners. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan quickly moved into position, one gripping a long spear, the other holding a dual-handed weapon, forming a triangle formation with Lin Shiya. Aren't you going to help? And Qingyu glanced sideways at Jiang Ye. Others deserve a chance too, Jiang Ye replied calmly. If I step in, it'll all be over. So you're that strong? Just a little, Jiang Ye said with a faint smile. His response made Qingyu's eyes light up, as though already planning a dissection experiment. The battle broke out fiercely, the clash of metal ringing through the air. Under the coordinated assault of the three, the Nanda serpent demon was quickly overwhelmed. One of its arms was severed by Lin Qiye's blade, blood sprang across the room. The serpent demon retreated over 10 meters, its vertical pupils blazing with fury. How did you discover me? Lin Qiye's lips curled into a small smile before he explained, repeating the same analysis Qingyu had made earlier. The only addition was the clue about Wang Xiao that Lu Yuan had mentioned before his death. The serpent demon sneered coldly, its tail whipping out in a fierce strike. Lin Qiye dodged nimbly, exchanging a knowing glance with Hong Ying before splitting up to attack. His eyes glowed with golden light, the angelic aura suppressing the serpent demon. In that moment of disorientation, Lin Qiye unleashed a blade of starlight, perfectly synchronized with Hong Ying's blazing spear, delivering a fatal blow. The three-meter serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up clouds of dust. The onlookers gazed in awe, while Jiang Ye wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Well done, Qiye. Hong Ying praised. You're not as handsome brother, but you've got brains, I'll give you that. Lin Qiye smiled at Jiang Ye, newfound confidence gleaming in his eyes. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, satisfied with his deduction. It seems your team isn't entirely clueless. Jiang Ye shook his head with a slight sigh, quietly sensing Li Yifei's condition. In the corner, Li Yifei's lips curved into a strange smile. 3 hours later, their captain's voice came through the earpiece, informing them they could retreat. The five regrouped at the school gate with Chen Muyue and Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. Qiye said you did well, Chen Muyue said, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. When we get back, I'll recommend you for the Night Watcher training program. Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's amazing. I can fight monsters too now. Captain Chen, believing in the light really pays off. Being a Night Watcher isn't about personal heroism. Our duty is to protect Xia, and in doing so, we might lose our lives at any moment. You must understand this, Chen Mai said, his tone serious as his lips twitched slightly. Got it, Captain. I'll carry the banner for Xia. Li Yifei responded, casually giving a poorly executed salute that made Lin Qiye shake his head quietly. This guy did seem a bit clueless. As they exited the school gates, Lin Qiye suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing. A strange feeling crept over him. Everything seemed perfectly normal inside the school, but the moment he stepped out, certain details became oddly conspicuous. Qiye, come on. Sister Hong Ying's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lin Qiye glanced up, shook his head and followed along, reassuring himself. Maybe I'm just overthinking. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. The host has misled Lin Qiye and Qingyu, causing the plot to deviate from its original trajectory. You have earned 10,000 modification points. Lin Qiye failed to acquire caretaker Li Yifei, delaying Nix's treatment progress. You have earned 20,000 modification points. And Qingyu obtained the mirage ability of the three-tailed enchantress fox instead of the Nanda snake demon's head, altering a major character's path. You have earned 50,000 modification points. Current modification points, 151,500. Reaching 100,000 points unlocks a selectable reward package. Reaching 300,000 points grants a random divine origin ability. Sitting in the car, Jiang Ye smiled with satisfaction. Just the Nanda snake demon storyline alone had yielded 80,000 modification points, far exceeding his expectations. At this rate, reaching the heavenly sovereign realm was within reach. He was one step closer to ascending to the moon's apex, facing the seraphim, and avenging the loss of his eyes years ago. He opened the selectable reward package, greeted by a dazzling array of golden legends: Divine Ruin, Eternal Divine Domain, Divine Ruin, Void Control. Jiang Ye paid special attention to the Divine Ruin rewards. After all, relying on just one forbidden ruin wasn't enough to command respect, needed at least one more divine ruin to bolster his credibility. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye arrived at the underground basement of the Peace Affairs Bureau and entered the Asylum of the Gods. He had expected to gain a caretaker after defeating the Nanda snake demon, lightening his burden. But the scene before him left him stunned. The cell was completely empty. "Where's the snake?" he muttered, stepping back in confusion. Thinking he might have done something wrong, he counted to 3 and returned to the cell. But nothing changed. The cell was still empty. Lin Qiye's expression turned grim in an instant. "Damn it, I've been tricked." Elsewhere, and Qingyu followed the group out of Cangnan No. 2 High School. Using his Forbidden Ruin ability, he had successfully evaded memory erasure and disposed of the fox demon's corpse in the sewer. But as soon as he stepped out of the school gates, he sensed something unusual. A certain invisible force seemed to have vanished. This feeling reminded him of the strange sensation during the school's morning exercises, as if some force within the school had been guiding his actions along a predetermined path. Upon leaving the school, his mind suddenly felt liberated, and the conclusions he had previously been so certain of began to waver. As Qingyu was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, why are all of you out here? No classes today?" "Not sure. Something seems to have happened at school." "Huh, I just took a day off. What's going on?" And Qingyu spun around abruptly, only to see Wang Xiao standing there with a backpack, looking confused as he questioned his classmates. In that moment, and Qingyu's palm clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on the person before him, realized he had made a fatal mistake. And Qingyu's arm trembled slightly, and the excitement in his eyes instantly froze into ice. He clenched his teeth, producing a grinding sound, and strode toward Wang Xiao, grabbing the other's shoulders forcefully with both hands. Wang Xiao was startled by the sudden action. He stared at the usually quiet classmate who now seemed so agitated, momentarily stunned. "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm straight," he stammered nervously. And Qingyu completely ignored his words and got straight to the point. "Why did you take a leave of absence?" Well, Wang Xiao recalled. "I stayed up late playing games with my classmates yesterday and casually complained that I didn't feel like going to school today. Then one of my buddies decided to help me out and called in a leave for me." "What's your buddy's name?" And Qingyu pressed urgently. "His name is Li." Wang Xiao began, but then suddenly became wary. He forcefully shrugged off in Qingyu's hands. "Wait a minute, I don't even know you. Why should I tell you anything?" But Qingyu seemed to have already gotten the information he needed. Muttering to himself, "Li, I see." He released Wang Xiao and turned away, looking drained. "Crazy guy," Wang Xiao muttered, watching Qingyu's despondent figure disappear into the distance. An hour later, the foul-smelling sewer echoed with the sound of steady footsteps, startling the surrounding rats into fleeing. And Qingyu carried the corpse of a three-tailed fox demon into the laboratory. He had his reasons for not notifying the Night Watchers if they knew his memories hadn't been erased, and connected it to the missing fox demon's body. Reportedly, Yifei now would only put him in danger. He placed the fox demon on the dissection table and sank into thought. It felt as though everything was being orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, with Li Yifei merely a pawn. Who was the one pulling the strings? This was the first time Qingyu had tasted failure in deduction, but he silently vowed it would also be the last. "They'll find you and take back the victory." And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and focused on the task before him. He donned protective gloves, picked up a scalpel, and the blade gleamed coldly under the light. "This is easy." The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed in the silent lab. As he delved deeper into the analysis, his eyes began to glow with an eerie blue light. Mind control. Illusions. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. He finally uncovered the secret of the corpse, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. He opened the cage containing lab rats and grabbed one. "It's an honor to contribute to my research." After a day of experiments, 2 rats, their eyes glowing pink, escaped the lab. They scurried tirelessly through the sewer pipes until they emerged from the drainage system of the Peace Bureau. Pausing, they carefully observed the building. Meanwhile, Lin Shiya was practicing his sword techniques, his brow furrowed, his mind preoccupied with the matter of the Nanda Serpent Demon. If Wang Xiao isn't the Nanda Serpent Demon's true form, then where could it be? His gaze unintentionally fell on Li Yifei, who was chopping at a wooden post not far away. But he quickly shook his head. "No, there's still too little evidence." Setting down the star blade, he wiped the sweat from his face and headed into the bathroom. Squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse caught Lin Qiye's attention. He turned toward the corner near the bathroom door and spotted a white mouse crouching there. What stood out most was its peculiar pink eyes. Just then, the mouse abruptly turned its head, locking eyes with Lin Qiye. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed him, and when he regained his senses, Lin Qiye found himself in a void-like space. He quickly realized it was an illusion. "Lin Qiye, we meet again." A familiar voice spoke as Qingyu's figure gradually appeared. "And Qingyu, so you're the one who stole the fox demon's corpse. What do you want by pulling me into this illusion?" Lin Qiye asked bluntly. With his hands tucked in his pockets, and Qingyu gave a cryptic smile. "No rush, not everyone is here yet." Meanwhile, in the shooting range, Jiang Ye had just wrapped up an intense training session with Long Xian. As he scrolled through the available options in the random gift pack, he contemplated strategies for the upcoming battle with the Seraph. The Seraph's most formidable power lay in its miracle ability within the mortal divine domain of force, capable of turning the impossible into reality. It was this very power that had left Jiang Ye's eyes irreparably damaged. Suddenly, a mouse's squeak interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Ye immediately noticed a white mouse under mental control lurking in the corner. And Qingyu's looking for me? Seems like he's figured something out. Jiang Ye mused with a faint smirk. But since I've already secured the modified value, it doesn't matter anymore. Upon entering the illusion, Jiang Ye found himself in a room adorned with pink decor, wherein Qingyu and Lin Qiye were already waiting. After a brief exchange, Qingyu presented evidence suggesting that Li Yifei might be a snake demon and hinted at the involvement of a hidden mastermind. Throughout the conversation, Jiang Ye maintained a harmless smile, though inwardly he was relieved that his professional training kept him from breaking character. After all, he was the mastermind behind it all. When the illusion ended, Jiang Ye returned to the shooting range and resumed browsing the list of divine relics. I'll let Lin Shiya handle Li Yifei, he thought to himself. The upcoming Night Watcher training is the real focus. The appearance of key figures like the Masked Squad, by Li Pangpang, and Xiao Yuan signals plenty of opportunities to earn more modified value. His eyes suddenly lit up as he scanned the traits of the divine relics. Late at night, clack, 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 the crisp sound of wooden swords echoed through the training grounds. Lin Qiye stepped out of the shadows, carrying a black case on his back, his gaze fixed on Li Yifei, who was practicing his sword technique. Captain Chunmai stood nearby, giving him focus guidance. Captain, Lin Qiye called out. Chunmai looked up at the sound of his voice. Qiye, what's the matter? Could you come over for a moment? I need to talk to you. Chunmai glanced at Li Yifei, who smiled warmly. It's fine, Captain. I can practice on my own. As Chunmai approached, he asked, why are you still carrying your sword? Is this about the fox demon's corpse? Lin Qiye shook his head and lowered his voice. No, it's about the Nanda Serpent demon. The Nanda Serpent demon? Didn't we already? Chunmai trailed off as Lin Qiye's gaze shifted toward Li Yifei. Captain, that wasn't the real body. The real one is. Chunmai's brow furrowed. Are you sure? He's been acting completely normal. Let's find out. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye opened the black case and drew the star blade gifted to him by Zhao Kongqing. Under the cover of night, his speed increased fivefold. Slash. A blurred figure darted forward, and the unprepared Li Yifei was pierced through the chest by the blade. His movements froze as he looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, his expression filled with disbelief. Lin Qiye swiftly withdrew the blade. Li Yifei gasped for air and turned around in confusion. Qiye, what are you doing? Nanda Serpent Demon, did you really think you could infiltrate the Night Watcher so easily? How naive. Lin Qiye said coldly, his eyes fixed on the rapidly healing wound on Li Yifei's chest. I'm not the Nanda Serpent Demon. I'm Li Yifei, he protested. Then why aren't you dead? Lin Qiye's question struck a nerve. Li Yifei froze, staring at his wound as it healed. Fear spread across his face. You're right. Why am I not dead? Why? His pupils turned into vertical slits, and black scales began to emerge on his skin. Chunmai's eyes widened in shock, realizing just how close they had come to allowing a mysterious entity to infiltrate the Night Watchers. Captain, leave this to me, Lin Qiye said, raising his blade. Considering the Nanda Serpent Demon's limited strength, Chunmai nodded, allowing Lin Qiye to use this as an opportunity to hone his skills. In just 5 minutes, Lin Qiye severed the Serpent Demon's head. Immediately, he entered the prison within the mental asylum and found the Nanda Serpent Demon's soul already confined there. Who sent you? Lin Qiye asked directly. If what Qingyu had said was true, and the Nanda Serpent Demon was merely a pawn, then who was the mastermind behind it all? The Serpent Demon remained silent. Lin Qiye reached into the cell and grabbed its head. Speak. Who is it? Under immense pain, the Serpent Demon finally broke. He is a god. Arg. Before it could finish, the Serpent Demon's soul suddenly ignited, burning away amidst agonized screams. Lin Qiye released his grip just in time to see a flash of blue-white light. The Serpent Demon's soul momentarily took on Li Yifei's appearance before dissipating completely. Its true soul had been utterly destroyed. Lin Qiye's expression darkened. A god? Which deity could be behind such a scheme? And what was their purpose in planting the Nanda Serpent Demon within the Night Watchers? At that moment, a voice echoed from the villa. Handsome boy, where are you going? It was Honging calling out. I'll go look for Lin Shiya. He hasn't come back yet, Jiang Ye said, finding an excuse. Oh, all right. Come back soon. Honging replied with a sweet smile before turning and walking into the villa. Once Honging left, Jiang Ye headed straight to an empty street. He opened the system panel, his eyes landing on the Divine Ruins option. Divine Ruins Judgment of the Reaper. The system explained in detail. This is a divine ruin derived from Thanatos, the god of death in ancient Greek mythology, now fused with elements of the deities from the Great Xia civilization. Once the judgment of the Reaper is activated, the life and death of all beings within its range will be determined by the host, and the judgment's outcome is nearly irreversible. Jiang Ye quickly skimmed through all the rewards and found that only this divine ruin could suppress the miracles of a Seraph. System. Begin the fusion. Fusion in progress. 2.5 minutes passed. Jiang Ye looked around but noticed nothing unusual. Seriously? You're supposed to be a divine ruin, and there's not even a hint of a reaction? I specifically chose an empty place to avoid causing a massive scene like Lin Qiye. The system responded, patience, host. Give the divine ruin a moment to stabilize. Just as the words fell, a gust of air suddenly rose from the ground. Jiang Ye extended his senses and noticed black death energy emanating from the ground within a 100-meter radius. This death energy carried a bone-chilling coldness and exuded a palpable aura of demise. Under the guidance of some mysterious force, the death energy began to form a scene in the air. Gradually, a familiar image emerged: a guillotine. However, the executioner was no ordinary headsman. It was a reaper wielding a scythe. System. Is this what you meant by fusing elements of Great Xia's deities? Jiang Ye couldn't help but complain. You might as well have given me a divine ruin of Yama. Thud. With a soft sound, the death energy fully materialized into an ancient execution ground. Jiang Ye felt the death energy envelop his entire body, lifting him weightlessly into the air and carrying him to the overseer's seat opposite the guillotine. He landed on a throne formed of death energy, in front of a table holding a bamboo cylinder filled with command tokens engraved with the word execute. At that moment, the reaper on the guillotine began to move, approaching a prisoner formed of death energy. Jiang Ye's arm moved involuntarily, picking up a command token as he shouted, "The hour of execution has arrived. Execute." The moment the command token hit the ground, the reaper raised its scythe. A surge of divine power instantly swept across the entire region of Cangnan. Meanwhile, within the peace office, Chunmai and Lin Shiya, who were handling the case of the Nanda snake demon, felt the intense divine resonance. The two exchanged glances and immediately rushed outside. Looking up at the vision forming in the sky, they froze in shock. Isn't that Jiang Ye? Is that Jiang Ye? Lin Qiye slowly lifted his head, pointing to the phantom execution ground in the sky. Chunmai stared for a long moment, his expression heavy. Yes, the aura of this deathly divine power belongs to Thanatos, the god of death in Greek mythology. Jiang Ye has become his divine emissary. What? Lin Qiye's mouth fell open in shock as he stiffly tilted his head back to gaze at the figure in the sky. Dude, I was just busy taking down a demon, and you quietly went and pulled something like this? You're unbelievable. Qiye, we need to move. Chunmai's expression turned tense. The Nanda serpent demon was likely orchestrated by the ancient god cult. Now that Jiang Ye has awakened the divine ruins, they won't sit still. With that, he quickly rushed into the office, grabbed the black box, and headed toward the phantom execution ground. Lin Qiye slung the black box over his shoulder and activated the Starry Night Dancer to follow closely behind. Meanwhile, the other members of the villa began to spring into action. Anyone who dares to mess with my handsome little brother, I'll skewer them with one shot. Hong Ying gripped her spear tightly and slammed her foot on the gas. In the passenger seat, Si Xiaonan hastily fastened her seatbelt and clung to the handle for dear life. Hong Ying, slow down. Can't slow down. Si Xiaonan shut her eyes and screamed as her body was thrown around by the car's wild movements. Under the night sky, the god of death swung his scythe, unleashing waves of devastating divine power. On the road, Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but pause. This divine power is even stronger than the Thanatos observed by the Xia kingdom. No wonder my can defeat a Chuan-level being in an instant despite being at the Zan level. Looks like he's hiding quite a few secrets. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed his journey. Before long, the entire Team 136 assembled at the spot where Jiang Ye had been. Chunmai questioned Hong Ying about the situation, but she shook her head, saying she had no idea and that Jiang Ye had awakened suddenly while trying to find Qiye. Lin Qiye thought to himself, Thanatos is the child of Nyx, the goddess of the night. He's still alive? Didn't Nyx lose her sanity because she couldn't accept her child's death? If Thanatos has chosen Jiang Ye as his emissary, it means he's still alive. But his gaze fixed on the divine ruins in the sky. That scene looks like an ancient execution ground for beheadings. Could it be that Thanatos has studied Xia history? As the group marveled, a peculiar light flickered in Si Xiaonan's eyes. A divine emissary, a Zan level defeating a Chuan level in an instant. Just how far does his power go? She narrowed her eyes. I need to find a chance to discuss collaboration with my. Even if it's the god of trickery and exposure would mean certain death, I have no other choice. Si Xiaonan looked at the captain, Sister Hong Ying, and her teammates, her mind in turmoil. She knew all too well that the only way to stop everything was to kill Loki. Meanwhile, outside Cangnan City, Mr. Chen sat in a plain carriage, gazing through the window at the gloomy sky. His brows furrowed as confusion filled his thoughts. Why had Thanatos, the god of death who never showed himself in the mortal world, chosen an agent in this land of miracles? He recalled the 2 slots for Squad 130's IXS training camp, particularly intrigued by a young man named Jiang Ye. As he stroked his beard thoughtfully, Mr. Chen realized the situation had spiraled beyond expectations. Immediate action was necessary. He lowered the curtain and picked up a communicator to contact the command center. In Shangjing City, in Yi Fan's office, after hearing Mr. Chen's report, Yi Fan's brows knitted into a deep crease. He immediately instructed his secretary to retrieve the registration records for Squad 130's IXS training camp. Half an hour later, a file marked with the names Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye was placed before him. Their neighbors? Yi Fan quickly scanned the file. Yes, the secretary confirmed. What's more unusual is that both of them lost their eyesight at the age of 7. This revelation made Yi Fan look up sharply. Another survivor from that catastrophe 9 years ago? He carefully reviewed Jiang Ye's medical records and discovered his condition was even more extreme than Lin Qiye's. Jiang Ye had no eyeballs at all, making recovery impossible, yet he still possessed sensory abilities. Did he ever mention the Seraph? Yi Fan pressed further. When the answer was negative, his expression grew even more grave. Why, among the survivors of the same disaster, had one become the Seraph's agent, while the other was chosen by the god of death? Yi Fan immediately ordered Dr. Li to head to Cangnan for a comprehensive examination of Jiang Ye. He sank into deep thought. If it was the Seraph who saved Jiang Ye, why take his eyesight? If it was resurrection, why would Thanatos choose him as an agent? Although having another divine agent was beneficial for Daxia, the ancient God's church would undoubtedly take countermeasures. Yi Fan resolved to deploy additional forces to support the Night Watchers' training in Cangnan. Far away, on the surface of the moon, Michael unfurled his 6 wings, gazing at the blue earth. He sensed a divine power, distinct from Thanatos, suppressing the miracle in Cangnan. This made him frown deeply. What exactly is he trying to do? The Seraph gazed down at earth, a hint of displeasure flickering across his expression. Jiang Ye, a mere mortal, had not only become the agent of Thanatos, the god of death, but, astonishingly, had also survived the devastation of Shiva's wrath, making him the second survivor. A lowly human, seeking revenge for the loss of his eyes just because he possesses the divine relic capable of suppressing miracles? Ridiculous. The Seraph let out a cold scoff, a golden surge of divine power bursting from his fingertips and shooting toward earth. Let me see what you're truly capable of, you insignificant ant, daring to harbor thoughts of slaying a god. Inside the Cangnan peace office, the late-night glow of the lights illuminated the dark surroundings like a lone island. Jiang Ye sat stiffly, his arms crossed, clearly uneasy under the curious gazes of his companions. Captain, Sister Hongying, why are you all staring at me like that? He asked, his discomfort evident. Hongying was the first to speak. Handsome little brother, tell us, did you end up as the agent of the god of death? I was originally looking for Qiye, Jiang Ye replied casually, trying to brush off the question. Then, as I was walking, I heard a voice calling me and I awakened. Hongying frowned. That sounds just like something out of a novel. Xiaoyi, can you tell us about your eyes? Wu Xiangnan asked. At the mention of his eyes, Jiang Ye's thoughts drifted back to that fateful night 9 years ago. Just as he was about to recount the story, an intense burning sensation erupted in his eyes, causing him to cry out in pain. Jiang Ye clutched his eyes with both hands, his face contorted in agony. It's the divine power left by the Seraph. Michael. Hongying immediately rushed forward, grabbing his hands. Handsome little brother. What's happening to you? Quick, remove his black bandits. The Seraph's divine power fluctuation, Lin Shiya, who possessed the mortal realm of divinity, immediately noticed the anomaly. Hongying acted swiftly. As soon as the black band was removed, golden patterns resembling molten lava began to emerge around Jiang Ye's eyes. What is this? Hongying asked in shock. Chen Moi's expression grew grim. Divine power corrosion. The residual power of the Seraph is eroding his consciousness and body. What should we do? We'll give it a try. Lin Qiye immediately activated the mortal realm divine domain, placing his hands over Jiang Ye's eyes in an attempt to absorb the rampaging divine power. However, after a moment, he realized it was futile. He could only withdraw his hands and shake his head, signaling to the others. At this moment, Jiang Ye's anguished groans ceased as his consciousness was pulled into a peculiar space. The surroundings were filled with blinding white light, devoid of any other objects or even the faintest trace of life. It felt as though he had stepped into a world made entirely of light. Cautiously, Jiang Ye took 2 steps forward and soon sensed a figure bathed in golden light slowly approaching him. The 6 wings were unmistakable, and Jiang Ye immediately recognized the identity of the being before him. Michael, it's been a while, Jiang Ye said coldly. Michael emerged from the light with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with disdain. Mortal, 9 years ago, I warned you not to harbor delusions. Let me give you a warning, Jiang Ye replied with a faint smirk. Withdraw the divine miracle from my eyes, and I'll be gentle. You think the remnants of divine power within you can challenge me? Michael's gaze sharpened with fury. You dare to threaten a god? Mortal, you've crossed the line. With those words, he raised his right hand, summoning a surge of golden divine energy, and struck it toward Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye remained motionless, casually reaching out to grab the incoming attack, which dissipated instantly. Michael's expression darkened, could only rely on the residual divine power within Jiang Ye to access his consciousness, and after 9 years, that power was no match for Jiang Ye's blade domain. Michael, Jiang Ye said icily, the person standing before you is no longer the mortal you bullied years ago. Since you've come to me, let me show you my divine ruins. He raised his hand and declared coldly, the hour of execution has arrived, bedbid him. As his words fell, the once bright space was suddenly engulfed by a chilling aura of death. The scene of an ancient execution ground materialized. Jiang Ye sat high on the judge's platform, holding an execution decree, while Michael was bound by black ropes and forced onto the execution stage. A grim reaper wielding a scythe approached step by step. Mortal, how dare you show such disrespect to a god? Do you realize the consequences? Michael's pupils constricted in rage. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. You cannot leave the moon, what can you possibly do to me? And tell me, why should I respect you? For your arrogance as a god? Or for the fact that you destroyed my eyes? As the execution decree fell, the reaper's scythe flashed with a cold gleam. Execute. With a sickening sound, the head of the Seraph rolled to the ground, disintegrating into golden light. Before disappearing completely, Michael left one final curse. Mortal, you have succeeded in angering me. You will regret this. The divine power I left within you will erupt once every month, inflicting unbearable pain. Consider this your fate. If not for your lack of preparation this time, do you really think you could have entered my consciousness? Ridiculous. Jiang Ye sneered, waving his hand to dispel the execution ground. This upgraded divine ruin system is pretty impressive, stylish, powerful, and, most importantly, highly insulting to gods. Time to head back. As Jiang Ye's consciousness gradually faded, a system notification sounded. Ding. The host has made the arrogant Seraph feel humiliation. However, due to his duty as a guardian, he cannot leave the moon and has begun considering appointing a divine proxy. The plot has shifted. You have gained 50,000 modification points. Current modification points, 201,500. Upon reaching 300,000, you will unlock a random divine source gift pack and trigger a random reward package, with a chance to draw from restricted items. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the blazing sun scattered its piercing rays, which reflected off the cratered surface of the moon in a silvery glow. At this moment, a striking golden white light stood out amidst the brilliance. Michael, the seraphim, was furiously flapping his 6 massive wings, layers of divine power rippling outward in all directions. Insolent ants, how dare you pass judgment on a god? You've chosen the path to your own destruction. Michael clenched his fists, his fiery eyes burning with rage. As a noble deity, he had not only been deceived by mortals, but was now subjected to public judgment and humiliation. How could he tolerate such affronts? You think I, a god, am powerless against you mortals? Michael suddenly beat his wings with force, unleashing a surge of divine energy that wreaked havoc across the starry void. Though he was confined to the moon, he still had one Optiona divine proxy. However, he had made a promise to Ling Baotianzuan not to impose any conditions on Lin Qiye, so he had to seek someone else. Scanning the lands of Daxia, Michael's gaze soon fixed upon a towering cathedral piercing the clouds. The Church of the Old Gods, he murmured. Let's employ some subtle methods. Mortals, prepare to face the wrath of a god. The scene shifted to the Cangnan training camp. Yuan Gang stood holding a list, facing 7 masked individuals. This year, we've got 2 divine proxies. Can you handle it? Before Wang Mian could respond, Vortex sneered dismissively, a bunch of rookies, piece of cake. Let this big sister teach them a lesson. Beside her, Rose twirled a small hammer playfully, her tone dripping with amusement. Yuan Gang nodded, but couldn't help issuing a reminder. Take the 2 proxies seriously. If you mess this up, it's going to be embarrassing and humiliating. Understood, Instructor Yuan, Wang Mian replied, lowering his gaze to the highlighted names on the list. Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. A cold smile crept across his face beneath the mask. Little pawns, ready to be crushed? Later that night, in Hongying's villa, Lin Qiye carefully wiped Jiang Ye's face with a wrung-out towel. As he gazed at the golden markings near Jiang Ye's eyes, he sighed softly. What really happened back then? Why did the Seraphim choose me only to destroy? As Lin Qiye unbuttoned Jiang Ye's shirt, the latter suddenly regained consciousness. For the past 3 days, Jiang Ye had been trying to use the power of the Death God to eradicate the Seraphim's divine miracle, but he had only managed to suppress it temporarily before giving up. Now, as his awareness returned, he was startled to find Lin Qiye undressing him. He immediately sat up in alarm. Whoa, dude, are you taking advantage of me while I'm unconscious? Jiang Ye exclaimed, hastily crossing his arms over his chest and adjusting his clothes. What are you doing? Lin Qiye froze, caught off guard by Jiang Ye's sudden awakening. Seeing his reaction, Lin Shiya awkwardly withdrew his hands. I was just trying to... You were just trying what? Jiang Ye interrupted. Lin Shiya, I'm your childhood friend. You can't have these kinds of thoughts. I've been out cold for 3 days and now my dignity. Lin Shiya could only helplessly twitch the corners of his mouth. Lin Shiya hurriedly tried to explain the situation over the past few days, his words stumbling over each other in his anxiety. I only took off. No, wait, I didn't take off your pants. No, that's not it either. I was just helping clean your body. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Ye immediately shifted away cautiously. Lin Qiye quickly shook his head and detailed how he had been taking care of Jiang Ye over the past few days. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Ye finally relaxed his guard. I'm not into men, Lin Qiye retorted, rolling his eyes. You'd better not be. Jiang Ye replied as he sat up, slipping his feet into his slippers. After a brief pause, his expression softened, and he smiled. Thanks. It's no big deal, Lin Qiye responded before asking, can you tell me what happened next? Jiang Ye turned to look at Lin Qiye, noticing the eager curiosity in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before responding with a question of his own. If your family disappeared, what would you do? I'd protect my aunt and Jean. Even if it costs my life, I'd die standing in front of them, Lin Qiye answered after a moment of thought. Jiang Ye glanced at the towel in Lin Qiye's hand and thought to himself. Just like the original story, when Cangnan disappeared, Lin Shiya lost his mind for an entire year in the fasting hall. Telling him the truth now might only make things worse. Gaining altered storyline points is one thing, but brotherhood is another. As for what happened next, there's nothing more to say, Jiang Ye finally replied. Just promise me one thing, don't leave Cangnan. Don't leave Cangnan? Lin Shiya asked, puzzled. Jiang Ye didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, I'd like to rest a bit more. Oh, Lin Shiya acknowledged. By the way, the captain said once you're awake, Dr. Li will come by to check on you for the sake of team training safety. So they think I've gone mad too. Huh? Jiang Ye muttered, momentarily stunned. Got it. The door shut with a heavy thud. Jiang Ye raised a hand to touch the golden markings near his eyes, his fist clenching unconsciously. He picked up a black band from beside his pillow and tied it over his eyes. Walking to the window, he pulled back the curtains, letting the silver moonlight spill into the room. Tilting his head back, he gazed at the night sky. Do you really think using a divine proxy will be enough to kill me? Michael, you're still too naive, Jiang Ye murmured. With his supreme god-level cultivation, he was essentially invincible in the Cangnan stage, and was on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm in the next divine war, potentially reaching the level of the 3 great heavenly sovereigns of deceive. When I'm just half a step away from transcending dimensions, will you dare to face me in battle? Jiang Ye turned back toward the bed, recalling the reward he had received after beheading the Seraph. He pulled up the system interface and found an option labeled Random Forbidden Artifact Gift Pack. Please, no more ridiculous red opera robes. Singing opera is just too awkward. Jiang Ye silently prayed. The roulette wheel began to spin, gradually slowing down until it stopped on a glowing white option. Death Command Forbidden Artifact. This artifact granted 4 commands. Capture, which could summon the Grim Reaper to arrest a target. Stun, which could temporarily immobilize a target. Interrogate, forcing the controlled individual to speak the truth. And execute, summoning the Grim Reaper to eliminate a target. Well, on a stop death judge service. This artifact is perfect for me, Jiang Ye mused, stroking his chin as he examined it. A black bamboo tube containing spirit energy infused tokens appeared in his hand. Weighing the tube in his palm, Jiang Ye scanned the room with his senses, looking for something to test it on. Soon, he spotted a cockroach foraging near a bathroom pipe. Pulling out the capture token, he tossed it. The token dissolved into black mist, forming a Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. The Reaper floated into the bathroom and shortly emerged holding the struggling cockroach. The sight was absurdly out of place, and even the Grim Reaper seemed to radiate annoyance. Jiang Ye, however, remained unfazed, immediately testing the next command. The stun token froze the cockroach in place, and when the interrogate token was used, Jiang Ye asked, Little Roach, do you plead guilty? MMY Lord, I was just looking for food. What crime could I have committed? The cockroach stammered, trembling. Huh, who's talking? Jiang Ye asked, startled, glancing around before leaning closer to the cockroach in the Reaper's grasp. No way. The interrogate command actually makes the little guy talk. Incredible. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, holding the execute token, but ultimately decided to spare the cockroach. He stowed the death command artifact back into the system space and was about to lie down for some rest. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Name? Jiang Ye. Gender? Male. Age? 17. In the most renowned psychiatric clinic in Xia, bright sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. Dr. Li scribbled on a patient file, while Jiang Ye sat across from him, answering the routine questions with a blank expression. Your file says that you went blind as a child from climbing onto rooftops. Care to elaborate? Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was silent for a moment before replying flatly, I saw a Seraph, and then I almost scammed him. Hearing this, Dr. Li silently wrote, occasionally delusional, under the mental health section of the file. What happened after that? Dr. Li pressed on. The Seraph felt humiliated that a mere mortal tricked him, so he destroyed my eyes. Dr. Li frowned and decisively crossed out occasionally, replacing it with severely. Damn it. Who's the crazy one here? Jiang Ye cursed inwardly. Do you believe what you're saying? No. Dr. Li nodded and added. Exhibits logical inconsistencies and self-contradiction. Jiang Ye's fists clenched involuntarily. After the Seraph destroyed your eyes, aside from the pain, did you feel anything else? Dr. Li's gaze suddenly turned piercing. I'm still alive. Jiang Ye replied succinctly. These 4 words caused a flicker of shock in Dr. Li's eyes. So you know about Cangnan? Jiang Ye nodded. Truthfully, I don't even need to explain. The higher-ups in Xia must have already guessed that I survived the Cangnan calamity. After all, a deity wouldn't choose a dead person as their agent. Dr. Li closed the file, his expression turning serious. What task did Thanatos assign you? To accompany Nyx, the goddess of night, Jiang Ye said calmly. After merging with the divine remnant of Thanatos, the system had indicated this wish, but it was merely the god's desire, not a mandatory mission for him. The goddess of night? His mother. Dr. Li fell into deep thought, seemingly reassured that this quelled his concerns about Shiva's wrath. I heard from Captain Chun that before you became the Reaper's agent, you awakened a forbidden domain of unknown Sequentia Blade domain. Yes. Can you demonstrate it for me? That might not be a good idea. Jiang Ye hesitated, recalling the captain's reaction of kneeling. It's fine, just a small demonstration. I need to document it, Dr. Li said confidently. All right. Jiang Ye raised his right hand, his left hand tucked behind his back. Blade domain. Activate. Crash. Thud. Before he even finished speaking, Dr. Li's chair collapsed under him, and he landed on his knees, legs bent at a perfect right angle. His glasses fell to the floor, the lenses shattering. He looked up at Jiang Ye, who remained seated, momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye sighed, conjuring an oversized red envelope with the divine remnant of Thanatos and handing it to Dr. Li. He smiled awkwardly yet politely. Dr. Li, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Dr. Li. The following morning, at Cangnan bus station, Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya both lowered their heads, staring at an unusually kawaii suitcase. Handsome little brother, Qiye, this year's training camp is in Cangnan. Make sure to come back for New Year's Eve dinner. Honging said with a sweet smile, playfully ruffling Jiang Ye's hair. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, their expressions in sync. Xiao Yi, Qiye, good luck. Chen Mai said succinctly, patting both of them on the shoulders like a man of few words. Oh, by the way, old Zhao from Shangjing heard you're attending the training camp and specifically asked to talk to you. Chen Mai took out his phone and dialed Zhao Kongqing's number. The call connected almost instantly. Hey, you 2 rascals. General Zhao, the 2 responded in unison. Are you mocking me again? Zhao Kongqing's voice, though weak, carried an undeniable excitement. You 2 have become divine agents now. My efforts fighting the Ghostface King weren't in vain. Work hard. Try to outrank me and become generals first. Then I can go back to my village boasting that I trained a couple of generals. Haha. After a brief farewell, the call ended. A moment of silence fell over the group until the vehicle arrived to pick them up. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye waved goodbye to their team leaders. Honging watched the car fade into the distance, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung tightly to Si Xiaonan's arm. Si Xiaonan shook her head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. I had to pull you into this plan. Once Loki is dead, I'll accept whatever comes my way. Inside the car, Lin Qiye couldn't help but ask, Jiang Ye, what happened with Dr. Li's broken glasses yesterday? Nothing serious, just an accident, Jiang Ye replied, shaking his head. He said it counts as a workplace injury. so I gave him a red envelope. Lin Qiye's face twitched, clearly skeptical of the explanation. By the way, what task did Thanatos, the god of death, give you? He's already dead, Jiang Ye said calmly. Before he died, he asked me to fulfill one last wish, find his mother and stay by her side. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, but then a warm, satisfied smile appeared on his face. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye's expressions froze simultaneously. Standing before them, Bai Li Tuming was practically glowing in golden light, his neck adorned with a thick gold chain, his arms wrapped in Rolex watches. The sunlight streaming through the window reflected off him so brightly that it was almost blinding. Noticing their reactions, Bai Li Tuming quickly waved his hands in explanation, speaking in fluent Cantonese. Really, I'm just here to make friends. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. While the familiar Cantonese made Jiang Ye feel a sense of warmth, Lin Qiye was left completely baffled. Qiye, you stay here with him. They'll find another room, Jiang Ye said, fully aware this was a two-person dorm and not wanting to impose. No, I'm going with you. Lin Shiya hurriedly grabbed Jiang Ye's arm. What do you mean, going with me? Hey, make yourself clear, Jiang Ye responded, exasperated. Wait, don't go. I have a solution, Bai Li Pangpang suddenly said, spreading his arms wide to block their way. He clapped his hands, and in an instant, a team of bodyguards appeared in the hallway. Add another bed to the dorm. Yes, young master, the bodyguards replied, immediately and efficiently setting up a new bed in the room. Once everything was arranged, Bai Li Pangpang elegantly flipped his hair and extended his right hand. In somewhat broken Mandarin, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bai Li Tuming, but everyone calls me Pang Pang. The two shook hands with him and exchanged introductions. Upon hearing Lin Kai's name, Bai Li Pangpang's eyes widened with excitement. He leaned forward slightly, gripping their hands tightly. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I've heard about your work as agents of the gods. I even prepared some gifts for you. Hold on. With that, he ran into the dorm and began rummaging through a pile of beautifully wrapped gift boxes. This chubby guy isn't exactly what I imagined a wealthy heir to be like, Lin Shiya said awkwardly. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. Quite the contrast, isn't it? He's the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, someone who once reached the threshold of ascension. His current state is quite different from his past power. But since he's so hospitable, let's just stay here. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, and the two walked into the newly furnished dorm. Though it was a new building, there wasn't a trace of formaldehyde, and the environment was leagues better than the student dorms from Lin Kai's previous life. Just as they set down their luggage, Bai Li Pangpang approached them with a rectangular box in his hands. Brother Jiang Ye, Brother Qiye, since it's our first meeting and I didn't know what to give, how about some Rolex watches? Submariner, Daytona, GMT Master. Pick whichever you like. Seeing their hesitation, he simply handed over the entire box of watches. Can't decide? Then just take them all. No problem. Wow, that's some serious generosity. Lin Qiye exclaimed. No, I'm just a regular kid from a normal family, Bai Li Pangpang quickly explained. Jiang Ye picked up a submariner with a smile and expressed his thanks. Bai Li Pangpang grinned so widely that his eyes became slits. Hee, we're all friends here. No need to be shy. By the way, Brother Jiang Ye, do you like playing as Li Xin? I'm really good at Li Xin. Let's spar sometime. The atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Lin Qiye tugged at Bai Li Pangpang's sleeve, trying to signal him, but he continued enthusiastically. What's wrong, Brother Qiye? I love cosplaying as Li Xin too. It's not that, Jiang Ye said calmly. I'm actually blind. Bai Li Pangpang's smile froze, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Suddenly, he hugged Jiang Ye's arm, pressing his chubby face against it. Brother Jiang Ye, it's all my fault, he said in a remorseful tone. I should have done my homework beforehand, so I've made up my mind. Bai Li Pangpang took out a box of Rolex watches, stood up straight with a solemn expression, his beer belly slightly protruding under his clothes. He bowed deeply, holding the box with both hands at chest level. Brother Jiang Ye, to express my deepest apologies, I offer all these Rolex watches to make amends. Please forgive my carelessness. Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly, thinking that such an insignificant matter had now been blown out of proportion. The crowd gathered at the doorway began to chime in one after another. Wow, the young master is so courteous. The young master is truly thoughtful. I'm about to cry from being so touched. Jiang Ye cleared his throat, took the box of Rolex watches and said, You really? Never mind, it's fine. Bai Li Pangpang scratched his head with a sheepish laugh, but suddenly noticed that Jiang Ye's bed hadn't been set up yet. His smile vanished instantly. Turning to the people at the door, he bellowed. What are you all standing there for? Don't you see Brother Jiang Ye's bed isn't ready yet? The bodyguards outside immediately straightened up and rushed to complete the task. At dusk, the three of them strolled through the training camp. Bai Li Pangpang leaned close to Lin Kai's ear and whispered, Chia, I heard back in Guangzhou and Shenzhen that your Cangnan region is extraordinary. Extraordinary in what way? There's a god. They say a god is hidden in Cangnan, and recently there have been several fluctuations of divine power. You didn't know? Lin Qiye frowned at this, thinking, a god? Could it be the one the Nanda Naga mentioned? I'm not really sure, he replied, shaking his head. Bailey Pang Pang looked slightly disappointed and turned to Jiang Ye. Brother Jiang Ye, do you know anything about this? Jiang Ye's expression froze. Thinking it was rather impolite to ask such a question in front of the person involved, he simply answered, I don't know. In a two-story building not far away, Yifan observed the three figures from a distance. Dr. Li, Jiang Ye doesn't have the divine aura from when Cangnan was destroyed, so it's probably not him. However, the fact that he survived and became a Reaper's proxy is certainly surprising. Dr. Li nodded. Not only that, but his Forbidden Ruins blade domain is quite uniquely maddening, to say the least. His tone grew heavier. Yifan remained calm. As long as his heart is loyal to Daxia, nothing else matters. By the way, how's his mental state? Other than speaking some absurdities, everything seems normal. Absurdities? He mentioned that he almost deceived Michael once. But at that time, he was only 7 years old. With undeveloped intelligence, it's impossible for him to have the ability to deceive a god. Yifan gazed out at Jiang Ye through the glass. No, anything is possible. Cangnan itself is proof. Deceiving a god, surviving against all odds. He and the Seraph might have some unfinished business. Dr. Li chuckled. We're just ordinary people. Yifan's expression deepened, and he shook his head. No, so what if they're gods? In this era of a godless Daxia, as soldiers of Daxia, we must defend its lands. And for that, we must harbor the will to slay gods. Everyone, gather at the training ground at 2 p.m. today. Early in the morning, Instructor Hong's voice boomed through the broadcast, echoing across the entire training camp. In the dormitory, Bai Li Pang Pang was abruptly awakened by the sudden shout. He irritably turned over and muttered, Damn it! My drumstick, my steak! Clearly, yesterday's feast was still lingering in his mind. On the balcony, Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya were already freshening up for the day. Jiang Ye, toothbrush in hand, teased, You guys were pretty noisy last night. Lin Qiye's face darkened instantly as he recalled the bizarre scene of someone sniffing his feet the previous night. I think we should switch beds. Not happening. By the time it was close to 2 p.m., the training ground was packed with people. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye stood in line while Bai Li Pang Pang, not far away, had his arms adorned with Rolex watches and was enthusiastically chatting with his new acquaintances. Jiang Ye silently observed the new recruits around him and the instructors conversing on the stage. He thought to himself, soon, the masked squad will show up and crush the new recruits. If I end the match immediately, this entire training session could wrap up quickly, and I might earn a ton of modification points. Bai Li Pang Pang walked over to Jiang Ye, who gave his arm a light tap. Got any weapons? Like a knife? What do you need a weapon for? You'll see soon enough. Though puzzled, Bai Li Pang Pang handed him a contraband knife. This is forbidden item number 348, Swift Godspeed. It grants a speed boost. Lin Shiya, overhearing the words forbidden item, turned his head in surprise. Bai Li Pang Pang quickly clarified, Don't get the wrong idea, Qiye. These are just things my dad gave me. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. Lin Qiye resisted the urge to smack him, thinking, Your dad gave you this? Ordinary, my ass. Silence. A sharp command rang out from the stage. Yuan Gang, dressed in military uniform, stood tall and straight, his gaze sweeping over the recruits with disdain. I am Yuan Gang, your chief instructor. I know you all are supposed to be the cream of the crop from across Daxia, even geniuses among geniuses. His eyes lingered briefly on Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye before he continued. But let me tell you this. Here, you are nothing but trash. Rookies. Useless. The recruits erupted in indignation, voicing their protests. Just then, a figure chewing gum emerged from the crowd. Shin Qingzhu. He unzipped his uniform slightly, meeting Yuan Gang's gaze with an icy glare. His followers stepped forward to stand behind him in solidarity. Yuan Gang smirked. Good, you've got guts. I hope you can still stand tall with that attitude later. Turning his head to the sky, he spoke into his walkie-talkie. Come down. All the recruits instinctively looked up, unsure of what was about to happen. In the cloud-draped sky, 7 figures plummeted rapidly, weaving through the layers of clouds. They formed a formation, each wearing masks of different colors. As they descended at high speed, they emitted flashes of colorful light, leaving behind dazzling trails. The recruits below stared in awe. Holy crap, this is next level cool. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up at the 7 figures. Lin Shiya, Jiang Ye, these instructors are clearly trying to intimidate us. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye replied in unison, their tone calm and indifferent. What do you mean, MM? Li Pengpeng grew anxious. That's the masked squad, a special forces team of Daxia. Do you seriously think you can take them on? Jiang Ye weighed the blade in his hand and said nonchalantly, they're average. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. A suitable opponent. Li Pengpeng rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Wait, are all God's agents this cocky now? Dude, the leader of the masked squad, Wang Mian, is also a God's agent. He's even taken down beings from the boundless realm before, and Jiang Ye rubbed his ears, completely ignoring him. Boom. The seven landed firmly, kicking up a circle of dust. 6 members of the masked squad struck cool poses, while one, Xuanhua, dropped to his knees and began retching. Sorry, I have a bit of a fear of heights, he muttered. The crowd fell silent. Yuan Gang coughed twice to mask the awkwardness and turned to the recruits. Weren't you all acting defiant earlier? Hey, race your chance. This is the masked squad, one of Daxia's elite special forces teams. Do you dare fight them? There's nothing in this world I don't dare to do, Xin Qingzhu said coldly. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Good. Here are the rules. The masked squad will suppress their power to the lantern realm. You have 8 hours. If you manage to remove the mask from even one of them, you win, and the training camp ends immediately. The recruits' eyes lit up. So many of us against just 7? No problem. Let's take them down. A youthful voice from Wang Mian came through. To give you a sliver of hope, only 5 of us will participate. Try not to lose too miserably. The recruits were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. They're trying to steal Brother Shun's thunder. Let's beat the crap out of them. Xin Qingzhu blew a bubble with his gum, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Lin Qiye frowned. 5 of them they're trying to increase their margin for error. Li Pengpeng looked completely baffled, while Jiang Ye silently polished his slightly worn blade. All right, let the battle begin. Yuan Gang's voice rang out. Before the words had fully settled, a lightning-fast figure shot out from the recruits' ranks, instantly cutting through the 5 members of the masked squad. Everyone was stunned, including the masked squad. Jiang Ye, his blade wrapped in black silk, now stood behind the masked squad. He slid his sword back into its sheath and said calmly, it's over. Crack. The masks of all 5 opponents simultaneously shattered in half, falling to the ground. Ding. The system notification sounded. You disrupted the training camp's plan to suppress the recruits, causing the instructors and the masked squad scheme to collapse ahead of schedule. This altered the pace of the storyline, affecting Chao Yuan's realization that Lin Shiya is the one who can save him. As a result, you've earned 20,000 modification points. Current modification points, 225,000. Reach 300,000 to randomly gain the essence of a god. Jiang Ye sheathed his blade and nodded quietly to himself. Gaining 20,000 modification points wasn't bad. Regardless of the outcome, the training camp wouldn't be disbanded. The training field was engulfed in silence. The recruits, who moments ago had been furiously cursing at Yuan Gang's arrogant remarks, now stood frozen, their eyes wide as they stared blankly at the young man with the black belt. The instructors' faces were stiff, while Yuan Gang stumbled backward repeatedly, his mouth agape but unable to speak. The members of the masked squad, still in their landing positions, were too stunned to move. They glanced down at their fallen masks scattered across the ground, their lips twitching uncontrollably. Some hadn't even begun, and it was already over. The eerie silence lasted for over a minute. Jiang Ye stepped forward to stand before Yuan Gang and asked calmly, Instructor Yuan, do you keep your word? Yuan Gang staggered in shock at the question, and an instructor behind him rushed forward to steady him. It was as if Jiang Ye's words had shattered some invisible barrier, and the recruits erupted into deafening cheers. Holy crap, that was insane. Xin Qingzhu, the self-proclaimed cool guy, stared blankly at Jiang Ye's retreating figure, muttering subconsciously, so cool. No, wait, not cooler than me. He turned away but couldn't resist sneaking glances out of the corner of his eye. Whoa, Brother Xin, this guy's stealing your thunder. Should we? Deng Wei began, only to be cut off by a slap to the head from Shan Qingzhu. Do what? Are you crazy? He just wiped out a special ops squad in seconds. You want to die? All right. Deng Wei scratched his head with a goofy grin. Nearby, the red-haired girl Molly squinted as she watched Jiang Ye on the platform. Her roommate excitedly shook her arm. Molly, he's so handsome. TCH, I can't stand spoiled rich boys, Molly scoffed, though her eyes lingered on the forbidden weapon in Jiang Ye's hand. That was the masked squad, capable of killing beings at the boundless realm. Did you catch his blade movement? No, I couldn't see it clearly. Even Molly, a disciple of the Mo blade sect, had to admit. Should we go talk to him? Maybe he could teach you some blade techniques. Not interested. Rich boys like him are the worst. Molly turned her head away, her tone icy. Meanwhile, Bai Li, the chubby one, grabbed Lin Qiye's shoulders in excitement. Qiye, did you see that? Am I seeing things? Check my eyes for me. Lin Qiye impatiently pushed the chubby face away, thinking to himself that this was just Jiang Ye's typical performance. Being able to instantly defeat a Chuan realm master while still in the Zhan realm, awakening the divine ruins, and possessing the invincible blade domain along with forbidden artifacts, none of this was surprising in the slightest. Looking at the boy on the stage, a trace of self-doubt flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes. When will I ever be able to catch up to him? Beside him, Li Pangpang stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Ye's radiant figure, an expression of admiration creeping onto his face. This is basic? Are you kidding me? What kind of roommate have I ended up with? He can even take down special teams in an instant. Dad, your son has finally found someone incredible. You don't have to worry about me getting bullied anymore. Halfway through, he suddenly paused and realized something. Wait, no, Dad. You've never worried about that anyway. Turning to Lin Shiya, he exclaimed excitedly, Shiya, I've decided. From now on, I'm Jiang Ye brother's #1 fan. I'm going to wave the biggest flag for him. Lin Qiye glanced at him and coldly muttered 2 words, bootlicker. Great name. Thanks, Qiye. Li Pangpang didn't mind at all, and instead burst into hearty laughter. Among the crowd of new recruits below the stage, the only one who remained calm was Cao Yuan, who had his hands clasped together, quietly chanting scriptures. On stage, Yuan Gang finally snapped out of his daze. Facing Jiang Ye, who looked completely harmless, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Glancing at the crowd of recruits below, he was filled with regret had boasted too much earlier. Now, with so many eyes watching, backing out would definitely provoke outrage. Yet canceling the Night Watchers training camp was absolutely out of the question. King Mian, you've really screwed me over. Yuan Gang lamented inwardly. Confronted with Jiang Ye's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. The recruits below quickly grew restless. Chief Instructor Yuan, you're not going back on your word, are you? Is this the standard of the Night Watchers? Great, the training might end early. No more suffering. Instructors, just announce it already. Stop dragging this out, it's not manly at all. Yuan Gang was on the verge of losing it. Are we training the recruits, or are the recruits teaching us a lesson? He kept shooting glances at King Mian. Brother, think of something quick. But King Mian was still lost in thought. That slash was too fast. As the deputy of the God of Time, he should have been able to dodge it. Yet, just as he was about to evade, an oppressive force enveloped his entire being. This pressure didn't just target his soul, but also affected his physical body. Even without suppressing his realm, he might not have been able to resist. So this is the power of the blade domain. King Mian stared at the mask lying on the ground, his delicate face full of disbelief. Yet, a spark of excitement gradually lit up in his eyes. A worthy opponent like this deserves my blade. Time reversal. A strange energy instantly enveloped King Mian and the other 4. The recruits were stunned as they watched the mask, which had been sliced in half by Jiang Ye, restore itself completely and reappear on the 5 figures. King Mian placed his left hand on his sword hilt and said coldly, Little pawns, the game is just beginning. Cheating. They're cheating. Angry protests erupted across the training ground. The recruits had just witnessed Wang Mian using time reversal to restore his mask, and chaos immediately broke out. He's an agent of the God of Time. Using time reversal is just despicable. This game is completely unfair. Amidst the growing uproar, Yuan Gang flashed a sly smile. He deliberately cleared his throat and raised his voice, shouting, Quiet! The training ground fell silent in an instant. Yuan Gang glanced at Jiang Ye and shamelessly declared, What's with all the protesting? I never said using forbidden techniques was off limits. I only told the masked squad to suppress themselves to the lamp realm, didn't I? Bang! Xin Qingzhu, seething with rage, kicked over a nearby water tank. You've got no shame, do you? Clearly. Enough. Don't make a fuss. Pay for the tank after the fight. Yuan Gang interrupted directly. Let me tell you something aside from Jiang Ye. The rest of you are just rookies. The game continues now. The recruits gritted their teeth, seething with anger but unable to argue. Li Pangpang's face turned beet red with frustration. He had hoped to return home to enjoy his favorite meals, only to find himself stuck in such an unfair situation. Lin Qiye remained expressionless as he tugged on Li Pangpang's sleeve. Let's go. Grab your weapons. But can't Jiang Ye gidge us? The instructors won't let him step in again. From now on, it's up to us. Sure enough, Yuan Gang quickly stopped Jiang Ye, who was about to rejoin the lineup. Jiang Ye, this time you can sit this one out. I've got some top-quality Longjing tea waiting for you. Just enjoy the show. Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly, seeing right through Yuan Gang's ploy. But since he had already earned his modification points, he didn't argue further. Seeing this, Wang Mian immediately issued his command. Go. Don't hold back. Crush their confidence completely. In a flash, 4 shadows darted forward. The training ground erupted into a cacophony of deafening explosions, anguished cries, and the clang of metal against metal. The recruits were caught off guard. Some shouted defiantly, "Well, fight you shameless lot to the end," while others panicked and scattered in disarray. The scene quickly descended into utter chaos. Wang Mian watched the scene unfold, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk beneath his mask. He turned and walked toward Jiang Ye, who was surrounded by instructors. His youthful voice pierced through the crowd. "Are you Jiang Ye?" Jiang Ye turned his head calmly and replied, "Yes. What is it?" "Fight me," Wang Mian said as he unsheathed a long blade with a sharp sound. Yuan Gang, seeing this, immediately signaled the other instructors to step back and give them space. Jiang Ye held his teacup steadily and shook his head. "You're too weak. But I insist on fighting you," Wang Mian said firmly. "I don't want to fight." "No, you have to fight," Wang Mian pressed. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly. "You're just a kid. I can't believe this." The surrounding instructors exchanged uncertain glances and murmured among themselves. Is this Jiang Ye really the agent of Thanatos, the god of death? That's right. This year, Cangnan produced 2 divine agents. Jiang Ye not only awakened his forbidden abyss, but also became a divine agent. His talent is truly terrifying. Still, isn't it a bit much to dismiss Wang Mian like that? He's the agent of the god of time, after all. Just wait and see. I bet it's going to escalate. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang covered half his face, remaining silent. He thought to himself that he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of his rivals when they returned to Shangjing. Watching the distant masked squad members chasing the new recruits, he could only pray silently that things wouldn't spiral further out of control. "If you fight me, the masked squad will owe you a favor," Wang Mian persisted. Jiang Ye took another sip of tea and sighed. "If I fight you, you'll feel inferior." "I won't." With a resigned expression, Jiang Ye stood up, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a miniature bamboo cylinder. He watched as it expanded to its full size in his palm. "All right then, let's compete with forbidden artifacts." Wang Mian stared intently at the bamboo cylinder, a chilling sense of dread washing over him. "What is that?" "The forbidden artifact, Death's Order. As for its sequence, I don't know either." The two stepped apart, each preparing for the confrontation. Suddenly, Yuan Gang spoke up. "That's no longer a forbidden artifact. That's a divine weapon." The instructors were stunned. Wang Mian was the first to make a move, channeling his mental energy into his Yuan blade. The blade's aura surged instantly. As the agent of Kronos, the god of time, Wang Mian utilized his divine ability to accelerate time, gathering immense power. The blade's aura was as destructive as a high-risk forbidden abyss. Jiang Ye, however, remained composed. He casually tossed the Death's Order. The token landed on the ground and transformed into black, deathly energy, which coalesced into the figure of a scythe-wielding Grim Reaper. The Reaper moved effortlessly through the blade's aura and, within moments, grabbed Wang Mian by the collar as if he were a mere child, dragging him to Jiang Ye. Wang Mian stood frozen, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. Jiang Ye looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, You're not going to feel inferior, are you?" The instructors exchanged glances, speechless. "Just grabbed him like that?" Instructor Hong widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Thanatos, the god of death, effortlessly lift Wang Mian. Yuan Gang couldn't help but sigh. "I never expected Thanatos to gift Jiang Ye a divine artifact." His brows furrowed, and his expression grew serious. If Jiang Ye was not only an agent of the gods, but also possessed an artifact from the god of death, the ancient god church might not sit idly by. "Listen up, all of you." Yuan Gang turned to face the other instructors, his voice low and commanding. "No one is to speak a word about Jiang Ye having a divine artifact. Understood?" The instructors were momentarily stunned before realizing the gravity of the situation. They responded in unison, "Understood, Chief Instructor." However, one instructor's eyes briefly flickered with an unusual expression. On the stage, Jiang Ye stood before Wang Mian, who was subdued by the god of death. Casually, Jiang Ye flicked out a command seal inscribed with the word, Judgment. A surge of deathly energy materialized into a black mist and plunged directly into Wang Mian's chest. What is this?" Wang Mian asked in confusion. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Ever play truth or dare?" Before Wang Mian could process the meaning of the question, Jiang Ye asked, "What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done in your life?" Suddenly, an irresistible force took control of Wang Mian's tongue. "The most embarrassing things I've done: I wet the bed when I was 10, got humiliated for showing off when I was 12, and got rejected when I confessed my love at 15, words spilled uncontrollably from his mouth. The instructors below listened intently, entertained by the revelations, while Jiang Ye seemed particularly amused by the wet the bed at 10 part. "Why did the girl reject your confession?" Jiang Ye pressed further. Wang Mian's face turned pale, and he shook his head desperately. but he couldn't resist the power of the command seal. Because she thought I was, he slapped himself hard, trying to stop the words, but it was futile under the seal's influence. She thought I was too small. Wang Mian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Jiang Ye quickly withdrew the seal's effect, and the god of death dissipated into black smoke. From his divine storage, Jiang Ye pulled out a bottle of herbal tonic and handed it to Wang Mian. Here, take this." Wang Mian buried his face in his hands, letting out faint sobs. Jiang Ye awkwardly patted his shoulder. "It's okay. I get it." "No, you don't get it. You don't understand anything." Wang Mian broke down completely. Yuan Gang stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Wang Mian, this is actually quite normal. Go help your teammates for now." Wang Mian lifted his tear-streaked face, looking like a frightened rabbit, and fled the scene as quickly as he could. In doing so, he added yet another humiliating moment to his life's list of embarrassments. Jiang Ye and Yuan Gang watched him retreat, then exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. After their laughter subsided, Yuan Gang's expression suddenly grew serious. "Jiang Ye, what level have you reached?" "Peak of the lamp realm, I think." Yuan Gang changed his approach, his gaze serious. "The forbidden object you just took out, was it given to you by Thanatos, the god of death?" Jiang Ye frowned slightly, sensing the expectant looks from the instructors around him. He sighed inwardly. Did they really think of it as a divine artifact? "Well, you could say that," Jiang Ye replied vaguely, unwilling to elaborate on the origins of the Death Order. A flash of shock crossed Yuan Gang's eyes, and he suddenly understood Jiang Ye's extraordinary strength. No wonder he was so powerful, had not only obtained the divine ruins, but also received a divine artifact from the god of death. "Coach Hong, you take charge and look after Jiang Ye. I have urgent matters to attend to." Yuan Gang patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder and quickly walked away. Coach Hong approached with a genial smile. "Jiang Ye, keep drinking your tea and enjoy the show." Jiang Ye was happy to relax. He sat back down and resumed sipping his tea. At that moment, one of the instructors quietly left the group and headed to a secluded corner. Jiang Ye smirked faintly, but chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, in Shangjing, "What did you say? Jiang Ye possesses an evil artifact from the god of death?" Yi Fan leapt from his seat in shock. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Gang gave a detailed account of the Death Order's appearance and abilities, especially how it had easily subdued Wang Mian, the proxy of the god of time. As Yi Fan listened, sipping his tea, he became particularly intrigued by the truths Wang Mian had revealed. When Yuan Gang finished, Yi Fan realized he had been overly nosy. He quickly composed himself and said seriously, "You don't need to worry. I've already sent 2 Sea Realm Night Watchers to stay in Cangnan. They'll provide support at any time." Elsewhere, atop a high-rise in Cangnan City, several figures cloaked in black robes stood silently. Han Xiaoyan had just received orders from the 16th seat. Capture the 2 divine proxies at all costs, especially Jiang Ye. If they couldn't be captured, they were to be killed, and the god of death's artifact taken. A complicated look flashed across Han Xiaoyan's face, but it quickly faded into an expression of apathy. "Understood. I know what I must do." After the others left, Han Xiaoyan remained alone on the rooftop, gazing at the azure sky. Slowly, he raised his right hand. In his palm hovered a sphere of crimson gold light, its divine power etching golden patterns across his face. "Seraph, remember your promise." Ding! The system notification chimed in Jiang Ye's ears. "You provoked Wang Mian into a fit of rage, causing him to vent on the recruits mercilessly, leading to Lin Qiye's defeat and delaying the progress of obtaining the forbidden item, Azure Heart. You gained 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 230,000. Reach 300,000 to obtain a random divine origin." Standing on the rooftop, observing the battle below, Jiang Ye shook his head after hearing the notification. This wasn't his intention. He gazed at the recruits helping each other up, then leapt down gracefully, landing steadily on the ground, waiting for Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang. Lin Kai's face was covered with fine knife cuts. Though the wounds weren't deep, traces of blood were clearly visible. Bai Li Pangpang supported him, grumbling, "Qiye will be fine. These guys just love playing dirty. When they can't win, they break through their limits and refuse to admit it." Lin Qiye shook his head. "This is real combat. The level an enemy shows might not be their true level. Just like the Night Watcher's Ghost God Guide taught men, never underestimate your opponent. Still feels like cheating," Bai Li Pangpang muttered, rubbing his backside where Wang Mian had struck him. "That Wang Mian is like a mad dog, biting everyone as if someone exposed his dirty laundry. My poor butt." Lin Qiye was about to respond when he noticed Jiang Ye standing ahead. A hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Gently freeing himself from Bai Li Pangpang's support, he walked up to Jiang Ye and said quietly, "I lost. Am not good at comforting people," Jiang Ye replied, handing over a bottle of healing ointment. Lin Shiya accepted the bottle, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. They'll surpass you one day, and it'll help restore your eyesight. Jiang Ye froze for a moment at the words, his thoughts drifting to his eyes. He murmured, I look forward to it. As the two stood facing each other, Li Pangpang suddenly dashed over, grabbing Jiang Ye's hand. Brother Jiang Ye, I'm hurting too. Then, with great ceremony, he pulled out a Rolex, knelt on one knee, and slid the watch onto Jiang Ye's wrist, declaring passionately, brotherhood is in the heart. At that moment, a loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the training camp. Everyone, assemble at the training field. Despite their grumbling, the recruits quickly gathered. Jiang Ye shook off Li Pangpang's hand and walked toward the training field, side by side with Lin Qiye. 2 minutes later, Yuan Gang stood on the platform, his expression filled with disappointment. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you all. His words instantly sparked anger among the recruits. Li Pangpang couldn't hold back and shouted, What the hell? You cheated, and now you're standing there acting disappointed? Shameless. Yuan Gang's sharp gaze locked onto Li Pangpang. You. Step forward. Insulting an instructor run 10 laps. Li Pangpang's face turned sour, but he had no choice. Grumbling under his breath, he reluctantly began his laps around the field. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Really? Even after losing the battle, you still have the nerve. Who else is dissatisfied? The crowd below fell silent. He let out a soft and announced, All right, everyone except the one who ran laps can head to the cafeteria for food. The new recruits heaved a collective sigh of relief, and the formation quickly dispersed. Deng Wei noticed that Shen Qingzhu was still standing in place and urged, Brother Shen, come on, let's head to the cafeteria. But Shen Qingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Ye's retreating figure, his expression thoughtful. A divine agent? Interesting. Brother Shen, you're interested in that guy? Though, to be fair, the way he held his ground against Black Belt was pretty remarkable. Shut up. You're the one who's interested, Shen Qingzhu retorted dismissively, curling his lip. Let's eat. In the cafeteria, Lin Qiye and the belated Li Pangpang stared at the raw meat and steamed buns in their bowls, deep in thought. Jiang Ye, however, seemed unfazed, though it was clearly his first time trying raw meat. He took a bite of the bun and hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes and biting into the raw meat. The taste, rich with blood, was certainly unique, and he chewed with difficulty. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shiya also began eating, while Li Pangpang wore a pained expression and ultimately only managed to eat a bun. What frustrated him even more was the sight of the nearby masked squad's round table, laden with fragrant, mouth-watering dishes that drew envious glances from the other recruits. Brother Jiang Ye, Brother Qiye, why do they get to eat so well? Li Pangpang grumbled indignantly. Just then, Wang Mian from the masked squad walked over. His refined and handsome face, paired with his flowing long hair, gave him a youthful charm. Jiang Ye, Lin Shiya, come join us. Li Pangpang looked bewildered, pointing at himself as if silently protesting. Am I invisible? Following Wang Mian's lead, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye took their seats. The squad members began introducing themselves. Yu Gue, Xianhua, Changwei, Tianping. Xianhua wasted no time and asked eagerly, Jiang Ye, how did you pull off that slash earlier? It was unbelievable. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, and then turned his gaze to the captain. You should ask your captain. He knows. All 4 members immediately turned their eyes to Wang Mian, whose face flushed red as memories of his fight with Jiang Ye flashed through his mind. Damn it, I can't let them find out. I'd rather die. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm. Ahem, what's the big deal? It's perfectly normal for a divine agent to be impressive. Normal? Captain, he's only at the Zhan stage. Xianhua said, clearly confused. Yu Gue narrowed his sharp eyes at the captain. Captain, are you hiding something from us? Yeah. Xianhua chimed in. You were way too aggressive fighting the recruit earlier, like something triggered you. That's not like you. Changwei and Tianping also cast questioning looks at Wang Mian. Jiang Ye struggled to suppress his laughter, resting his fist against his mouth. I'm not hiding anything from you. Wang Mian stammered defensively. No, something's off, Xianhua said, adjusting an imaginary pair of glasses. Captain, your face is flushed, your nervousserie clearly lying. Wang Mian's mouth twitched. Flushed? That's because it's too hot. Aren't you all feeling hot? All right, stop questioning him. I know what's going on. You can ask me instead. Jiang Ye suddenly interjected. All 5 members immediately fixed their gazes on him. Wang Mian's heart sank. Oh no, you're really going to spill it? Jiang Ye, what's going on? Xianhua asked impatiently. Feeling Wang Mian's tension, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a sly smile. Because. Bang! The sudden sound of Wang Mian slamming the table interrupted Jiang Ye mid-sentence, drawing startled looks from everyone. He pressed his earpiece dramatically and said, Understood. We're heading out right away. Then, turning to his team with a serious expression, he announced, no more dinner tonight, we've got a mission. What mission? Xianhua barely managed to ask before Wang Mian, already donning his mask, strode out of the cafeteria with long, determined steps. The other four exchanged bewildered glances but quickly gathered their things, put on their masks, and followed. Jiang Ye, here's my contact information. Make sure to. Xianhua's words were cut short as Wang Mian grabbed his ear and dragged him away. Watching this scene unfold, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Chang Wei, also wearing her mask, approached Jiang Ye. Here, let's spar and exchange ideas sometime, she said, handing him a slip of paper with her contact details before briskly walking away. Jiang Ye stood frozen, staring at the paper in his hand, lost in thought. A girl personally giving you her contact info, and you're just standing there? You better hold on to that, Lin Qiye teased from the side. Snapping out of his daze, Jiang Ye started to think perhaps this could be an opportunity to change the fate of the masked squad while earning some modification points. All right, enough teasing. Let's eat, Lin Qiye said, popping a piece of meat into his mouth. I'm not jealous, Jiang Ye retorted, then called out, Fatty, come eat. My God, Jiang Ye, you're my hero. Bai Li Pang Pang, who had been miserably gnawing on a steamed bun, sprang up and dashed over, devouring the food with gusto. The sight left the other rookies drooling with envy. Meanwhile, the masked squad was at the training camp gates, bidding farewell to Yuan Gang and the other instructors. Thanks for holding the fort. Just, don't come back next time, Yuan Gang joked, shaking Wang Mian's hand. As Wang Mian turned to leave, Yuan Gang suddenly handed him a package labeled 10 essential supplements. Take this. Men understand men. Wang Mian's face immediately turned bright red, while Xianhua and the others exchanged knowing looks, patting their captain on the shoulder in mock consolation. It's okay, Captain. Nothing to be ashamed of. Captain, I have some family remedies. Get lost. Wang Mian shouted, both flustered and annoyed, before storming off. The rest of the team waved goodbye to the instructors and hurried after him. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. Everyone salute. The instructors stood in perfect formation, giving a solemn military salute as the masked squad disappeared into the night. Later that evening, Jiang Ye stood alone on the rooftop of the dormitory, gazing at the silver moon. He reflected on the aftermath of beheading the avatar of the Seraph's divine power, speculating that the enemy might seek out a divine agent to counter him. The thought of Lin Qiye crossed his mind, but he shook his head knowing that with Ling Bao Tianzuan's presence, the Seraph wouldn't recklessly make Lin Qiye an unconditional agent. They would have to find someone else. I need to speed up earning magic modification points, Jiang Ye thought to himself, his gaze locking onto the perfect opportunity before him. He heightened his senses to their maximum, capturing every move of the sneaky figure within the training camp. After ensuring no one else was around, Jiang Ye activated the Wanxiang Divine Domain. With the system's assistance, this powerful domain emitted no trace of divine energy. As for the so-called suppression monument in the camp, claimed to suppress even the highest gods, he saw it as nothing more than a joke. In a flash, Jiang Ye vanished from his spot. In a secluded corner of the training camp, Li Yaoguang, dressed in an instructor's uniform, was glancing around cautiously. After confirming he was alone, he pulled out an inconspicuous black object and began tapping it lightly. He tapped it over a dozen times before stopping, muttering in frustration, the camp's security is so tight now, and these followers are like dogs, constantly pestering me. From contacting every 3 days to now, every single day it's exhausting. He sighed. Whatever, for the sake of the master's plan, I'll endure it a few more times. After putting the object away, Li Yaoguang scanned his surroundings one last time before stepping out onto the path. Ugh, I'm being overly paranoid. Who would come to a place like this in the middle of the night? Letting his guard down, he continued walking. What are you doing? The sudden voice made Li Yaoguang freeze. He didn't immediately turn around, but instead slid his hand discreetly into his pocket. I've been discovered. Li Yaoguang's heart sank, but he forced a natural smile onto his face and turned to look. Under the moonlight, a young man wearing a black eye patch and a military training t-shirt stood there. Jiang Ye? Oh, just a recruit. Li Yaoguang relaxed slightly, but then a chilling realization struck him when had this boy appeared behind him. With his level of skill, it was impossible not to notice someone's approach. Haha, Jiang Ye? Huh? I came here to use the restroom. The toilet in the dorm is clogged, he explained, feigning calmness. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk. But, does Whispering Tongues know your toilet is clogged? At the mention of Whispering Tongues, Li Yaoguang's pupils contracted sharply. He gripped the object in his pocket tightly, his smile vanishing instantly. Who are you? A recruit couldn't have possibly found me. How do you know about this? Jiang Ye took 2 steps closer, his voice icy. I don't waste time explaining to the dead. Before Li Yaoguang could react, a blue and white divine domain unfolded, instantly encompassing a 50-meter radius. This was the first time Jiang Ye had unleashed the Wanxiang divine domain in actual combat. None of his previous opponents had survived long enough for him to use it. Li Yaoguang stood stunned. This is a divine domain, but it's not Thanatos death domain. You actually possess two divine domains? A dual god proxy. Shocked, he realized the significance of his discovery. Neither the Grand Xia nor the ancient gods church had ever recorded the existence of a dual god proxy. Yet here, standing before him, was a living one. As he scrambled to think of a way to relay this astonishing information, an even more terrifying realization hit him. Under the suppression monument's influence, even someone as powerful as himself couldn't use forbidden domains. Yet this young man, still in the lamp realm, could freely unleash his divine domain. What are you? Li Yaoguang's voice trembled. Jiang Ye stepped forward slowly, raising his right hand. You have no right to question a god. Before Li Yaoguang could draw the weapon hidden in his pocket, his entire body was torn apart by a surge of overwhelming divine power. Reduced to a hovering mist of blood, he vanished without even a chance to scream. Jiang Ye waved his arm lightly, and the blood mist dissipated into specks of blue and white light. All that remained on the ground was a small black object and a forbidden short blade. He retracted the Wanxiang divine domain, bent down to pick up the black item, and tapped it a few times. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Under the cover of night, in the heart of Cangnan City, Han Xiaoyun, cloaked in a black robe, was intently reviewing the intelligence relayed by his undercover agent. Seated in a large chair, his brows furrowed deeply as he tossed the report onto the desk, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Tell me, is this information reliable? If it's false, don't expect me to show mercy, Han Xiaoyun said coldly, his gaze sweeping toward the follower who had delivered the news. Lowering his eyes to the tablet in his hands, a wave of killing intent surged within him. This deal with the Seraphim was of utmost importance, and the operation to assassinate Jiang Ye could not be allowed to fail. Only by succeeding could he sever ties with the ancient god church and reunite with the comrades he had lost. Turning to the liaison for Li Yaoguang, Han Xiaoyun's voice carried a chilling authority. You explain? The man visibly tensed, his voice trembling slightly. Master Han, the training camp has only just begun. There's no way Yuan Gang could have uncovered our undercover agents so quickly. So, this information is likely true. However, it seems the agent's judgment might be flawed. Should I investigate further? The scar-faced man in a black robe gave a slight nod of agreement. Han Xiaoyun also nodded in approval. Indeed, the training camp appears normal for now. Why would anyone suddenly start hunting for undercover agents? He lowered his gaze again, focusing on the text displayed on the tablet. There's a mole. Abort the mission. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. You successfully eliminated the ancient god church's undercover agent in the training camp, resulting in the cancellation of their planned attack. The false information you provided caused Han Xiaoyun to purge some of his subordinates, slowing their operations in Cangnan. You've earned 50,000 altar points. Current altar points, 280,000. Reaching 300,000 will grant a random divine origin reward. Random reward triggered. Soul Guard Void Ring. In a dimly lit corner, Jiang Ye put away the communicator connected to the ancient god church, a satisfied smile on his face as he checked the system's rewards. The Soul Guard Void Ring, as an artifact, not only offered infinite storage space but also provided absolute defense against any form of mental attack, exactly what he needed at the moment. Ever since the Seraphim had invaded his consciousness through the residual divine power in his eyes, he had been on high alert for similar threats. Sliding the intricately patterned silver-white ring onto his middle finger, Jiang Ye felt a warm current flow into his mind. It not only dispelled the exhaustion from a full day of training, but also heightened his senses and amplified his divine power. Suddenly, his subconscious detected a tiny glowing particle infused with potent mental energy. However, under the absolute defense of the Soul Guard Void Ring, the mental particle dissipated into pure energy within a second. This is Dr. Li's sixth forbidden ruin. Jiang Ye frowned in thought. This must have been left behind during Dr. Li's previous examination. In the original story, Dr. Li possessed the strongest mental type forbidden ruin in deceive, ranked among the top 30 in the sequence. Without the Soul Guard Void Ring, Jiang Ye might not have even noticed this hidden threat. Jiang Ye gathered his thoughts and, seeing that it was about time, vanished in a flash and reappeared on the dormitory rooftop. He then slowly made his way back to the room. Jiang Ye, where have you been? Just went for a stroll, Jiang Ye replied casually, heading toward his bed. Wait. Bai Li Pangpang suddenly grabbed his arm, his eyes fixed on the silver ring gleaming on Jiang Ye's middle finger. Qi, Jiang Ye's in a relationship? The abrupt accusation left Jiang Ye momentarily stunned. At that moment, Lin Qiye emerged from the bathroom wearing only shorts, his gaze immediately locking onto the ring on Jiang Ye's hand. The ring finger means married, the middle finger means in love. Lin Qiye's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Who gave it to you? Yeah, who gave it to you? Bai Li Pangpang chimed in, hands on his hips. Who dares to date my Jiang Ye? I'll smash her with a Rolex. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly and lay back on his bed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Guess. That ambiguous response left the two of them stunned, as if the answer was now obvious. Could it be the Rose from the masked squad? It's only been a day, Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed. My goodness, a day, and you're already head over heels. I, the little lord of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, feel like a complete fool now. Jiang Ye, not only are you strong, but you're also a master at wooing women. Your imagination is really something, Jiang Ye said with a twitch of his mouth. Is it Rose? Bai Li Pangpang leaned in close, whispering. No. Oh, I get it. You're trying to keep it low-key. Bai Li Pangpang grinned mischievously. Lin Qiye, however, frowned as he stared at the ring. Under the perception of the mortal god realm, he could sense the immense spiritual energy contained within it. This isn't an ordinary object, it's some kind of forbidden artifact, isn't it? You've got to be kidding me. You met her once and tricked her into giving you a forbidden artifact? Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. You're unbelievable. Oh? Jiang Ye was baffled at the sudden accusation. Bai Li Pangpang slung an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders. Ah, it's true, heroes can't resist a bowtie's charm. From now on, it's just you and me against the world. Cut it out, you two. It's just a piece of jewelry, not something someone gave me. Shut up. No humble bragging in the dorm. The two of them said in unison. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the instructor's office area. What? Missing? Yuan Gang sat at his desk, his expression grave. Instructor Hung nodded in confirmation. Yes. Last night, Instructor Li said he was going out for a walk, but he never returned. This morning, we searched the entire training camp but couldn't find him. Yuan Gang frowned deeply. Jiang Ye had just revealed the Reaper artifact yesterday, and now an instructor had gone missing. The timing was too coincidental. Could it be related to the ancient god cult? As he was pondering, another instructor holding a stack of documents knocked and entered, placing surveillance footage on the desk. Chief Instructor, the footage shows that Li Yaoguang never left the camp. He just entered a blind spot in the cameras and never came out. No one else went in either. So, he vanished into thin air? Yuan Gang asked, incredulous. Exactly. Also, the instructor handed over Li Yaogang's personal file. I found something suspicious about him. Yuan Gang read the documents carefully for several minutes before setting them down with a grim expression. He immediately issued an order. Conduct a thorough investigation of all instructors. Leave no one unchecked. After the instructor left, Yuan Gang fell into deep thought. If Li Yaoguang was an undercover agent, he shouldn't have been exposed so soon. That leaves only one possibility: he's already dead. But who could silently eliminate him and dispose of the body right under my nose? At the monastery within the psychiatric hospital, Li Yaoguang sat at his desk, flipping through a patient file with a rustling sound. He looked up, his brow furrowed. Has my forbidden void failed? As the owner of the King Void, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His ability had never faltered unless interfered with by a powerful mental type, forbidden artifact. Jiang Ye, he murmured, then opened the files related to Thanatos, the god of death, and the blade domain. After careful study, he first ruled out Thanatos. This divine void was incapable of undoing his King Void. Then he examined two other forbidden voids, sequence 279 gravity field and sequence 191 mental oppression, which were somewhat similar to the blade domain. Interestingly, the blade domain seemed to perfectly merge the two abilities, exerting both physical pressure and mental suppression. Li Yaoguang recalled the scene when he diagnosed Jiang Ye. Even he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from it. But the most puzzling part was that neither the Death God's void nor the blade domain should have been able to erase what he had implanted in Jiang Ye's subconscious. Adjusting his glasses, his gaze fell on the documents spread across his desk. His expression turned particularly serious. It seems Jiang Ye is hiding other secrets. Cangnan truly is a remarkable place. What surprises will these two bring to the Grand Xia in the future? Meanwhile, under the blazing sun at the training camp's sparring ground, Instructor Han held a wooden sword, explaining the essence of sword techniques to the new recruits. In the audience, Bai Li Pangpang's gaze kept drifting toward the red-haired Molly. Jiang Ye, though pondering how to use Instructor Han to alter the storyline, ultimately abandoned the idea. Suddenly, someone patted Jiang Ye on the back. Turning around, he saw Shin Qingzhu, clad in military attire and exuding an air of confidence. Shin tilted his head and handed over a piece of gum. Let's be friends. This wasn't my idea, by the way. My buddy here wants to get to know you. He gestured toward Deng Wei beside him. Shun, it wasn't you. Deng Wei started to explain but stopped short under Shen Qingzhu's sharp glare, quickly correcting himself. It was me. Jiang Ye smirked slightly, accepting the gum and extending his hand. Thanks. From now on, we're comrades. Shen Qingzhu gave a faint smile and shook his hand. Hey, what are you two doing over there? Instructor Han's angry voice suddenly boomed. Holding hands during class? You think you've mastered everything? In an instant, all the recruits' eyes were on them, and the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Jiang Ye and Shen Qingzhu let go of each other's hands as if shocked by electricity, turning away simultaneously. Jiang Ye, so that's how it is. Bai Li Pengpeng sidled over, his face showing sudden comprehension. I misunderstood you last night. This isn't shameful at all. You fat idiot, what are you talking about? Shen Qingzhu roared. Look at that, the cool guy is getting all protective now, came a chorus of teasing voices from around them. Bai Li Pengpeng, shut your mouth. Jiang Ye clamped a hand over his mouth, while Lin Qiye shook his head silently nearby. Enough, Instructor Han said coldly, tossing 2 wooden swords to Jiang Ye and Shen Qingzhu. You two, get up here. If you're distracted in my class, you must think you've mastered it. Come, pick up the swords and show me how much you've learned. With the Zhenshu steel in place, no matter how talented or extraordinary these kids are, it's useless. A question mark popped up over Jiang Ye's head. The two of us against you? One at a time first. I'll demonstrate, then you can come at me together. Instructor Han shook his head, then asked, by the way, have you learned how to use a blade? Both of them shook their heads in unison. Instructor Han's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, which one of you is going first? You go. Jiang Ye and Shen Qingzhu simultaneously looked at each other and said in unison. Damn, even your responses are synchronized. Bai Li Pengpeng clapped and jeered from the side. Shen Qingzhu shot a fierce glare at Bai Li Pengpeng, gripping the wooden blade in his hand even tighter. I'll deal with this. Do you think I grew up scared? Instructor Han assumed a standard starting stance, his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the wooden blade. He spat out a single word, come. With a piece of gum in his mouth, Shen Qingzhu let out a dismissive tisk, twirling the wooden blade deftly in his hand. He charged straight at Instructor Han. Thud. Suppressed by the Zhenshu steel, Shen Qingzhu could only rely on his usual street fighting moves. But for the seasoned Instructor Han, this was child's play. Within a few exchanges, he easily deflected Shen Qingzhu's wooden blade and countered with a swift strike to his wrist, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. All right, next. Instructor Han stood upright, looking relaxed as if he had just played a casual game with a beginner. Frowning with an indignant expression, Shen Qingzhu stepped back to stand beside Jiang Ye. Your turn. Jiang Ye nodded. Though he wasn't particularly interested in this sparring, the memory of his earlier embarrassment motivated him to return the favor. Taking 2 steps forward, he stood still without making a move. Why aren't you attacking? Instructor Han asked, puzzled. Don't want you to lose your chance, Jiang Ye replied. Instructor Han froze for a moment, Jiang Ye's arrogance reminding him of the rumors he'd heard about him yesterday. But under the suppression of the Zhenshu steel, even if Jiang Ye had learned some blade techniques, he wouldn't be able to use them effectively. All right, have it your way, Instructor Han said as he adjusted his grip on the wooden blade and lunged forward with a powerful step. At that moment, Bai Li Pengpeng, watching from below, suddenly widened his eyes and nudged Lin Qiye beside him. Qiye, look. Why is Jiang Ye holding a red envelope behind his back? Hearing the name Qiye, Chao Yuan, who stood behind Bai Li Pengpeng, glanced at Lin Shiya and muttered, 2 trees standing 8. Lin Shiya turned his gaze to Jiang Ye's left hand, where a conspicuous red envelope stood out. This looks just like the one Dr. Li had. Could it be? Bang! A heavy thud interrupted everyone's thoughts. All eyes turned to the training platform, filled with confusion. To their astonishment, the once intimidating Instructor Han had suddenly slid to his knees in front of Jiang Ye. Shen Qingzhu was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What the hell? Is Instructor Han practicing these slides? Bai Li Pengpeng scratched his head in bewilderment. Lin Qiye, however, suddenly understood everything. Now it made sense why Dr. Li had looked so upset when he left. On the platform, Jiang Ye faced the kneeling Instructor Han, calmly pulling out the red envelope from behind his back. Instructor Han, an early Happy New Year to you. Instructor Han's eyes widened, his face twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the other instructors watching the scene fell into collective silence, deep in thought. How is he still able to use the Forbidden Void? Hasn't the suppression monument already been activated? Instructor Hong asked in surprise. Yuan Gang shook his head and explained. The suppression of the monument has its limits. If Jiang Ye's Forbidden Void is powerful enough, he can still use it despite the monument being active, though its power will be significantly weakened. Then during the extreme training the day after tomorrow, won't this kid be practically unstoppable? Yuan Gang nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the question, but then a sly smile appeared on his lips. It's too late to strengthen the suppression monument now, so we might as well just have Jiang Ye sit out the extreme training. The other instructors raised their eyebrows at his suggestion, realizing it was indeed a practical solution. Yuan Gang pulled Instructor Hong aside and lowered his voice. How's the investigation going? Checked thoroughly, no issues. But Li Yaoguang seems to have vanished into thin air, no trace of him anywhere. His methods are incredibly sophisticated. The ancient god cult is watching us like a hawk. The higher-ups just issued an order. Our top priority is to protect the two divine agents. Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. Keep digging into the reason for Li Yaoguang's disappearance. If he was really killed, it means there might be a terrifyingly powerful individual hiding within our training camp. Instructor Hong, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded firmly. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Ding. You have established a friendly relationship with the key character Shan Qingzhu. With your supreme god-level strength, you may influence the development of future events. Your presence has caused the storyline involving Instructor Han and the madman Qiao Yuan to disappear. You have gained 10,000 modification points. Current total, 290,000 points. Reach 300,000 points to randomly obtain the source of divinity. After Instructor Han's swordsmanship class ended, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye were making their way to the cafeteria. Jiang Ye was deep in thought about the system notification, feeling that the storyline seemed to be oscillating back and forth along the original plot. Every disruption appeared to be corrected in some other way. But as long as he could earn more modification points, that was all that mattered to him. When they reached the cafeteria, Li Fatty took one look at the table laden with steamed buns, raw meat, and pickled vegetables and nearly burst into tears. Ugh, not this again. I'm so done with it. As the three of them silently started eating, a buzzcut man carrying a plate of pickled vegetables approached. His face had a somewhat simple and honest look. Are you Lin Shiya? Qiao Yuan asked. When Lin Shiya confirmed, Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he placed the pickled vegetables in front of him. Here, these are for you. Why? Lin Qiye was clearly caught off guard by the gesture. Because you can help absolve me of my sins. I can't. No, the abbot of Jiuhua Mountain wouldn't lie to me. 2 trees standing tall. 8 gods leaving as one. 10 years into the night, saving the world's people, he was talking about you. Qiao Yuan said with a goofy smile. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Li Fatty chimed in. Wow, Qiye, maybe you and this guy have some connection from a past life. While reaching out to grab a piece of Qiao Yuan's pickled vegetables. Smack. Qiao Yuan immediately slapped Li's hand away and smiled apologetically at Lin Qiye. These are only for you, Lin Qiye. I can't wash away your sins. You've come to the wrong person, Lin Qiye said calmly. No, I believe in the abbot, the other party responded stubbornly. Lin Qiye said no more and turned to look at Jiang Ye beside him. Noticing that Jiang Ye had finished his pickled mustard greens, he pushed his own portion in front of him. I have extra. You can have it. Jiang Ye froze for a moment, then smiled. Thanks. Lin Qiye gave a soft response. This scene left Li Pangpang dumbfounded. So I'm just an outsider here? Boo-hoo, Qiye, you're so biased. 2 days later, the extreme training officially began. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Jiang Ye was banned from participating in the training. At that moment, in the instructor's office, Jiang Ye sat idly across from Yuan Gang, holding a cup of Longjing tea. Frustration brewed inside him. My modified value, my divine essence, all gone just like that? Not only am I barred from the training, but I also have to be watched? This is outrageous. Yuan Gang looked at the troublemaker in front of him and secretly sighed in relief. He knew he had to keep an eye on Jiang Ye. Otherwise, the extreme training would likely turn into another chaotic spectacle like the last time with the masked squad. Noticing Jiang Ye's cup was empty, Yuan Gang immediately got up to refill it. Jiang Ye, just drink tea and chat. Once they're done, you can leave. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Ye said suddenly, determined not to miss the chance to obtain the divine essence. With a loud clang, Yuan Gang tossed an iron kettle over and pointed to it. Use this. You're the worst. Jiang Ye muttered helplessly and ended up staying in the office until nightfall before he was finally allowed to return to the dormitory. When he got back, Lin Qiye and Li Pangpang were already unconscious in their medicinal baths. Seeing this, Jiang Ye felt deeply regretful, was so close to obtaining the divine essence. Frustrated, he turned and went to the bathroom. Meanwhile, though Lin Qiye was immersed in the medicinal bath, his consciousness was in the mental hospital. He stared at the 49 progress bar for Nix's treatment, lost in thought. Qiye, what are you doing? Li Yifei asked curiously. Lin Qiye shook his head. He had tried countless methods, but still couldn't break through the 49 barrier. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Mother, what do you love most? Nix froze for a moment, then gently stroked Lin Qiye's head. My child, Thanatos, of course, what I love most is you. Her words gave Lin Qiye something to ponder. In Nix's heart, Her deepest desire was undoubtedly to see her children. Perhaps he could use Jiang Ye. He took Nix's hand. Mother, would you like to go out and see? My brother is outside, and he really wants to meet you. He says he regrets not spending more time with you in the past, and hopes to see you now. Nix's eyes lit up at his words. My child wants to see me. She smiled. A system prompt immediately appeared. Treatment progress 52. Nix's divine ability can now be extracted. Seeing the progress, Lin Qiye recalled the task death god Thanatos had given Jiang Ye and made a decision. Mother, let me take you out to meet him, okay? Nix's eyes sparkled as she stood up and nodded. My child, your mother is coming to see you. At that moment, the system prompt suddenly chimed in. Ding. Lin Shiya has used death god Thanatos's wish to accelerate Nix's treatment progress to 50. You have gained 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 300,000. At 500,000 points, you will unlock the divine skill. Words become reality. You have obtained a random divine essence, the power of death god Thanatos, the end of life. Note, during fusion, death god Thanatos's will may manifest. Please choose an appropriate setting. In the bathroom, as Jiang Ye scrubbed himself, his movements abruptly halted. Thanatos, is this your divine realm? Under the tranquil night sky, Nix stood gracefully on the rooftop, dressed in a flowing gown of purple starlight, her gaze extending into the distance. Mother, this is the real world, Lin Qiye replied softly. Seeing the confusion in his mother's eyes, he stepped forward and gently held her hand. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how to explain Nix's existence to Jiang Ye. Bringing a deity directly to meet Jiang Ye seemed too abrupt. After a moment of thought, he came up with a suitable explanation, would present himself as Nix's emissary. It was a plausible claim, given that he had indeed inherited Nix's primordial power, and it would hold up even under questioning by the watchman. Mother, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and bring him to meet you. No need, Nix responded with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Under this night sky, I can go anywhere. I want to meet my child in person. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation, the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Lin Qiye felt a wave of awkwardness parading a deity through the dormitory area didn't seem like the wisest idea. Just as he was about to voice his concern, a sudden surge of powerful death energy swept over the entire training camp, eerily reminiscent of the moment when Jiang Ye had awakened his divine ruins. The familiar divine energy stirred Nix's long-buried memories. Warm images from the past surfaced in her mind. Her children gathered around the dining table, her gentle reminders echoing in the air. Hypnos, don't run so fast. Lachesis, does your hairstyle look good today? Thanatos, eat more so you can grow taller. Tears unknowingly streamed down her face. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the night sky, calling softly, Mother, Mother. Nix choked back her emotions and responded, Thanatos, Mother is here. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office area, Yuan Gang suddenly detected the divine energy rippling through the air. Looking out the window, he spotted a shadow under the moonlight. Thanatos? How could he appear within the borders of Daxia? Before he could process the thought, another wave of divine energy surged. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and called his superior. Two deities have appeared at the Cangnan training camp, requesting immediate reinforcements. Hanging up the phone, he grabbed his starblade and rushed out of the office. Before reinforcements arrived, he had to ensure the recruits' safety. Mobilizing all his Sea Realm power, Yuan Gang sprinted toward the training grounds. Damn! The fusion of primordial power caused such a commotion. On the training field, Jiang Ye looked up, gazing at the gradually forming figure above him. It was Thanatos, the god of death, cloaked in black, his expression stern, and wielding a scythe larger than himself. As the aura of death continued to gather, the figure became increasingly distinct. This is bad, Jiang Ye thought to himself, alarmed. Initially, he had assumed that as the god of death's proxy, it was reasonable for some anomalies to occur while fusing with death's essence. However, the situation had escalated far beyond his expectation. She had somehow summoned the soul of Thanatos himself. At that moment, Thanatos seemed to sense the presence of his mother, Nyx, the goddess of night, nearby. He burned the last remnants of his will in the mortal world just to see his mother one final time. Nyx? Jiang Ye was stunned. Mother, Mother. Thanatos's voice echoed across the entire training camp, enveloping even Cangnan in an overwhelming wave of longing and regret. Each call was laden with deep yearning, sorrow, and remorse. After several cries, the night sky suddenly began to shimmer. A wave of divine energy, not overly strong but unmistakably belonging to a supreme deity, emanated through the air. Jiang Ye realized immediately Nyx, the goddess of night, had arrived. The commotion startled the entire training camp. In the dormitory, Deng Wei, still soaking in a medicinal bath, hurriedly called out to Shun Qingzhu, who was already dressed. Brother Shin, look outside. What's that? Shun Qingzhu had been watching the scene outside intently, frowning. That's the aura of a god. Whoa, a god? This training camp actually attracted a deity? Deng Wei leapt out of the bath, staring at the figures outside, particularly the male figure carrying the massive scythe. Wait a second. Is that guy cosplaying as Bai Qi, the Grim Reaper? Smack. Shin Qingzhu knocked him on the head. Cut down on the mobile games, will you? That's Thanatos, the god of death. Can't you read more books? Sensing the divine energy, Lin Qiye was the first to arrive at the training grounds. He looked up at Nyx approaching the figure exuding deathly energy. From the dark red glow in the god of death's eyes, he could see the profound longing. Aunt, Jean, are you both okay? Lin Qiye murmured softly, then noticed the black belt teenager on the training field. Jiang Ye seemed to have already sensed his arrival. Did you summon him? Lin Qiye asked as he approached quickly. What about the goddess of night? Jiang Ye countered without answering directly. I became the proxy of the goddess of night, so… Lin Qiye began to explain. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, choosing not to delve further. He simply looked up at the two deities in the night sky, his thoughts drifting to the mother who had cared for him for 17 years in this world. For Nyx, who had fallen into severe delusions after losing her child, seeing her son again was undoubtedly the greatest solace. Gently caressing the face hidden beneath the god of death's black robe, she spoke tenderly, Thanatos, you've grown so thin. Have you not been eating well? Mother, I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've had a meal with you, Thanatos said in a low, hoarse voice, tightly embracing Nyx. Tears welled up in Nyx's eyes as she held her son close. It's all right, my child. From now on, I will protect you. Even though she knew the Thanatos before her was merely a lingering will, the memories of the past still pierced through her heart like shards of glass. Mother, I have to go now, Thanatos said softly. They will take my place and stay with you always. Mother, just like you told me when I was little happy every day. He leaned stiffly toward her face and planted a gentle kiss. Goodbye, mother. The moment his words faded, the lingering will began to burn away. The deathly aura that had formed Thanatos' body dissipated like smoke in the evening breeze. No, please no. Nyx desperately tried to hold onto her son, but his body had already dissolved into the deathly aura and vanished completely. She looked down at the traces of dark energy left in her arms, her voice trembling with grief. I'm sorry, my child. I failed to protect you back then. At that moment, Yuan Gang arrived at the training ground. He looked up and froze in shock. Was a god crying? More importantly, the aura of the god of death had vanished. He let out a half sigh of relief, his gaze falling on Nyx. He had overheard the conversation between the two deities earlier and now understood clearly Thanatos, the god of death, was indeed the child of Nyx, the goddess of night. His attention shifted to the two young men standing on the platform in the training ground. Commander Yi had once mentioned that Jiang Ye was the proxy of the god of death, tasked with accompanying Nyx. There had to be a deeper connection here. Suddenly, Yuan Gang noticed the surrounding deathly aura converging toward a specific point. These currents of energy carried immense divine power, seemingly the very essence of the god of death. Following the direction of the flow, he realized it was heading straight for Jiang Ye. Could it be? Yuan Gang's eyes widened. Thanatos has passed the essence of his divine power to Jiang Ye? This would mean that Jiang Ye had the potential to ascend to the level of a god in the future. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. The instructors of the training camp arrived, wielding their star blades. Chief Instructor, was that a god? Yuan Gang nodded in confirmation and pressed down on Instructor Hong's blade, which was already half drawn. Don't move. No one moves. Just watch. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he ordered sternly, seal off the entire training ground. No recruits are allowed to enter. Do not disturb Jiang Ye. Within 3 minutes, the training ground was completely locked down, and all the recruits hiding in the corners to watch were cleared out. At the center of the training ground, Jiang Ye could feel the deathly aura flowing into him from all directions. The essence of the god of death was merging with his being. His divine nature was undergoing a transformation, ascending to new heights. His perception sharpened dramatically, and even the previously impenetrable fog was now within his sight. On the system interface before him, 2 new abilities appeared under his personal attributes: Primordial Evolution of All Things and God of Death's Essence Termination of Life. His realm status also updated, now reading Supreme God Peak of God King Realm. As the power of the Grim Reaper's essence merged within him, the system's initially granted divine ability, Divine Ruins, Judgment of the Reaper, transformed at this moment into the complete power of the Divine Ruins. Jiang Ye could feel the surging force within him had truly become the Grim Reaper. Boom! The Judgment of the Reaper was automatically triggered, and the scene of an ancient execution ground instantly enveloped the entire training field. A dense, black, deathly aura surged like a tide, swallowing the area completely. The instructors standing on the perimeter exchanged puzzled glances. Instructor Hong blinked in confusion, realizing he could no longer see what was happening inside. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow as he observed the scene before him. Although he, too, could not see through the deathly aura, he could sense that this divine ruins ability was far stronger than what Jiang Ye had previously displayed. Just standing on the periphery, he could feel a deep-seated fear resonating from his very soul. So this is the Grim Reaper, he murmured to himself. In the sky, the sudden fluctuation of divine power caused Nyx to tremble slightly. She looked blankly at Jiang Ye, who had activated the divine ruins, and murmured, "Thanatos, is this the one you have chosen?" Her eyes regained the brilliance they had once held in the hospital. "As his mother, I will protect him. I won't let him suffer again." Inside the divine ruins, Jiang Ye sat on a throne forged from the swirling deathly aura. A Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe, knelt on one knee before him and spoke in a raspy voice. "I greet you, my lord." Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. "No way, this is way too over the top. When I extracted Nyx's divine ability, it wasn't anything like this." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Looking down, he found himself inexplicably kneeling on an execution platform, bound by chains exuding black mist. A sign hung on his back, making him look exactly like a condemned criminal from ancient times. "What the? How did I become the prisoner?" Lin Qiye panicked. Heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer, sending chills down his spine. Turning around, he saw a figure cloaked in black, holding a massive scythe, walking toward him. "Jiang Ye, what are you doing?" "It's me, Lin Shiya," he shouted urgently toward the throne. Jiang Ye's hand trembled, nearly tossing the execution token he was holding. Realizing it was Lin Shiya, he quickly waved his hand to dismiss the Grim Reaper with the scythe. Awkwardly, he asked, how did you end up on the execution platform?" Lin Shiya stared at him, speechless. Jiang Ye coughed lightly and clenched his right hand, causing the full version of the judgment of the Reaper to dissipate. The black mist that had engulfed the training field receded, restoring the instructor's vision. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Ye. At that moment, Nyx descended from the sky, suddenly stopping the instructors who were about to approach with questions. She walked slowly toward Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. The latter instinctively took 2 steps back, clearly uninterested in any situation that involved someone else's mother. With tears in her eyes, Nyx opened her arms and ran toward them. Lin Qiye smiled, raised his hands and softly called, "Mother." However, Nyx brushed right past him and embraced Jiang Ye tightly. "My child," she said. "Jiang Ye." Lin Qiye. Jiang Ye froze in place, overwhelmed by the warmth of maternal affection. Nyx held his shoulders tightly, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Child, your mother owes you an apology." Jiang Ye looked bewildered and turned to Lin Qiye for help, mouthing silently, "Your mother, do something." Lin Qiye was about to step forward but noticed that the healing progress above Nyx's head was slowly increasing. 62, 62.5, 63. He stopped in his tracks and helplessly shrugged at Jiang Ye. "Can you call me mother just once?" Nyx released him from her embrace, her starlit eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, silently cursing, "Thanatos, you really know how to cause me trouble." But under the moonlight, seeing the loving expression on Nyx's face, he finally whispered, "Mother." Nyx's face lit up with joy as she immediately pulled Jiang Ye's head into her arms. "Child, mother is here." "I'm suffocating." Jiang Ye gave up struggling, and at that moment, Thanatos's raspy voice echoed in his mind, saying a single word, "Thank you." Then, silence. Just then, Yuan Gang leapt onto the steps, wielding his astral blade, and asked warily, "Goddess of Night, may I ask why you've come to our great Xia?" Nyx finally released Jiang Ye and turned to Lin Qiye. "Thanatos, isn't this your divine realm?" "I'll explain." Lin Qiye interjected quickly. "Instructor Yuan, I've become the night goddess proxy." "What?" Yuan Gang was stunned. Nyx gracefully rose, holding Jiang Ye's hand, and nodded towards Yuan Gang. "What my child means is what I mean." Sensing the moment was right, Lin Qiye reminded, "It's time to go back." Nyx gently stroked Jiang Ye's hair. "I'll visit you again next time, my child." "Goodbye, mother," Jiang Ye said with a faint smile. As the words left his lips, Nyx's figure dissolved into specks of starlight, fading into the night as she returned to the hospital. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the composed Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya, deeply shaken. These two, one who could make the god of death offer his essence, and the other who had become the proxy of 2 gods, were truly defying all odds. Ahem. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, regaining his composure. You too. Come with me and explain everything. The two nodded and followed him. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Host, you've significantly accelerated Nyx's healing progress by becoming her son. This might impact her discharge timeline. The outstanding performance of the host drew significant attention from the higher-ups of the Night Watchers, prompting the idea of forming two special task forces. A system notification sounded, and Jiang Ye earned 20,000 points of modification value, bringing his current total to 320,000 points. Becoming a son? Jiang Ye stood under the night sky, shaking his head helplessly. Having a supreme god as a son did seem absurd, but on second thought, having a mother at the pinnacle of the divine king realm and a supreme god as a son wasn't too bad. However, reality was unforgiving. Breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm on his own was no simple task. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only 3 heavenly sovereigns throughout the long history of the Great Xia. The path of fusing with the origin was clearly unfeasible, leaving only the option of accumulating 1 million modification points. Jiang Ye looked up at the night sky. Even in his colorless perception of the world, the bright moon stood out remarkably. Its light poured down like a cascade, illuminating the distant planet below. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon, the Seraph Michael furrowed his brows, staring intently at Jiang Ye on Earth. How is this possible? Thanatos actually chose to bestow his origin power upon a mere mortal. His heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. Michael's 6 wings fluttered as he slowly ascended from the lunar surface. Golden divine power gathered in his right hand as he reached toward the blue planet and commanded in a low voice, "Miracle." Before his voice faded, the lingering will of the deceased death god Thanatos suddenly materialized. After a moment of adjustment, Thanatos turned to the 6-winged angel, preparing to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Answer me, why did you choose that mortal as your agent? And why did you give him the origin power? Michael demanded sternly. Thanatos chuckled softly. Ah, now I remember. What lingers in Jiang Ye's eyes is your divine power, the miracle. To think that someone as high and mighty as you could be provoked by a mere mortal. He paused briefly. As for why I chose him, no, it's because he is strong. He chose me. How dare you mock me? Michael roared in fury, dispersing the will of the death god with a wave of his hand. He could not accept the notion that a lowly mortal, unworthy in his eyes, could have the audacity to choose a god. At the same time, in a corner of Cangnan City, Han Xiaoyun suddenly felt the Seraph's divine power erupt within him. Golden patterns spread across his face. I've broken through to the boundless realm, he exclaimed, gazing at the moon in astonishment, knowing this was undoubtedly connected to Jiang Ye. A boundless realm to deal with someone in the lamp realm? The Seraph seems overly cautious, Han Xiaoyun murmured to himself. Jiang Ye is merely a god's agent, not a true deity. At that moment, in the low buildings of the old district, outside Cangnan, a horse-drawn carriage sped across the surface of the river, its wheels skimming the water and sending ripples cascading outward. Master Qin, news has come from Cangnan that the crisis has been resolved. Should we still proceed? The coachman slowed the carriage and asked cautiously. Chen Fuzi leaned out to confirm. It's really resolved? Yes, sir. Chen Fuzi's eyes darted thoughtfully before he gave a decisive order. Then let's turn back. That place is downright eerie. Back at the tea house, Chen Fuzi sat by the tea table, sipping hot tea. His gaze settled on the man seated across from him. Zhou Ping, what do you make of this? Zhou Ping silently picked up his teacup and drank, as if he hadn't heard the question. This Cangnan years ago, we still couldn't get to the bottom of that god's affair, and now 2 more have appeared. Such a troublesome place, Chen Fuzi remarked, pausing briefly. By the way, has Lu Wuwei found any information about that god yet? Zhou Ping blinked. You're asking me? Who else would I ask? No idea. Chen Fuzi let out a helpless snort and continued drinking his tea in silence. This taciturn fellow was truly impossible to communicate with. Meanwhile, in a neatly arranged meeting room within the military barracks, under the dim light of a hanging lamp, Yuan Gang was presiding over an investigation. He gestured for Instructor Hong to prepare to take notes, then tapped the table with an air of authority. All right, Lin Shiya, explain how you became the night goddess's agent. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang Ye. I called her mom, and that was it. Yuan Gang was momentarily at a loss for words. Instructor Hong's pen paused mid-stroke, and he drew 2 heavy lines in his notebook. All right then, Jiang Ye. Yuan Gang turned to the other involved party. How did you come to possess the essence of the god of death? Jiang Ye pointed at Lin Shiya and said, he told me to be his mom's son, and then he gave it to me. Under the table, Lin Shiya discreetly gave Jiang Ye a thumbs up. Yuan Gang shook his head in exasperation. Clearly, no useful information was coming from this. It's getting late. You two can leave now. As he watched the 2 leave, a faint smile tugged at Yuan Gang's lips. He instructed Instructor Hong to write the report according to the actual events and to apply for a larger Jinshu steal. If these two keep going like this, they'll end up flipping the whole training camp upside down. Later, Yuan Gang reported the situation to Commander Yi. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan remained silent for a long time after hearing the two's explanations. Finally, he said, I see. The ancient god cult will undoubtedly make a major move soon. Stay vigilant. Hanging up the phone, Yi Fan gazed out at the bustling cityscape beyond his window, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In recent years, mysterious phenomena had been appearing with increasing frequency and power. With these two promising candidates, perhaps it was truly possible to form two special task forces. Especially Jiang Ye. This child has fused with the essence of the god of death's power. He is destined to surpass human limits and become a godlike being in the future. His potential is limitless. Xia has no gods? Then let's create one to show those foreign gods what we're capable of. Inside the grand, Western-style cathedral of the ancient god church, Yu sat on the throne in a tailcoat, listening to Han Xiaoyun's report. A faint light gleamed in his eyes, and his tone carried satisfaction. Two divine agents, and one who managed to obtain the essence of Thanatos, the god of death. Excellent, very good. This year, Xia's night watchers are truly remarkable. If they all join our ancient god church, the church will undoubtedly rise to glory. After a hearty laugh, Yu's sharp gaze fell on Han Xiaoyun, who was dressed in a black robe. Are you confident? Han Xiaoyun nodded solemnly. Noticing Han's cultivation at the boundless realm, Yu expressed his approval. Good. From now on, you will command the followers. I will assign a divine agent to assist you. Remember, success is the only option. Han Xiaoyun knelt on one knee. I will not fail. The next day at noon, in the training camp cafeteria. God damn it. I take one nap, and you guys pull off something this big behind my back? Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed loudly after hearing the recruits recount last night's events. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Xiao Yuan were focused on their meals, completely ignoring his outburst. Hey, say something. Bai Li Pangpang grew even more exasperated as no one responded. The sky's falling. I just took a nap, and now one of you is a dual divine agent, while another has fused with the essence of the god of death. We're all in the same dorm, why don't I get anything? Jiang Ye took a bite of his meat, then patted the future Lingbao Tianzuan on the shoulder. Seeing Bai Li Pongpong's expectant gaze, he swallowed his food and said calmly, Don't worry, you have a special quality too. What quality? The rich kid from the landlord's family. Ah, shut up, you fatso. You're so damn loud. A sudden roar came from Shen Qingzhu behind them. Bai Li Pangpang immediately mimed, zipping his lips. Shen Qingzhu turned to Jiang Ye with a complicated expression. I've never admitted defeat to anyone, but you're the first. For the next training, I'll surpass you. Good luck. Don't need it. Shen Qingzhu snorted coldly, but left the cafeteria with a faint smile. Time flew by. From the scorching summer to the icy winter, 6 months of training passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everyone except Jiang Ye had tanned considerably, while his skin remained fair as ever. On the training field, Lin Qiye was sparring with Bai Li Pangpang using a wooden sword. The latter kept shouting, Go easy on me. Jiang Ye observed quietly from the side, thinking that the ancient god Chuch's people would likely make their move soon. At that moment, the Soulkeeper void ring on his left hand suddenly emitted a beep-beep sound. Jiang Ye retrieved the communicator he had obtained from Li Yaoguang and opened it. A message appeared before his eyes. Captain Chen, why are you so insistent on giving the new recruits a break? Yuan Gang asked, his eyes fixed on Chen Mai, who was leisurely sipping tea. Chen Mai set down his teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you really want to know? Go ahead. I had a dream. A dream? Yuan Gang stared at him in disbelief. Wait, you're telling me you're basing this on a dream? Chen Mai slowly stood up and walked to the window. To be precise, it wasn't just a dream. It was summoning a mysterious figure who has the ability to pull people into dreamscapes. This person seems to know everything about the situation in Cangnan, even managing to steal something right under my nose. Who is this person? What did they tell you? Yuan Gang asked, his brows furrowed. I don't know their identity, Chen Mai replied, his gaze distant. But what they said aligns perfectly with what we've uncovered about the ancient god cult's movements over the past 6 months. He paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. Yesterday, they pulled me into an illusion and claimed they owed someone a favor. They warned me that the ancient god cult plans to attack the training camp. Are you sure this person's words can be trusted? Chen Mai nodded. Even if they hadn't warned me, I would have still given the recruits a break. Even if it was just Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye ID, make sure they got to go home and have a proper New Year's dinner. Yuan Gang fell silent, deep in thought. He was well aware that the ancient god cult was planning something big. The investigators stationed in Cangnan over the past 6 months had reported increased activity. With Jiang Ye, who could potentially become a god, In the dual god proxies involved, there was no room for error. All right, I'll arrange for the break. Suddenly, Yuan Gang's phone rang, cutting him off. When he saw the caller ID, his expression turned grim. Hello? Evacuate the new recruits immediately. The ancient god cult has taken control of the missile launch center. They might. Before the voice finished, the sharp screech of missiles launching echoed from afar. Yuan Gang leapt to his feet and rushed to the window. His pupils contracted as he saw 5 or 6 missiles trailing white smoke heading straight for the training camp. Damn it! Yuan Gang cursed, slamming his hand on the alarm button before bolting out of the office. Chen Mai followed close behind. The piercing sound of the alarm echoed across the training grounds. The recruits and instructors, caught off guard, exchanged confused glances. What's going on? Bai Li Pangpang asked, clutching his wooden sword with a bewildered expression. Lin Qiye looked up at the sky, his face draining of color. Missiles. Run. Bai Li Pangpang followed his gaze and saw the 6 missiles hurtling toward them. Oh, hell no. Someone save me. The recruits scattered, fleeing the camp in panic. But one young man with a black belt around his waist stood unmoving. Jiang Ye gazed at the rapidly approaching missiles, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. He recalled the message from Li Yaoguang. Locate the communicator's position. Prepare for the strike. Get out immediately. Jiang Ye's eyes shifted to a nearby hill, where a squirrel, conjured by the power of the Wanxiang divine ruins, stood holding a black communicator aimed toward the horizon. Driven by instinct, Lin Qiye bolted, but after running a short distance, he abruptly stopped. Turning back, he saw Jiang Ye still standing there in a daze, completely out of character for him. Lin Shiya looked up at the missile hurtling toward the training camp. It was undoubtedly its target. Forget it. Survival comes first. He was about to resume his escape when he suddenly felt a change within him. The suppression of the Zhenshu monument had vanished. He had ascended to the Qi realm. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye turned back and charged toward the camp. The power of his dark corrosion fully unleashed, and combined with the speed of the starry night dancer, he reached his peak velocity in an instant. Bai Li Pangpang, who had been running, noticed Lin Qiye heading back and froze for a moment before glancing at Jiang Ye, still standing motionless. What the hell? Is Jiang Ye planning to take on a missile Hedon? Even with divine essence fusion, that's insane. Damn it, let's do this. Bai Li Pangpang activated Yaoguang and turned around, sprinting back. At the same time, Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, redirected their efforts toward Jiang Ye. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, grabbed a wooden sword from the ground, and was instantly engulfed in the Black King's malevolent energy. Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers, creating a vacuum sphere above Jiang Ye to intercept the impending explosion. What's wrong with you guys? Get over here now. The instructors in the distance were stomping anxiously, activating their forbidden realms and rushing toward them. Yuan Gang and Chen Mai even drew their star blades, sprinting like it was a 100-meter dash. No harm must come to the team members. Listening to the frantic footsteps behind him, Jiang Ye was utterly confused. Lin Qiye had already reached him. Move. My dark corrosion can hold it off for a bit. Actually, Jiang Ye started to explain, but Bai Li Pangpang threw him over his shoulder like a sack of rice. No time for explanations, Jiang Ye. That's a freaking missile. Put me down, Pangpang. The missile can change direction. Jiang Ye is so scared he's talking nonsense. Don't worry. Yaoguang will protect us. Bai Li Pangpang stubbornly refused to let go. The missile was now descending to an altitude of 500 meters. Lin Qiye immediately unleashed his dark abyss domain, enveloping dozens of meters in pitch-black energy. In his berserk state, Chao Yuan stood ready with his blade, prepared to strike. Chen Mai and Yuan Gang were frantic. We're out of time. The whistling sound of the missile grew louder and closer, like the footsteps of death itself. But just as it descended to 200 meters, it abruptly veered off course, heading toward a small hill to the right. Lin Kai's dark eyes flickered with shock. Everyone froze in place. Wait, the missile really turned? Everyone, look, the missile turned? Exclamations rippled through the crowd. The new recruits at the training camp stared in shock at the streak of light in the sky, which had abruptly changed its trajectory. What? Damn it, what's going on? Wait, so your target wasn't the training camp after all? Bai Li Pangpang, who had been sprinting, came to a sudden halt. Before he could even turn around, a deafening explosion erupted a kilometer away on a small hill. The entire hilltop was leveled in an instant. The ground trembled violently, and flames shot into the sky. Bai Li Pangpang gaped at the burning hill in disbelief. No way. It really turned. Jiang Ye jumped off Bai Li Pangpang without a word, his face expressionless. Around them, everyone reacted differently. Lin Qiye watched the firelight with a thoughtful look. Chao Yuan stood frozen after landing from a high spot, and Shun Qingzhu slowly lowered her hand from a snapping gesture. Chen Moi and Yuan Gang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Both the instructors and the recruits understood that if the missile had hit the training camp, the casualties would have been catastrophic. But what baffled them even more was why a missile aimed at the camp had suddenly changed direction. Among the crowd, Molly glanced at Jiang Ye with a pensive expression. She vividly remembered that Jiang Ye had predicted this exact scenario just before the missile turned. At the time, no one believed him. But now, hey, Molly, seriously? You're daydreaming about him at a time like this? Her roommate teased, breaking her train of thought. Shut up. You're the one who's daydreaming, Molly retorted with a frown. Bailey Pang Pang rushed up to Jiang Ye, grabbing his shoulders excitedly. Damn it, brother Jiang Ye. How did you know the missile would turn? I saw it coming, Jiang Ye replied calmly, pushing his hands away. No way. That's incredible, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Brother Jiang Ye, since you're the Grim Reaper's agent, can you tell how long I've got left to live? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. You've been reading too many novels. He turned toward Chin Moy, his mind calculating. The training camp's holiday break was approaching, and the operation to eliminate the ancient god cult was about to begin. But those weren't the main concerns. The key was to ensure Lin Shiya could go home for the new year. Hadn't been back to his aunt's house since joining the Night Watchers. Meanwhile, in the missile launch tower on the outskirts of Cangnan, the 16th seat of the cult, Liang, and Medusa's agent, Snake Woman, were staring through a telescope. When the missile veered off course, Snake Woman, enraged, smashed the telescope to pieces. Her dark green hair instantly transformed into a writhing mass of serpents. What the hell happened? How did the missile suddenly deviate? Liang narrowed his eyes. It seems we have a mole in our ranks, or perhaps the operative we placed in the training camp has been replaced. Snake Woman ground her sharp teeth, her face contorted with frustration and humiliation. What on earth is the 13th seat doing? The Snake Lady roared furiously. Weren't we told everything was ready? When we get back, I will definitely report this to Lord Yu. She turned on her heel in anger and stormed off. Lu Liang glanced in the direction of the training camp before quickly following her, leaving the launch tower behind. Back at the base, the Snake Lady immediately stormed up to Han Xiaoyun, grabbing him by the collar. 13th seat. What exactly have you arranged? How could you not know that the undercover agent in the training camp is compromised? Han Xiaoyun's cold face darkened with a hint of displeasure, his brows furrowing. What happened? We attacked the training camp and locked onto the undercover's communicator, but the missile hit a mountain beside the camp instead, Lu Liang explained. The Snake Lady glared at Han Xiaoyun with a chilling gaze. You'd better have a good explanation, or I will report this to Lord Yu. Han Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned before he forcefully pushed the Snake Lady away, his voice icy. Understood. Proceed as planned. And don't forget, I'm the one in charge here. Seeing that the Snake Lady was about to erupt, Lu Liang quickly pulled her back and gave Han Xiaoyun a nod before retreating with her. After they left, Han Xiaoyun slowly clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Damn it, we've been played. He finally understood. The message from 6 months ago had already hinted that the undercover in the training camp was gone, and someone had been impersonating them all along. At the time, they had dismissed it, thinking the Night Watchers couldn't have discovered the agent without reason. Well. A whole year of feeding us false information. No wonder our plans kept failing. He slammed his hand heavily on the table. Bastard. Just wait until I find out who you are. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office at the training camp. Chief Instructor, we've investigated the launch tower. It's confirmed to be the work of Medusa, the divine agent of the ancient god cult. Yuan Gang frowned, pressing further. And what about the missile's sudden course change? The instructor holding the report pulled out a sheet of data. According to the investigation, the missile was connected to a targeting system. Initially, it was locked onto the training camp, but then its target suddenly shifted to a mountain 1 kilometer away. Strangely, this change happened instantaneously. Instantaneous? Yuan Gang's heart sank as he recalled the mysterious disappearance of the traitor Li Yaoguang 6 months ago. It was now clear that someone had been secretly aiding the training camp, not only eliminating the ancient god cult's undercover agent, but also thwarting this attack. Check the new recruits' profiles. See if any of them have a forbidden ruin ability resembling teleportation. Also, notify everyone. Give the recruits 4 days off. We need to deal with the ancient god cult first. Upon receiving the news about their break, Instructor Hong gathered the recruits on the training field. Several buses were parked at the side, waiting. What's this about? Are we actually getting a break? Bai Li Pangpang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Qiye glanced at him with a hint of exasperation. Isn't that obvious? Bai Li Pangpang grinned and threw an arm around Jiang Ye's shoulder. Jiang Ye, come on. Let's head to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I'm a local king there. Whatever girl you want, I can make it happen. Jiang Ye pushed Bai Li Pangpang's chubby face away in disgust. Then Qiye, why don't you come along to Guangzhou and Shenzhen too? Not interested. Bai Li Pangpang pouted in frustration. Guangzhou and Shenzhen are so bustling. Beautiful women everywhere, and you're not tempted? Then where do you guys want to go? Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye exchanged a glance before replying in unison, home for the new year. On the slightly bumpy bus, Jiang Ye, Lin Shiya, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang sat squeezed together. Bai Li Pangpang muttered with a dejected expression, my maid's sister, I want get to see her. As new recruits, they were restricted to staying in Cangnan for their activities. Jiang Ye patted him on the shoulder and joked, you should worry about yourself instead. You're worth a lot, and plenty of people are eyeing you to pay off their debts. Relax, Bai Li Pangpang waved dismissively. My 4 forbidden enforcers are already on their way. So, where are we staying tonight? Chao Yuan turned to ask Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. As night fell, the bus pulled into Cangnan City. Just as the 4 of them got off and were about to go their separate ways, a familiar voice called out, handsome bro, Chia bro, over here, over here. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye turned their heads simultaneously to see members of Team 136, standing across the street, everyone present except Long Xian. The two exchanged smiles and walked over. Hong Ying scrutinized them closely before suddenly exclaiming, huh? Handsome bro, why is your skin still so fair? Look at Qiye. Lin Qiye instinctively compared their skin tones and chuckled wryly. How are you still this pale? I don't know either. Jiang Ye shrugged, feigning helplessness. It's just natural beauty, I guess. Damn it. Always showing off. Lin Qiye groaned in mock frustration. Hong Ying giggled. You guys are hilarious. But Qiye still has more of a manly vibe. At this moment, Chun Mai stepped forward, patting both of them on the shoulders. All right, let's go. We're heading to Hong Ying's place for dinner. On a distant rooftop, Long Xian stood with a camera, gazing at the freshly developed photos in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Half an hour later, the villa was filled with warmth and laughter. Chen Mai, wearing an apron, busied himself in the kitchen while the others sat around the dining table, chatting and joking. Jiang Ye quietly observed everyone's expressions, a sigh forming in his heart if he didn't know how it all ended. Perhaps he too could have been as carefree and happy as Sister Hong Ying. Xiao Yi, I heard you fused with the Reaper's essence? Wu Xiangnan asked with a smile. Jiang Yi nodded in confirmation. Qiye, does that mean you've also become the dual gods agent? Seeing Lin Shiya nod as well, Wu Xiangnan fell into thought. How did you two manage that? When Kimo's curiosity was piqued too. Yeah, the divine power fluctuations that night nearly tore Cangnan apart. So it was you two causing all the chaos. Come on, tell us the tale of these two prodigies. Clap. Hong Ying clapped her hands playfully. The Reaper and the Goddess of Night are mother and son, right? You two must have some kind of past life connection. Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya exchanged a glance before the latter took a deep breath and explained. To put it simply, the 4 leaned in, listening intently. We acknowledged the Goddess of Night as our mom, and that's how it happened. Lin Qiye tried to explain as plainly as possible. And it was the truth so that the Reaper could stay by Nix's side. He gave his essence to Jiang Ye and let himself be treated as her son. His words left the table in a brief silence. Every word made sense on its own, yet together, they seemed incomprehensible. At that moment, Chun Mai brought over the final dish, pausing when he noticed everyone's strange expressions. What's wrong with you all? Shua Captain, don't interrupt. Hong Ying raised her hand to interrupt everyone's discussion, her expression thoughtful. I'm just wondering how to make a deity my mom. Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Mai shook his head, sat down, and opened a beer beside his bowl and chopsticks, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Come on, let's treat this as an early New Year celebration. Jiang Yi, Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, and the others all stood up, raising their drinks and beers. Clink. The bottles collided. Happy New Year. Amid laughter and joy, the meal came to an end. After dinner, it turned out that there wasn't enough room at Hong Ying's house for everyone to stay. Jiang Yi and Lin Qiye briefly explained before leaving the villa to look for Bai Li Pangpang. Qiye, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Are you going home for dinner? Jiang Yi asked as they walked. Lin Qiye paused in his steps, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I want to, but if you want to, then do it. Don't wait until you regret it later, Jiang Yi said warmly. I'll go with you. Aren't you worried about involving your family? Don't worry, I'm invincible. Jiang Yi replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Your house has Erlang Shin and the howling celestial dog living there. What are you afraid of? Lin Qiye rolled his eyes. Fine, tomorrow night. We'll go home together for New Year's dinner. A system notification suddenly chimed. The host has altered the original storyline, allowing Lin Shiya to create more warm and cherished family memories during the new year. This may indirectly affect the duration of Lin Qiye's self-awareness struggles after Cangnan's disappearance. 5,000 modification points awarded. Current modification points, 325,000. Reach 500,000 points to unlock the divine skill. Words become reality. After the two left, a snow-white rat stood upright, its pink eyes fixed on their retreating backs. Upon arriving at the luxurious Kylansky Hotel, Lin Qiye had just stepped into the grand, opulently decorated lobby when Jiang Ye, following behind, extended his senses and immediately detected four unfamiliar presences, one of which belonged to a Chuan-level powerhouse. Four presences? The original story only had three. Interesting, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the rooftop. Flames illuminated the night sky as black smoke billowed from shattered windows. A chubby man wrapped in a bath towel screamed as he fell from the top floor, while Chao Yuan remained unusually composed beside him. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qiye turned around, only to find that Jiang Ye had already disappeared. Without hesitation, he drew his star blade and dashed toward the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, atop a commercial building next to the hotel, a man in a black robe observed the scene below with disdain. I really don't understand why Lord Han recruited these night watchers. What can 3 chi levels even accomplish? You might not get a chance to find out. A sudden voice startled the black-robed man, his eyes widening in shock. Blind man? You're the Jiang that Lord Han mentioned. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye casually waved his hand, and the black-robed man's lower half instantly dissolved into a pool of blood. In just 2 seconds, the living man had been reduced to nothing more than a bloody stain. Jiang Ye's expression remained calm. You're not even worthy of speaking my name. Jiang Ye stood on the rooftop, the faint breeze stirred by the battle below brushing against his cheeks. As the supreme deity, the chill of winter winds was meaningless to him. He quietly observed the fight unfolding below, knowing there was no need for his direct involvement. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of combat gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of flames on the top floor. Jiang Ye's figure began to fade where he stood. A flicker of blue-white light passed, and he silently appeared at the corner below. Walking onto the devastated battlefield, he saw 3 corpses of watchmen from the Qi realm sprawled on the ground. In the distance, the clash of metal weapons echoed. Seemed the instructors were still engaged in battle. Jiang Ye, where did you run off to just now? Lin Qiye turned and asked upon sensing his presence. Chasing someone who tried to escape, Jiang Ye replied with a smile. And where's their body? The body? Jiang Ye paused for a moment. Returned to nature. Huh. By Li Pang, shirtless, laughed. Jiang Ye, you're so considerate when you kill, offering a full burial service too? Something like that, Jiang Ye said with a hint of exasperation. I'm very thorough. Not even ashes remain. By Li Pang gave him a thumbs up before gesturing to the 3 bodies on the ground. What about these guys? What's the plan? Leave them to the instructors. Let's grab some food first, Lin Qiye suggested. By Li Pang and Chao Yuan, who was wrapped in bandages, nodded in agreement. The 4 of them strolled along a street overgrown with ivy, chatting and laughing until they arrived at an old, well-known noodle shop. What kind of noodles do you want? The elderly owner asked in a weathered voice. Shredded pork noodles. Pork chop noodles. I'm not hungry. The owner, accustomed to taking orders, paused mid-writing and looked up. Young man, we don't serve, I'm not hungry here. How about ordering something else? By Li Pang erupted into laughter before ordering a bowl of braised beef noodles with a long list of extra toppings. The owner's eyes lit up, his pin struggling to keep up. That'll be 102 yuan. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, and in the end, Chao Yuan covered the balance. Before long, steaming bowls of fragrant noodles were served. By Li Pang propped up his legs and devoured his meal ravenously. Lin Qiye took a few bites before pushing his bowl toward Jiang Ye, who wore a black ribbon around his wrist. I can't finish. Help me out. At the level of a deity, eating is completely unnecessary, Jiang Ye said, picking up the chopsticks and feeling the warmth of the noodles. Though his vision only saw shades of gray, he began to eat regardless. Just then, a familiar voice came from the next table. Boss, 4 bowls of plain soup noodles. By Li Pang glanced over and grinned. Hey, Mr. Cool, you're here for noodles too? You should try the beef noodles, they're amazing. Shin Qingzhu looked over, slightly embarrassed, but he maintained his aloof demeanor. He ordered shredded pork noodles for his 3 subordinates, while sticking to plain soup for himself. After Lin Shiya suggested that Shan Qingzhu act as a bodyguard for Bailey Pang, the group of 5 arrived at a hotel playing provocative promotional videos. Bailey Pang, shirtless, grew visibly nervous and clenched his hips uneasily. Qiye, you can't be serious about this, he stammered. This place doesn't require registration. Stay or die, your choice, Lin Shiya said nonchalantly as he grabbed Jiang Ye's arm and headed inside. Whoa, why are you pulling me? This is way too suggestive, Jiang Ye exclaimed in shock. The 5 of them booked 2 rooms. Bailey Pang, Chao Yuan, and their bodyguard Shan Qingzhu shared one room, while Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye stayed in the other. The two exchanged awkward glances, coughed lightly, and then fell into an uneasy silence. From the room next door came muffled, blush-inducing noises, though fortunately, they were drowned out by the raucous sound of Bailey Pang Pang and the others playing cards. Let's get some rest. We're heading home tomorrow, Jiang Ye sighed. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, lying down on the pink bed. Gradually, his consciousness drifted to the psychiatric hospital. In the sunlit courtyard, Nix was smiling as she watered flowers. When she noticed Lin Shiya in his doctor's coat, her eyes lit up, but upon realizing Jiang Ye wasn't with him, her expression dimmed. Thanatos, has Jiang Ye grown tired of his mother? Why hasn't he come to see me? She asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Lin Qiye gently held her hand. That's not true. He's just been very busy lately. I'll make sure to bring him next time to visit you. Hearing this, Nix's face brightened instantly. All right, she said cheerfully. Lin Qiye then discussed Nix's refusal to take her medication with Lin Qiye. Glancing at the 89 recovery progress displayed above, Nix's hiatus significant improvement thanks to Jiang Ye's previous summoning of the god of death Lin Shiya reminded Lin Qiye to keep encouraging her before heading off to check on other patients. On the morning of Lunar New Year's Eve, the snow-covered streets echoed with the sound of firecrackers. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye left the hotel and first returned to the peacekeeping office to bid farewell to their captain and sister Hong Ying. Are you really going home? Chun Mai asked, his expression serious. Captain, the ancient god cult isn't foolish. They probably already know where my home is. But don't worry, we'll be fine, Jiang Ye reassured him. Considering Jiang Ye's formidable strength and his current status as a divine agent, Chun Mai eventually nodded. Send my New Year greetings to your parents for me. 10 minutes later, the two boys, bundled in thick coats, trudged through the deep snow. Having been away from home for half a year, their longing for their families grew stronger with each step. Lin Shiya rubbed his frostbitten ears and murmured, Auntie Jane? Jiang Ye responded with a warm smile. Squeak, squeak. The sudden sound caught Jiang Ye's attention. On top of a snow mound stood a snow-white mouse, upright and staring at them intently. And Qingyu. In a cozy room filled with warmth, sunlight streamed onto a golden phoebe-wood desk, reflecting a soft golden glow. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye sat side by side, facing a frail-looking youth wearing an owl mask. The youth rested his chin on his hands, staring intently at the two of them. Jiang Ye's face showed a hint of helplessness. He hadn't planned to step into Qingyu's illusion, just sensing it would have been enough to understand the situation in the old district. But since Lin Qiye had already entered, he had no choice but to follow and play along. Serve the tea, and Qingyu said softly. Before the words had fully settled, a delicate tea set appeared out of thin air on the desk. He slowly removed his mask and poured a cup of tea for each of them. And Qingyu, in this illusion, can anything you imagine appear? Jiang Ye asked, a bit surprised. It had only been half a year since they last met, but in Qingyu's mastery of illusions had reached such a level. As long as you can picture its form, it can exist, and Qingyu replied, tilting his head slightly. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. All right then, give me a year of abundance feast. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surroundings instantly transformed. The cozy room turned into a festive New Year's scene, adorned with vibrant red and purple decorations. A long table before them was suddenly laden with an array of fish dishes. Now this feels like New Year eating fish, Jiang Ye said with a laugh. And Qingyu and Lin Shiya exchanged glances. And Qingyu frowned slightly and let out a sigh. Actually, I called you here to persuade you not to go back. He got straight to the point. Right now, the ancient god cult is waiting for you in the old district, ready to trap you. They're very powerful. You can't defeat them. The smartest move would be to go back and call for reinforcements. Can't beat them? Isn't it just 2 peak Chuan-level fighters and a few small fry like Guangxia? Jiang Ye said nonchalantly, continuing to eat his fish. Lin Qiye, however, suddenly stood up, alarmed. Are you saying they're already near my aunt's house? And Qingyu lowered his head and nodded slightly. I'm only giving you advice. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Consider it repayment for the favor you did me with the fox demon's corpse. His gaze shifted to Jiang Ye, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The essence of a god? I'd love to dissect it and see its molecular structure. Feeling the piercing, research-driven stare, Jiang Ye froze mid-bite. Wow, here we go again trying to dissect me. All right, meeting adjourned, and Qingyu declared. The illusion abruptly shattered, and the feast vanished like shards of broken glass. After a moment of weightlessness, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye opened their eyes to find themselves standing on a snowy street. As for that rat, it's done for. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a blade unsheathing broke the silence. Lin Shiya drew his star blade, his eyes cold and sharp. Jiang Ye understood his concern for his family and nodded to him in acknowledgement. In the next instant, only 2 blurred silhouettes remained on the snow-covered street, while the houses on either side retreated rapidly in their wake as they sped forward. In the old district, a low house stood quietly opposite a two-story building. This was the home of Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. 16th seat. Do we really need two peak Chuan realm fighters just to ambush a Qi realm one? Is Han Xiaoyun out of his mind? The 15th seat of the followers grumbled discontentedly. Lu Liang adjusted his color-changing triangular glasses and explained with a sigh. What can we do? Lord Murmur specifically instructed us to follow Han Xiaoyun's orders. If you don't listen and Lord Murmur holds you accountable, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The 15th seat clicked his tongue in annoyance, his eyes scanning the two buildings. Are we just going to stay hidden like this? What if they don't come? Who said anything about staying hidden? Lu Liang's lips curled into a cold smile. We'll capture the family members of the twin god proxy and the god candidate, then spread the word. Let's see if they dare not show up. Won't that attract even stronger enemies? Don't worry. As long as we have their families in our hands, the instructors at the training camp won't dare act rashly. Lu Liang's gaze fixed on the two-story building. Let's start with capturing the family of Jiang Ye, the god candidate. The two transformed into shadows and dashed toward the two-story building. However, as soon as they came within a 50-meter range, they were suddenly blasted back 100 meters by a powerful energy, landing heavily on the snow-covered wasteland. What the hell was that? The two exchanged bewildered looks, brushing off the snow on their clothes. Let's start with the low house. This place feels off, the 15th seat suggested. Cautiously, Lu Liang tested the perimeter of the low house from 50 meters away. After confirming it was safe, he instructed, the low house has a forbidden transfer object. Use the spatial lock to suppress it while I go inside to grab the target. The 15th seat retrieved sequence 376, a spatial lock, while Lu Liang sneaked in through the back door. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he saw an ugly little black mangy dog lying on the staircase, panting with its red tongue hanging out. This dog is so ugly. Lu Liang muttered disdainfully. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye finally caught sight of their long-missed home. Lin Qiye gazed at the low house, his eyes glistening with emotion. Jiang Ye sensed his mother, Lu Su, preparing the Lunar New Year dinner on the second floor, though his father was still absent this year. Suddenly, 5 or 6 men with scorpion tattoos emerged from the shadows, armed with various weapons. Jiang Ye also sensed a sniper and Long Xian stationed on the high-rise. He retrieved the death command seal from his soul guardian ring and conjured a stack of red envelopes using the myriad divine void. It's the new year. Let's make it festive, Jiang Ye said with a smile. As Lin Qiye was about to assign targets, Jiang Ye had already unleashed 10 capture talismans. The talismans instantaneously transformed into 10 scythe-wielding Grim Reapers, sending the Scorpion gang members fleeing in terror. At the same time, inside the low house, Lu Liang had just stepped onto the staircase when the little black mangy dog showed a ravenous look for food. However, before it could act, a shadowy figure wielding a scythe suddenly rushed in, grabbed Lu Liang by the collar, and dragged him out. The little black dog froze in place, then quickly ran to the doorway, barking furiously, "Woof, woof, woof. Damn it. How dare you steal the dog lord's dog food?" The sky gradually darkened, and light snowflakes danced in the chilly wind. Lin Qiye gripped his long blade tightly, his bright, watery eyes fixed on the Grim Reaper, who was effortlessly holding the 8 members of the Mad Scorpion group and 2 believers as if they were mere chicks. He turned his stiff neck toward Jiang Ye, stammering as he pointed at the 10 captives. They were just dealt with like this? Jiang Ye nodded nonchalantly. Nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Qiye stared at the death token in Jiang Ye's hand, his heart filled with awe. The power of this artifact was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, who was being restrained by the Grim Reaper's scythe, looked around in a daze. He recalled feeling a soul-crushing force moments before, and in the blink of an eye, he had been brought here. Seeing Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya, he was even more bewildered. Weren't we talking about a pool realm? How did 2 peak river realm cultivators end up like this? Han Xiaoyun, curse your ancestors for feeding me false information. Lin Qiye sheathed his blade and walked over to Jiang Ye. What do you plan to do with them? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It's bad luck to see blood during the new year. How about we have them put on a festive performance? He raised his hand and gestured. Make them kneel. Yes, my lord, the Grim Reaper responded. Under the suffocating pressure of the Grim Reaper's soul, the 10 captives dropped to their knees in unison. Jiang Ye pulled out a stack of red envelopes from behind his back and handed them out one by one. Here you go, Happy New Year. The 10 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions cold as they stared at the envelopes in their hands. Jiang Ye then produced firecrackers, fireworks, and a loudspeaker, while Lin Qiye, catching on, took out a lighter. Since you've accepted the red envelopes, you've got to work for it. Jiang Ye shoved the firecrackers into Lu Liang's hands. Shout, Happy New Year, at least 50 times per minute, or I'll have you executed. The 15th seat immediately erupted in fury. Go ahead, kill me. Believers have unyielding spirits. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ye casually tossed out execution token. The Grim Reaper raised its scythe and swiftly decapitated the 15th seat. His headless body fell to the ground, eerily bloodless. Lu Liang's face turned pale as he clenched the firecrackers tightly in his hands. The others dared not make a move, silently cursing Han Xiaoyun for leading them into this trap. That should do it, Jiang Ye said, clapping his hands. Qiye, let's head home. The two walked side by side until they reached their respective doorsteps. Lin Qiye glanced back at Jiang Ye before raising his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Who is it? Came the voice of his aunt from inside. Lin Qiye's eyes grew moist, his voice trembling. Auntie. It's me, Qiye. There was a moment of silence inside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Creak. The old wooden door opened with a sound, and standing outside were Auntie and Jean. Both of them displayed surprised expressions upon seeing Lin Qiye. You child, you should have told us you were coming back, Auntie said as she grabbed Lin Qiye's shoulders, her eyes glistening with tears. You've grown stronger. No wonder you've served in the military. Qiye, you've really become a true man. Of course. My brother excels at everything he does. Yang Jin chimed in with a cheerful smile. Lin Qiye stepped inside the house and said with a grin, let me see what delicious food Annie has prepared. Did Jean help you out? Of course, I did. Yang Jin replied, lifting his head proudly. Auntie quickly waved her hands dismissively. All right, it's good that you're back. Jean, close the door. Let's sit down and enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner. Sure, Auntie, Yang Jin replied. He turned towards the door, but his gaze landed on Jiang Ye, who was standing in front of the two-story house across the street. Jiang Ye didn't knock, but simply smiled at Yang Jin. Yang Jin frowned slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. What's his purpose in approaching my brother? Reaching the level of a deity, why conceal it intentionally? Could he be the reincarnation of a Desya deity? No, reincarnations couldn't recover their power this quickly. With his current strength, Jiang Ye is at least at the godly level and can freely use divine power. Even I would risk shattering my divine core if I tried that. Could he be a deity of Desya, who never entered the 6 paths of reincarnation? Or perhaps, Jean, come eat. Annie's call interrupted his train of thought. Yang Jin responded with a quick coming, gave Jiang Ye one last glance, and closed the door. Is he scrutinizing me? Jiang Ye chuckled softly. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a dog's barking broke the silence. In the snowy yard, Xiao Hei Lai barked fiercely at him. What are you barking at, dog? Jiang Ye tilted his head and asked. How dare you? You shameless thief. You stole my dog food and still have the audacity to act so righteous about it. The dog suddenly spoke in human language. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. You helped Lin Qiye relive the warmth of home, altering the timeline and reducing the period of self-reflection after Cangnan's disappearance. You stole Xiao Hei Lai's dog food, forming a grudge with the Heavenly Hound. You've earned 15,000 modification points. Current modification points, 350,000. At 500,000 points, you'll unlock the divine skill, Command Reality with Words. Random reward triggered, Mental Domain Collapse Random Gift Pack. Jiang Ye crouched down and asked, So, what do you want? The Heavenly Hound raised its head proudly and extended 4 claws. Not much, just compensate me with 4 servings. How about this? We'll give you something different, Jiang Ye offered. What is it? The Heavenly Hound lowered its front paws, its curiosity piqued. Sit down first. No way. You're not qualified to command me, the great dog lore. Sit. Jiang Ye's blade aura instantly suppressed the hound. The Heavenly Hound obediently sat in the snow. Jiang Ye stuffed a red envelope into its mouth. Stop barking. Happy New Year. With that, he turned and stepped into the house. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks lit up the night sky, illuminating the heavens. Xiao Hei Lai grabbed the red envelope with its paw, tore it open, and immediately barked angrily, You thief! It's empty. On a distant rooftop, Long Xian stood silently, his black coat dusted with falling snow. He lowered his camera, having just captured a heartwarming moment of Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye reuniting with their family. His gaze shifted downward, where members of the ancient god church were busy setting up firecrackers and fireworks. The scene stirred a sense of reflection within him. Jiang Ye's strength is truly unfathomable, Long Xian murmured, effortlessly taking down 2 peak-level Chuanjing fighters. No wonder the Night Watcher's leadership values him so highly, even above the dual god proxy, Lin Shiya. Resting his sniper rifle on his shoulder, he glanced at the photo in his hand and softly said, Xiao Yi, Qiye, happy reunion. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the tranquility. Long Xian frowned and turned his head, but a faint smile played on his lips. Old Zhao, this time. It's our turn to protect the entire world for these 2 kids. Above the old district on New Year's Eve, dazzling fireworks lit up the sky. Jiang Ye stood by the window. Though he couldn't see the colors, the sound of the fireworks, paired with the memories in his mind, was enough for him to imagine the beauty of the city. He turned his senses toward the small house below. Xiao Yi, come eat. His mother, Lu Su, called out. I made your favorite chicken soup. Your father is busy with work this year and won't be coming home. Retracting his perception, Jiang Yi walked to the dining table. It's fine. I'm used to it. His mother's lack of surprise at his return was understandable. The doppelganger created by the Wanxiang divine ruins had been keeping her company during his absence. Drink more chicken soup to nourish yourself. Grow taller, and maybe a girl will take a liking to you. Jiang Yi ate quietly, listening to his mother's chatter. After cleaning up the dishes, he joined her to watch the Spring Festival Gala, cracking sunflower seeds while contemplating the mental-type Forbidden Ruins random gift pack he had been rewarded by the system. If this time he could max out the attributes like he did with creating the Blade Domain Forbidden Ruins, the power of the mental-type Forbidden Ruins would be remarkable. The system chimed in just in time. Rest assured, host, it's guaranteed. Jiang Yi let out his signature muffled laugh behind his hand. When he clicked to draw, a spinning wheel appeared in the void, its pointer eventually stopping on Soul Pact, a power that allowed him to form a soul contract with the target, overriding existing contracts and enabling remote control of the contractor. The system notified him that he could choose 3 mental control abilities. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the ancient God Church's method? Immediately, a plot-altering idea emerged in his mind. If he used the Soul Pact to keep Han Xiaoyan alive, wouldn't it earn him a significant amount of modification points? He began planning his skill combination. First, Soul Obliteration. There was no need for mental protection since the Soul Guard ring was sufficient. For the second ability, he decided on something akin to Heart Insight, allowing him to perceive others' innermost thoughts. Let it be infinite mental power. Jiang Yi murmured softly to himself. Almost immediately, the system notification chimed, confirming the successful addition of the spiritual contract, Perfect Mind. All 4 abilities Soul Pact, Mental Obliteration, Mind Wander, and Infinite Spirit had now reached their maximum level. A single Forbidden Ruin containing 4 abilities was a rare find, and Jiang Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet he quickly shifted his focus to his next goal, accumulating modification points. Just then, a deafening clash of energy erupted from the nearby voidless domain. The sound was so intense that it was clearly audible even within his room. Extending his senses outward, Jiang Yi discovered something unexpected. Han Xiaoyan had already ascended to the Boundless Realm. Reaching the Boundless Realm in just 6 months? Jiang Yi carefully examined the golden divine energy coursing through Han Xiaoyan and instantly understood the truth. So, Michael has chosen you as his agent. Interesting. Jiang Ye's figure began to fade, leaving behind a doppelganger formed from the myriad ruin to accompany his mother. His true body silently stepped outside. Taking out 9 blade cards, he flung them in the direction of Lu Liang and his group before vanishing without a trace. In the snowy expanse, only the sound of scythes slicing through flesh remained. The scene shifted to 10 minutes earlier, inside a modest house. Lin Qiye was having dinner with his family, the table laden with familiar homemade dishes. He picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his younger brother A Jin's bowl, not forgetting to toss a bone to Xiao Hei Lai, who had just slipped back through a crack. As Lin Qiye shared anecdotes from the military camp with his aunt, a violent explosion sounded from outside. Possessing the mortal divine domain, he immediately sensed that this was no ordinary blast. Remaining vigilant, he slid his hand into his pocket, but outwardly continued eating as if nothing were amiss. Moments later, his phone rang. Pretending to answer a call from his commanding officer, Lin Qiye got up to leave. Despite her reluctance, his aunt draped a thick cotton jacket over him as he headed out. With the black box in hand, Lin Qiye stepped into the vast snowy expanse. Along the way, he noticed the snowfall suddenly ceased ahead, and countless eerie serpent eyes appeared on the ground. This was the divine ruin of Medusa's agent, the Snake Woman. At the center of it all stood Jiang Ye. Lin Qiye was about to call out a warning when Jiang Ye calmly uttered the word break. In an instant, the serpent eyes exploded one after another like a chain of firecrackers. Lin Qiye closed his mouth in silence, realizing his concern had been entirely unnecessary. The long night was silent, with snow falling heavily on the deserted streets. The faint light from a few scattered homes added a touch of warmth to the darkness. Jiang Ye stood motionless at the street corner, his gaze fixed ahead. The area, once filled with the snake eyes set by the serpent woman, was instantly cleared the moment he unleashed his blade domain. Ugh! The serpent woman suddenly coughed up blood and emerged from the shadows, standing face to face with Jiang Ye. She stared at him in shock. How did you do that? Just said a word. Jiang Ye replied calmly, tilting his head slightly. Hearing this, the serpent woman's green hair instantly transformed into countless snakes, their tongues flicking menacingly. She had no choice but to admit that with just one word. Jiang Ye had shattered all her snake eyes while an invisible pressure began crushing her body and soul. Is this something that can be done at the pool realm? She frowned, questioning the accuracy of Han Xiaoyun's information. What level are you really at? What level? Jiang Ye spoke evenly, as a beam of spiritual energy gathered at the center of his brow. You won't have the chance to find out. Ah. The serpent woman's mind went blank, and she clutched her head, screaming in agony, as though her soul was being obliterated by some unseen force. Medusa's divine protection? Pathetically weak. The spiritual beam at Jiang Ye's brow suddenly exploded. The serpent woman's screams were abruptly cut short. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground, her soul annihilated in an instant. At that moment, Han Xiaoyun arrived at the scene, carrying his spear. He froze upon seeing the serpent woman's lifeless body. Though her level was not high, as Medusa's divine agent, how could she have died so easily? His gaze shifted to the dark-haired boy standing near her body. Jiang Ye, did you kill her? Jiang Ye was about to turn away when a sudden surge of divine energy descended. The serpent woman's corpse on the ground emanated an unfamiliar power, and the surroundings instantly transformed. Han Xiaoyun and Lin Qiye, who had been standing nearby, vanished, replaced by an isolated space encased in a crimson energy barrier. Insignificant insect, who gave you the audacity to kill my agent? 50 meters above the ground, a figure appeared, a being with the torso of a woman, the tail of a snake, and a head full of writhing serpents, wielding a scepter. It was none other than Medusa herself. Outside the divine domain, Han Xiaoyun looked around in confusion. Where is everyone? Other than Lin Shiya, the dual divine agent, Jiang Ye was nowhere to be seen. Did you see where he went? He asked, turning to Lin Shiya. Huh. Lin Shiya snapped back to reality, equally puzzled. There was a strange surge of divine energy just now, and then he disappeared. Han Xiaoyun planted his spear into the snow, lost in thought. The deal with the Seraphim was to kill Jiang Ye. Now that the target had vanished, the mission could not be completed. As for Lin Qiye, he was neither the target nor an enemy. Once the deal was completed, the soul-binding control of the whispers would be lifted, and Lin Qiye would regain his freedom. He glanced at Han Xiaoyun, who showed no hostility, and cautiously took a step forward. Are you a watchman too? Han Xiaoyun, focused on tracking Jiang Ye's whereabouts, replied without turning his head, former watchman of Gusa City. Now the 13th seat of the ancient god church. A damn follower. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly put a distance of over 10 meters between them. His blade was unsheathed, and the abyssal corrosion erupted in an instant, enveloping the surrounding space in dense darkness. Sensing the sudden change, Han Xiaoyun quickly turned around and stepped back 2 paces to face the encroaching darkness. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket, touching the watchman badge engraved with his name and the words, "If the dark night descends, I shall stand before the masses." He had only joined the ancient god church out of sheer desperation and had no desire to fight his former comrades. You're no match for me, and I have no intention of targeting you. Escaping is your best option, Han Xiaoyun warned, gripping the badge tightly. Lin Qiye froze, and the momentum of the abyssal corrosion faltered. You want me to run? Isn't the ancient god church after me to capture or kill me? His pitch-black eyes locked onto Han Xiaoyun. Then who is your target? Jiang Ye. Before Han Xiaoyun's words fully landed, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure of the boundless realm. Lin Qiye felt as though a mountain was crushing down on him, nearly causing him to collapse. This pressure was even stronger than Instructor Yuan's, suggesting that Han Xiaoyun might have reached the peak of the sea realm or even the boundless realm. As Lin Qiye stood at a loss, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed. Sister Hongying appeared, holding a blazing spear, with the rest of the team following closely behind. Former captain of Gusu City's watchman squad, Han Xiaoyun. Today I represent the watchmen of Daxia to arrest you. At the same time, Instructor Yuan descended from above with 3 other Sea Realm Peak experts, landing in midair. However, Han Xiaoyun remained unfazed, even revealing a trace of disdainful amusement. How troublesome. Let's deal with you first. He spun his spear, and the wind and snow surged in response. Meanwhile, within the divine domain, Jiang Ye calmly faced Medusa, unmoved by the divine power flickering in her blood-red eyes. Insolent ant, why do you not kneel before your queen? Medusa demanded with regal authority. A mere god who isn't even a primordial deity, and a mere projection at that, dares demand the supreme god kneel? Truly laughable. Jiang Ye slowly raised his head. Kneel? Let me oblige you. As his words ended, an unparalleled divine aura erupted. Blue-white divine energy swept through the entire space, shattering Medusa's divine domain in an instant. Medusa's expression shifted drastically, disbelief filling her gaze as she stared at the human before her. Jiang Ye, emanating overwhelming divine power, raised his right hand, his tone commanding and irrefutable. Within the borders of Daxia, all foreign gods shall be annihilated. You? How can you possibly be a god? There are no gods in Daxia. Medusa stared at the blue and white divine energy surging around Jiang Ye, disbelief flashing through her blood-red eyes. The sheer power of this divine force, far surpassing her own, forced her to re-evaluate the young man before her. Could he have already reached the level of a supreme god? She quickly swung her staff, and a pink glow of divine energy formed a protective shield around her. Yet, in Jiang Ye's eyes, it was nothing more than a futile struggle. Jiang Ye slowly ascended into the air. The black sheen in his eyes shattered under the impact of his overwhelming divine power, revealing pitch-black, pupilless sockets brimming with blue and white energy. He raised his right hand gently, and with a casual flick of his finger, the concentrated divine energy shot out as a blue-white laser faster than the speed of light, piercing through Medusa's chest with ease. Medusa's blood-red eyes widened in shock as she lowered her gaze to the gaping wound in her chest. The divine projection she had always prided herself on couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Ye. Waves of turmoil surged within her. Weren't the gods of Daxia supposed to have vanished long ago? How could such a terrifying supreme god-level existence suddenly appear? Even in the ancient Greek pantheon, any one of the Olympian 12 was a figure the world revered. But she had no time to ponder further. The excruciating pain radiated from her chest. Her projection began to dissipate rapidly from the tail upward, vanishing into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving her no chance to utter a final threat. Pathetic, Jiang Ye muttered as he lowered his right hand and flicked it lightly. With Medusa's disappearance, the divine realm collapsed with a thunderous roar. The icy, snow-covered landscape reappeared, but the location was no longer within Cangnan city. Instead, the surroundings were desolate and shrouded in darkness. Extending his senses, Jiang Ye realized he had moved several districts away from Cangnan. He thought of Han Xiaoyun, who was at the Boundless Realm, but the instructors and concealed night watchers in Cangnan were likely only at the peak of the Sea Realm. They wouldn't last long. Since his divine power was already exposed, there was no point in holding back. Jiang Ye activated the myriad divine void and vanished instantly. After he left, an elderly man dressed in a plain Taoist robe emerged from the wind and snow. His black and white hair was tied up with a hairpin, and he exuded an aura of otherworldly wisdom. This was none other than Yuanshi Tianzuan. He flicked his sleeve and gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Whose reincarnation is he? I have no recollection of him. For someone to awaken and reach the supreme god level in such a short time, how could I have overlooked such a figure during my time in the heavenly court? Meanwhile, in a misty valley outside the borders of Daxia, eerie green lights flickered within a deep cave. On a golden throne, Medusa suddenly opened her blood-red eyes, her furious roar shaking the snake-filled valley to its core. Bang! She slammed her palm onto the offering table, flipping it over as flames of rage seemed to burn in her eyes. But soon, her anger was replaced by a heavy sense of unease. Clutching her staff tightly, she recalled the distinct characteristics of that divine power. That presence, it's identical to the god that appeared 9 years ago, when Gaia used Shiva's resentment. Revenge? Medusa let out a cold snort, a glint of frost flashing through her eyes. A mere god challenging a primordial god was no different than courting death. Thinking about the opponent the old god's church had provoked, she couldn't help but shake her head. What troubled her even more was that her agent had already perished, and the assigned task remained incomplete. The disparity in power forced her to temporarily compromise, but she had learned that the gods of many nations were discussing forming an alliance. When that time came, the besieged Daxia would be like a fish in a barrel, presenting her with the perfect opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, within the borders of Daxia, in the city of Cangnan, a fierce battle was unfolding in the snow. Han Xiaoyun, dressed in a white-patterned robe, was wielding a long spear, skillfully contending with 4 powerful experts from the Sea Realm. His every move exuded calm and composure, and though he only focused on defense, his opponents struggled to even get close to him. Yuan Gang and Chenmoi noticed something unusual. This Boundless Realm expert had not launched a single offensive move. Han Xiaoyun, why aren't you attacking? Yuan Gang asked with a frown. Are you hesitating to harm the Night Watchers? What really happened back then? Han Xiaoyun deflected the attack of a peak Sea Realm expert with a swift movement of his spear, taking 2 steps back before calmly looking at Yuan Gang. If not for the Seraph's divine power suppressing the soul contract of the Whisper, he might have already lost control by now. Captain Chen, he turned to Chen Moi. What do your team members mean to you? Chen Moi glanced at Hong Ying, Qi, and the others, who had sustained minor injuries. They are the most important people to my partners I can trust with my back. Han Xiaoyun suddenly burst into laughter, causing everyone to momentarily pause. Then, his voice turned low and somber. If one by one your teammates died before your eyes, and you had the chance to save them at the cost of betraying your beliefs, what would you choose? The question left both Chun Moi and Lin Qiye in silence. Han Xiaoyun looked up at the night sky, his gaze filled with the image of a green-robed woman whose eyes were forever closed. Ching, this time, I will save you. He pulled out the Night Watcher's badge, staring at the engraved names before finally letting it fall onto the snowy ground. I'm sorry, but I can only protect the person who matters most. Before his words had fully settled, Han Xiaoyun's aura surged dramatically as the surrounding wind and snow converged in a frenzy. A massive snow tornado formed in the skies above Cangnan, its sheer force beginning to tear apart the surrounding structures. This is bad. Yuan Gang struggled to withstand the violent winds. A storm of this scale could destroy several cities. Two Peak Sea Realm experts exchanged a glance, shaking their heads helplessly. We can't stop him, and reinforcements won't make it in time. Not far away, on a stone platform, by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu were drawn to the scene. Chewing gum lazily, Shun Qingzhu raised his right hand and slowly snapped his fingers. Snap. The moment the snapping sound echoed, the ferocious snow tornado vanished into thin air. Han Xiaoyun stood frozen in place, looking around in disbelief. The eye of the storm, which he had always prided himself on, had completely disappeared. On the ground, Yuan Gang and Qin Mai exchanged a knowing glance before turning their eyes toward Shun Qingzhu, who stood on the stone platform. Lin Shiya and the others immediately realized what had happened, the perfect counter of Qi Min to the Great Wind Calamity. What the? Bro, what kind of move is that? By Li Pangpang, standing beside Shun Qingzhu, exclaimed in shock. Even the usually composed Chao Yuan showed a hint of surprise. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Shun Qingzhu shrugged awkwardly. It's just snapping my fingers, that's all. Snapping your fingers can neutralize a boundless realm ultimate move? By Li Pangpang threw himself dramatically toward Chao Yuan. Why am I stuck with you freaks? I'm the only normal one here. Chao Yuan gracefully sidestepped, avoiding him with ease. Lin Qiye can do it. You can't, he said coolly, watching Bai Li Pangpang collapse onto the ground, wailing. I can't live like this anymore. Made the scene momentarily absurd. On the battlefield, Yuan Gang and the two Peak Ocean Realm Night Watchers moved in synchronized precision, their blades cutting through the air. Under Qian Mai's command, Team 136 launched a coordinated assault on Han Xiaoyun. Lung Xian's sniper rifle cracked, the bullet flying straight toward Han Xiaoyun's face. Han Xiaoyun effortlessly deflected the bullet, but directed his gaze toward Shun Qingzhu. Counter my forbidden ruin? Then let me show you what a miracle looks like. A golden light burst forth as sacred golden markings surfaced on Han Xiaoyun's forehead. An overwhelming divine power instantly enveloped the battlefield, forcing everyone back, everyone except Lin Qiye, who stood firm. This was the distinct trait of a Seraph's proxy. Even so, when Lin Qiye swung his blade at Han Xiaoyun, he was sent flying by a single strike of Han Xiaoyun's spear. The gap between the boundless realm and the pool realm was not something mere courage could bridge. A proxy of the Seraph? Yuan Gang stared at Han Xiaoyun in disbelief. Impossible. Someone with that status wouldn't have escaped the Night Watcher's detection. Despite the dire circumstances, as Night Watchers, they had a duty to protect this city. Yuan Gang shouted resolutely, everyone, draw your blades. The sound of blades being unsheathed resonated one after another. Every member of Team 136 Chen Mai, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Kai stood their ground without hesitation. Lin Qiye glanced toward the direction of the old district, silently vowing, Aunt, Jin, I will protect you both. Hovering in midair, Han Xiaoyun observed the scene below, a fleeting trace of emotion crossing his eyes. Han Xiaoyun swung his spear, and in an instant, a dazzling vortex of golden light reappeared. A snow tornado, even more powerful than before, slowly rose, its terrifying presence seemingly heralding the end of the world. Are you kidding me? Do it again, Snap Guy. By Li Pangpang, staring at the ascending snow tornado, hurriedly turned to Shun Qingzhu for help. Although Shun Qingzhu was somewhat displeased with the commanding tone, as a bodyguard, this duty indeed fell within his responsibilities. He turned to face the snow tornado, the fierce wind stinging his face. Slowly lifting his right hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp sound that echoed all around. However, this time, even as the surrounding foul air was drawn away, the snow tornado did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to spin in the vacuum, growing stronger. Shun Qingzhu froze, snapping his fingers several more times, but to no avail. The tornado not only showed no signs of weakening, but its suction force became even more intense. Snap Guy, what's going on? Bai Li Pangpang asked, bewildered. Chao Yuan frowned in thought. Logically, a storm is a phenomenon caused by large-scale air movement. In a vacuum, where there's no medium for transmission, a storm shouldn't exist. Then what's happening here? Chao Yuan paused for a moment before replying. This is a miracle. Bai Li Pengpeng's face turned pale instantly. So, does that mean we're all doomed? Yes, Chao Yuan replied calmly. What? Why are you so indifferent to life and death? I'm not ready to die yet. Bai Li Pengpeng dropped to his knees, clasped his hands together, and pleaded, Heavens above, please send someone to stop this storm. I'm willing to trade 10 years of Chao Yuan's lifespan for it. Oh? Chao Yuan looked utterly dumbfounded. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderous boom resounded. A terrifying wave of divine power swept through the air. The three clung tightly to whatever they could hold on to, barely resisting the forceful winds threatening to blow them away. Suddenly, a sphere of blue and white light descended from the sky, enveloping the destructive snow tornado. In an instant, the storm subsided, and the fierce suction disappeared without a trace. Yuan Gang and the others retreated to a safe distance, staring in shock at the radiant blue-white light. One of the veteran night watchers at the peak of the ocean realm exclaimed, This is divine power, extremely strong divine power. A deity has descended. A deity? Yuan Gang, Chen Mai, and Lin Qiye were equally stunned. Chen Mai furrowed his brows, silently wondering if this could be the same deity from 9 years ago. After all, the matter had been classified as top secret within the Night Watcher's upper echelons, and he was the only one in Cangnan tasked with guarding the resentment of Shiva who knew about it. Commander Yi had also specifically instructed that any appearance of a deity in Cangnan must be reported immediately. Lin Qiye's eyes glimmered with golden divine power, yet even he couldn't see through the brilliance to uncover the truth within. From a distance, Bai Li Pengpeng's eyes widened. It's gone. He suddenly lunged at Chao Yuan, embracing him tightly and crying tears of joy. Holy crap, it's really gone. Chao Yuan, your 10 years of lifespan worked wonders. Shen Qingzhu twitched at the corner of his mouth. Wait, what? That actually worked? Chao Yuan stared blankly, his voice trembling. My 10 years of lifespan gone. The heavy snow had stopped, and the cold winter night was filled only with the distant sound of firecrackers. Beneath the blue and white glow, Jiang Ye created a miniature world-a-bustling version of the city of Suzhou. Jiang Ye stood on the street, with Han Xiaoyun in a white robe by his side. The latter looked around at the familiar streetscape, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes. When Jiang Ye turned to face him, Han Xiaoyun instinctively reached for his spear, only to find it had vanished. Planning to kill me? Then use the Seraph's promise to resurrect your teammates? Jiang Ye said calmly. With his ability to read minds, he could easily see through Han Xiaoyun's thoughts. Han Xiaoyun froze, frowning as he asked, How do you know? Setting aside whether the Seraph's promise can even be fulfilled, do you really think the temporary divine power he's granted you is enough to defeat me? Jiang Ye shook his head with a faint smile. Han Xiaoyun felt a sinking despair. To have been brought here without even realizing if his opponent's strength was clearly far beyond his own. Could it be a Klein? He was inwardly shocked. A Klein-level powerhouse, participating in a rookie training camp? Even so, I have to fight to the death for my teammates, Han Xiaoyun said, his gaze locked on Jiang Ye as he quickly widened the distance between them, channeling all his spiritual energy. Yet Jiang Ye merely glanced in a certain direction and said lightly, Here, you might get to see your teammates. Before Han Xiaoyun could turn around, a clear, feminine voice rang out, Captain, don't worry about us, run. Han Xiaoyun's head snapped up. On a high-rise building, a young woman in blue, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, was desperately pushing away the other world's Han Xiaoyun. Moments later, she was struck by an ethereal, dreamlike force and fell helplessly. Ching-ching. Han Xiaoyun stood frozen in place. From the rooftop, a man in a swallowtail coat strode out, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Whispering demon. You deserve to die. Han Xiaoyun clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He tried to charge forward, but an energy barrier blocked him, leaving him as nothing more than a helpless spectator to the unfolding scene. The whispering demon quickly slaughtered the entire Suzhou Night Watch team, leaving only Han Xiaoyun alive. Lifting the blue-clad girl, he spoke with a tone of amusement. Han Xiaoyun, your talent is impressive. I'll give you a choice: become my follower, and you can save her. Kneeling on the rooftop, Han Xiaoyun coughed up blood, trembling as he tightly gripped the Night Watch emblem. Between his beliefs and his love, he was forced to make a decision. After a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh. If I can't even protect the one I love, how can I protect the people? Before finishing his sentence, he lowered his head to the whispering demon. At that moment, the entire world plunged into darkness, leaving only Jiang Ye and the real Han Xiaoyun in existence. At this moment, Han Xiaoyun was already kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks as he kept murmuring, I'm sorry. Jiang Ye walked slowly toward him and said calmly, Your teammate's soul has completely dissipated. Not even a miracle from a Seraph can bring her back. Han Xiaoyun bitterly smiled and nodded. He understood this all too well, but for someone in utter despair, Even the faintest glimmer of hope was something to cling to. However, Jiang Ye continued, I can save the girl in the green dress. Those words struck Han Xiaoyun like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly looked up, but quickly fell into doubt. What's your condition? Why should I trust you? It doesn't matter if you don't trust me, Jiang Ye replied calmly. I'm only telling you that I will safeguard her soul until he brings about a miracle to restart the world. The he Jiang Ye referred to was, of course, Lin Qiye. Jiang Ye crouched down and lightly patted Han Xiaoyun on the shoulder. I've already nullified the soul contract binding you. Live well. Perhaps in the future, you'll see her again. Stunned, Han Xiaoyun turned his focus inward and discovered that the soul contract imposed by EU had indeed vanished. Such a feat was beyond Klein's abilities, leaving Han Xiaoyun shocked by the identity of the man before him. Are you a deity of Daxia? I am a child of Daxia, Jiang Ye answered simply. Realization dawned on Han Xiaoyun, and he nodded slowly. Very well, he'll wait. But also he stood up, bowed solemnly, and said, I'm sorry. I have brought shame to Daxia. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Repent well. Before his voice had completely faded, the ground began to tremble violently, and the space around them started to collapse. When Han Xiaoyun looked up again, Jiang Ye was nowhere to be seen, further solidifying his belief that Jiang Ye was indeed a deity. As the space completely disintegrated, Han Xiaoyun felt as though he were sinking into the depths of an ocean. But this time, the surface was no longer engulfed in darkness. A ray of hope pierced through. Outside, Yuan Gang and the others stared intently at the gradually dissipating blue-white light, gripping their straight blades more tightly. When the light finally vanished, revealing an aged man in a white robe, everyone held their breath. Han Xiaoyun, Yuan Gang led Squad 136 in surrounding him. Despite the biting winter chill, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew full well that even if everyone present combined their strength, they would be no match for Han Xiaoyun. But as night watchers, they were duty-bound to fight until their last breath. Han Xiaoyun, if you have even a shred of conscience left, surrender now and come with me to the penance hall to atone, Yuan Gang urged. Han Xiaoyun stood motionless, gazing up at the night sky with tears silently streaming down his face. This sight made Bailey Pang Pang and the others watching from afar grow increasingly tense. He showed up looking so menacing, and now it's all for nothing? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise. What kind of deity is this supposed to be? But Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu wore grave expressions. They understood what Han Xiaoyun's unscathed appearance signified. It meant they were likely facing death, and the entire Cangnan region could be obliterated. Suddenly, Bailey Pang Pang knelt again and began praying loudly. Oh heavens above, please let Han Xiaoyun end this himself. Spare us from another catastrophe. I'm willing to trade 10 years of Shun Qingzhu's lifespan for this. Before Shun Qingzhu could respond, a loud noise erupted from the battlefield. Everyone turned to look and saw Han Xiaoyun fall to his knees, tears streaming as he raised his head to the heavens and shouted, Han Xiaoyun, former captain of the Night Watchers squad in Gusa City, begs for forgiveness from Daxia. What the hell? Shin Qingzhu's eyes widened as he turned in shock to look at Bailey Pang Pang, who was kneeling on the ground. This was the second time already, and this time, he had used Shun Qingzhu's lifespan. Bailey Pang Pang, seeing Han Xiaoyun actually confessing to the crime, was first stunned, then thrilled. Wow, my mouth really is blessed. He stood up, his beer belly wobbling as he patted Shin Qingzhu and Chao Yuan on the shoulders. Oh, come on, it's fine. It's just 10 years of lifespan, no big deal. Chao Yuan, still in shock, was at a loss. As a monk who had cultivated for years, it was his first time witnessing such a bizarre occurrence. Whatever they said seemed to come true. But Shin Qingzhu wasn't so forgiving. He grabbed Bailey Pang Pang by the collar. Who the hell gave you permission to trade my lifespan? Don't you have your own? Chill, bro. Bailey Pang Pang raised his hands in surrender. Look, I just saved so many people at once. Those 10 years of your lifespan are totally worth it. Shin Qingzhu shoved him aside and sighed as he looked at the crowd below. It was true, saving so many lives. What were 10 years in comparison? Damn it. You all better remember this. I traded 10 years of my life for this. On the battlefield, Squad 136 and the 3C realm experts, including Yuan Gang, were frozen in disbelief. Confess? Not fight. Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, staring incredulously at Han Xiaoyun, who was kneeling in the snow. Han Xiaoyun simply shook his head and held out his hands. Take me to the purification hall. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, tensions were at their peak, and now he was surrendering voluntarily? Two night watchers at the peak of the sea realm looked to Yuan Gang. After receiving his nod, they took out handcuffs made from materials of the town suppression monument and restrained Han Xiaoyun. Chief Instructor Yuan, we'll head back to report now. The two saluted and escorted Han Xiaoyun away. Before leaving, Han Xiaoyun glanced up at the faintly lit sky and murmured softly, Ching Ching, I'll wait for your return. Squad 136 was still in a daze. Chiang Mai awkwardly cleared his throat. Guess I got all fired up too early. Just as Lin Qiye was about to remind everyone that they hadn't found Jiang Ye yet, Jiang Ye came running out of an alley, panting heavily. Captain, you're all here. Lin Shiya hurriedly checked Jiang Ye for injuries. Jiang Ye, exasperated, explained that he had been teleported to another location by the snake woman's hypnotic gaze, which was why he was late. It's all over now. You missed quite the spectacle, Lin Shiya said with a smile. Chun Mai walked over to interrupt them. All right, it's the first day of the Lunar New Year. I'll make dumplings for everyone. Yay. Captain, I want a double portion. Honging cheered. After surviving a great calamity, the members of Team 136 wore smiles of relief and gratitude on their faces. Yuan Gang quietly observed the cheerful scene, a faint, contented smile appearing at the corner of his lips. At that moment, Chen Mai stepped out from the group and approached Yuan Gang. The two exchanged a knowing nod before walking to a quieter spot away from the crowd. Han Xiaoyun's voluntary surrender must have involved divine intervention, Yuan Gang said gravely. Although this deity seems to harbor no malice, we must remain cautious. If they choose not to reveal themselves, it's best we don't seek them out, lest we provoke their wrath and bring disaster upon Cangnan. Chen Mai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sheer power of that divine presence earlier was enough to obliterate all of Cangnan with ease. I'll leave it to you, Instructor Yuan, to report this to the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. A minor task, Yuan Gang replied with a faint smile. How about staying for some dumplings before you go? Chen Mai offered. Yuan Gang paused for a moment, then waved his hand in polite refusal. No thanks. I'll leave the food for the kids. I'd better be on my way. With that, he turned and walked away, his departing figure carrying a hint of melancholy. Watching Yuan Gang's silhouette fade into the distance, Chen Mai couldn't help but reflect. For a night watcher, reuniting with family might be the greatest luxury of all. Just then, Bai Li Pang came running over, dragging a reluctant Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan behind him. Jiang Ye, Qi, we're here. I want dumplings too, he exclaimed triumphantly. You know, the reason Han Xiaoyun was able to... Before he could finish, Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu quickly clamped their hands over his mouth, hurriedly saying to Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye, we need to take care of something. They then dragged him into a nearby alley. What's the big deal? It's just about sacrificing you 2-inch. Bai Li Peng's words were abruptly cut off by his own cries. Ah, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye exchanged amused glances, while Hong Ying and the others curiously watched the commotion. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly. Looks like Bai Li Peng has become the new prophet now. Just then, a system notification chimed. As Jiang Ye listened, his eyes grew increasingly bright. High above in the heavens, Yuan Shi Tianzuan stroked his beard as he looked at Jiang Ye with a satisfied nod. Young friend, I eagerly await the day we meet. With that, he lightly waved his sleeve and disappeared into the wind. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon in the vast expanse of space, the Seraph Michael sensed the divine power head left in Han Xiaoyun dissipate, signaling the contract's termination. He frowned in deep contemplation. Who could possess the ability to break this god's contract? When his golden, radiant eyes caught sight of Jiang Ye, still alive, his anger flared. Worthless fool. You couldn't even kill a mere ant, wasting my divine power for nothing. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and the miracle of divine power revealed a familiar presence. It's him, the new god who appeared in Cangnan 9 years ago. Arrogant. To dare interfere in my affairs after only 9 years of ascension to the Supreme. Michael's golden eyes blazed as he attempted to uncover the identity of this supreme deity. Under the pale sky, the no-boundary void had vanished without a trace. Specialists were scouring the area, their movements betraying an air of urgency. Michael's golden eyes observed the scene, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He immediately invoked the miracle law, attempting to retrace the events at the site, but all he could discern was a blurry figure. Every time he tried to uncover more details, a mysterious force blocked his efforts. This left him deep in thought. Such resistance to his law could only come from either a restrictive law of a supreme deity or an existence of an even higher realm. Could it be the 3 celestial lords of the Great Xia Heavenly Court? Michael pondered, recalling his past encounter with Lingbao Tianzuan. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. The Seraph lightly flicked his arm and descended onto the surface of the moon. He weighed his options silently. Han Xiaoyun's actions must have already alerted the gods of Great Xia. If he intervened now, they would undoubtedly come after him once they regained their strength. The face of Jiang Ye flickered in his mind, prompting Michael to sneer. A mere ant. I'll let you scurry around a little longer. Golden streams of light swirled in his palm as he began calculating the future. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. 6 months from now, Cangnan would vanish, and a great catastrophe driven by the fight for a certain object would descend. Interesting, Michael murmured, narrowing his eyes. It seems my intervention won't be necessary. Through his deductions, he foresaw that outer gods would invade Great Xia, with their targets set on Thong. Though the ultimate outcome was unclear, in his eyes, Jiang Ye, a mere mortal, was nothing more than a speck in the grand battle of the gods. Consider this divine benevolence, it'll let you live for 6 more months, Michael declared, turning his back to earth. His 6 wings spread wide, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Meanwhile, at the sewer exit in Cangnan City, Qingyu stepped out of the shadows, adjusting his glasses. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating his frail-looking face. Leaning against a pillar with his hands in his pockets, he sighed. Ah, turns out I played the fool this time. Talk about meddling unnecessarily. Through the rats he had released, he had witnessed Jiang Ye using the Death God's command to slay followers and defeat the Serpent Woman. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. If only I could dissect him. At the same moment, on the streets of Cangnan, a delivery rider clad in the yellow uniform of rice delivery, with 2 ear-shaped decorations on his helmet, sped through the city. Lu Wuwei grumbled to himself as he pedaled. Feske. Feske. A god without an agent, truly hard to track. By the time he had traced the familiar divine energy, it was already too late. All he had managed to find was the trail of the evil god Medusa, which had abruptly vanished. He rode his electric bike straight through a spontaneously appearing spatial rift, disappearing from the street, while the passers-by remained completely oblivious. Back at the training camp, Yuan Gang had already returned ahead of schedule, preparing to report the situation to his superiors. As Yuan Gang walked down the office corridor, he came face-to-face with Instructor Hong and Instructor Gu. Both immediately saluted the chief instructor with a sharp military gesture. Yuan Gang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and continued walking towards his office without breaking stride. What's up with old Yuan? He looks like he's in a hurry, Instructor Gu asked curiously, watching Yuan Gang's retreating figure. Instructor Hong flashed a knowing smile. You, the so-called theory master, weren't part of the cleanup operation in Cangnan, so naturally, you don't know about the big event that happened last night. Curiosity lit up in Instructor Gus's eyes. What big event? Last night, after we finished clearing out the remnants of the ancient god cult ahead of schedule and went to support old Yuan, Hong paused dramatically, then added, a god appeared. A god? Gu asked excitedly. Was it one of the Xia gods? Hong shook his head. That's uncertain, but it seems this god was helping Xia's night watchers. Do you remember the Suzhou night watcher team from before? Yes, I heard they were almost completely wiped out after encountering the ancient god cult's whispers. That's right. Their captain, Han Xiaoyun, not only joined the ancient god cult but became the proxy of a god and advanced to the boundless realm, Hong said, just as he reached the crucial part of the story. When old Yuan and 2 Peak Sea Realm night watchers were at their wits' end, a blue and white light orb suddenly descended from the sky and obliterated Han Xiaoyun's great wind calamity. And then? Did Han Xiaoyun die? No. Hong gestured dismissively. He was unharmed, but voluntarily surrendered. Just like that? Gu, holding a stack of books, quickened his pace and walked off, though his mind was racing. Aside from the Xia gods, who else would help Xia? Meanwhile, inside Yuan Gang's office. Commander Yi, that's the situation. While the god didn't reveal themselves, it's clear they harbor no ill intent toward us, Yuan Gang reported over the phone. There was a brief silence on the other end. Are you certain that Han Xiaoyun encountered this god? Judging by his change in attitude, it's highly likely related to that god, Yuan Gang replied firmly, then shifted to a more enthusiastic tone as he began reporting on Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye's performance. These 2 young men are outstanding. Not only did they take down 2 Peak River Realm cultists, but Jiang Ye also directly eliminated the ancient god cult's proxy, the Snake Woman. Commander Yi Fan frowned as he listened. 2 Pond Realm individuals defeating Peak River Realm opponents? Well, it made sense if they used a Death God's artifact. When they return to the training camp, make sure to give them proper recognition, Yi Fan instructed. What kind of reward does Commander Yi have in mind? Yuan Gang immediately asked. Who said I'd be the one giving it? Came Yi Fan's voice, followed by a deliberate cough. Ah, bad signal. The line went dead. Yuan Gang sighed and set the phone down. At the same time, in Shangjing, Yi Fan stepped out of his office and instructed his secretary, make arrangements for me to visit the fasting facility. I want to meet Han Xiaoyun. He needed to find out exactly what Han Xiaoyun had seen. On the vast ocean, a circular prison resembling an iron cage stood firm amidst the waves. A fighter jet landed steadily on the helipad of the penitentiary. As the cabin door opened, Yi Fan stepped out with a composed and steady stride. The warden of the penitentiary, Chen Fuzi, had been waiting for him. The 2 walked side by side like old friends into a modestly decorated carriage. With practiced ease, Chen Fuzi brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Yi Fan. Yi Fan gently blew on the surface of the tea, took a small sip, and nodded slightly. By the way, Has Han Xiaoyan revealed anything? Yi Fan asked directly. Chen Fuzi swirled the tea in his cup, his expression heavy. Dr. Li personally interrogated him, but he refuses to speak. Even Dr. Li couldn't get him to talk? What exactly happened? Yi Fan frowned slightly. Dr. Li discovered that Han Xiaoyan's soul is covered by a unique protective barrier, one that even his heart wander technique couldn't penetrate. Strangely, this barrier contains no divine power, but resembles the handiwork of a mental type, forbidden ruin. Chen Fuzi set his teacup down and continued. Moreover, Dr. Li also detected a contract within Han Xiaoyan's soul, its energy signature identical to that of the mental protection. A mental type forbidden ruin. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply. Even a king-level ruin like Heart Wander is powerless against it. What kind of forbidden ruin could possess such extraordinary power? And with multifaceted abilities? If we rule out the possibility of the gods of Cangnan, that leaves only the ancient god church, Chen Fuzi suggested. This kind of all-encompassing mental type forbidden ruin is unprecedented in Daxia's records of forbidden ruins. Yi Fan fell into contemplation. The ancient god Chuch's murmurs were indeed known to forge soul contracts with their followers, but the existence of an all-encompassing mental type forbidden ruin was astonishing. Let Dr. Li continue his research on this matter. For now, I want to meet Han Xiaoyan personally. Under Chen Fuzi's guidance, Yi Fan arrived at the dimly lit interrogation room. Soon, 2 guards escorted Han Xiaoyan inside. Han kept his head down, his eyes flickering with a complex expression, his face twisted in pain. Former Suzhou City Watchman Han Xiaoyan. I am Yi Fan, Commander-in-Chief of Daxia. Yi Fan's voice reverberated through the room. Han Xiaoyan slowly raised his head and replied hoarsely, Commander, I've heard about you from Yuan Gang. I deeply regret the loss of your team members. Yi Fan paused for a moment. Tell me, what did you see back then? A fleeting image of Jiang Ye crossed Han Xiaoyan's mind, but he shook his head and said, I didn't see anything. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and tried a different approach. I don't need to know his identity. I just want to understand why he chose to help Daxia. The identity of the god from Cangnan isn't the key issue. What matters to me is whether he poses a threat to Daxia, or if his assistance comes with ulterior motives. The interrogation room fell into silence, broken only by the faint sound of breathing. After a long pause, Han Xiaoyan finally forced out a few words. He is one of Daxia's people? A glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Just as he was about to press further, Han Xiaoyan lowered his head again, refusing to speak. Yi Fan stood up, lightly patting Han Xiaoyan on the shoulder, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Live well. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Yi Fan left these words behind. Seeing Han Xiaoyan remain silent, he turned and exited the interrogation room. Meanwhile, in the church of the ancient god cult, the figure seated on the throne, known as Whisper, suddenly opened his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. All dead, his voice carried an oppressive weight that sent shivers through the gathered followers in the hall. Yes, Lord Whisper, the 6th seat replied in a low voice. And the Serpent Lady? She is dead as well. With a deafening roar, a terrifying pressure erupted from Whisper's body, contorting his features. The followers fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Whisper's chest heaved violently. Sending Han Xiaoyan, a cultivator of the boundless realm, had not only cost them most of their followers, but also the loss of a divine emissary. What enraged him even more was that their targets, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye, had emerged completely unscathed. Useless fools. Whisper crushed the armrest of his throne with his hand. Lord Whisper, Han Xiaoyan is still alive. The 2nd seat quickly interjected. Where is he? He surrendered. This news reignited Whisper's fury, but he quickly suppressed it with reason. Han Xiaoyan is bound by a soul contract. Surrender should be impossible. What's going on? The 2nd seat explained in detail the incident involving the appearance of a deity in Cangnan. After hearing the account, Whisper's brows furrowed deeply. A deity indeed had the power to break a soul contract, which meant Han Xiaoyan was now beyond their control, and the church's secrets were in jeopardy. The plans must be revised, especially the one concerning the fasting hall. Wu Tongxian must die, Whisper commanded. 2nd seat, 6th seat, immediately contact the followers within the fasting hall. If the plan has been leaked to Han Xiaoyan, execute them on the spot. After confirming his orders, Whisper left the main hall and descended to a secret chamber beneath the church. Pushing open the heavy stone door, he entered a warmly furnished room. On a crystal bed lay a stunning woman dressed in a patterned azure robe, deep in slumber. Whisper approached the bed and extended his hand, intending to establish a soul contract with her. However, as soon as his spiritual energy touched the woman, a mysterious force struck back, causing him to cough up blood and stagger backward. Could it be the deity from Cangnan? Whisper wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting coldly. Since he couldn't control her, he decided to eliminate her. In the air, a dagger materialized and shot toward the woman. Yet, the moment it touched her skin, it was deflected as though striking metal. Instantly, a radiant blue-white light emanated from the woman's body. Under Whisper's astonished gaze, the light obliterated his avatar in an instant. The chamber returned to silence. Ding! The system notification sounded. Jiang Ye received a reward of 80,000 magic modification points for defeating Medusa's agent. This not only disrupted the plans of the evil goddess Medusa and impacted the Night Squad's handling of the Belcrand incident, but also, by saving Han Xiaoyun and detaining him in the purification facility, it might influence the subsequent disappearance of Cangnan and Lin Qiye's prison break plan. Additionally, the act of protecting Han Xiaoyun's loved one had triggered a new side quest. The current magic modification points had reached 430,000, leaving only 70,000 points to unlock the divine skill words become reality. At the same time, the system triggered a random reward, a pet contract gift pack. Jiang Ye, who was tidying up his room, revealed a satisfied smile. He had discovered a pattern. The more he influenced the storyline of the protagonist Lin Shiya, the higher the magic modification points he earned. In comparison, the 2,000 points gained from Han Xiaoyun's side quest seemed rather meager. Upon opening the pet contract gift pack, Jiang Ye's consciousness was transported to a special dimension. All around him floated energy shields of various colors, each housing creatures of different realms, ranging from the pool realm to the stream realm. The most striking was the golden energy shield ahead, radiating divine power. A god or pet? Interesting. Jiang Ye casually clenched his hand, effortlessly shattering the seal on the energy shield. As the seal broke, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed throughout the space, accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden light. A five-clawed golden dragon, its entire body covered in shimmering golden scales, materialized before Jiang Ye. Gazing down at him, the dragon spoke in an arrogant tone. Ignorant human, was it you who awakened me? Faced with the dragon's overwhelming aura, Jiang Ye merely smirked disdainfully and slowly unleashed the pressure of a supreme god. The mighty golden dragon, spanning 1,000 meters in length, was instantly struck as if by a colossal force, crashing to the ground with a deafening impact that left countless cracks in its wake. Jiang Ye descended leisurely, his steps unhurried, as he observed the golden dragon struggling under the invisible pressure. Despite the dragon's best efforts, it could not break free from the terrifying force. It raised its head, its gaze fixed on the black-clad youth approaching steadily, its eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the golden dragon's eyes were filled with shock. As a divine dragon who had reached the god realm, it was utterly powerless before this young man. Could it be that this person was a supreme god? While it was still reeling from the shock and pondering, the young man suddenly appeared before it, raising his hand to deliver an ultimatum: submit or die. The divine dragon will not be humiliated. The golden dragon roared towards the heavens, but before it could finish, a resounding slap turned its dragon head 45 degrees. The young man said coldly, "I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words." The golden dragon was stunned. That slap left it dazed. The once powerful being, worshipped and pleaded with by countless humans, now found itself utterly at a loss, struck senseless by this mortal. Its throat moved as it tried to speak. Slap. Another resounding blow landed. Wrong choice of words. Completely bewildered, the golden dragon rubbed its aching cheek with its claw, cautiously trying again. Master. Slap. A third slap echoed. Jiang Ye finally realized he might have been too heavy-handed. Awkwardly shaking his hand, he said, "Sorry, that was reflexive. I didn't expect you to submit so quickly." The golden dragon lowered its head, not daring to lift it again for fear of another unexpected slap. Even tears began to well up in its dragon eyes. For the first time in millennia, it had been humiliated by a human, and its pride was shattered. "Do you have a name?" Jiang Ye asked. "You may call me Divine Dragon." Slap. A fourth slap landed. "Just call yourself Shao Jin," Jiang Ye declared. Without resistance, the golden dragon was bound by a soul contract. As the contract was formed, a progress bar appeared on its dragon head. Devouring progress. 0. Reach 100 to level up to Supreme God. Devour divine entities, gods, and other energy beings to increase progress. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, thinking that if Shao Jin could evolve into the ultimate golden dragon, it would be invincible. Conveniently, the Southern Azure Divine War was on the horizon due to Shiva's lingering resentment. When the time came, it could devour a few outer gods. He gently touched the Soulkeeper ring on his left middle finger and patted Shao Jin's dragon head. "Come on in." The golden dragon's massive body transformed into golden light and entered the ring. Jiang Ye's consciousness probed into the space within and smiled with satisfaction. Having a god-level pet was indeed advantageous. But for now, earning more modification points took priority. He could focus on breaking through to the celestial sovereign realm later, and in the meantime, keeping Xiao Jin around would suffice. Just then, a knock came at the door. Lin Qiye called from outside. Jiang Ye, let's go. We're heading to the office to have dumplings. Jiang Ye opened the door, grabbed his luggage, and left the inn with Lin Shiya, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan. Brother Jiang Ye, let me carry that. Bai Li Pangpang eagerly grabbed the backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. He threw one arm over Chao Yuan's shoulder and the other over Jiang Ye's, summoning a golden bird with a camera from his spatial pocket. All right, everyone, group photo time. Lin Qiye smiled as he placed a hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder, flashing a peace sign. Even Shun Qingzhu, despite her reluctance, silently placed a hand on Chao Yuan's shoulder. 3, 2, 1. The golden bird began the countdown. Just as the shutter was about to click, a white mouse with glowing pink eyes suddenly appeared in front of the group. Click. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, the training field of the boot camp was filled with neatly lined up recruits, standing at attention after their holiday break. Unlike usual, the instructor on stage, Yuan Gang, was adorned with several medals on his uniform, gleaming brilliantly in the morning light. This time, we will be awarding medals to recruits who performed exceptionally during the holiday. Yuan Gang straightened his posture and spoke loudly. The Night Watcher medals of deceive are divided into 4 levels: Spark, Radiance, Star, and Galaxy, with Galaxy being the highest. Typically, only those who eliminate catastrophic supernatural threats have a chance to earn it. Throughout all of deceive, fewer than 10 people hold this highest honor. The recruits below the stage gazed up with eyes full of aspiration. Before officially joining the Night Watchers, Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya teamed up to eliminate the Nanda Serpent Demon. This time, Lin Shiya assisted in holding off Han Xiaoyun, while Jiang Ye killed the Medusa agent of the ancient god cult and several of its followers. As a reward, both are being awarded the Star Medal. Immediately, all eyes turned to Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya in the ranks. The two exchanged a smile and calmly stepped forward onto the stage. A wave of murmurs erupted among the recruits. That's insane. Jiang Ye took down the ancient god cult's divine agent by himself. The gap is too big. He's practically a future god candidate. I used to think I was the hope of my entire village, but now I don't even dare to hope anymore. Bai Li Pangping exclaimed in awe. Whoa. Jiang Ye is seriously that badass? Beside him, Chao Yuan clasped his hands together and muttered, a monk should not envy the worldly. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye accepted their medals and stepped down from the stage. Shun Qingzhu. Yuan Gang continued, for taking action in time to stop Han Xiaoyan's great wind disaster from destroying Cangnan. You are awarded the Radiance Medal. Shun Qingzhu walked up to the stage with a bewildered expression, while his lackeys, Deng Wei and Li Liang, cheered enthusiastically from below. Bai Li Pangpang muttered sourly, I'm a god-ear prophet, and I didn't get one. How did that show-off manage it? Bai Li Tumming. Yuan Gang called out in a peculiar tone. For sacrificing your teammates' lifespans and summoning a deity to save the day, you are awarded the Spark Medal. He shot a glare at the instructor who had compiled the list, who could only offer an awkward shrug in response. Jiang Ye, Qiye, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, did you hear that? I made it big. Bai Li Pangpang shouted excitedly. Bai Li Pangpang, brimming with pride, eagerly rushed onto the stage. Standing tall despite his round beer belly, his eyes were fixed intently on the Starfire Medal in Yuan Gang's hand. Chao Yuan shook his head and sighed, then turned to Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. This guy is more excited about a Starfire Medal than you two were about receiving the Starry Medal. Jiang Ye responded with a smile. Lin Qiye shrugged helplessly, while Shun Qingzhu let out a cold snort, clearly still bitter about the 10 years of lifespan he had sacrificed. The new recruits in the audience exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves, sacrificing a teammate's lifespan to summon a deity? That's just absurd. In contrast, the 3 previous medal recipients remained unusually quiet. Yuan Gang took a deep breath and closed his eyes briefly before stepping in front of Bai Li Pangpang. Hesitantly, he pinned the medal onto him without a single word of encouragement, then dismissed him from the stage. Bai Li Pangpang, however, was unfazed. He strutted back to the ranks with his chest puffed out and later went around showing off to everyone, saying, Hey, noticed my medal? Good eye. Now, how about a Rolex? During the afternoon's Forbidden Ruins theory class, Instructor Gu was explaining the concept of mental energy on the blackboard. Shun Qingzhu, struggling to stay awake, responded to being called on with a dismissive, I don't know. As a result, he was punished with 20 laps around the training field, but he seemed almost relieved as he bolted out of the classroom. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye sat side by side in the middle of the classroom near the wall. While Jiang Ye could openly doze off, Lin Qiye seemed preoccupied, deeply pondering the problem of Merlin. Seeing that Merlin's healing progress remained stuck at 0, he grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye nudged his companion with his elbow. Do you think this world is real? Jiang Ye was about to stop him from delving into the topic, but it was too late. After a moment of thought, he replied, "It's real. Do you have any proof? What if it's a creation of higher dimensional beings? And what about other two-dimensional beings?" "Stop," Jiang Ye interrupted. "If it's about what I think, then whether this world is real or not is up to me to decide." Lin Qiye froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with realization. Just as he was about to speak, Instructor Gu called out, "Lin Shiya, answer Shan Qingzhu's earlier question." "Oh, mental energy is..." At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Ding. You have answered Merlin's question for Lin Qiye, allowing him to prematurely unlock Merlin's divine ability. Reward, 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 435,000. Reach 500,000 points to unlock the divine skill. Words become reality." Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of thought, he quickly understood speeding up the main storyline could also earn him modification points. According to the original trajectory, Lin Qiye would only be able to answer Merlin's question after Instructor Gu went mad and underwent treatment. But now, thanks to his hint, the process was significantly shortened. This realization made Jiang Ye's eyes light up. If he could accelerate Lin Qiye's growth and strength, wouldn't that mean he could gain even more modification points? Soon, the mysterious assessment of the Sichuan border arranged by the instructors would take place, and Lin Qiye happened to draw Merlin's summoning magic. If he could help him obtain a few more corpses, his strength would undoubtedly progress faster. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye turned to look at Lin Qiye, who was currently answering questions. Propping his chin with his right hand, he revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Qiye had just finished answering, and when he caught Jiang Ye's expression from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but turn his head. "Why do you look like you're staring at your wife? Jiang Ye, you must be starving." After class ended, the three of them returned to the dormitory. Jiang Ye noticed that Bai Li Pangpang was still lying on the bed in his military uniform adorned with the spark metal. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Aren't you going to shower?" "Hee hee." Bai Li Pangpang sat up and explained with a grin, "It's my first time. I'm a bit excited. I want to take a picture for my dad first." As he spoke, he released a golden bird from his personal space, and the dormitory was immediately filled with the sound of camera clicks accompanied by flashes. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, but thinking about Bai Li Pangpang's experiences as a substitute, he felt a sense of understanding. Everyone needs moments of recognition, and he was no exception. As night fell, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow over Jiang Ye's black hair. With his hands behind his head, he silently pondered, "That moment will come, and it won't be far off." The next day, under the blazing sun, the recruits endured another 2 hours of military posture training. Fortunately, it wasn't as scorching as during the height of summer. After training, Yuan Gang stepped onto the stage, accompanied by 2 instructors and carrying a box filled with ACE controllers. "What's that?" Bai Li Pangpang asked curiously. Yuan Gang pulled out a device resembling a wristwatch and explained to the group, "This is called an ACE, a precision mental power controller. From now until the end of the training camp, you will all wear it. It will help you better control your mental power." As he spoke, he gave a meaningful smile. Lin Qiye frowned, feeling that Instructor Yuan's smile was somewhat unsettling. One by one, they stepped forward to receive their control watches. Chao Yuan was the first to put his on, and the moment he did, electric currents surged through his body uncontrollably, making him perform a backflip. After struggling to stabilize himself, he finally managed to suppress the strange sensation by channeling his mental power. Seeing Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang staring at him, Chao Yuan coughed twice and explained, "It'll be the same for you guys when you put it on. Don't just watch me." "Haha, Chao Yuan, if you can't handle it, just say so." "Watch me," Bai Li Pangpang said as he confidently put on the watch. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth snapped shut, and his entire body instantly stood rigidly upright. With a swift midair twist, followed by a oni and a half backward somersault, then landing into a 2.5 somersault spin, the entire training field became a chaotic spectacle. Clumsy bodies launched uncontrollably into the air one after another. Among them, Bai Li Pangpang's plump figure unexpectedly traced graceful arcs through the sky. "Jiang Ye, save me." Bai Li Pangpang let out a blood-curdling scream, almost pig-like in its intensity. Jiang Ye tried his best to keep a straight face, but the corners of his mouth twitched, betraying his amusement. Around them, the new recruits began their own performances, each more chaotic than the last, turning the scene into utter pandemonium. On the platform, the instructors watched this aerial ballet with great interest, occasionally offering commentary. "There are more tumble enthusiasts this year than in previous years," one instructor chuckled. "Those risky moves well executed, though. Just one flip." Shaking his head with a grin, he added, "It's normal. Every batch of new recruits goes through this on their first day." Standing below the platform, Lin Qiye glanced hesitantly at the mental control device in his hand before looking up at Jiang Ye. You try it first. Without a word, Jiang Ye put on the control device. The moment his mental energy surged into it, the dial's needle began to tremble violently as if overwhelmed by intense interference. Then, with a loud boom, the device exploded into fragments. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock at the sight. The explosion drew the attention of the instructors, freezing the smiles on their faces. Yuan Gang quickly strode over to Jiang Ye, his brows furrowed. What happened to your device? Maybe it's a faulty product, Jiang Ye replied with a helpless shrug. Faulty? The equipment in the training camp is top-notch. Yuan Gang snapped, signaling to another instructor. Instructor Hong, bring another one. The second control device barely touched Jiang Ye's wrist before it too exploded, its fragments narrowly missing Yuan Gang's face. The instructors collectively gasped, exchanging uneasy looks. Finally, Instructor Gu analyzed the situation, stating, there's only one explanation: Jiang Ye's mental strength is too overwhelming for the device to handle. At that moment, everyone recalled the original power bestowed upon Jiang Ye by the Reaper, and understanding dawned upon them. Yuan Gang coughed awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Well, then you won't need to wear one. Unconvinced, Lin Shiya immediately strapped on his own control device. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, forcing his body into a flawless forward somersault in front of the instructors. Perfect execution, they commented approvingly. Lin Shiya, caught between laughter and frustration, followed Jiang Ye toward the cafeteria. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, how did you manage to blow up the device? Maybe it thought I was too intimidating, Jiang Ye mused thoughtfully. In the cafeteria, Bai Li Pangpang gazed pitifully at the two of them. Jiang Ye sighed, picking up a piece of meat and feeding it to him. Jiang Yega, I low before Bai Li Pangpang could finish his sentence. His body was suddenly propelled into the air again, completing a flawless backward somersault. In the camp's back mountain, a helicopter slowly descended onto the platform. As the cabin door opened, several soldiers jumped down swiftly, saluted Yuan Gang with a standard military greeting, and reported, 3 Sichuanjing entities and 1 Haijing entity have been delivered. Yuan Gang nodded, signaling them to start unloading. Instructor Hong furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask, Chief Instructor, having the Qijing rookies deal with the Haijing and Titiwent that make the assessment too difficult? Yuan Gang's expression remained calm, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in his eyes. You saw Jiang Ye's performance yesterday. He managed to blow up the mental control gauge and is wielding the Death Reaper token, a divine artifact. Do you think mere Sichuanjing entities can stop him? Instructor Hong was silent for a moment. A one-hit kill? Precisely, Yuan Gang replied, revealing his plan. That's why I intend to confiscate his Death Reaper token and only equip him with a Starblade. This is the only way to accurately assess his abilities. The other instructors nodded in agreement. News of Jiang Ye using the Death Reaper token to kill 2 peak Sichuanjing believers had already spread. That artifact was undeniably too powerful. Instructor Gu raised his hand to suggest, how about letting Jiang Ye face the Haijing entity alone? That way, he won't eliminate the 3 Sichuanjing entities too easily, and it won't affect the other rookies. Yuan Gang shook his head in refusal. Without the Death Reaper token, given his current Qijing level, at best, he'll end up evenly matched with a Sichuanjing entity. There's no need to worry too much. However, the Haijing is indeed tricky. Let's do this: have the Haijing entity lock onto Jiang Ye's aura and specifically target him. Hearing this arrangement, the instructors couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Having a Haijing entity pursue a Qijing rookie seemed excessively harsh. Instructor Hong couldn't hold back and said, Chief Instructor, isn't this a bit too? Yuan Gang gave a meaningful smile. For a prodigy like him, you must chip away at his confidence a little. Otherwise, he won't go far in the future. His gaze fell onto the crates on the ground. Their day of reckoning is coming. At 4 a.m., Jiang Ye's senses had already picked up on the changes in the camp. 3 Sichuanjing and 1 Haijing? Interesting. He muttered to himself, stroking the ring on his hand. Xiaojin, you're in for a treat. I thought 3 Sichuanjing entities wouldn't do much to boost the devouring progress, but now with a Haijing entity added, I might just earn a good amount of modification points. He glanced at Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang, who were still sound asleep, and quietly left the dormitory. In his intangible state, he easily phased through the walls and arrived outside the girls' dormitory building. Suddenly, a piercing sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed from the end of the hallway. A headless hunter appeared, gripping a large machete, its heavy footsteps reverberating through the silent space. Jiang Ye lightly tapped the ring, and a thunderous dragon roar erupted. Golden light instantly flooded the hallway. The accompanying instructors were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, and by the time the light faded, the hunter had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the Rubik's Cube began shifting its spatial configuration, plunging the dormitory into chaos. The instructor rubbed his head, which had just been enveloped in golden light, with a puzzled expression. Where's the sound hunter? Did it get transported along with the space? He pressed his earpiece and inquired. I've lost track of the sound hunter. Can you pinpoint its location? A moment later, a stern voice responded through the earpiece. The sound hunter is on the third floor of the girls' dormitory. All right, I'm heading up now. The instructor immediately dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye silently reappeared in his original position. The sound hunter on the third floor was actually an illusion created by the Wanxiang divine ruins. The real sound hunter had already become Xiao Jin's food. However, the result was less than satisfactory. The devouring progress had only increased by 0.5. Raising a Goddard pet is truly exhausting, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Dawn is approaching. I'll go find that sea realm two-headed fire serpent first. At 5:30 a.m., Lin Qiye woke up on time. Only to find an unusual silence. There was no morning whistle as usual. He looked around. Li Pangpang was still snoring away, but Jiang Ye's bed was already empty. This discovery stirred a hint of unease in his heart. The dormitory hallway was eerily quiet until a few minutes later, when faint voices began to echo from other rooms. Lin Shiya shook Li Pangpang, who was sleeping like a log, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake him up. Could the awakening process have a sequence? Was Jiang Ye the first to wake up? Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Lin Qiye rushed to the window and saw a massive two-headed fire serpent, nearly 100 meters long, launching an attack on Jiang Ye in the training field. Its crimson body glowed with a dangerous light as it spewed scorching flames. That's already Sea Realm level strength, Lin Qiye thought anxiously. Jiang Ye's Death God's token was confiscated yesterday. How can he fight with a two realm disparity? The instructor's arrangement is way too harsh. He turned and bolted out of the dormitory, intending to retrieve his star blade. In the training field, Jiang Ye frowned as he observed the ferocious charge of the two-headed fire serpent. The instructor's test shouldn't be this aggressive. This serpent seems to be targeting me from the start. Sensing the instructor's monitoring him via surveillance, he smirked slightly. Specifically picked a sea realm creature to challenge me? Well, I might as well oblige. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang scribbled 2 on Jiang Ye's score sheet. Facing a sea realm and not retreating reckless and brainless. The other instructors also looked disappointed. Jiang Ye might be stronger than Lin Qiye, but his tactical awareness is certainly lacking, Instructor Hong commented, shaking his head. With such a vast strength gap, charging Hedon is nothing short of suicidal. Instructor Gu remarked, frowning as he stared at Jiang Ye, who hadn't moved an inch on the screen. Unless he truly has the power to defeat a sea realm creature? This speculation drew mocking laughter from the other instructors. Impossible. It's already impressive for a pool realm to beat a river realm opponent, let alone leap 2 levels. Before they could finish, the screen suddenly erupted in a blinding white light, accompanied by the clear sound of a blade ringing. When the light faded, Jiang Ye was seen dragging the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent toward a blind spot in the surveillance. As he passed a camera, he even bowed politely in thanks. Clatter Yuan Gang's score sheet slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. In the monitoring room, the instructors stared wide-eyed at the screen, fixated on the flash of white light that had just appeared. The two-headed fire serpent had collapsed, and the entire process happened so quickly it was almost unbelievable. Did he just take it down in one hit? Instructor Hong muttered, his lips trembling. His words immediately caused an uproar among the other instructors. A Qi realm taking down a high realm mystic in seconds? Are you kidding me? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Instructor Gu spoke in a deep, measured tone, judging by the situation. It does appear to be a one-hit takedown. We've clearly underestimated Jiang Ye, who is fused with the divine essence. This exercise, for him, is probably nothing more than child's play. His analysis left the instructors momentarily stunned. One of them sighed, what kind of monsters are we even training here? Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, who had been forcibly subdued by Jiang Ye, finally regained his composure. Silently, he picked up the scoring sheet from the ground and added a stroke to the original 2, turning it into 2. This action left the surrounding instructors even more astonished. Chief Instructor, isn't the maximum score supposed to be 100? How can you just add more points? Yeah, we've never had a recruit exceed a perfect score before. It was then that Yuan Gang realized Jiang Ye had already achieved perfect scores in the other assessments, and adding points now only made the situation more awkward. Clearing his throat, he tried to save face by saying, with a performance like Jiang Ye's, doesn't he deserve extra points? Could any of you defeat a high realm mystic when you were in the Qi realm? His words were a gut punch, sending several instructors below the high realm into a spiral of self-doubt. They couldn't help but feel inferior to this recruit, their fragile egos shattering into pieces. Should we even let Jiang Ye continue participating in the exercise? Instructor Hong clutched his chest and asked, if he takes out all the mystics in seconds, how will the other recruits have any chance to shine? Just as Yuan Gang was about to respond, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Ye was no longer visible on the monitoring screen. Recalling the moment Jiang Ye had bowed and thanked them earlier, he quickly pulled up the playback footage. The video showed Jiang Ye dragging the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent into a blind spot in the surveillance system, the very location where the undercover agent from the ancient god cult, Li Yaoguang, had disappeared. Yuan Gang's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he didn't run when the missile strike hit earlier. So that's what he was up to. He quickly ordered, "Bring the instructor of the atmosphere unit, Jiang Ye, to my office. I want to question that kid myself." "Yes, sir." 2.5 minutes earlier, on the training ground, Jiang Ye was dragging the massive corpse of a two-headed fire serpent toward the blind spot in the surveillance where Li Yaoguang had been killed last time. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached and then abruptly stopped. Jiang Ye looked up, only to see Lin Qiye's figure standing silently not far away in the grayish-white world, staring at him with a face full of shock. Jiang Ye's movements briefly froze at this time. Shouldn't Lin Qiye be in his dormitory? He lowered his head to sense the state of the two-headed fire serpent, then raised his gaze back to Lin Qiye, a hint of pity flashing through his eyes. With a swift flash of his blade, Jiang Ye quickly severed one of the serpent's heads and placed it to the side. "That's all I can spare. You can have one head, but keep this a secret, all right?" With that, Jiang Ye continued dragging the rest of the corpse into the corner. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched as he watched Jiang Ye's inexplicable actions. He walked slowly toward the serpent's head, his heart filled with astonishment. That flash of white light, just now, was it enough to instantly kill the two-headed fire serpent? This technique was identical to how Jiang Ye had killed a follower during the Ghostface King incident. This is the Blade Domain's forbidden ruins, Zhanjing cutting through Chuanjing, and now even Qijing defeating Haijing? Lin Shiya muttered to himself in awe, recalling Jiang Ye's previous words. "Within the Blade Domain, I am invincible." Combined with his fusion with the Reaper's essence, Jiang Ye's strength had reached a terrifying level. Even without relying on the Reaper's token, he could dominate. By comparison, even with the soul of the goddess of night attached to him, Lin Qiye could barely reach the Haijing level. Did this mean Jiang Ye could easily overpower him? Rubbing his temples, Lin Qiye felt relieved that they weren't enemies. Looking at the serpent's head on the ground, Lin Qiye smiled. The mysterious corpse of a Haijing-level creature could serve as a material for summoning magic, allowing him to summon a Haijing-level being for assistance in battle. If he could obtain more mysterious corpses, summoning multiple creatures would greatly enhance his strength. Carefully dragging the serpent's head, which was larger than a person, Lin Qiye glanced around before stealthily moving in Jiang Ye's direction, wary of the instructors catching him and confiscating this precious corpse. However, just as he entered the blind spot between two walls, he saw Jiang Ye walking out empty-handed. "Where's the corpse?" Lin Qiye couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ye frowned and shook his head. "Corpse? What corpse? I didn't take any corpse." Lin Qiye froze, looking around. The 100-meter-long giant serpent had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Jiang Ye's Reaper essence required absorbing mysterious energy? He glanced at the serpent's head in his hands and sighed softly. After all, he owed Jiang Ye this favor and decided not to press further. The two exchanged a knowing smile and walked out of the narrow passage side by side. "Stop right there, both of you." At that moment, two instructors came rushing over. The two of them stood still, their faces showing puzzled expressions. One of the instructors approached with a stern look and demanded, "Where is the two-headed fire serpent's corpse?" Jiang Ye blinked in surprise and turned to Lin Shiya. "What's that? Did you see anything?" Lin Shiya shook his head sincerely. "I didn't see anything." The two instructors were left speechless. At 7 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the windows. In the instructor's office, Yuan Gang leisurely sipped a cup of tea, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya, who stood before him. In the distance, the rumbling sounds from the recruits' dormitory hinted at the intensity of the ongoing drill. "So, tell me, where's the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent?" Yuan Gang's tone carried a hint of amusement. Faced with the question, Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya simultaneously turned in different directions, hands in their pockets, staring at the ceiling with evasive expressions. Yuan Gang took another sip of tea and continued. "I can let you off the hook for not handing over the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent, but next..." His gaze shifted to Jiang Ye as he set down his teacup. "Jiang Ye, you're out of this drill." "Out of the drill? But how am I supposed to?" Jiang Ye began. But before he could finish, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding. You have gifted Lin Qiye a portion of the Sea Realm's mysterious corpse, enabling him to summon a Sea Realm pet for battle and enhancing his combat abilities. You have earned 5,000 modification points. Current total, 440,000 points. Upon reaching 500,000 points, you will unlock the divine skill. Speak and it shall be." Jiang Ye immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. He understood the situation clearly. Having dealt with the Sea Realm's mystery, the instructor was unlikely to let him participate in the drill. Besides, the modification points were already in hand, and the mysterious corpse had been consumed by Xiao Jin. There was no point in revisiting this part of the storyline. Better to focus on the upcoming Jinan Mountain rescue arc, he thought to himself. The thought of Shun Qingzhu brought a faint smile to his lips. Turning to Yuan Gang, he responded cheerfully, "All right, I'm out." Yuan Gang let out a subtle sigh of relief. Restricting a recruit from participating in a drill could damage his authority if it became public knowledge. He nodded with satisfaction and then addressed Lin Qiye. "You can leave now." The drill continues. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang Ye. Although he felt uncomfortable with the apparent favoritism, he had no choice but to accept it. He left the office reluctantly, glancing back multiple times as he went. Once Lin Qiye was gone, Yuan Gang tapped his fingers on the desk and pressed further. "How did you figure out that Li Yaoguang was a mole? And why didn't you report it?" Jiang Ye quickly realized this tied back to how they had disposed of the corpse. With a playful smirk, he replied, "Instructor Yuan, have you heard of Lei Feng? I'm just the type who likes to work quietly behind the scenes. No need to idolize me." Yuan Gang shook his head in exasperation. This batch of recruits is really something else. Despite his words, a smile crept onto his face. "Still, that's your choice. They'll report it to the higher-ups. Contributions deserve recognition and honor. That's how the Night Watch values its people." With that, Yuan Gang stood up, placing a few packets of Longjing tea and an iron kettle on the desk. He carefully locked the doors and windows before saying, "All right, just sit here and drink tea. Don't cause any trouble." Seeing this familiar scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yuan Gang, however, chuckled as he left, heading to the surveillance room to check in with Instructor Hong about the investigation. "So, any luck? Did you find out where they hid the corpse?" Yuan Gang asked. Instructor Hong shook his head, looking puzzled. "We've searched the entire training camp and couldn't find a single trace. I suspect Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya have some kind of personal spatial storage, like that chubby guy." Yuan Gang frowned and thought for a moment, recalling how Jiang Ye had quickly identified and dealt with the mole, saving the entire training camp. After a pause, he said slowly, "Forget it. Let's not look into it anymore. Consider it their reward." Instructor Hong nodded slightly, taking out Jiang Ye's score sheet, his face showing a hint of hesitation. "Chief Instructor, are you sure you want to give Jiang Ye this score? This has never happened in the history of Night Watcher training." Yuan Gang glanced down at the sheet, his eyes landing on the unprecedented score of 102,100. His tone was firm. "He deserves it. Just record it as is." In the afternoon, as the sunset painted the sky red, the exercise came to an end. Jiang Ye walked out of Yuan Gang's office with a slight smirk, still feeling the gaze of the chief instructor seeing him off. As soon as he pushed open the door to the dormitory, he heard Bai Li Pangpang animatedly recounting a story. "At that critical moment, I struck with precision, saving the day with one blow." Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly as he stepped into the room. Bai Li Pangpang immediately rushed over, his chubby hand landing on Jiang Ye's shoulder. "Jiang Ye, where have you been? Why didn't you join the exercise?" "The instructor said I was too strong and didn't let me participate." "Tell me, isn't that ridiculous?" Jiang Ye replied with mock indignation. Hearing this, Bai Li Pangpang silently withdrew his hand from Jiang Ye's shoulder and swallowed the words of his own bragging. "Ridiculous or not, I don't know, but you sure are infuriating," he grumbled, collapsing onto his bed with a look of utter defeat. Lin Qiye, who was tidying up his clothes, shook his head and walked over. "What did you do with the corpse?" Jiang Ye raised the silver-white ring on his hand. "This can store it, kind of like Pong Pong's spatial ability." "Jiang Ye, looks like you've hit the jackpot," Bai Li Pangpang teased with a laugh. Lin Qiye continued, "So, who gave it to you?" Jiang Ye fell silent. As the sweltering heat of August persisted, the assessments finally concluded, marking the end of basic training. Tired of playing mahjong, the group of four decided to head to the cafeteria together. By chance, they ran into Shun Qingzhu and Deng Wei, who were also there for a meal. "Hey, cool guy, you're here to eat too? We're leaving the training camp soon, how about we share a table?" Bai Li Pangpang suggested. Shun Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. The seven of them sat around one table, chatting about the amusing moments from their year of training. Even the usually aloof Shun Qingzhu occasionally chimed in. "By the way, when will the final rankings be announced?" Bai Li Pangpang asked while scrolling through his phone. "Probably in the next few days," Chao Yuan replied calmly. "Jiang Ye, since you didn't participate in the exercise, your ranking might not be as high as mine. The exercise accounts for 20 points, you know," Bai Li Pangpang joked. Jiang Ye merely smiled and kept eating. Lin Shiya, recalling the scene of Jiang Ye effortlessly defeating the Sea Realm twin-headed snake demon, remarked, "Not necessarily. If Jiang Ye didn't participate in the exercise, he probably won't get those points." Lin Shiya, "Do you know something?" Chao Yuan asked curiously. Lin Qiye shook his head. Knowing those instructors, they might deduct points for that. We'll see when the rankings come out. Bai Li Pangpang quietly rejoiced, finally seeing a chance to outshine Jiang Ye for once. Shen Qingzhu stole a glance at Jiang Ye, sighing inwardly. Aside from the exercise, Jiang Ye had perfect scores in every subject, earning admiration even from the instructors. If no points were deducted for the exercise, the top spot would undoubtedly be his. At that moment, all 7 of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Bai Li Pangpang opened the message and exclaimed, "Whoa! The final rankings are out." Bailey Tubby quickly locked his eyes on his ranking, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He hadn't even reached 80 points. Even if he added the 20 points Jiang Ye lost during the exercise, he still wouldn't surpass him. What shocked him even more was that after carefully searching the entire leaderboard, he couldn't find Jiang Ye's name at all. Holy crap, Shinj. You're ranked 3rd. 92 points. Shinj, you're amazing. Deng Wei held his phone, immediately spotting Shan Qingzhu's rank. Shin Qingzhu frowned slightly. Only 3rd. Alright, what's so amazing about that? Quiet down. After a pause, he asked, by the way, who's first? Deng Wei quickly scrolled up the screen. Second is Lin Qiye, 95 points. First is Jiang Ye. His voice stopped abruptly when he saw Jiang Ye's score. As soon as Jiang Ye's first was uttered, all eyes instantly turned to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye froze for a moment. No way. It's true. Bailey Tubby hurriedly rechecked the top of the leaderboard. Jiang Ye, 102 points, ranked first. Huh, 102? Isn't the full score 100? Bailey Tubby rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he looked at Jiang Ye in disbelief. Jiang Ye, the full score is 100, and you still managed to exceed it. Jiang Ye simply shrugged, looking indifferent. Bang! Bailey Tubby couldn't help but slap the table. Seeing Jiang Ye act so nonchalant about being first made him, as a brother, feel indescribably frustrated. Fatty, slap the table again, and you'll regret it. Shen Qingzhu warned coldly. Bailey Tubby immediately withdrew his hand, pretending nothing had happened. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Ye, a fleeting look of admiration in his eyes, but he quickly shook it off. After throwing out a few congratulatory words, he left the cafeteria. Bailey Tubby pouted, while Lin Qiye, smiling, pushed the dishes Bailey Tubby had ordered toward Jiang Ye, seemingly not surprised by the result at all. Bailey Tubby? Meanwhile, in an ancient forest somewhere in Daxia. What did you say? Scored higher than the full marks? Let me see what kind of monster this is. Xia Siming, dressed in a golden cloak, leaned toward the bespectacled man beside her. After seeing Jiang Ye's 102 points and first place ranking, she immediately waved her hand. We have to recruit this guy for the Phoenix Squad. A divine agent, fused with the essence of a gods, a potential candidate for godhood. The bespectacled man shook his head. Captain, we don't need more people. What do you mean we don't need more people? I'll replace you if I have to. Xia Siming gave him a meaningful look. The man's mouth twitched, an alarm blaring in his mind. He quickly explained, Captain, he's a potential god. The higher-ups in the Night Watch will definitely have him form his own special team. Xia Siming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's true. The bespectacled man had just breathed a sigh of relief when Xia Siming added, Oh, there's another dual divine agent below. Not as good as Jiang Ye, but they seem decent. Her gaze fell on Lin Qiye's name. The man's nerves tensed up again. Meanwhile, in Huaihai City, Tianping glanced at his captain leaning against the corridor. After some hesitation, he ultimately chose to turn and walk away. The scene at the training camp was quite amusing, especially the captain's reaction. Stop right there. Wang Mian barked sharply as Tianping took a few steps forward. Has the ranking for the new recruits come out? Tianping froze in place, an awkward smile plastered on his face. Yes, it has. What scores did those two get? Wang Mian strode over, his eyes burning with curiosity. Tianping hid the list behind his back and stammered, Captain, which two are you talking about? Obviously Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. Wang Mian replied, giving him a peculiar look. Lin Qiye got 95 points. Tianping cleared his throat as he spoke. Wang Mian's lips curled into a smug grin. Not bad, just like me back in the day. And what about that scoundrel Jiang Ye? Tianping took 2 steps back, attempting to reason with him. Captain, honestly, we're past the age of obsessing over scores. Hand me the list. Wang Mian extended his hand. I refuse to believe that scoundrel could beat my score. Just as Tianping hesitated, reaching for the list, Xuanhua suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched the paper from his hands. Why all the secrecy? Xuanhua looked down at the list, then froze, blinking repeatedly in disbelief. Tianping, is this score real? How is that even possible? Sensing trouble, Wang Mian grabbed the list. When his eyes landed on the words, Jiang Ye, 102 points, ranked first, he was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, isn't the maximum score 100? The magnifying glass in Wang Mian's hand slipped and fell to the ground, the lens shattering into pieces. Tianping and Xuanhua exchanged glances. They wanted to comfort their captain, but couldn't suppress their laughter. Xuanhua burst out laughing and ran off, while Tianping awkwardly backed away, leaving Wang Mian standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, inside a carriage high in the clouds, Yifan, cloaked in deep red, was glaring at the score sheet in frustration. Has Yuan Gang lost his mind? How dare he give a score over the maximum? He immediately dialed Yuan Gang's number but hung up silently after a minute. Why'd you suddenly go quiet? Chen Fuzi, who was sipping tea, raised an eyebrow. Supporting his knee, Yifan tilted his head and took a sip of tea. That kid Jiang Ye. He took down a twin-headed fire serpent from the high realm with a single strike, while still in the Qi realm. Chen Fuzi's hand trembled at the news, spilling tea onto his sleeve. This was the power of a god. Jiang Ye, who had fused with the essence of the god of death, possessed an extraordinary divine ruin. Where do you plan to place Jiang Ye? Chen Fuzi set down his teacup and asked. Yifan fell into deep thought. Lin Qiye had to remain in Cangnan, but what about Jiang Ye, who had also locked eyes with the Seraph? What consequences would arise if he left? The question had haunted Yifan ever since learning Jiang Ye had survived the Cangnan catastrophe a decade ago. Cangnan doesn't have much time left. Let Jiang Ye stay there for now. We need to start planning ahead, Yifan said, frowning. Chen Fuzi nodded in agreement. The training ground was dimly lit, with dark clouds gathering overhead, signaling imminent rain. The recruits stood in neat rows, their eyes fixed intently on the instructors on the platform, awaiting a pivotal moment in their lives, the final deployment orders. One of the instructors stepped forward, holding a list in hand. His commanding voice echoed across the training ground. Bailey Tumming, assigned to Guangzhou Shenzhen City, Night Watch Squad 010. Molly, assigned to Suzhou City, Squad 017. Chao Yuan, assigned to Huaihai City, Squad 007. When he announced, Shun Qingzhu, assigned to Shangjing City, Squad 006, the atmosphere remained calm. However, the next two names caused a stir among the crowd. Lin Qiye, assigned to Cangnan, Squad 136. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could process the information, an even more surprising order followed. Jiang Ye, temporarily assigned to Cangnan, Squad 136. Await new orders in 3 months. At that moment, the training ground erupted into a buzz of astonished murmurs. The first and second-ranked recruits being sent to Squad 136? This decision defied everyone's expectations. This is unfair. Shin Qingzhu suddenly stepped out of formation, hands still casually stuffed in his pockets, his eyes flashing with defiance. The first and second get sent to Squad 136, but as the third, why am I going to Shangjing? The instructor, accustomed to such outbursts, responded with a resigned expression. This is a decision made by the High Command of the Night Watch. We are just as perplexed, but a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Shin Qingzhu. Here. Despite the frustration etched on his face, Shin Qingzhu replied loudly. Return to formation and follow orders. Understood. Shin Qingzhu reluctantly turned back, but not before casting a meaningful glance at Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. Unlike the others' shock, Lin Qiye's lips curved into a faint smile, seemingly pleased with the arrangement. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, appeared thoughtful, quickly piecing together the reasoning behind the decision. They were both survivors of Cangnan. In 3 months, Cangnan would cease to exist. At that moment, Bailey Tumming approached the two with a pained expression, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Qiye, brother Jiang Ye, don't worry. Come visit Guangzhou Shenzhen often. Boom. A clap of thunder tore through the sky, and Jiang Ye looked up at the storm-laden clouds, an ominous feeling stirring in his chest. Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie chapel, Yu opened his eyes, gazing down at the black-robed followers below. Are you ready? Rest assured, my lord, the 10th seat replied, placing his right hand over his chest with reverence. This time, we've dispatched 1 peak-level boundless and 2 sea-level experts, learning from our previous failures. We will ensure the twin god proxies and the god seed of Daxia are eliminated before they can rise. Satisfied, Yu adjusted his tailcoat and rose from the throne. Capture them alive this time, and select a few with potential to cultivate as followers. To prevent any mishaps, I will send a nightmare projection to guarantee success. Understood. The 10th seat bowed deeply in response. Yu waved his hand, and the black-robed followers in the cathedral filed out in silence. Once they had left, his eyes turned icy cold as he directed his gaze toward the sealed chamber housing Han Xiaoyun. The memory of his nightmare projection being obliterated in an instant still lingered, filling him with unease. That feeling of being caught in a death trap without any warning made him wary of approaching that woman again. To annihilate his nightmare projection so effortlessly when had a god-level being appeared in Daxia? And then there was the matter of Medusa? Yu shook his head, feeling uncertainty creep into his plans for the first time. However, that deity's actions were infrequent, and they seemed reluctant to reveal themselves, likely due to some restrictions. For this reason, he had chosen Jiangnan Mountain on the outskirts of Cangnan. Without divine protection, what could a mere group of Pond Realm recruits and Sea Realm instructors do? He smirked to himself. A torrential rain poured down, the sky heavy and dim as the downpour formed a curtain of water. Jiang Ye stood by the dormitory window, his senses extending toward Jiangnan Mountain. Boundless realm, he muttered, shaking his head slightly as the sound of the rain echoed outside. 7 nights. Jiang Ye by Li Pangpang burst through the door, his wet hair still dripping. I just went downstairs, and the ground was shaking. Something's not right, is it? Lin Qiye turned to look at him. With his own keen perception, he too had noticed the disturbance, though the details remained unclear. Suddenly, the familiar sound of an assembly whistle pierced through the rain. Jiang Ye, already prepared, moved to leave. Bai Li Pangpang scrambled to put on his camouflage uniform and raincoat, fumbling in his haste. Lin Shiya, surprised by Jiang Ye's foresight, didn't have time to ask questions. He quickly geared up and dashed out of the dormitory. 2 minutes later, the recruits stood in formation on the rain-soaked training field, their raincoats glistening under the downpour. On the platform, Instructor Yuan Gang's expression was grave, his voice cutting through the rain as he addressed them. There's been a landslide disaster at Jiangnan Mountain. The rescue team cannot reach the area in time, and we are the closest force available. Although you are about to graduate, as soldiers of deceive, it is our duty to answer the call when disaster strikes. Now, I want you to take the courage you've trained to protect cities with and use it to save lives. Everyone, get on the trucks. The convoy of military trucks roared out into the dark rainstorm, thunder rumbling ominously like the drums of death. Jiang Ye sat near the edge of the truck bed, letting stray raindrops splatter against his raincoat. The atmosphere inside was tense, even Bai Li Pangpang had fallen silent, gripping the handrails tightly to steady himself against the jolts. The weight of life held profound meaning for everyone. 10 years ago, during the tragedy of Cangnan, familiar faces had disappeared one by one, bringing them closer to despair and death than ever before. Jiang Ye sighed softly, extending his left hand out of the truck. A small golden dragon emerged silently, flying into the rain. In his heart, he murmured, life should be precious and beautiful. Under the despairing, dim sky, a golden light pierced through the surrounding darkness, bringing hope and illumination to the village at the base of Jiangnan Mountain. As Xiao Jinlong flew swiftly through the air, it grumbled internally, pure exploitation of this divine dragon. Saving people without being noticed? Unbelievable. Back in the day, anyone I saved wouldn't dare forget 3 days of worship and offerings. Now, not even a single thank you. Just as it was in the middle of its complaints, Jiang Ye's cold voice suddenly echoed in its mind, do you want another slap? Darn it, this soul contract can do that too? Xiao Jinlong immediately fell silent. The memory of the last slap, and the pain that accompanied it, resurfaced vividly. Not daring to think further, it focused on flying over the villages around Jiangnan Mountain, scattering specks of golden light wherever it went. Those buried under the landslides were instantly enveloped by the light, and signs of life began to return to their bodies. In a remote village deep within Jiangnan Mountain, the landslide had nearly swallowed the entire settlement, leaving only a few rooftops visible above the ground. A middle-aged man, carrying a basket on his back, stumbled to the village entrance. Seeing the devastation before him, his eyes immediately reddened. The basket fell with a thud into the muddy ground. Yaya, mother! He instantly recognized the location of his home and dashed forward, collapsing to his knees. With trembling hands, he began clawing desperately at the dirt. Rain mixed with his tears, streaming down his face. No, no, no. Yaya, daddy's here. Answer me. Father, mother, wife, say something. The man cried out with heart-wrenching anguish. Even as his hands became bloodied and raw, he didn't stop digging. The darkness gradually consumed him, and the cold rain pelted his body. His movements slowed, and eventually, he collapsed into the mud. Just as unconsciousness was about to claim him, a dazzling golden light suddenly filled his vision. Daddy, daddy. A familiar voice called out. It was his daughter, Yaya. The man snapped awake, realizing his injuries were healing, and the exhaustion was rapidly fading. He sat up in a daze, noticing the warm, gentle golden light enveloping his body. Looking up, he saw a glowing dragon in the distance. A dragon? That's a dragon! He exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. Suddenly, the ground before him began to collapse, and golden light shone from the cracks. Slowly, the figures of his daughter, Yaya, and his parents emerged, gently settling onto the surface. The middle-aged man scrambled toward them, wrapping his daughter in his arms. He found her breathing steadily, and his parents unharmed. A joyous smile finally spread across his face. The next moment, He whipped his head around to look in the direction where the golden dragon had disappeared, only to find nothing but empty space. The man immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing 3 times in the direction the dragon had left, his voice brimming with gratitude. Hidden in the dense forest, Xiao Jin, in his golden dragon form, watched the scene unfold as he leisurely stroked his dragon whiskers. A small surge of faith, energy well worth his intervention. Just as Xiao Jin was about to find a place to rest, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Finished already? Get back here now. Xiao Jin shuddered, his dragon claws instinctively clenching tightly. In the end, he could only close his dragon eyes and soar along the mountain path toward Jiang Ye's location. At the base of Jinan Mountain, a convoy of military vehicles slowly rolled in. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Bai Li Pangpang disembarked alongside the other recruits, forming neat lines in front of the instructor. Jiang Ye flexed his left hand slightly, withdrawing Xiao Jin back into his body, then raised an eyebrow. His devouring progress had unexpectedly increased to 5. The last time, dealing with the Sichuan realm Sound Hunter and the Ocean realm Two-Headed Fire Serpent, had only brought it up to 2. How had it jumped by 3 this time? Humans call this faith energy. When gods are worshipped by people, they can harness this energy for their own use, Xiao Jin explained arrogantly. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding, but his tone suddenly turned cold. What did you just call me? Xiao Jin froze inside the ring. Nothing, master. You're asking for a slap? Jiang Ye withdrew his left hand and looked up at the overcast sky. The villagers' lives had been saved. Now it was time to figure out how to earn more modification points. The key to this scenario lay in preventing Zhuaiga from infiltrating the ancient god church as an undercover agent. If he succeeded, the maximum modification points could be obtained. As for potentially being dragged back to the original storyline, who cares? Profit first. All right, everyone is present, Yuan Gang said, scanning the recruits standing upright in the pouring rain. He seemed satisfied. Jinan Mountain has 7 disaster-stricken villages, and we need to split up. Jiang Ye, here. Jiang Ye stepped forward immediately. You, Instructor Han, and Chao Yuan will take 13 recruits to Village 6. Although the ancient god church was located in the farthest Village 7, the same place where Shan Qingzhu encountered the cultists, Jiang Ye wasn't worried. On this land of Daxia, he could go wherever he wanted. Yuan Gang continued assigning teams. Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, and Mo Li. You'll go with Instructor Hong to Village 7. Once the rescue teams for the other villages were also assigned, he shouted. Time is life, move out immediately. Yes, sir. The recruits and instructors responded in unison. Lin Shiya climbed into the vehicle heading to Village 7 and glanced toward the vehicle carrying Jiang Ye. Bai Li Pangpang patted him on the shoulder. What? Missing him already after just a moment apart? No, Lin Qiye replied, shifting his gaze back, his brows furrowed. I just feel like something's not right about this disaster. I'm worried. If you're worried, just admit it. Quit acting tough, Bai Li Pangpang teased, then turned to the red-haired Emoli beside him, puffing out his chest. Emoli, just wait and see how I perform later. Lin Qiye remained silent, while Emoli shot Bai Li Pangpang a cold glare before turning away. Meanwhile, in the other vehicle, Jiang Ye, sitting next to Chao Yuan, suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching Yuan Gang's command tent. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You've arrived. Inside the camp, Yuan Gang stood at the entrance, his gaze piercing through the layers of rain, fixed on the depths of Jinan Mountain. The sprawling mountain range looked particularly ominous under the thick blanket of dark clouds. With dusk approaching and the sky dimming, the steep mountain paths, made even more treacherous by the rain, posed a formidable challenge for the group of new recruits. As he pondered, a voice with a heavy Western accent suddenly echoed beside him. Yuan Gang frowned and turned to see a nobleman in an elegant tailcoat, adorned with a refined brooch on his chest, standing there. Whisperer. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. The surrounding scene abruptly froze. Raindrops hung suspended in midair, as if time itself had been paused. He realized he had been pulled into another dimension. Whisperer gracefully extended his hand. It seems Deputy Captain Yuan from Shangjing is quite familiar with me. One of the 3 oldest gods of the ancient divine church, the embodiment of nightmares, and the creator of its followers, Yuan Gang calmly revealed the figure's identity. Whisperer narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Since that's the case, let's have a proper conversation here. Yuan Gang analyzed the situation with composure. You're blocking my way here, which clearly means the disaster was orchestrated by the ancient divine church to lure the training camp personnel. Your true targets are Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya, aren't they? No. Whisperer chuckled softly. I'm confident, but my failure last time left me quite frustrated. So I want to eliminate all uncertainties. His gaze flickered with a dangerous light. As long as I trap you, a powerful Heijing-level fighter, the others are of no concern. Yuan Gang's expression grew serious as he immediately activated the Forbidden Ruins. A golden shield of light enveloped his entire body. Though I am merely a projection of the nightmare, with my true form being hunted by the spirit medium, dealing with you is more than sufficient, Whisperer said arrogantly. Then let's see you try. Yuan Gang retorted with a cold snort. As the tension between the two reached its peak, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. A young man emerged from the shadows, his jet-black eyes strikingly prominent. Jiang Ye, Whisperer and Yuan Gang both froze in surprise. Sorry to interrupt, Jiang Ye scratched his head awkwardly. Can you guys fight later? By the way, how do I get out of here? How did you get in? Weren't you on a rescue mission in village number 6? Yuan Gang asked, bewildered. I don't know. I was just walking, and somehow I ended up here. Jiang Ye replied earnestly. Yuan Gang turned to Whisperer. Is your nightmare this pathetic? Anger flickered across Whisperer's face as he narrowed his eyes and said, Since you're here, why not join us? I can grant you the position of the first seat among the followers, leading the entire congregation. When the ancient god descends, you'll wield supreme power. What do you say? He stared intently at Jiang Ye, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then shook his head. Whisperer's expression darkened. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction, stepped forward, and patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Leaving a simple good luck, he retreated behind him. Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Wait a second. Aren't you the instructor? What the hell does hiding behind me even mean? Standing behind Jiang Ye, Yuan Gang replied with a self-assured expression, You can take down a two-headed fire serpent from the sea realm with a single strike. Your strength must be greater than mine. Jiang Ye, I'm just doing this for your own guto, help you gain more combat experience. Show them what you've got. Witnessing this, Yu burst into laughter. Chief Yuan, you're from the sea realm, yet you're hiding behind someone from the pool realm? Aren't you ashamed? He's one of my soldiers, Yuan Gang retorted, crossing his arms and letting out a cold snort. If you can't even beat him, do you think you're qualified to challenge me? He shot Yu a disdainful glance and turned his head away. What a joke. Jiang Ye shook his head in resignation. Oh, come on. You even managed to turn this into an act? Yu, provoked by Yuan Gang's words, exhaled a breath of scorching air. Fine, fine. A so-called seed of divinity? Let's see what someone from the pool realm is capable of. Don't forget, this is my domain. As Yu unleashed his spiritual energy, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. Waves of soul attacks pierced into Jiang Ye's mind like sharp spikes. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Another one who wants to see for themselves, huh? Remember the last fox demon who was curious? They already. He abruptly dropped his mental defenses, allowing Yu's attacks to invade without resistance. Yu's consciousness effortlessly entered Jiang Ye's spiritual world. Just as he was reveling in his perceived victory, the sight before him caused him to freeze. A brilliant cosmic expanse unfolded around him, with Earth shrouded in mist visible in the distance. As he started to dismiss this as a dull nightmare, a voice, resonating with divine authority, echoed from behind. Mortal, do you know the price of deceiving a god? Yu spun around abruptly, his pupils contracting in fear. Before him stood a six-winged seraph, its golden radiance blazing. It wielded a staff in one hand, while an enormous, otherworldly hand extended toward him. Those piercing golden eyes radiated overwhelming power. Before Yu could even utter the full name, Archangel Michael, the devastating divine energy obliterated his spiritual form entirely. In the waking world, Yu's presence shattered like fireworks, dispersing into fragments of purple light. The falling rain resumed its natural rhythm, and the sound of the storm returned to their ears. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. Honestly, why do they insist on looking? Can't control their curiosity, huh? Yuan Gang's grip on his blade trembled slightly as he stared in disbelief. Wait, what? That's it? The epic showdown I was expecting just ended like that? One of the ancient gods of the old divine church this, is it? So pathetic coming out here just to embarrass himself? Truly no class at all. Under the dark canopy of the sky, a series of footsteps echoed through the quiet night. Yu staggered forward, his tattered tailcoat clinging to his battered frame, with dried blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth. How could there be a seraph in that boy's spiritual world? He muttered to himself, coughing up 2 more mouthfuls of fresh blood. The total obliteration of his nightmare projection had caused him severe backlash. What puzzled him even more was the contradiction before him. Lin Qiye was clearly the seraph's chosen agent, yet the divine power emanating from that boy felt disturbingly out of place. The murderous intent within that divine power was being suppressed by some force, clearly not the behavior of a typical agent. This suggested a deeper conflict between Jiang Ye and the seraph, with the divine power forcibly implanted within him. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving a god, mortal? The phrase reverberated in Yu's mind. He furrowed his brows, realizing Jiang Ye's existence had completely disrupted his plans. If I can't deal with the Reaper's agent, then I absolutely won't let the dual god agent slip away. EU sneered coldly. I refuse to believe that both the Seraph and the goddess of the night's agents can destroy my nightmare projection in their spiritual worlds. As he prepared to unleash another nightmare projection, the sky suddenly crackled with the sound of electricity. Above the dark clouds, 7 glowing pillars of lightning slowly materialized, each topped with a cloaked figure exuding an enigmatic presence. EU's expression darkened further. This just never ends, does it? Before his words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished from sight. A second later, the 7 lightning pillars crashed down with a deafening roar, shattering the stillness of the night. The leader of the medium squad adjusted their hood slightly, their sharp gaze scanning the horizon as they issued a curt command. Continue the pursuit. The rest of the squad nodded mechanically, and the 7 lightning pillars rose into the air once more, executing their mission with cold, unfeeling precision. Meanwhile, at the camp at the foot of Cangnan Mountain, Jiang Ye and Yuan Gang awoke abruptly from their nightmares. The instructors searching for Yuan Gang were startled to see the two suddenly reappear. Chief Instructor, where did you go just now? How did you suddenly? There's no time to explain. Yuan Gang interrupted decisively. Contact Hong Hao in Village 7 immediately and tell him to protect the recruits and villagers. Also, have Instructor Han head to Village 7 to provide reinforcements right away. We're getting in the vehicle now to assist. Yuan Gang was acutely aware that the ancient god cult's targets were Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. With the Yes projection destroyed, there were likely still formidable cultists hiding in the mountains. Though the other instructors were baffled, Yuan Gang's unusual urgency made the critical nature of the situation clear, and they quickly set about mobilizing the vehicles. After issuing the orders, Yuan Gang turned around, only to find that Jiang Ye had vanished, leaving behind a trail of footprints leading up the mountain. What's the rush, kid? You think you can outrun a vehicle? Yuan Gang muttered, frowning deeply. He grabbed a star-forged blade from the tent and leapt into the military truck that had just arrived. The heavy rain continued to pour, pounding relentlessly against his raincoat. Yuan Gang gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his gaze fixed on the dark silhouette of the mountain ahead. Beside him, an instructor suddenly asked, "Hey, where's Jiang Ye?" Yuan Gang turned around, his expression resolute, and said, "He went up the mountain on his own. Leave him be, he'll be fine." The other instructors exchanged uncertain glances. Despite their doubts, they ultimately chose to remain silent. The rescue convoy continued to wind its way along the mountain road, heading deeper into Jinan Mountain. Meanwhile, at village number 7, Lin Shiya and Bai Li Pangpang had just arrived with their team. They had initially planned to loudly proclaim, "The soldiers of Daxia are here. Death retreats, and survivors shall live." However, they froze in place at the sight before them. All the villagers were huddled behind a low wall, shivering from the wind and rain. Yet astonishingly, none of them bore a single injury. Wait, is this really a disaster zone? Did we come to the wrong place? Bai Li Pangpang pointed at the group of unharmed villagers, his face full of confusion. Instructor Hong observed the villagers, who had narrowly escaped disaster, with a thoughtful expression. Lin Qiye quickly noticed the anomaly. The mudslide covered the entire village, yet the villagers are completely unscathed. Judging by their expressions, the disaster struck suddenly, without warning. But under such circumstances, how is it possible that not a single person is injured? It defies all logic. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with the urgent voice of Instructor Han. "Hello? Hello? Instructor Hong. What's the situation on your end?" "The situation is strange," Instructor Hong replied. "All the villagers are safe and unharmed, not even a scratch. Is it the same there?" Instructor Han exclaimed in surprise. "The villagers here claim they saw a golden dragon, a divine dragon that saved them." Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. A divine dragon appearing? It sounded far too unbelievable. After a brief response, Instructor Hong walked over to the group of villagers. An elderly man, his face lined with age but his spirit lively, relaxed slightly upon realizing it was the rescue team. He pointed to a middle-aged man holding a little girl in his arms and said, "Let my son tell you. He knows best." The middle-aged man carefully handed his sleeping daughter to the elder and led the rescue team aside. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount. "When the mudslide happened, I was on the mountain. By the time I heard the commotion and rushed back, the entire village was buried, and there wasn't a single person in sight. And then?" Lin Qiye pressed. The man hesitated before continuing. "What I'm about to say might be hard for you to believe, but I swear it's what I saw with my own eyes." "Go ahead, uncle," Bai Li Pangpang said with a grin. "Don't tell me it really was some divine dragon showing up?" Yes, yes." The man nodded repeatedly. It was exactly Theta divine dragon appeared. The group fell into a stunned silence, unable to hide their disbelief. "Uncle, Are you seriously saying a divine dragon appeared? Bai Li Pangpang raised an incredulous eyebrow, and the doubt was evident on everyone else's faces too. To them, such supernatural phenomena were either mysterious or miraculous. But why would a deity interfere in mundane affairs without reason? Lin Qiye furrowed his brows and asked, Uncle, can you describe the dragon you saw in detail? The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. Its entire body glowed with golden light. That light shone on people, and their injuries healed instantly. It was truly miraculous. The group fell silent upon hearing this. The description matched exactly what Instructor Han had mentioned earlier. Could it really be the manifestation of a divine dragon? In Xia, the word dragon was not something to be mentioned lightly. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Instructor Hong turned to listen, and Yuan Gang's voice came through. This disaster was orchestrated by the ancient god cult. Their followers might be nearby, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Everyone's hearts immediately tightened. Instructor Hong glanced at Lin Shiya and replied, Understood, Chief Instructor. I'll make sure to protect these rookies. What's the status of the victims? Yuan Gang asked. Instructor Hong looked at the villagers. Not a scratch on them. A silence hung over the walkie-talkie for more than 10 seconds before Yuan Gang's voice returned. Explain in detail. Instructor Hong repeated the middle-aged man's description and concluded. In short, a divine dragon appeared. There was a brief pause on the other end before the communication abruptly ended. Instructor Hong shrugged and turned to the drenched middle-aged man. Let's set the dragon aside for now. We need to get the villagers settled and wait for the other rescue teams to arrive. At that moment, the middle-aged man grabbed Instructor Hong's arm and pleaded urgently, Sir, please save my wife. She went out to look for me during the storm and hasn't come back yet. My daughter has been crying for her mother. His gaze shifted to his daughter, Yaya, filled with worry. Lin Qiye and the others exchanged glances. Night had fallen, and the mountains were fraught with danger, not to mention the lurking threat of the ancient god cult. Instructor Hong patted the man's shoulder. This is our job. Leave it to us. Don't worry, we won't abandon anyone. The man nodded silently and returned to the group of villagers. Yaya, who had just woken up, asked timidly, Daddy, where's Mommy? The man stroked his daughter's head and forced a smile. Don't worry, sweetheart. She'll be back by morning. Okay, Yaya replied, her tone filled with disappointment as she lowered her head. Shen Qingzhu watched the scene unfold, clenching her fists as her gaze drifted toward the pitch-black forest. We can't risk going into the mountains right now, Instructor Hong said. The ancient god cult is lying in wait, and their target is Lin Qiye. We need to wait for Instructor Yuan's reinforcements before we search for Yaya's mother. That's the safest approach. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang nodded, their expressions helpless as they glanced at the girl. Shen Qingzhu let out a light snort, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. They quickly found a relatively intact house and settled the villagers inside to shield them from the heavy rain. Bai Li Pangpang collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. After glancing around, he suddenly noticed someone missing. Hey, where's Shuangge? Lin Shiya looked toward the pitch-black mountains in the distance. Most likely headed up the mountain. Deng Wei and the others are gone too. Meanwhile, up in the mountains, Shen Qingzhu was impatiently staring at Deng Wei and the other two. Deng Wei grinned, his dark face full of sincerity. Don't worry, Brother Shun. We definitely won't drag you down. When it comes to finding people, we're lightning fast. Don't act like I really need you, Shen Qingzhu said, feigning annoyance. I can handle this alone. You three can just head back. But as the trio continued to follow closely, despite his furrowed brow, the corners of his mouth quirked up involuntarily as he turned away. The four of them, armed with powerful flashlights, searched along the dark mountain trails. In the nearby forest, two pairs of cold eyes watched the beams of light intently. For in the Qi realm, the target isn't among them, said the leader, a man in a black robe, shaking his head. The burly man wielding a massive axe chuckled. Leave it to me, 10th seat. These four brats are mine. Qi realm doesn't require someone of your high realm caliber. Fine. The 12th seat said, puzzled. I still can't understand why Lord Whispers would go to such lengths, even sending the 6th seat, who's at the peak of the boundless realm. Are these rookies, barely reaching the peak of the Chuan realm, really worth all this trouble? All right then, I'll go claim their heads first. The muscular man tightened his grip on the axe and strode toward Shan Qingzhu's direction. As the 12th seat was about to make a move on the village, he suddenly sensed a divine energy fluctuation. He immediately turned to the right side of the village and detected the aura of a Seraph. So, this kid wants to lure me away to protect the villagers? Fine. Those villagers are just bait anyway. The dual divine agents are the real target. His black robe billowed as he swiftly pursued Lin Qiye. Indeed, Lin Qiye was deliberately moving away from the village. After communicating with bats using his Starry Night Dancer ability, his expression grew serious. Facing a high realm enemy much stronger than the Chuan realm, his Chi realm strength would typically stand no chance. However, with the high realm creature he could summon using the two-headed fire serpent corpse from last time, combined with Mumu's assistance, he might have a fighting chance. If all else failed, he could still rely on the soul vessel. Just as the 12th seat was about to mock Lin Qiye's speed, a flash of white blade energy swept through the air, abruptly silencing him. Hearing the sound of something being severed behind him, Lin Qiye immediately stopped. A bat landed on his shoulder and conveyed the news that the high realm follower was dead. When he arrived at the body, he found a headless corpse, its death eerily similar to Jiang Ye's methods. No need to guess. It's me. Jiang Ye emerged from the forest. Lin Shiya was speechless. Next time, let me handle it. I'm not that weak. After witnessing Jiang Ye's ability to take down high realm enemies with a single strike during their last mission, he was no longer surprised. There's another high realm halfway up the mountain. I'll leave that one for you, Jiang Ye said before dashing further up the mountain. I'm going to help Shun Qingzhu. You can have your fun with this one. Lin Qiye was left exasperated. A Qi realm going after a high realm? Am I crazy? Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the mountain, flames lighting up the sky. It was the sign of a Qi Min explosion, clearly indicating that Shun Qingzhu and the others had already encountered the followers. Just as Lin Qiye was about to catch up with Jiang Ye, the surrounding space abruptly froze. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, motionless. A man dressed in a tailcoat slowly approached it with whispers. With a sly smile, he said, "Let me take a peek into the depths of your soul." Lin Qiye stood still, his gaze fixed on the man approaching slowly. He carefully examined the man's attire before asking, "Are you Yu?" "Seems like I'm quite famous," Yu replied with a smirk. "I'm curious, why were you chosen as the agent of the twin gods? What's the reason behind it?" Lin Qiye didn't answer. Instead, he silently tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, keeping his eyes locked on Yu. "No need to answer," Yu sneered. "Once I delve into the depths of your soul, you'll know everything." Lin Qiye abruptly paused his motion of drawing the blade. "You're going into the depths of my soul?" "Exactly," Yu said arrogantly. "A person's soul is like a plaything before me. You have no secrets in front of me. Once I seize control of your soul, you'll have no choice but to serve me." Lin Qiye slowly lowered his right hand, releasing the blade, and lowered his head in thought for a moment. "Scared?" Yu asked with a mocking smile. To his surprise, Lin Qiye suddenly raised his head, pulled down his lower eyelids with his fingers, stuck out his tongue, and made a goofy face. "Oh no, I'm so scared." Yu froze, caught off guard by Lin Kai's fearless demeanor. He hesitated. Could this boy, like Jiang Ye, be hiding something deep within his soul? He quickly recalled the details about the two of them. Both had gone blind at the age of 7, but Lin Qiye became the Seraph's agent, while Jiang Ye was tormented by the laws of divine power. What connection could there be? Is this Yu really such a coward? I thought he was supposed to be impressive, Lin Qiye muttered softly. His words echoed clearly within Yu's nightmare domain. "Stop pretending," Yu snarled, his face darkening as he dove straight into Lin Kai's soul. Even if he encountered the Seraph's divine power, it would only destroy a projection of himself. Besides, Lin Qiye most likely didn't possess such power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as the Seraph's agent. In the mist-shrouded soul world, Yu, dressed in a tailcoat, proceeded cautiously. Though he didn't sense the Seraph's presence, a building gradually emerged in the distance. The Asylum of the Gods? As he observed the towering statues surrounding him, unease began to creep into Yu's heart. These two kids' soul worlds were stranger than one another. Yet, driven by curiosity, he pressed on, ascending the steps and approaching the asylum's entrance. Just as he was about to knock, the doors opened of their own accord, and a radiant light spilled out from within. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, several figures came into view. "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish together." In the dim environment, a woman in purple and two figures from the pursuing star faction emerged into view. Shortly after, Lin Shiya, dressed in a doctor's coat, approached slowly with a calm smile on his face. He gracefully raised his right hand in an inviting gesture and said, "Welcome to my hospital." Meanwhile, a deafening roar erupted in the mountain forest outside. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the rainy night. Shun Qingzhu stood protectively in front of his 3 injured companions, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the muscular man wielding a large axe ahead. "Heh, protecting those 3 weaklings will only get you killed faster," the muscular man sneered, raising his axe. "How about I chop their heads off first?" With that, he swung his axe toward Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu lightly touched his ring, and a crisp snap of his fingers pierced through the rainy night. Instantly, the air around the muscular man exploded, forcing him back several steps with a powerful shockwave. However, for an opponent with Chuan-level strength, this explosion was only a temporary disruption. Sweat mixed with rain dripped down Shun Qingzhu's forehead and slid along his face. His mind raced, searching for a way to break through. Brother Shin, just run, came the weak voice of Deng Wei from behind. He pressed a hand against his bleeding shoulder. We're all injured. You're the only one who can escape. If one of us can survive, it's worth it. We'll hold him off for you. Shut the hell up. Shin Qingzhu clenched his fists tightly and roared. I never need my brother's lives to make my escape. If we came here together, we leave here together. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Shin Qingzhu charged at the opponent again. The sound of snapping fingers and explosions rang out one after another, weaving a deadly symphony in the rainy night. The muscular man twisted his wrist, and the axe spun with lethal momentum. Carving a deadly arc, Shen Qingzhu precisely created a vacuum along the axe's trajectory, and the explosion's shockwave weakened its force. He leaned back to dodge, the sharp blade barely grazing his collar. With a backflip, Shen Qingzhu pulled away and triggered another air explosion around his opponent. A series of blasts erupted around the muscular man, lighting up the rainy night in fiery bursts. But as the smoke cleared, the opponent emerged unscathed, his clothes and skin only slightly charred. Impressive for someone from the Qi realm. To push me this far, you should be proud, the muscular man said, hefting his axe. But now, I'll take your heads one by one. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal strike, the sharp sound of metal slicing through the air rang out, cutting through the night. A brilliant white light flashed, almost too fast to perceive. The muscular man's movements halted abruptly, and his body split cleanly down the middle, along with his indestructible axe, both severed with precision. As the muscular man's body collapsed into two halves, a new figure appeared in Shen Qingzhu's sight, a young man draped in a black raincoat, his left hand gripping a sword sheath, and his eyes covered with a black silk ribbon. The black ribbon fluttered in the wind, standing out strikingly against the bloody, rain-soaked night. The heavy rain had ceased, and silvery moonlight spilled through the clouds. Shen Qingzhu sat on the damp ground, his gaze fixed on the figure of the young man. For a brief moment, he was struck by the boy's appearance and couldn't help but murmur to himself, so handsome. Quickly, he lowered his head, returning to his usual composed, rebellious demeanor. The sound of military boots striking the ground grew closer until Jiang Ye appeared before Shen Qingzhu. Slowly, Shen raised his head, and the boy's youthful yet resolute face came into view, momentarily leaving him stunned. Come. Jiang Ye extended his right hand, a faint smile on his lips. Shen Qingzhu arched an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, then took the offered hand. His tone was still tinged with arrogance as he said, even without your help, I could have killed him. After a pause, he added, well, thanks. Jiang Ye was about to respond but was interrupted. Instead, he smiled and nodded, retrieving bandages and hemostatic medicine from the soul-guarding void ring and handing them to Deng Wei and the others. Tend to your wounds first. We'll head down the mountain shortly. Deng Wei and the others exchanged astonished glances. Shen, who could only hold his own against the Chuan boundary follower, had just been defeated by Jiang Ye with a single strike. This display of strength was truly shocking. Thanks, Jiang Ye, Deng Wei said with a sheepish grin as he accepted the supplies, and Li Liang and the others echoed their gratitude. Jiang Ye gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before turning to sit on a nearby stone. His senses expanded to encompass the entirety of Mount Jinan. One Chuan boundary follower is chasing Lin Qiye, while another from the high boundary is near the flame vein earth dragon. As for the Wuliang Peak cultivator, they seemed content to remain idle, as if disdainful of intervening. Since that's the case, I won't bother with them either. He summoned a small golden dragon that shimmered with light. The creature coiled itself in his left palm. Master, what are your orders? It asked. From here on, it's up to you. Go ahead and feast. The little dragon scanned the mountain range, its eyes dimming in disappointment. Their levels are so low they won't even fill me up. Master, if I keep following you, I'll starve one day. After dealing with the people here, you can head into the mist to find some proper food. You're setting me free? The little dragon asked excitedly. No, you're just too weak. Get stronger so you can work for me properly. The little dragon sighed, patting its head in resignation before transforming into a streak of golden light and flying off. Shen Qingzhu caught a glimpse of the light, but couldn't discern what it was. Shaking his head, he dismissed it and turned his attention to the three bandaging their wounds. Inwardly, he vowed to settle the score with the ancient god cult. Then, walking up to Jiang Ye, he pulled a pack of gum from his pocket. Want one? Jiang Ye took a piece and put it in his mouth. Shen Qingzhu sat down on a nearby rock, gazing up at the faintly visible moon. Jiang Ye, how are you so strong? It makes me a little jealous. You're not bad yourself. Not quite, but I didn't say I won't surpass you someday, Shen Qingzhu replied, turning to look at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, can I ask you something? Why do you strive to become so strong? Jiang Ye looked up at the moonlight filtering through the clouds. Because my enemies are even stronger. Shen Qingzhu paused for a moment, initially wanting to ask more but realizing it might be impolite. He could only nod slightly in response. What about you? Jiang Ye, noticing his silence, took the initiative to ask. Me. Shin Qingzhu pointed to himself, his gaze sweeping over Deng Wei and the others before speaking seriously. My reason for wanting to grow stronger is simple. I can't stand those who bully the weak and throw their weight around. To fight them, I have to be strong. Take the ancient god cult just now, for example. When I have the strength, the first thing I'll do is take them down. They hurt my brothers, and I'm not letting that go. He clenched his fist, a determined smile spreading across his face. Quite a sense of justice, Jiang Ye remarked appreciatively. TCH, don't think that just because you compliment me, we'll go easy on you later. Watch me surpass you. Shin Qingzhu, seeing that the three were almost done bandaging their wounds, stood up. Let's head down the mountain. He glanced at Jiang Ye's black blindfold. Need a hand? Jiang Ye gave a faint smile and pointed toward Deng Wei and the others. Help them instead. Shin Qingzhu turned his head slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He then walked over to support Li Liang, whose leg was injured. Jiang Ye took care of the other two. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. You caused EU to lose the nightmare projection, leaving a psychological shadow and preventing further attempts at Jinan Mountain. This has delayed the storyline of Shin Qingzhu infiltrating the ancient god cult. You saved all the villagers on Jinan Mountain and released Xiao Jin, altering the internal structure of the plot. You have gained 40,000 modification points. Current modification points, 480,000. Upon reaching 500,000, you will unlock the divine ability words become reality. Random reward triggered. Random ability pack? Only 40,000? Jiang Ye muttered to himself as he walked, frowning in thought. Clearly, delaying Shan Qingzu's infiltration of the ancient god cult hadn't significantly altered his trajectory. Just 2 more thousand points to unlock the divine skill taking care of Lord Bailback in Cangnan should do it. Still, a random reward wasn't bad. He could open it once they returned to the village. After a few steps, Jiang Ye suddenly realized a problem. If Shan Qingzhu was meant to infiltrate the ancient god cult later, how would he deal with EU without the Hui Tianjade? In the original story, Bai Li Fadi had handed it over when the cool-headed protagonist was in danger. It seemed Jiang Ye would have to handle this himself now. Damn that third 9 old thief no, second 9. Jiang Ye cursed under his breath, glancing ahead at Shan Qingzhu. Since Head already earned the modification points, the rest could wait. He looked up at the moon, half hidden behind the clouds, his thoughts lingering on this defiant, spirited young man. A faint glow appeared in Jiang Ye's palm. With a light flick, the radiance entered Shan Qingzu's body. Using his fully maximized spiritual abilities, setting up a mental barrier that even EU couldn't detect was a simple feat. Walking ahead, Shan Qingzhu suddenly felt a tingling sensation, as if an electric current had surged through his body. He could clearly sense his spiritual power growing stronger. Brother Shin, why do you stop? Is there something else? Li Liang asked in confusion. Before he could finish, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Shan Qingzu's body. His realm directly advanced from the pool stage to the river stage, with his spiritual energy flowing endlessly like a mighty stream. Holy crap, Brother Shin. You broke through. Deng Wei and Li Liang exclaimed in shock. Shungo, did you really break through to the Chuan realm? Deng Wei asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Shin Qingzhu slowly came back to his senses, carefully feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, and nodded slightly. It seems so. He looked just as bewildered as they did, completely unprepared for the fact that he had achieved a breakthrough just by walking. Could it have been the fight with that muscular man earlier that led to some kind of epiphany? But he hadn't felt anything particularly unusual. Shingu, you're incredible. You're the first one in our training camp to reach the Chuan realm. Li Liang clapped enthusiastically, though he was hobbling on one leg. Deng Wei and Li Jia quickly followed suit, congratulating him. Though the three of them weren't particularly strong, they were visibly more excited than anyone else about Shan Qingzhu's achievement. Nearby, Jiang Ye quietly withdrew his hand, inwardly cursing himself. Damn it, I sent too much spiritual energy earlier and accidentally pushed Shan Qingzhu into the Chuan realm. It's all the system's fault for not letting me experience what it's like to break through from the Qi realm to the Chuan realm. I couldn't control the output properly. After a brief celebration, the four of them had just descended the mountain when they ran into Bailey Pangpang, who came running up to them, panting heavily. He froze for a moment when he saw Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye Gu, what are you doing here? Here to back you up. Bailey Pangpang nodded, finding the explanation reasonable after all. Even Instructor Yuan had shown up. It made sense that Jiang Ye, coming from Village 6, the closest to Village 7, would arrive in time to help. But when he turned his gaze to Shan Qingzhu, his eyes widened in shock, and he quickly stepped forward to pat him down. What the hell are you doing, you fat idiot? Shan Qingzhu roared. Bailey Pangpang retracted his hand, looking thoughtful. Something's off, Brozhu. You feel different from before. Of course. Deng Wei butted in proudly, as if showing off his own accomplishment. Our Shingu just broke through to the Chuan realm. Jealous? What? Bailey Pang Pang stumbled back 2 steps, turning to Jiang Ye for confirmation. When Jiang Ye nodded, his expression turned dazed. He slapped his own face in frustration and muttered, "Even Bro Zhu has become so powerful now? We were supposed to grow together, but you guys are leaving me behind. Stop being so dramatic. Aren't you happy I broke through?" "Happy? I'm thrilled, actually," Bailey Pang Pang replied with a bitter look and a downtrodden tone. Shin Qingzhu, who had been checking his phone, glanced at him before straightening up and asking seriously, "What's the situation with the village and Instructor Hong?" Bailey Pang Pang sobered up and answered, "I entered the mountain with Instructor Hong, but he got caught up fighting a Chuan realm cultist. They disappeared after a while, so I came to find you. Later, I ran into Instructor Yuan heading deeper into the forest. He told me to bring you all back to the village." Shin Qingzhu frowned and was about to charge into the forest when Bailey Pang Pang quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't. Instructor Yuan is a high realm expert, and you've only just entered the Chuan realm. We don't need to make things worse." "Right, Jiang Ye go." Seeing Jiang Ye nod in agreement, Shen Qingzhu reluctantly abandoned the idea of providing reinforcements. "That's more like it. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of the villagers," Bailey Pang Pang said as they started walking. Along the way, he couldn't stop pestering Shin Qingzhu. "Brozhu, how did you break through? Do you have a secret method?" Shun Qingzhu rubbed his ear, which was starting to itch from all the noise. "I do. What is it?" "When we get back to the village, find an open space and lie down." Bailey Pang Pang's face lit up with anticipation. "And then? Do I chant some kind of spell?" "Nope. Just wash up and sleep. You'll find everything in your dreams." Bailey Pang Pang was left speechless. Deep within the Cangnan mountains, a golden dragon, no larger than a leaf, darted through the skies at incredible speed. Its eyes were filled with the unique frustration and resentment of a weary worker. This once proud divine dragon had been reduced to a mere cog in the machine of this world, prompting it to sigh inwardly. Who among the dragons back home would understand this? As it flew, Xiaojin absent-mindedly twirled its whiskers while observing the group of people below. It was carefully calculating the right moment to intervene and earn some much-needed power of faith. Just as it prepared to descend, a deafening boom echoed through the air, and the entire mountain began to shake violently, as though an earthquake had struck. "A ground dragon? Huh? Seems like it's got some tricks up its sleeve," Xiaojin remarked lazily, pulling out a bag of chips it had swiped from Jiang Ye's storage ring. Crunching noisily, it watched the unfolding battle below with great interest. The battlefield was in utter chaos. The mountain had been torn apart, exposing the churning, dark red magma beneath. From the molten depths, a blazing crimson ground dragon emerged, its fiery eyes locked onto Instructor Hong and Lin Qiye with a murderous glare. Nearby, Instructor Yuan was locked in a fierce battle with a Sea Realm follower, while a Chuan Realm follower had already been dispatched by a summoned Sea Realm creature under Lin Qiye's command. "Lin Shiya, we can't defeat this ground dragon," Hong Hao called out, clinging to the edge of a cliff. He pulled out a medal and added, "You are a dual god envoy with limitless potential. The best I can do now is buy you some time. Go quickly." Lin Qiye stared at the medal, memories flashing back to a figure he once saw on a rainy night old Zhao. Just as Instructor Hong was about to plunge the silver needle from the medal into himself, Lin Qiye grabbed his hand firmly. "No need. I have a plan," Lin Qiye said decisively, taking the medal and leaping into the air. His consciousness connected with the asylum, and his eyes turned pitch black as his hair danced wildly in the wind. Possession. In an instant, the divine power of the goddess of the night enveloped him. The force of absolute darkness spread outward, swallowing even the moonlight. The ground dragon, sensing the threat, roared and unleashed a torrent of flames. Lin Qiye activated Night Blink, appearing behind the dragon in an instant. His star blade shimmered with an inky black divine energy. Slash. A crescent-shaped arc of dark energy sliced through the ground dragon's body. Under the effect of absolute darkness, the creature's life force drained away in moments. As Lin Shiya exited the possession state, his face turned deathly pale. Just as he was about to say something, a golden flash streaked past. That elusive golden dragon swooped down and swallowed the ground dragon's corpse in one gulp. "My corpse. You shameless thief," Lin Shiya barely managed to utter before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Killed?" Instructor Hong stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Lin Qiye had slain the Sea Realm Flame Vein Earth Dragon with a single strike. This level of power was on par with that maniac Jiang Ye. Shocked, Instructor Hong suddenly remembered that Lin Qiye was falling. With a loud boom, Lin Qiye crashed heavily into the forest below. "Not good." Instructor Hong snapped out of his daze and quickly descended to the ground, lifting Lin Qiye from the underbrush. "Qiye, are you all right?" Lin Qiye barely opened his eyes, mumbling incoherently, I will kill you, you old six. Before he could finish, he passed out. Qiye, what nonsense are you talking about? Instructor Hong was about to question him further when he suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, where's the Earth Dragon's corpse? He looked up at the night sky, only to find the massive dragon's body had vanished without a trace. Equally puzzled were Yuan Gang and the Sea Realm Believer. Where did the corpse go? Do you know? Yuan Gang asked, scratching his chin as he gazed at the empty night sky. I was going to ask you the same thing, the Sea Realm Believer replied, shaking his head. Wait a minute. Why are we even chatting? Let's get back to fighting. Yuan Gang immediately conjured a golden shield and launched another fierce attack on the Sea Realm Believer. The two were soon locked in combat once more. Meanwhile, atop a distant cliff, the sixth seed of the Believers, radiating immense energy, also observed the night sky. His brows furrowed in confusion as he failed to discern who had taken the dragon's body. All he managed to see was a fleeting golden flash. Interesting, the sixth seat muttered to himself. Not only was the dragon's corpse stolen, but Lin Qiye's astonishing power allowed a mere pool realm fighter to leap directly to the sea realm. After weighing his thoughts, he leaped off the cliff. The moment the sixth seat departed, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared, clutching the dragon's whiskers with a sly grin. Trying to see through the tricks of this divine dragon? Not even close. But this earth dragon's bloodline is so diluted. The taste is awful. I wonder if that human will taste any better. With that, it flew off in pursuit. On the ground, the battle between Yuan Gang and the Sea Realm Believer raged on. Commander Yuan, stop resisting, it's pointless. The 14th seat sneered. Did you really think we only brought this many people? Don't tell me you've deployed a boundless realm powerhouse as well? Yuan Gang's expression darkened. Looks like Commander Yuan has sharp instincts, the 14th seat said, taking a few steps back with a mocking tone. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanated from Lin Qiye's direction. Sensing danger, Yuan Gang immediately turned and attempted to rush toward Lin Shiya and Hong Hao. But the 14th seat was prepared. From beneath his black robe, he pulled out a forbidden artifact, pressing it lightly. In an instant, the space around them was sealed, and a barrier flung Yuan Gang backward. Yuan Gang turned around, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the 14th seat. Director Yuan, your opponent is me. The 14th seat curled his lips into a cold smirk, stepping closer and closer to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang clenched his fists as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If the Twin Gods' agents were to fall here, Yi Fanfei would undoubtedly curse him to death. Damn it, no choice but to fight. He summoned all his mental strength, preparing for a desperate showdown. At that moment, the sixth seat began walking toward Lin Shiya and Instructor Hong. The oppressive force of his boundless realm spread like a tidal wave. Instructor Hong, who was examining Lin Qiye's injuries, suddenly felt a jolt of unease, as if a massive boulder was pressing on his chest. Alert, he turned toward the shadowy forest and saw a figure in a black robe approaching. Chuan Realm, too weak. The sixth seat stepped into the moonlight, his black robe looking even more sinister in the night. You're not our target. Hand over the person behind you, and you can leave. His tone carried a mocking edge. Instructor Hong slowly drew his blade. Though he knew that even with the power of Ghost God summoning, he was no match for this opponent, as an instructor, he had to protect the soldiers he brought with him. Night Watchers are never cowards. The blade rang out with a crisp sound as spiritual energy coursed along its edge. Enough talk. A Night Watcher never sacrifices others to save himself. Heh, I gave you a chance and you refused? The sixth seat shook his head. In that case, let's end this together. Just as he raised his hand, a sudden burst of golden light exploded behind him, instantly illuminating the entire land. The blinding brilliance forced Instructor Hong to squint. Then came the sixth seat's agonized scream. What the hell is this thing? Followed by the eerie sound of chewing. The moment the golden light appeared, the spatial lock set by the 14th seat shattered with a deafening crash. Yuan Gang, who was about to activate a forbidden object, froze mid-action as he felt the energy within the golden light rapidly healing his injuries. Following the source of the light, he was stunned to see it emanating from where Lin Qiye was. Wasting no time, he rushed toward the ground. To his shock, the once arrogant 14th seat had already been reduced to a pool of blood, without even managing a final scream. Yuan Gang stared at the golden light enveloping him in disbelief. "I'm fine? And he just died like that? What in the world?" Before he could finish, he leapt onto the ground and looked up, only to be utterly thunderstruck. The sight before him was even more overwhelming than when he had faced Nyx, the goddess of night, years ago. Suspended in the air before him was a five-clawed golden dragon. The divine dragon's entire body was covered in shimmering golden scales. Its 5 claws were razor-sharp, its eyes crackled with electricity, and its agile form radiated an oppressive majesty that took his breath away. What? A divine dragon has appeared? Are you kidding me? Over the dark, cloud-covered skies of Mount Cangnan, a golden beam of light suddenly shot into the heavens, piercing through the firmament. In an instant, the thick, oppressive clouds scattered, and the silver-white moonlight intertwined with the golden radiance to create a dazzling tapestry across the sky. Moments later, a dragon's roar, majestic and awe-inspiring, reverberated through the mountains and valleys. Under this overwhelming pressure, Yuan Gang could barely stand. He had to thrust his star blade into the ground to stabilize himself, cold sweat dripping down his face. At this moment, he finally understood that what Hong Hao had mentioned as the manifestation of the divine dragon was far more than a mere rural legend hidden within Mount Jinan was truly a five-clawed golden dragon. In the history and lore of Xia, the five-clawed golden dragon was not only a symbol of imperial authority but also a divine entity embodying majesty, sanctity, and transcendence. With Yuan Gang's current level of cultivation, he couldn't even look directly at the dragon. Its power had surpassed the limits of human capability, ascending to the realm of the divine as told in ancient myths. This was the first divine being of Xia to appear since the arrival of the mist. The realization left Yuan Gang so overwhelmed that he struggled to catch his breath. Closer to the scene, Instructor Hong was in even worse shape. With his cultivation only at the Sichuan boundary level, he was barely holding on under the oppressive divine power. However, Lin Qiye, who was bathed in the golden light, seemed to be in a peculiar state. His severely damaged soul was rapidly healing. When Lin Shiya opened his star-like eyes, his vision was flooded with brilliant golden light. Recalling the golden glow he encountered when stealing the Earth Dragon's corpse earlier, he felt a surge of irritation and quickly flipped himself upright. With the blessings of the Seraph and the goddess of night enhancing him, his body felt heavy, yet his movements were not significantly hindered. Just as he was about to draw his blade, Lin Shiya suddenly froze. Above him, a golden dragon over 1,000 meters long was coiling in the air, its entire body radiating a dazzling brilliance. The dragon, Xiaojin, noticed that Lin Qiye seemed unaffected by its overwhelming presence and was momentarily startled. Just as it was about to speak and assert its divine authority, Jiang Ye's warning voice rang in its ears. You dare to intimidate him? Try it. Xiaojin's dragon mouth snapped shut in awkward silence. It quickly restrained its aura, the golden light fading, and its massive form began to shrink. The abrupt transformation left Lin Qiye bewildered, had already been prepared to draw his blade. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong were equally perplexed as they stared at the golden dragon, now rapidly reducing in size. Soon, the five-clawed golden dragon had shrunk to the size of an adult human. Wriggling its body, it flew to Lin Qiye's side. Confronted with this divine dragon, Lin Qiye furrowed his brows, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he warily observed its every move. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong dared not make a sound, fearing they might disturb the divine dragon before them. Little Jean frantically flew to Lin Qiye and stopped in front of him, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, Little Jean opened its massive jaws, and a colossal white dragon-shaped skeleton crashed to the ground. Lin Qiye carefully examined it and quickly recognized it as the skeleton of a flame-vein earth dragon. He looked at the now shrunken golden dragon in confusion. The dragon immediately nodded in confirmation, then shrank further, flew up to Lin Qiye, and licked his face forcefully with its tongue. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been mean to you. Boo-hoo. I don't want to get slapped, Little Jean blurted, leaving Lin Qiye utterly baffled. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong exchanged glances, stunned and frozen in place. Meanwhile, in the old district of Cangnan City, a burst of dragon aura startled Yang Jin from his sleep. His dog, Xiao Heilai, instantly became alert and began barking. Yang Jin frowned, got up, and pushed open the window to look in the direction of Mount Jinan. This dragon aura is at least at the divine level, Yang Jin murmured to himself. The gods of Great Xia are still in reincarnation. I should be the one recovering the fastest. Could it be a celestial dragon from the heavenly court? Why would it reveal itself? That's impossible. Xiao Heilai suddenly spoke in human language. I haven't even recovered to the divine level yet. How could it be so fast? Yang Jin gently patted its head to reassure it. Go and take a look. Try to communicate with it. Xiao Heilai grumbled in response, leapt out the window, and disappeared into the night. High above the heavens, an elderly man in a Taoist robe silently observed the golden dragon on Mount Jinan. It's clearly a celestial dragon from the heavenly court. I'd better take it in. At the same time, the golden light emanating from the dragon pierced through the mist surrounding Earth and caught the attention of Michael, the Seraph, on the moon. His 6 wings trembled slightly as his golden eyes reflected the image of the divine five-clawed golden dragon radiating holiness. When he noticed the dragon trying to ingratiate itself with Lin Shiya, Michael seemed to understand something. However, he quickly discovered a deeper problem. The divine dragon's soul was bound by an extraordinarily unequal contract of servitude. Enslaving a divine-level golden dragon? Michael frowned deeply. That would require power at the level of a supreme god. Aren't the gods of Great Xia still in reincarnation? Even if one awakened early, it shouldn't be possible to reach the supreme god level so quickly. Could it be Lingbao Tianzuan? He raised his hand, attempting to use divine law to trace the origin of the soul connection, but was blocked by a mysterious force. This astonished Michael. To block even my divine inspection. What tier of god could this dragon's master possibly be? In Village 7 of Jinan Mountain, Li Pangpang was sitting next to the red-haired Molly, casually chatting. Unlike before, Molly, though still responding indifferently, no longer showed a look of disdain. This subtle change delighted Li Pangpang, leaving him visibly exhilarated. Shen Qingzhu watched the scene silently and shook his head before turning his gaze to Jiang Ye nearby. With a faint smile on his lips, Jiang Ye chewed on a piece of gum but refrained from interrupting Jiang Ye, who was deep in thought. Suddenly, a soul-stirring dragon's roar pierced through the night sky, and an overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire house, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. The oppressive force instantly disrupted Li Pangpang's mood for flirting. He jumped to his feet and grumbled in annoyance, yelling like that in the middle of the night so uncivilized. He quickly retrieved a seemingly ordinary telescope, a forbidden item known as the Thousand-Mile Eye, from his spatial storage. By now, many night watchmen in the village had stepped out of their low houses, staring in astonishment at the golden light emanating from deep within Jinan Mountain. Li Pangpang pushed through the crowd, raised the telescope toward the source of the golden light, and was about to complain when he suddenly froze. Through his lens, he saw a majestic five-clawed golden dragon glowing brilliantly as it spiraled through the night sky. Stunned, he lowered the telescope, wiped the lenses repeatedly, and looked again. Fatty, what on earth are you seeing? Shen Qingzhu impatiently asked. Li Pangpang stammered in shock. A dragon. A golden dragon. Holy crap, it's really a divine dragon. The telescope slipped from his hands. Suspicious, Shen Qingzhu picked up the telescope to take a look. A second later, the telescope fell to the muddy ground again as disbelief filled his eyes. Molly and the other new recruits exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, Molly bent down to pick up the telescope, muttering, "Divine dragon? Yeah, right. I don't believe it." However, the moment she saw the scene through the lens, the telescope fell from her hands and shattered against a rock. Meanwhile, inside one of the low houses used for sheltering from the rain, Jiang Ye remained completely still, his focus entirely on the system notifications before him. Ding. You have helped Shen Qingzhu advance to the Chuan realm, accelerating the power growth of a main character. Your pet, Xiao Jin, transformed into a lick dragon and delivered the flame vein earth dragon's remains to Lin Qiye, accelerating the protagonist's power growth. You have earned 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 485,000. Reach 500,000 to unlock the divine skill words become law. You have one unopened random ability gift pack. The system issued a special reminder. Caution, host. Forcing characters to advance through multiple realms may exhaust their potential. Reluctantly abandoning the idea of forcibly advancing anyone's realm, Jiang Ye shifted his attention to the unopened random ability gift pack. The description read, Random ability gift pack contains bizarre and unpredictable abilities. Though the description was vague, Jiang Ye, recalling the system's reliability in the past, decisively clicked the extraction button. A mysterious disc appeared out of thin air, visible only to Jiang Ye. Its pointer spun wildly. Equalized aura? Jiang Ye frowned slightly. The name sounded completely out of place, lacking the sophistication expected of a high-level skill. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Any opponent who battles the host, regardless of their strength, will have their peak aura equalized with yours. Initially, Jiang Ye thought this skill was utterly useless, but then a thought occurred to him: it could be a great bluffing tool. If his opponent was a higher dimensional being, his own aura would match theirs in intensity. That alone could make any adversary hesitate before making a move. I'll keep it. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. Exiting the system's space, Jiang Ye stepped out of the desolate, low-roofed house. What greeted him left him momentarily stunned. All the villagers were kneeling in the muddy ground, bowing devoutly toward a distant golden light. Even Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, and Imoli were staring at the horizon in shock. This dragon really doesn't know how to keep a low profile, Jiang Ye muttered to himself, shaking his head. Then, he sent a telepathic message. Stop showing off and get to the mist to level up. The small golden dragon, who had been trying to curry favor with Lin Shiya, shivered all over before instantly transforming into a streak of golden light, shooting toward the sky. However, just as it flew tens of thousands of meters, a strange flash of light appeared, trapping it firmly. What's going on? The little dragon struggled desperately, only to realize it was ensnared in a fine, pale golden net of light. Even with its divine-level strength, it couldn't break free. Master, help! I've been captured! The little dragon cried out to Jiang Ye in panic. At that moment, it saw an elderly man dressed in a simple Taoist robe, his face adorned with a gentle smile, slowly materialize. Old man, you'd better let me go. The little dragon blustered, its tone fierce but faintly trembling. My master will make you pay when he gets here. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan, the elder said with a calm smile. Do you truly not recognize me? The moment it heard that name, the little dragon instantly deflated and hastily changed its tone. Forgive me, Tianzuan. I am Huanglong, the guardian divine beast of the heavenly court. Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to speak when he sensed another aura approaching. He swept the little dragon into his sleeve, then turned to face the young man walking toward him. His tone remained warm as he said, Young friend, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. Jiang Ye's expression was serious. I'd appreciate it if Tianzuan could return that dragon to me. Young friend, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Yuanshi Tianzuan replied, his hands tucked into his sleeves and a faint smile on his face. Jiang Ye fell silent. This confrontation was just beginning. Jiang Ye was speechless. Stealing something right in front of him and refusing to admit it? This Yuanshi Tianzuan was being incredibly unreasonable. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Ye suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, the ground rippled like water, and a powerful aura of a peak Tianzuan erupted from his body. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been standing slightly to the side, froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. This aura unmistakably belonged to someone at the peak level of Tianzuan. His brow furrowed as he pondered. The gods of the heavenly court had willingly destroyed their cultivation to reincarnate for the sake of the people of Daxia, decision that had already been set in stone. The century-long period of reincarnation hasn't yet ended, so how could such a powerful being appear? Even during the last battle against the evil deity Medusa, this young man's strength was nowhere near this level. Could it be that he had been hiding his true power all along? What puzzled Yuanshi Tianzuan even more was that he had no recollection of a Tianzuan like Jiang Ye. This aura clearly did not belong to Lingbao Tianzuan or Dao Tianzuan. After contemplating for a moment, and considering that Jiang Ye had not shown any hostility toward Daxia thus far, he reached into his sleeve and released the trapped Xiao Jin. Go now. When the heavenly court is rebuilt, you shall be summoned back. Xiao Jin lowered his head respectfully before flying to Jiang Ye's shoulder, inwardly astonished. Each one of them was more powerful than the last, and yet his seemingly unremarkable master had managed to make Yuanshi Tianzuan back down something unheard of. Even the Jade Emperor himself had to show respect to Yuanshi Tianzuan, and yet here he was, yielding to Jiang Ye. At this moment, Jiang Ye's palm, hidden behind his back, was already slightly damp with sweat, though his expression remained calm and composed. After all, facing one of the three pure ones was enough to make anyone nervous. Fortunately, that aura had allowed him to hold his ground. Otherwise, this situation would have been nearly impossible to manage. He nodded slightly toward Yuanshi Tianzuan in acknowledgement. Thank you, Tianzuan. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Ye, blocking his path with a kind smile. May I ask, young friend, which deity of the heavenly court you might be? Perhaps we are acquainted. Do you truly wish to know, Tianzuan? I would be most grateful if you could enlighten me. I am. Jiang Ye paused for a moment. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Farewell, Tianzuan. Before his voice had even faded, he had already vanished without a trace. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood there, stunned. Wasn't that his own usual line? He gazed in the direction where Jiang Ye had disappeared, attempting to deduce his fate, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not uncover the young man's destiny. Although this person's presence seemed to be beneficial to Daxia, Yuanshi Tianzuan could not comprehend why someone with peak Tianzuan strength had completely escaped his notice. Could it be that his memory was failing him in his old age? Far off in the distance, Xiao Jin perched on Jiang Ye's shoulder, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, what exactly is your strength? Even Yuanshi Tianzuan had to give you face. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered to explain such trivial questions. He couldn't exactly admit that he had been bluffing, could he? Still, the trick had worked, even fooling Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. Eventually, Jiang Ye's figure appeared at the border of Daxia, where a towering National Guardian monument stood, keeping the perilous mist at bay from outsiders. Xiao Jin glanced at the mist and secretly rejoiced at having such a formidable master. Clinging tightly to this golden thigh, it thought, was like holding onto heaven itself. Jiang Ye gave Xiao Jin no chance to resist. He grabbed the little creature perched on his shoulder, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it into the air. Spinning swiftly, he unleashed a sharp roundhouse kick, sending Xiao Jin flying into the depths of the mist. Xiao Jin's piercing cries echoed through the space. Clap, clap. Jiang Ye dusted off his hands and sneered coldly. Sucking up to capitalists? You might as well be hugging a branding iron. Only after the golden dragon vanished did the three finally snap out of their shock. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong instinctively rested their hands on Lin Qiye's shoulder. Qiye, what's the deal between you and that dragon? Instructor Hong asked with a serious expression. Yuan Gang also cast a probing look at him. Lin Shiya looked utterly bewildered. I have no idea. It just started licking me out of nowhere. I'm just as confused as you are. I don't even know it. So young and already learning to lie. Qiye? That's not a good habit, Yuan Gang said meaningfully. Seeing that they wouldn't get any answers, the two instructors reluctantly dropped the matter for now. Yuan Gang changed the subject. Qiye, we'll discuss this later. For now, let's head back to the village. The other rescue teams should have arrived, and we need to help evacuate the survivors down the mountain. The journey back was silent, each of them still overwhelmed by the awe of witnessing the manifestation of a deity from the Xia dynasty. Lin Qiye's mind swirled with questions. Why had the majestic five-clawed golden dragon suddenly turned into a licking dragon? Afraid of getting slapped, he muttered to himself. Talking to a dragon like this felt absurd. Could it really have been slapped before, leaving it with some kind of psychological trauma? When they arrived at village number 7, rescue workers in red vests were already organizing the evacuation. As soon as Bai Li Pangpang spotted Lin Qiye, he rushed over, followed closely by Jiang Ye, Shin Qingzhu, and the others. Qiye. Bai Li Pangpang grabbed Lin Qiye's shoulders. You won't believe what I just saw. Lin Shiya pushed him away and calmly replied. You saw a golden dragon. Whoa, you saw it too? Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed. It's real. There's actually a divine dragon in Jinan Mountain. I immediately knelt down and sacrificed 10 years of your lifespan to ensure my dad stays healthy and safe. Lin Qiye's eye twitched. He turned to the two instructors and said, You two go on ahead. I've got some personal matters to deal with. Then he grabbed Bai Li Pangpang by the collar and dragged him aside. Moments later, Bai Li Pangpang's pig-like screams echoed through the valley. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lurking in the bushes near the village glanced deeply at Jiang Ye, who wore a black silk ribbon, before vanishing into the darkness and reappearing in the old district of Cangnan City without hindrance. As dawn broke, Xiao Heilai leapt into Yang Jin's room. Yang Jin opened his eyes, looking at the soaking wet heavenly hound. Did you make contact? Xiao Heilai hesitated for a moment. No, but I saw something even more intriguing. What was it? Yang Jin asked. Xiao Heilai shook the water off his fur. I saw Yuanshi Tianzuan confronting Jiang Ye. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jin's eye. She was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. And the result? Yuanshi Tianzuan backed down. What? Yang Jin looked utterly stunned. In the early morning, the crimson sun rose from the horizon. A ray of sunlight filtered through the gaps between low houses and dense tree canopies, landing perfectly on the youthful face of the boy. Yang Jin, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Yang Jin's eyes sparkled with surprise as he listened to the story told by Xiao Xiangquan. Xiao Heilai shook its dog head vigorously. That golden dragon used to be the guardian divine dragon of the heavenly court. The celestial lord intended to subdue it, but then Jiang Ye suddenly appeared. At this point, Xiao Heilai's dog body visibly trembled, a look of fear crossing its face. What was released? Why are you acting so timid after just one trip out? Are you trying to embarrass me? Yang Jin frowned slightly. I'm sorry, master. Xiao Heilai lowered its head. It's just, when I saw Jiang Ye release the aura of a peak celestial lord, I got a little scared. Before it could finish speaking, Yang Jin leapt off the bed in one swift motion, grabbing Xiao Heilai with both hands and holding it up. What did you say? Peak celestial lord? His face was full of shock. That's a power on par with Yuanshi Tianzun. Could Jiang Ye be one of the three great celestial lords, or perhaps the reincarnation of Nuwa's later form? Tell me, whose reincarnation is he? Seeing its master so discomposed, Xiao Heilai froze. Wait, you just said I was timid and embarrassing, but now you're acting even more ridiculous. Yang Jin ignored the comment, shaking Xiao Heilai frantically. It wasn't until the latter raised a paw to signal for a pause that Yang Jin reluctantly stopped. The celestial lord asked the same question at the time. Xiao Heilai said, even the celestial lord doesn't know whose reincarnation Jiang Ye is. This answer left Yang Jin stunned. Normally, even if a reincarnated celestial lord hadn't fully regained their peak strength, the celestial lord's abilities should have been sufficient to discern Jiang Ye's origins. What did Jiang Ye say about it? He pressed urgently. Xiao Heilai, clutching its head, rolled its eyes. He said, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Meanwhile, in a futuristic research lab in Shangji City, dozens of researchers were intently focused on the screens of their instruments. What happened with the divine energy fluctuations in Cangnan last night? Yi Fan, dressed in a military uniform adorned with medals, approached one of the researchers and inquired. The researcher, clad in white, immediately stood up and saluted before retrieving 2 stacks of documents from a file tray and handing them to Yi Fan. Last night, we detected 2 distinct divine energy fluctuations. One of them matches a previous observation, while the other is entirely unknown. 2 again? Yi Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Last time, the goddess of night and the god of death appeared in Cangnan as a pair. Now it's happening again. The researcher quickly added, what we've confirmed so far is that the goddess of night, Nyx, has reappeared. It's the same one who manifested in Cangnan City before. Her exact location is in the Jiangnan mountain area. Yi Fan slightly raised his head upon hearing this, his brow furrowing. Jiangnan Mountain? The training camp where they're aiding the victims? Are you talking about those 2 kids? The researcher replied solemnly, based on the information provided by Chief Yuan, the goddess of the night, Nyx, has taken Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye under her protection. The danger they encountered on Jiangnan Mountain is likely the reason she reappeared to rescue them. Yi Fan nodded grimly. As a seasoned soldier, he knew that aside from the ancient god cult, there were few forces that would target these 2 young individuals. And what about the other unknown divine energy fluctuation? Where did it come from? He pressed. The researcher shook his head and quickly walked to the satellite display, pulling up an image. Yi Fan leaned in to examine it. His pupils contracting sharply. The photo depicted a radiant golden light, within which a long, serpentine figure could faintly be seen. This is... Yi Fan began, but the researcher cut him off. This is an image captured by the satellite last night. After analysis, experts believe it might be a deity from Daxia. Yi Fan opened another file in his hand, revealing a vivid illustration of a 5-clawed divine dragon. A divine dragon, he exclaimed in shock. Exactly. Based on Daxia legends, this should be the celestial guardian dragon Huanglong, the researcher explained, unable to hide his excitement. This discovery directly challenged the belief that Daxia had no gods. Yi Fan stared at the dragon illustration, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The gods of Daxia have always been with us. He strode toward his office, preparing to contact Fuzi and head to Cangnan, when Yuan Gang's call came through. Over the phone, Yuan Gang quickly reported the situation on Jinan Mountain. As Yi Fan listened, his confusion grew. Why was the divine dragon showing such reverence toward Lin Qiye? Why would the celestial guardian of the heavens be so close to a young man? Any other details? He asked again. Yuan Gang hesitated before continuing. We used the Ring of Truth to question Lin Shiya, but he himself doesn't know the reason. The strangest part is that the 1,000-meter-long golden divine dragon, initially exuding an imposing presence, suddenly changed its demeanor. It shrank its form and willingly offered the corpse of the flame-vein earth dragon to Lin Qiye. Not only that, Yuan Gang lowered his voice, the dragon even licked Lin Qiye with its tongue and spoke in human language to apologize. It was practically groveling, like a submissive dragon. Yi Fan's eyes widened. The divine dragon apologized? What exactly did it say? Speak clearly. Yuan Gang adjusted his tone and repeated the words verbatim. The dragon said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so fierce with you. Please don't slap me. Yi Fan? Under a dark, ominous sky, several black crows flew across the air above a mysterious church. Inside the church, Yu sat stiffly on the throne of thorns, his eyes wide and unblinking. His right hand gripped the armrest so tightly that his knuckles turned white. An archangel, a ruined asylum, and that bastard god who turned himself into a lapdog. Yu growled through gritted teeth, his breath heavy with frustration. What he had thought would be an easy capture of Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye had turned into a disaster. 2 nightmare projections obliterated, and 3 key followers dead on the spot. Damn it, you. Patrick Star. We'll go catch them together. Before finishing his sentence, Yu abruptly slapped himself across the mouth, his face twisting into an expression of shock and disbelief. The followers standing below exchanged puzzled glances. The 9th seat hesitated before speaking up. Patrick Star. Isn't that from SpongeBob SquarePants? Yu clamped a hand over his mouth, feeling the presence of another soul within him. What in the world did that boy do to my projection? He struggled to suppress the restless force inside him, trying to maintain his usual authority. The pursuit of the Twin Gods agents and the Death Gods agent will be postponed. The followers need time to recover, and then, well, Patrick Star. Another crisp slap echoed through the hall. The followers could barely contain their astonishment, some struggling to stifle laughter. The 5th seat cautiously asked, Lord Yu, are you? Before the question could be completed, Yu firmly covered his mouth with his hand, gesturing with difficulty for them to leave. Dismissed. After the followers had left, the 9th seat and 8th seat whispered to each other outside the door. What's going on with Lord Yu today? Patrick Star? SpongeBob? Don't ask too much. Just focus on completing the mission. Meanwhile, the training camp basked in bright sunlight. On the rooftop, Yuan Gang looked down at the gathering recruits below. a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Haha, the chief instructor always comes up here at the end of every training session to reflect. Instructor Hong teased. Yuan Gang smiled and said, the number of prodigies in this cohort has set a new record. It might be hard to surpass in the future. Not necessarily, Instructor Hong replied with a laugh. As the gods of Xia continue to emerge, the number of divine agents will only grow. Yuan Gang nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, clearly reminded of the divine dragon he had seen on Cangnan Mountain a few days ago. Standing on the rooftop, he took in the crisp, cool breeze for a moment, then glanced at his watch. Let's go. It's almost time for the oath ceremony, he said before turning and heading toward the stairs. Instructor Hong cast one last glance at the training ground below, watching the new recruits who were about to officially become Night Watchers. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth before he followed Yuan Gang's steps. On the training ground, Deng Wei and the Liang brothers were clinging to Shen Qingzhu, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Shen, I'll miss you so much. Wah, I don't want to leave you. Get off me, all three of you. Shen Qingzhu sighed helplessly, trying to push them away with his hands. One at a time, for heaven's sake. Standing to the side, Bai Li Pangpang watched the overly sentimental scene with a grimace and clicked his tongue in disapproval. He turned his head toward the female recruits and spotted Mo Li's striking red hair and her radiant, cheerful face. With a smirk, he strolled over to Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Chao Yuan. Not going over to say goodbye? Chao Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow as he gestured toward Mo Li in the distance. You just don't get it, old Chao. This is called the cool and aloof strategy, Bai Li Pangpang replied smugly, chuckling to himself. You? Cool and aloof? Chao Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Bai Li Pangpang squeezed himself between Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. By the way, you guys should visit Guangshan sometime. Great food, beautiful ladies, whatever you want. Your brother here can arrange it. Just don't overdo it when you get back, Lin Qiye said with a hint of exasperation. Otherwise, even if Mo Li does like you, you might not be up for it anymore. That's impossible. I'm in top form, Bai Li Pangpang declared indignantly. Sure, sure. Chao Yuan chimed in with mock agreement. Jiang Ye watched their playful banter with a faint smile, his thoughts elsewhere. He was calculating the next steps in their story. He still needed 15,000 magic points to unlock the divine power of words become reality. How should he handle the plot involving Prince Baylor's resurrection? Should he take the direct approach and eliminate him? Or wait for Chun Moi to unleash Shiva's wrathful aura before making a move? He turned his gaze to Lin Qiye, who was chatting with a relaxed demeanor, and furrowed his brow slightly. Should he reveal the truth to him now, or let him enjoy this brief time with his family in peace? Thinking about his own mother, Lu Su, Jiang Ye felt a complicated mix of emotions. Even though his universal divine void could replicate all things, it was ultimately just a projection without genuine emotions, doomed to repeat a predetermined path of life, not true resurrection. Jiang Ye, what are you thinking about? Lin Qiye approached him curiously. Nothing much, just feeling a bit sentimental, Jiang Ye replied. Lin Shiya looked up at the red flag fluttering over the training camp. Yeah, I get it. A whole year of training has come to an end. Feel a bit reluctant to leave this place too. Hey, do you remember what happened with Han Xiaoyun? Jiang Ye nodded. I remember. Coach Gu said Han Xiaoyun also possessed the power of a Seraph. And Shen Qingzhu's vacuum failure was due to the unique properties of Seraph's divine law, Lin Qiye said earnestly. Coach Gu called it a miracle and mentioned that my mortal domain might develop similar powers in the future. If that happens, maybe I'll be able to heal your eyes. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned by the clear, gentle tone of the boy's voice. His black hair swayed lightly in the breeze as a soft smile formed on his lips. The blazing sunlight bathed the two boys, making the moment feel exceptionally warm. Attention, everyone. The Night Watcher Oath ceremony is about to begin. On the training ground stage, the newly inducted Night Watchers stood tall and proud in their ranks. They were clad in pristine new cloaks, holding their star blades, with gleaming medals pinned to their chests. Their gazes were fixed straight ahead on the slowly descending red flag of Xia. Yuan Gang stood on the stage, his expression solemn as he turned toward the flag. With his right hand gripping the Night Watcher medal pressed to his chest and his left hand resting on the hilt of his star blade, his deep voice resonated across the training ground. I, Yuan Gang, swear under the red flag of Xia. In an instant, everyone else followed suit, their movements mirroring Yuan Gang's as they pressed their medals against their chests in unison. I, Jiang Ye. I, Lin Qiye. I, Bai Li Tuming. I, Chao Yuan. I, Shen Qingzhu. The echoes of their oaths reverberated through the training ground. If darkness falls upon the world, I shall stand before the masses, blade drawn against the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. After the oath-taking ceremony, the Night Watchers returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings. Bai Li Pangpang clung tightly to Jiang Ye's arm, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Ye, you have to come visit Guangshan. My dad is really looking forward to chatting with you. Jiang Ye tried to shake him off, but Bai Li Pangpang only tightened his grip. Promise me and I'll let go. Seeing the hopeful look in Bai Li Pangpang's eyes, Jiang Ye was reminded of Bai Li Xian's tragic death on his birthday and the regret of Bai Li Pangpang and Molly never meeting. With a sigh, he relented. All right, I'll come if I get the chance. Bai Li Pangpang clapped his hands in delight. Great. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. He dragged his suitcase toward the door, but suddenly turned back. Oh, check under the bed. He left you guys a gift. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye each retrieved a box from under the bed. Upon opening them, they found Rolex watches gleaming under the light. Classic behavior from the rich kid, Lin Shiya remarked, shaking his head. Not bad for souvenirs. We can give one to each of the captains when we get back, Jiang Ye said with a smile, closing the box. As the two of them hauled their suitcases, ready to leave the training camp, Yuan Gang appeared suddenly and grabbed Jiang Ye's arm. Jiang Ye, I've treated you well this past year, haven't I? Jiang Ye gave him a peculiar look, but nodded out of courtesy. Instructor Yuan, just say what you need to say. For the next round of recruit training, you should come and help us hold the fort. I wouldn't dare invite the masked squad, Yuan Gang said with a grin. In his mind, he thought of Jiang Ye's prowess defeating high-level opponents with his Zanlevel strength. Another year of honing his skills, and he might reach immeasurable combat power. If another monster like him appeared next year, the Night Watcher's training might really become unmanageable. Oh, that? Sure. I love picking on rookies. After all, it's what I've always done. Jiang Yi spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang smiled and nodded. Such arrogant words coming from Jiang Ye's mouth were nothing new to him. Among the Night Watchers who had trained for years, Jiang Yi was the only prodigy, a freak of nature that no one could suppress. All right, see you next year. Yuan Gang laughed heartily. Head back now. Your captain has already called several times. Jiang Yi walked over to where Lin Qiye was waiting. Let's go, he said. The two walked side by side. What did Instructor Yuan say to you? Lin Qiye couldn't help but ask. Nothing much. Just helping him bully the weak. Then why didn't he ask me to help? Maybe. You're just too weak. Lin Qiye fell silent, unable to respond. At the central station of Cangnan City, Chun Mai, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and two other team members waited. Lung Xian stood on a concealed rooftop nearby, holding his rifle and keeping watch. Let's align our story, Chun Mai said seriously, looking at his team. Two divine agents were left in Cangnan, especially Xiao Yi. There must have been some unexpected issue during the exam. Remember, don't mention it. Don't hurt the kids' feelings. Hong Ying, Xiaonan. Since you're girls, try to comfort them more. Huh. Hong Ying looked troubled. But I'm not good at comforting people. She turned to Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, are you? The bespectacled Si Xiaonan shyly shook her head. Then leave it to me. When Qima patted his chest confidently. Men understand men best. Just then, Chun Mai's phone rang. After the call, he frowned slightly. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Qima, a top-tier human has arrived in Cangnan. I'll go with Xiangnan to meet them. Remember what I said? A top-tier human? The four were shocked. Could it be related to that divine disturbance a few days ago? Before long, two figures appeared in the distance. Jiang Ye, with his striking black silk blindfold, and Lin Qiye, clean-cut and handsome, were particularly eye-catching. Hong Ying enthusiastically put her arms around their shoulders. Boys, mistakes are inevitable. Come on, big sister will treat you to something delicious. Mistakes? Jiang Ye looked puzzled. Lin Qiye caught on. Sister Hong Ying, are you talking about the training results? It's fine, Wen Qima said warmly. Failure doesn't mean you're not strong. Sister Hong Ying, Lin Qiye chuckled, pointing at Jiang Ye. It's not what you think. He came first and I came second. What? The three were dumbfounded. They sent the first and second place to Cangnan? What were they thinking? In the basement of the Peace Affairs office, Mr. Chen was gently blowing on the steam rising from his teacup. After Wu Xiangnan left, he raised his eyes to look at Chen Mai, who was seated directly across from him. The latter had just taken a sip of tea. Sir, I understand your concerns. I will take proper care of that forbidden item, Chen Mai said gravely. Mr. Chun slowly placed his teacup down and nodded slightly. Once the aura of that forbidden item is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract external gods vying for it. So, if necessary, you should make some preparations. These words made Chun Mai's expression darken instantly. Although his forbidden ruins could suppress the aura of Shiva's grudge and prevent it from leaking, Cangnan's time was running out. Once it disappeared, the aura would inevitably escape. Gazing at the composed Mr. Chen sipping tea across from him, Chen Mai knew full well this battle was unavoidable. The external gods sensing Shiva's grudge were far beyond the capabilities of the Night Watch team to handle. He had to find a way to send his team members away. Sir, I understand. I will be prepared, Mr. Chen responded with a faint hum, and then took a moment to sense the situation within the Peace Affairs office. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye haven't returned yet? The team took them out to relax. Chin my side. Jiang Ye hasn't performed well in Team 136. Letting him unwind a bit might be good. As he mentioned Jiang Ye, his brows furrowed slightly. He could understand Lin Qiye staying in Cangnan, but Jiang Ye, a powerhouse capable of suppressing him despite being at the Lamp Realm, was also stationed here. A puzzling decision. Relax? Not performing well? Mr. Chen paused, his actions momentarily halted as suspicion flickered across his face. But soon, realization dawned. You don't need to worry too much. Jiang Ye's assignment is only temporary. You wouldn't believe how legendary this kid was in the training camp. Temporary? Commander Yi has Jiang Ye temporarily stationed with Team 136 of the Night Watch. Once the Cangnan situation is resolved, he'll receive a new assignment. Hearing this explanation, Chonmai felt somewhat relieved. With Jiang Ye's talents, it indeed wouldn't make sense for him to remain underutilized in Team 136. And Jiang Ye's performance in the training camp? 102, Mr. Chun said with a raised brow. I remember when I was in training, the maximum score was 100. Has it changed? No, Jiang Ye scored 2 points higher than the full marks. Meanwhile, at a traditional hot pot restaurant, when Lin Qiye revealed this score, Hong Ying nearly jumped out of her seat. What the? Higher than full marks? Are you serious, Xiaoyi? When Qima and Si Xiaonan also looked utterly astonished. Having experienced the Night Watch training themselves, they were well aware of how fiercely competitive it was. Lin Kai's score of 95 was already considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius achievement, usually only attainable by divine proxies or those ranked in the top 30 of the divine ruins or forbidden ruin sequences. Now, there was someone who had surpassed full marks, a true anomaly. Faced with the group's amazement, Jiang Ye simply smiled politely. It's nothing special. Let's eat. Nothing special? Hong Ying exclaimed, still stunned as she sat back down. In my hometown, this would call for a parade with the top scholar's robe. When Qima, deep in thought, asked, Xiaoyi, Qiya, with scores like yours, why would the Night Watch leadership assign you both to Cangnan? Exactly, I was wondering the same thing. Hong Ying chimed in, her words muffled by the chicken leg she was gnawing on. Lin Qiye shook his head, his gaze carrying a hint of confusion. Being able to stay in Cangnan already filled him with genuine joy. As for the deeper reasons, he couldn't quite explain them. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered. Though he seemed to understand, he also shook his head, pretending not to know. Seeing this, the other three had no choice but to stop questioning the higher-up's intentions. A bright smile spread across Hong Ying's face as she added more meat to the bowls of Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya. This isn't so bad, she said cheerfully. At least we can still go home often. The conversation soon shifted to two major cases, and Qingyu's theft of a mysterious corpse and the sacrificial resurrection incident in Belkrand. Jiang Ye listened intently, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. The Belkrand resurrection through sacrifice was the key event that led to the captain exposing Shiva's grudge. Jiang Ye calculated inwardly. If I can resolve the Belkrand situation in advance, Shiva's grudge won't be revealed so quickly. That way, the timeline of the Cangnan Divine War can be pushed back, giving me the opportunity to secure the modified value. He quickly identified the pivotal figure, the tavern owner who had staged the crime scene. If he could get his hands on the crystal ball containing Belkrand from the owner ahead of time, the entire storyline could be altered. As Jiang Ye was lost in thought, a sharp gaze caught his attention. Si Xiaonan, wearing glasses, was intently watching him, her lively eyes seemingly trying to see through him. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered how, during the fight with the fox demon, his actions had disrupted Si Xiaonan's original plan. Wait a minute. A realization struck him. Si Xiaonan is currently Loki's agent, and Loki sent her here for Shiva's grudge. If I prevent the captain from exposing himself, will Loki suddenly use Si Xiaonan to intervene? After dinner, the group returned to the Peace Affairs office, where Wu Xiangnan informed them of a suspected supernatural murder case at a tavern in the city center. In the end, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Lin Qiye headed to the scene first, while Jiang Ye and Si Xiaonan stayed behind to wait for the captain. Hong Ying drove off like an arrow released from a bow. In the passenger seat, Wu Xiangnan gripped the handle tightly, while Wen Qima and Lin Qiye in the back seat were forced together by the intense push of acceleration, exchanging panicked glances. Only Hong Ying seemed to enjoy the thrill, laughing joyfully as she sped along. Back at the office, Jiang Ye and Si Xiaonan found themselves in an awkward silence. After a while, Si Xiaonan, sitting on the sofa to Jiang Ye's side, stole glances at him through her glasses. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and finally mustered the courage to ask, "How was life at the training camp?" "It was fine," he replied curtly, and the room fell silent once again. Jiang Ye chuckled softly. With just the two of them left, he knew Si Xiaonan had something on her mind. Most likely, his numerous changes to the storyline had caused her, like in Qingyu, to unlock her sealed memories prematurely, revealing her identity as Loki's agent. He spoke slowly, breaking the silence. "Xiaonan, are you here to talk about Loki?" Loki. Hearing Jiang Ye utter that name, Xiaonan froze, staring at him in disbelief. Her voice trembled slightly. You know? Jiang Ye nodded gently. Xiaonan lowered her gaze, guilt written all over her face. I'm sorry. Xiaonan, there's no need to apologize. I know you're not acting of your own free will, Jiang Ye said, looking at her intently. I can help you sever the connection between you and Loki. That way you'll be free. Xiaonan's eyes lit up instantly. Sever it? You can do that? My divine ruins are somewhat unique. They can cut the ties between gods and their agents. Xiaonan began to ponder quietly. The ability to sever the connection between a god and their chosen agent, she had never heard of such a thing. But just like with the Zhangjing and Maichuanjing, Jiang Ye always seemed capable of achieving the impossible. However, a deeper concern soon surfaced in her mind. Severing the connection with Loki would undoubtedly alert him. Her true objective was Shiva's wrath, and losing her status as an agent would only convince Loki that Shiva's wrath was hidden in Cangnan. At that point, the captain, Sister Hongying, Long Xian, she bit her lip. To her, Team 136 was no longer just a group of colleagues. No need to sever it, she shook her head. I have my own plan, but I'll need your help. After hearing her plan, Jiang Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. Her path seemed almost identical to her eventual fate in the original storyline, where she became the new god of mischief. Although breaking her connection as an agent now could alter the course of the story, as a teammate, he chose to respect her decision. All right, they'll help you, Jiang Ye said with a smile. Thank you. Gratitude sparkled in Xiaonan's eyes. And please don't tell the captain or the others. I've always been and will always be a member of Team 136. She beamed radiantly. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building. There, Long Xian held a camera, aiming it at the office. After the click of the shutter, he was startled to realize that Jiang Ye in the photo seemed to be looking directly at his position. To be detected from such a distance? Recalling Jiang Ye's acute perception during their training camp, Long Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Looks like I still need to work on my stealth skills. He picked up a black case containing a sniper rifle, turned, and left, heading to the tavern to survey the scene. As the evening deepened, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed outside a tavern in the city center. Jiang Ye, the captain, and Xiaonan stepped out of the car together and entered the establishment. Jiang Ye stepped in and immediately activated his sensory ability. The pale, human-shaped outlines on the walls, the congealed bloodstains on the floor, the video recorder on the counter, every detail was vividly captured by his perception. He first focused his attention on the tavern owner, searching for any trace of mysterious energy, but found nothing. Belkrand was not here. His sensory range quickly expanded, encompassing the entire tavern, yet still yielded no results. In the next moment, his perception extended abruptly to cover the entire city of Cangnan. Soon, in a mid-range residential area in the city center, he detected a faint trace of mysterious energy. A faint smile tugged at Jiang Ye's lips as he silently stood aside, watching the captain and the others investigate. Solving the case wasn't his priority. His mind was already calculating how to maximize the potential gains from this magic modification value. How's it going? Any findings? Chen Mai asked Wu Xiangnan, who was examining the scene. Wu Xiangnan shook his head and replied, I've got a basic understanding of the situation, but I'll need to consult some references. This kind of case, involving what seems like a ghost, is completely new to me. Chen Mai nodded and continued observing the scene. After listening to the Cangnan police's report, his brows furrowed. You're saying this is already the fourth case of its kind? Yes, Captain Chen. There's no connection between the victims. It seems like indiscriminate killings. But that video? Chen Mui's gaze shifted to the video recorder. On the screen, the waitress, Sun Xiao, was being pinned against the wall by an invisible force, as easily as if she were a chick. Although the footage was blurry, the terror on her face was unmistakable. Then, her 10 fingers were severed one by an unseen force, and iron nails floated in midair before piercing into her body one by one. After watching the video, Chen Mai put the recorder back in its place and, after a brief discussion with Wu Xiangnan, left the tavern. Jiang Ye pretended to be earnestly looking around, but he was deep in thought, strategizing. Simply eliminating Belkrand wouldn't achieve much. It would only leave Lin Qiye short one caretaker and have minimal impact on the subsequent storyline in Gusu City. Instead, letting Lin Shiya acquire Belkrand in advance and giving it to Qingyu for research could not only enhance their strength, but also influence the direction of the story moving forward. Jiang Ye, did you find any clues? You seem pretty absorbed, Lin Shiya asked as he approached. Jiang Ye snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Nothing much, really. I only have a basic understanding of this kind of thing, not my strong suit. Lin Qiye, recalling the Nanda Serpent Demon incident at Cangnan No. 2 High School, thought to himself that deduction clearly wasn't Jiang Ye's forte. He played the audio from the video and murmured, strange. If her fingers were severed, Why do they seem to disappear bit by bit in the video? Where did they go? Qiye, did you figure something out? When Shima asked as he walked over, noticing Lin Qiye deep in thought. Lin Shiya shook his head. Can we take a look at the waitress body? Sure, we have clearance. The boat is in the morgue. When Shima replied with a nod. Just as Lin Qiye was about to turn off the video, Jiang Ye suddenly spoke up. Try playing it in reverse. Lin Qiye, and when Shima exchanged puzzled looks before rewinding the video. To their astonishment, the severed fingers seemed to reattach themselves in reverse. What? Lin Qiye turned to Jiang Ye, shocked. This is what you call basic understanding? Huh. No, this isn't right. Lin Qiye stared at the reversed footage, suddenly interrupting the discussion with excitement. This isn't about invisibility, telekinesis, or interference. This is just the process of a superhuman recovering. Someone's deliberately misleading us. When Shima looked at Jiang Ye in surprise and patted his shoulder. Xiao Yi, impressive. How did you figure it out? I didn't know you were hiding such skills. Lin Qiye also gave Jiang Ye a surprised look, gritting his teeth. This is what you call a little knowledge? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Man, standing next to you makes me feel like the third wheel. Just a little knowledge, Jiang Ye replied with an awkward smile. Stop it. No need for this humble bragging. Lin Qiye raised his hand to interrupt. Let's go check the bodies and examine their fingers. You two go ahead. Someone needs to stay here and guard the scene, when Shima said. Lin Qiye nodded and headed straight for the tavern's entrance without looking back, completely ignoring Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye shrugged helplessly, thinking to himself. I really do just know a little, but I did read the original story thoroughly. This wasn't Qingyu's deduction. I'm just the messenger. A system notification sounded. The Belcrand Resurrection Sacrifice storyline has accelerated. Meanwhile, in the morgue, and Qingyu, dressed in forensic attire, sneezed. Seems like someone's thinking about me. His hands paused briefly as he moved a corpse. Glancing at the tavern server and the other three bodies, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. As long as I solve this case before the Night Watchers, that mysterious body will be mine first. As Lin Shiya and Jiang Ye rushed to the morgue, Wu Xiangnan at the agency suddenly received a system alert. He immediately dropped the files in his hand and ran to the monitor. The thief of secrets, you've finally shown up? He quickly grabbed his phone and called Lin Shiya. After learning that the body had been taken by Qingyu, Lin Shiya looked at Jiang Ye with resignation. Let's split up. I'll be faster that way. Jiang Ye confirmed the location information, ensured no one was around, and his figure gradually faded until he vanished entirely. In a dimly lit room, the tavern owner, face flushed with excitement, had just booked a plane ticket. His greedy eyes fixated on the crystal orb containing Belcrand. Just one more sacrifice, and Lord Belcrand will awaken, he muttered fanatically. If I send someone at the pool realm and add the hundreds on the plane, plus the residents in the crash zone, the combined spiritual energy will be enough to revive Lord Belcrand. He carefully secured the crystal orb, as if it were his lifeline, and hurriedly pushed the door open, disappearing into the night. Bang! The door slammed shut. In the dark room, Jiang Ye's figure slowly emerged. He stood before the altar where the tavern owner had offered tribute to Belcrand. A crystal ball was now appearing from its previously invisible state identical to the one the tavern owner had taken earlier. However, the one taken was an illusion created by Jiang Ye using the power of the Wanxiang Divine Void, while the one before him now was the genuine article. Jiang Ye reached out and picked up the crystal ball. Through the transparent surface, he could clearly see a golden insect lying quietly inside. Concentrating his mental energy, he channeled it into the crystal ball. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as web-like fractures rapidly spread across the surface. With a shattering crash, the crystal ball broke apart. The golden insect fell into Jiang Ye's palm, its beetle-like wings fluttering as its tiny limbs supported its body upright. Was it you who awakened me? I am your loyal servant, Belcrand communicated through a mental wave. Servant? What nonsense is this, you little bug? Jiang Ye asked coldly. Belcrand froze for a moment before raising its head in anger. I am the mighty Belcrand, a powerful and mysterious being from the western mist, the master of minds and desires. You, a lowly servant from the east, have awakened me. So I shall bestow upon you immense power. Before it could finish, a wave of purple mental corruption surged from its body, enveloping Jiang Ye entirely. However, just as Belcrand attempted to invade Jiang Ye's mind, an overwhelming force pressed it firmly to the ground. This human seems to be stronger than I thought. A flicker of fear flashed in Belcrand's tiny eyes. Lowly little bug, I didn't quite hear you earlier. Say it again. Jiang Ye stepped forward, the pressure intensifying. Mercy, my lord. I was wrong. I am the lowest of the low. Belcrand clasped its front legs together in submission, as a suspicious puddle began to form on the ground beneath it. Jiang Ye sighed in exasperation and withdrew his power. Without hesitation, he sent a mental strike directly into Belcrand's soul, instantly forging a contract bond. "What are your orders, master?" Belcrand asked meekly, its tone now entirely submissive. Jiang Ye pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of Lin Qiye. "I'll give you a chance. Go deliver yourself to him, and make sure you die. Don't come back until you do." Belcrand. "Captain, the police just informed us that the tavern owner, who is a key witness, has just purchased a plane ticket to leave Cangnan." Wu Xiangnan's voice came through the phone. Chen Mai, who was currently investigating the scene of another victim, frowned deeply. "Leaving Cangnan at a time like this? Xiangnan, notify the police immediately and have the airport intercept that plane. The witness cannot leave until the case is resolved." After hanging up, Chen Mai quickly dialed Wen Qima's number, but before he could speak, Wen Qima's voice came through urgently. "Captain, Jiang Ye discovered something significant on the video footage. The audio in the recordings was deliberately reversed to mislead us. I suspect the tavern owner is highly suspicious." Chen Mai froze for a moment, his mind racing back to the video scenes. If the footage was reversed, then the images of severed fingers and nails piercing into the body were actually the reverse process of a corpse regenerating rapidly. This meant that there was no supernatural entity involved, but rather someone with a forbidden ability for accelerated regeneration. He marveled at Jiang Ye's sharp observation, but knew there was no time for admiration. "Qima, head to Cangnan Airport immediately. Do not let the tavern owner leave." "Understood, Captain." Meanwhile, at Cangnan Airport's departure lounge. "Dear passengers, Flight XXXXX departing from Cangnan to XXX will begin boarding at 3:02 p.m. Please have your identification and boarding passes ready." The announcement echoed through the lounge. The tavern owner, wearing a gentleman's hat, sat on a chair, staring intently at his watch, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. His heart brimmed with the joy of the imminent resurrection of the great Belcrand. Reaching into the inner pocket of his suit, he took out a crystal orb, its faint glow illuminating his delighted expression. "Tonight, my great Belcrand will..." Suddenly, his smile froze. Examining the crystal orb closely, his eyes widened in shock, veins popping as he realized the orb was empty. Belcrand's presence had completely vanished. Impossible. How is this possible? He recalled that the orb's position seemed slightly off when he last checked it. It had been swapped. The orb in his hand was a fake, and someone had taken the real one. "Damn it," he roared, his grip tightening until the orb shattered into a burst of blue-white energy that merged into his palm. Glancing at his watch, panic set in. Missing the window for Belcrand's resurrection would have catastrophic consequences. Without a second thought for the imminent flight, he sprang to his feet and dashed out of the security checkpoint. No one could stop him now. His sole focus was returning to his residence to uncover the whereabouts of the real crystal orb. Ding! Stop right there. As when Qima stepped out of the airport doors, he suddenly sprang forward, his long blade pointing directly at the tavern owner. The latter froze in his tracks, a surge of profound spiritual energy erupting from his body. "You insolent brat from the Qi realm. How dare you disrupt the great Belcrand's resurrection? You deserve death." When Qima's heart sank, from the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from his opponent, he instantly recognized the strength of a Chuan realm cultivator. Facing such power with his own Qi realm abilities left him with almost no chance of victory. But the situation had already reached a point of no return. Gripping his blade tightly with both hands, his eyes locked onto the man's every move, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The tavern owner slowly removed his gentleman's hat as a chilling gust swept through the air. Behind him, 10 grotesque ghostly children materialized one after another, rapidly multiplying until a formation of dozens stood before him. "Go! Kill him," he commanded with a sinister laugh, and the ghostly children charged at Wen Qima in unison. Wen Qima moved swiftly, dodging the attacks of the first 3 ghostly children. His blade slashed through the air, repelling 2 of them. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in his eyes as the power of his inner demon surged forth. 5 ghostly children froze in place instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Qima dashed forward in a flash, closing the distance to the tavern owner. His blade sliced cleanly across the man's neck. With a sickening thud, the head fell to the ground. Yet, eerily, not a single drop of blood spilled from the severed neck, and the body remained standing upright. Threads of strange, sinister energy emerged from the neck's wound, connecting to the fallen head. In mere moments, the head reattached itself, and the wound healed as if nothing had happened. The tavern owner grinned mockingly, his spiritual energy surging even higher as he commanded the ghostly children to attack once more. "Game over." Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of blue-white energy erupted from within his body. The tavern owner froze, his pupils contracting as he recalled the crystal orb from earlier. The scorching energy began to consume his flesh, and he writhed in unbearable pain. "Damn! I walked right into a trap." With a deafening explosion, the tavern owner's body was blown to pieces, and the ghostly children collapsed lifelessly to the ground. When Chima staggered back several steps, staring in shock at the unexpected turn of events, he cautiously approached the scene to investigate, but found no signs of external interference. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his team captain, Chen Moi. Chima, stop the tavern owner immediately. Cangnan discovered he planned to sacrifice everyone on that plane. Captain, wait. When Chima interrupted. He's already dealt with. There was a brief silence on the other end. Oh, that's good. But according to Cangnan, he's at least Chuan realm level. How did you? Didn't win. When Chima replied helplessly. He self-destructed. What? Chen Moi was utterly baffled. In the dimly lit sewer, several white rats squeaked noisily. Lin Qiye's footsteps echoed through the damp underground space, causing the rats, whose eyes glowed with an eerie pink light, to turn their heads simultaneously. A putrid stench filled the air, and the moment his gaze met theirs, his consciousness was abruptly pulled into a strange illusion. As the sensation of weightlessness faded, he found himself in a sunlit courtyard. And Qingyu, wearing an eagle-shaped mask, was sitting there, gesturing for him to join. Lin Shiya took a seat across from him and watched as Qingyu calmly removed his mask and said, "All right, let's start the meeting. I know you're interested in that corpse, but you can't keep stealing like this," Lin Shiya said helplessly. "And the Nanda Serpent demon's body half of it was supposed to be transported away, but you intercepted it." And Qingyu gave a shy smile. "Are you mad?" "No. Let me correct you." And Qingyu said with a smirk, "How can the actions of a researcher be called stealing? This is a profound exploration of truth. You always have a way with words. Is Jiang Ye not here?" And Qingyu asked. "We split up the search, but you have to return the victim's body. It's critical to the case. You really want to meet him?" And Qingyu asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "I want to dissect him." "Absolutely not." Lin Qiye snapped. "All right." And Qingyu replied with a disappointed sigh. "How about this? I'll help you solve the case, and in return, you give me half of the mysterious corpse. Deal?" Recalling in Qingyu's performance during the Nanda Serpent Demon case, Lin Qiye reluctantly nodded in agreement. The illusion suddenly shattered, and his consciousness returned to the dark sewer. Footsteps echoed as a frail-looking young man with glasses, and Qingyu, emerged from the shadows. "Let's go. Take me to the crime scene." But just as they were about to leave, a rat scurried to Qingyu's feet. "Wait," he called out to Lin Qiye, adjusting his glasses. "It seems the case is nearing its conclusion." He toyed with a thin strand of eerie silk in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. The rat had just transmitted images of Wen Qima and the tavern owner to him. As Lin Qiye stood puzzled, his phone rang. Captain Chen Mai informed him of the tavern owner's death. "Captain, this is really strange," Lin Qiye remarked. "He had already booked a flight. Why would he return from the airport?" "It is strange. According to Qima, the tavern owner wanted to resurrect someone named Belkrand, a mysterious figure." Chen Mai's voice came through the line. "An overseas entity?" "That's right. This is beyond our jurisdiction. I've already requested assistance from the Phoenix Squad, which specializes in handling international mysteries. We don't need to get involved any further," Chen Mai said firmly. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement and hanging up the phone. He turned to Qingyu and said helplessly, "Looks like you won't be getting your hands on that mysterious corpse." And Qingyu, however, kept his smile and shook his head. "This isn't a complete loss. At least we now have a direction for the next phase of research." As he spoke, his eyes flickered with a grayish-white light, using his unique solution to analyze the strange thread in his hand. Moments later, the light faded, and he put the thread away. "Thanks to you guys this time. I owe you one. Try to rein it in a bit. I won't always be able to cover for you," Lin Qiye said sternly. "So, you turn me in?" And Qingyu asked, adding, "Just don't mess with my childhood friend. Other things we can discuss." He nodded, though a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp, squeak-squeak sound echoed in the air, the sound of insect wings vibrating. Lin Qiye immediately activated his Mortal Realm Divine Domain's dynamic sensing and detected a powerful insect emanating immense spiritual energy flying toward them. His expression turned grim. The sheer strength of this spiritual energy surpassed the Chuan realm and had reached the High realm. Could this be the mysterious foreign Belkran the captain mentioned? Lin Qiye's black case behind him vibrated, and a star blade unsheathed itself. He swiftly turned to face the direction of the approaching insect. And Qingyu also sensed the anomaly, and an ice sword floated next to him. "What's wrong, Qiye? Looks like our luck's run out. That foreign entity is heading straight for us. How strong is it?" "High realm." Hearing this, and Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Instead of showing fear, he grinned with excitement. Lin Qiye was speechless at the sight. "Seriously? We're both in the Qi realm, and you can still smile at a high realm opponent?" The sound of the insect's wings grew louder, and soon a golden glowing insect came into view. Faced with such an overwhelming power gap, The two acted in unison. Lin Qiye's blade and Qingyu's ice sword struck out simultaneously, aiming to catch the insect off guard. Belcrand responded by radiating a brilliant golden light, forming a protective barrier. When the blade and ice sword collided with the barrier, a crisp ding-ding sound rang out as they were deflected. And Qingyu's ice sword floated back to his side, while Lin Qiye was forced back several steps, his hands numb. As the two frowned at the situation, Belcrand's gaze swept over them before locking onto Lin Qiye. Its expression seemed almost desperate, as if it had found a lifeline. Qiye, do you know it? It looks desperate. And Qingyu asked, using his unique solution. Lin Qiye shook his head in denial, though he had noticed the insect's unusual gaze as well. This was definitely their first encounter. Still, having a high realm entity show interest in him was far from reassuring. Qiye, watch out. It's flying straight at you. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed as he began forming a summoning array. A high realm entity? Sorry, but I have a high realm pet. But just as the summoning array was about to complete, the insect suddenly plummeted to the ground. Lin Qiye froze mid-motion and looked down at the glowing golden insect. To his astonishment, it bent its hind legs, clasped its front limbs together, and assumed a posture of kneeling and pleading. The sudden turn of events left both Lin Qiye and Qingyu stunned. What was even more shocking was when the insect suddenly shouted, Lin Qiye, please just cut me down. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Qiye and Qingyu? In the heart of the city late at night, the stars adorned the silent night sky. Apart from the occasional sound of speeding vehicles, everything was enveloped in stillness. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Qingyu stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before them, a golden insect was desperately pleading on the ground, please, kill me. This bizarre scene left the two utterly baffled. Who had ever heard of a mysterious being from the sea realm actively seeking death? Qiye and Qingyu finally regained his senses, and you say you don't know it? It called your name directly. Since it wants you to kill it, why not grant its wish? I can even study it afterward. Lin Kai's mouth twitched. How could I possibly know an insect? Despite his words, a sense of caution arose in his heart. How did this insect know his name? Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. He slowly crouched down, locking eyes with the golden insect on the ground. Are you Belcrand? Yes, please kill me now. Lin Qiye cleared his throat, his tone turning serious. Who sent you? Tell me and he'll kill you. Belcrand hesitated. Revealing Jiang Ye's identity could mean instant annihilation of its soul by a single thought from its master. Comparatively, being killed by Lin Qiye might offer a slim chance of survival. It shook its head. If you don't kill me, I won't tell you. If you don't tell me, I won't kill you. Huh. Coward. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Belcrand taunted. Lin Qiye gripped his long blade, unfazed. If you've got the guts, then tell me. Belcrand leaned back in frustration. Was dying really this hard? Clenching its metaphorical teeth, it flapped its wings and took to the air. If you want kill me, it'll just fly away. Then go ahead, Lin Qiye said coldly, sheathing his blade. And Qingyu watched the exchange, utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen such a peculiar method of seeking death. Raising his hand, he offered, how about I step in? I'm quite experienced with this sort of thing. Adjusting his glasses, he summoned an icy sword. Stay out of this, kid. Belcrand sneered dismissively. And Qingyu shrugged. Fine, I'll leave it to you then. Lin Qiye stared at Belcrand hovering midair, his mind racing. Why would a mysterious being from the sea realm voluntarily seek death? What hidden motives lay behind this? Who was orchestrating it all? Were they friend or foe? Meanwhile, in the distance, Jiang Ye face-bombed at the scene. Knowing Lin Kai's personality, such a blatant attempt at seeking death was clearly doomed to fail. He immediately transmitted a message to Belcrand through their soul contract. Idiot. Just attack him. Who told you to beg for death so openly? Suddenly, Jiang Ye transmitted a video to Belcrand showing an elderly man faking an injury to extort money from a luxury car driver. Belcrand, who had been standing frozen in front of Lin Qiye, suddenly had a moment of realization, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. What the? There's even a death method like this? Eastern thinking truly is profound and boundless. As if his energy pathways had been unlocked, Belcrand's body erupted with dazzling golden light. Lin Shiya and Qingyu immediately sensed something was off and readied themselves for battle. So you won't kill me, huh? Then neither of you will make it out alive. Belcrand sneered, unleashing a wave of purple mental corruption that engulfed Qingyu while cleverly avoiding Lin Shiya. Qingyu focused on analyzing the purple mist. This is mental corruption? But before he could finish, his consciousness began to blur. With only a pond-level cultivation, he was utterly incapable of resisting this sea-level spiritual attack. Lin Qiye reached out to pull Qingyu out of the mist, but Belcrand darted between them with lightning speed. aiming directly for Lin Qiye's face. Lin Qiye swung his sheathed blade to counter, but his opponent dodged effortlessly. This abnormality made Lin Qiye wary. This was the same guy who had been kneeling moments ago, begging for death, and now he was launching such ferocious attacks? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from within the purple mist, and Qingyu emerged, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, his movements stiff. Controlling a floating frost sword, he thrust it straight at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted as he swiftly drew his blade to block. This purple mist? It can control someone's mind? Lin Qiye frowned deeply as he stared at Qingyu, who now moved like a puppet. Belcran's smug voice rang out. Kid, your friend is already under my control. In 10 minutes, hell be my eternal slave. Though it was a bluff, Belcran watched Lin Qiye's reaction with great interest. Under the influence, Qingyu launched relentless attacks, his frost sword slicing through the air like a storm. Lin Qiye realized he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Wouldn't risk his friend's life. The star blade let out a crisp hum as Lin Qiye maneuvered around Qingyu and lunged directly at the airborne Belcran. But Qingyu's frost sword intercepted his strike in an instant. As he deflected the frost sword, Lin Qiye finally understood Belcran was fighting for real. You dare harm my friend? Then you die. Lin Qiye roared as the divine power of a seraphim erupted from him, radiating golden light. Qingyu's frost sword faltered, and Belcran hesitated momentarily. Lin Qiye's long blade shimmered with golden brilliance, delivering a fierce slash toward Belcran. To everyone's surprise, Belcran didn't dodge. Instead, he withdrew his golden defenses and met the blade heat. With a sharp crack, Belcran was cleaved in two, his bisected body crashing heavily to the ground. Heh, so you did cut me after all. Such a hassle, he muttered with a final sigh. The purple glow in Qingyu's eyes gradually faded, while Lin Qiye stood frozen, his expression twitching. This creature had actually faked it all along. In the distance, Jiang Ye smiled faintly as a system notification chimed. Ding! With the accumulation of 515,000 magic modification points, Jiang Ye gained two significant abilities. The divine skill Words Become Reality and the ancient artifact Xianyuan Sword. Words Become Reality, originating from the Jade Emperor, possesses the power to alter the rules of the three realms. Jiang Ye carefully studied the ability's description, particularly intrigued by its feature of changing the laws of heaven and earth within a certain range. He decided to test the power of this ability. Shroud, Jiang Ye softly commanded, gazing at the starry night sky. As soon as the words left his lips, countless dark clouds suddenly surged forth, obscuring the moon and stars completely. The abrupt darkness caught the attention of Lin Qiye and Qingyu in the distance. The weather's changing too quickly, Lin Qiye said, lifting Belcran's corpse. Looks like it's going to rain. Let's head to that pavilion over there for shelter. Qingyu followed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Standing on the rooftop, Jiang Ye continued testing his ability. Cangnan can exist without the mortal divine domain. As his perception extended across all of Cangnan, he realized the limitations of his power. It couldn't enact overly grand changes, but was sufficient to influence the balance of the five elements, yin and yang, and even interfere with others' thoughts. With Words Become Reality and the Xianyuan Sword, Jiang Ye murmured, lightly touching the corner of his eye as a faint smile appeared on his lips, even a seraph. When I reach the threshold of dimensional ascension, how could your holy sword withstand the might of the Xianyuan Sword? Disperse. At Jiang Ye's command, the dark clouds dissipated within 3 seconds, revealing the silver moon and sparkling stars once more. Lin Qiye and Qingyu, who had been preparing to take shelter from the rain, froze in their tracks, staring in astonishment at the bizarre transformation of the sky. Where are the clouds? Lin Qiye and Qingyu exchanged puzzled glances, each searching the other's eyes for answers. The clouds that had just obscured the moonlight had vanished without a trace in an instant. This sky feels strange, Qingyu said, adjusting his glasses with a barely concealed excitement on his face. Lin Shiya, however, frowned in thought. Could there be a new mysterious entity capable of controlling the clouds? Suddenly, the stillness of the night was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. Both of them tensed up, snapping their heads toward the alley entrance. A shadowy figure gradually came into view. Lin Qiye immediately activated his mortal domain to sense the figure, then let out a resigned sigh. Jiang Ye. Hearing this, Qingyu raised an eyebrow, his excitement growing even more evident. Draped in black silk, Jiang Ye strolled leisurely toward them. Where have you been? Lin Qiye asked. With Jiang Ye's abilities, finding Qingyu should have been effortless. I was looking for a glowing golden bug, Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. Lin Qiye glanced down at the bisected bug in his hand and shook his head thoughtfully. Let's go. Time to head back. Wait. Qingyu called out, stopping them. He gave an awkward smile. Can I dissect that bug? I'll give it back when I'm done. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment but, surprisingly, handed the bug to Qingyu. Here, just make sure you return it. With that, he grabbed a puzzled Jiang Ye and started walking toward the Peace Affairs office. And Qingyu watched their retreating figures and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such brotherly affection. Looks like I won't get to study him after all. What a shame. With the remains of the Belcran bug in hand, he turned and headed toward the sewers. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon, the Seraph Michael opened his eyes, radiating golden light. He sensed a shift in the impending calamity of Cangnan. His gaze turned toward Earth, landing precisely on Jiang Ye, who was looking up at the moon. An ant? Is it you? Michael sneered, his disdain evident. The boy before him began to overlap with the image of the child who had deceived him 10 years ago. Still dreaming of defying fate? Ridiculous. Activating the laws of miracles, Michael confirmed that the calamity in Cangnan had merely been delayed, not averted. Rising into the air, he let golden light flow from his palm, merging with the moonlight and descending toward Earth. Stubborn ant, your ties with this god end here. Your futile attempts to change fate will only lead you deeper into the abyss. Back on Earth, Jiang Ye lowered his gaze from the moon, Michael's words still echoing in his ears. He paused mid-step and looked up again. What's wrong? Lin Qiye, sensing the seraphic energy within Jiang Ye, asked cautiously. Jiang Ye smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Just thought I heard the call of a bird. Lin Qiye glanced at the luminous moon with a puzzled expression. A bird call? In the morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the conference room of the peacekeeping office, casting a warm glow over the long table. Qiye, did you encounter Belcran last night? Chen Mai's voice carried a note of undisguised astonishment. Lin Qiye hesitated briefly before nodding. And then, you killed it? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her question caused the atmosphere in the room to tense slightly. After all, the tavern owner was originally at the plunging level, and after being resurrected through sacrifice, its mysterious power would only grow stronger, likely reaching the Haijing level. Meanwhile, Lin Shiya was merely at the Qijing level. The members of Unit 136 instinctively turned their gazes toward Jiang Ye, who was sitting beside Lin Qiye. In their understanding, the only one capable of defeating a Haijing level being with Qijing level power was Jiang Ye. Noticing the stares, Jiang Ye recalled his involvement in setting up Belcran the previous night. He cleared his throat twice to cover his awkwardness. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't help. The group redirected their attention back to Lin Qiye. Wu Xiangnan's eyes lit up. Qiye, how did you kill Belcran? If I'm not mistaken, it should have been a Haijing level entity. Lin Kai's mouth twitched, unsure how to explain in a way that sounded reasonable. Come on, Qiye, Honging said, patting his shoulder. Tell us. I'd love to hear about the feats of a genius like you. I'm afraid you won't believe me, Lin Qiye said awkwardly. Chen Mai smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Qiye. We're teammates, well believe you. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Qiye took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident, though he carefully left out any mention of Qingyu. When he finished, an eerie silence filled the conference room. Even the usually lively Hong Ying was dumbfounded. A Haijing-level entity kneeling and begging for death? Such an absurd scenario was hard to believe, even in the face of overwhelming power, let alone when Qiye was only at the Qijing level, 2 entire ranks below. And then, to fail in begging for death and resort to staging an accident? Jiang Ye sipped his tea, suppressing the upward curl of his lips as he quietly enjoyed the bizarre atmosphere. Wait, give me a moment to process this, Chen Mai said, picking up his water glass. Take it slow, Captain, or you might choke, Jiang Ye advised, reaching out as if to remind him. How could I possibly? Before Chen Mai could finish his sentence, he suddenly began coughing violently. Jiang Ye quickly dispelled the effects of his word becomes law ability. Chen Mai stared in confusion at the untouched water glass. What the hell? I haven't even taken a sip. Once he regained his composure, he continued his questioning. Qiye, where's Belcran's body? It was stolen by a secret thief on the way back, Lin Qiye replied honestly. What? Hong Ying slammed her hand on the table, causing her red-tasseled spear to emit a low, resonant sound. That thief better not show up in front of me, or he'll skewer them with one strike. Chen Mai gestured for Hong Ying to sit down. His gaze lingered on Lin Qiye for a moment before he let out a sigh. All right, that's that. Xiangnan, report the situation to the Phoenix Squad and let them know. They don't need to come anymore. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows tightly, his face twitching involuntarily as he stared down at the words written in his notebook. See Realm Mystery Frames Pool Realm Night Watcher. Captain, is this really reasonable? He couldn't help but ask. Chen Mai simply waved his hand lightly. All right, meeting adjourned. Xiangnan, if there's anything unclear, go talk to Qiye. After the meeting, Lin Qiye was pulled aside by Wu Xiangnan for a detailed discussion. 5 hours later, Wu Xiangnan, looking utterly resigned, scribbled on the document. Mystery outside the Cangnan realm resolved reason. The Sea Realm's external mystery was intent on dying, mastered the art of framing others, and was accidentally killed by a Pool Realm Night Watcher from Team 136. Meanwhile, high above the outskirts of the Cangnan realm, inside a roaring aircraft, 7 members of the Phoenix Squad sat in a circle, their expressions serious as they studied the information sent by Team 136. Captain, could this be a mistake? Kong Shang, wearing refined glasses, instinctively pushed up his frames. Xia Siming, tugging at her long hair, kept rereading the document. Ah, this won't do. I was hoping to use this opportunity to recruit Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye into our team. Her words left the other members momentarily stunned, bewildered by her peculiar focus. Kong Shang, recalling the captain's earlier suggestion of injuring himself to win over Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye, quickly changed the topic. Captain, could there be something off about this? Something off? Xia Siming picked up a tablet, examining it closely. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I know. The external mystery knows how to frame people. Lin, quickly jot this down and draft a strategy for dealing with framing situations. Aren't I brilliant? Ha ha ha. The other 6 members couldn't keep up with her erratic thoughts and could only shake their heads helplessly. Ultimately, under the suggestions of Kong Shang and Lin, the plane changed its course. They decided to report this bizarre incident to higher authorities, as a mystery deliberately seeking death was far too unusual. At the same time, in the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Shiya, dressed in a director's uniform, greeted Nyx and Merlin before heading to the underground prison alone. He stopped in front of the cell holding Belkrand, his gaze icy. Sensing Lin Qiye's presence, Belkrand immediately floated upright. After being killed by Lin Shiya, its soul had been trapped here. It was grateful to still exist yet frustrated by its inability to escape. Speak. Who sent you to frame and die? Lin Qiye's tone carried a heavy murderous intent. Such behavior, prompting a mystery to willingly die, was clearly orchestrated by someone aware of the asylum's existence, likely the former director, Jiang Ye. Seeing Belkrand remain silent, Lin Qiye let out a cold snort. This is my domain. Your life and death are under my control. Tell me the truth, and I can give you a chance to live. Belkrand trembled all over, carefully sensing that Lin Qiye's words were no bluff. Its insect-like body clutched its head in frustration. I just escaped one hell, only to fall into another? Speak, or die. Lin Qiye pressed again. Under the looming threat of death, Belkrand finally spoke, trembling. It was whoosh. Just as Belkrand was about to speak, a flash of blue and white light abruptly streaked across its body. Lin Qiye immediately noticed the sparkle in the insect's eyes vanish, and clear words appeared on the center panel. Sinner Belkrand, partial memories erased by a powerful divine force. Instinctively, Lin Qiye clenched his fists. This familiar blue-white divine energy reminded him of the scene when Han Xiaoyun was enveloped by the same power. Could it be the deity lurking in Cangnan? The entity not only knew about the existence of the asylum but had also prepared in advance. But why do this? What purpose does sending a mystery serve? He stared at the unconscious insect in the cell, trying to decipher the deity's intentions. Although their motives were unclear, judging by their effort to save Cangnan, they didn't seem to harbor malice. Shaking his head to stop overthinking, Lin Qiye raised his hand and conjured an employment contract out of thin air. He then signed his name in front of Belkrand. Meanwhile, far away, the primordial celestial sovereign was observing the changes in Cangnan. Stroking his beard and calculating with his fingers, his brows gradually furrowed. Young friend, why intervene? This is Cangnan's destined calamity. Please, celestial sovereign, do not interfere. I only wish to spend more time with my mother. Jiang Ye's voice traveled across thousands of miles. Cangnan has at most 2 months left. You have already ascended to a divine rank. Why cling to mortal ties? Altering others' fates like this carries heavy karmic consequences, the celestial sovereign advised. I have never cared about karma. I only care about those I love, and those who love me. If the celestial sovereign tries to stop me, I will not back down. Sensing the peak celestial aura released by Jiang Ye, the primordial celestial sovereign swallowed back his words. He calculated with his fingers once more, eventually sighing. The heavenly court's restoration is not yet complete, and the Grand Xia cannot endure further upheaval. Forgive me, young friend. Under a clear sky, inside the Peace Affairs office. Jiang Ye, you're going home? Lin Qiye asked in surprise. Hong Ying was equally stunned. That's not according to the rules. Sister Hong Ying, I promise I'll come back whenever I'm needed. I just want to visit home for a bit, Jiang Ye explained with a smile. While Hong Ying hesitated, Chunmai emerged from the basement. He patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Go ahead. Your mother hasn't seen you in 6 months. She's probably quite lonely. Turning to Lin Shiya, he added, Qiye, you should go back too. Spend some time with your aunt and younger brother. A trace of sorrow flickered in Chiang Mai's eyes as he gazed at the 2 children before him, holding back his tears with great effort. In just 2 months, Cangnan would cease to exist, and he couldn't fathom how Xiaoye and Qiye would endure such a blow. As their leader, the only thing he could do was ensure they spent this time cherishing moments with their families. Captain, isn't this a bit? Hong Ying began to object, only for Chen Mai to raise a hand, cutting her off. They'll take responsibility for everything. Left with no choice, Hong Ying pursed her lips and fell silent. That afternoon, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye packed lightly and began their journey home. Chen Mai stood still, watching the two young figures disappear into the horizon before letting out a long sigh and turning away. He walked into the underground office and pulled out a training roster for the Shuiren in Shangjing. The list was neatly filled with names: Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Wu Xiangnan, and when Kima but his own name was absent. Slowly, he pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing the corner of an ancient parchment. The bitterness on his lips deepened. 2 months left. I hope everything stays peaceful, he murmured, straightening his clothes and looking up at the ceiling. Behind the office door, Si Xiaonan, glasses perched on her nose, clenched her jaw and balled her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. The voice of Loki, the god of mischief, echoed in her ears. Si Xiaonan, remember your mission, you are my emissary. With great difficulty, she turned and walked away. As night fell, Si Xiaonan stood outside the captain's office, its light still glowing. She bit her lip, hesitated, then began to walk toward the door. At dusk, the setting sun cast a crimson glow over the old town. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye each carried a guiding cane over their shoulders, along with a jug of golden rapeseed oil. In their hands were bags of fresh vegetables. The two stood side by side at a traffic light, waiting for the signal to change. Taking in the familiar scene, Lin Qiye couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ye's eyes, hidden behind black silk. A pang of indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. Their shared experiences made him acutely aware of Jiang Ye's pain. Big brother, let me help you cross the street. A little girl suddenly appeared between them, looking up at Jiang Ye with innocent eyes. With a crisp ding, the green light turned on. Smiling, Jiang Ye took the girl's hand and confidently strode to the other side. Passers-by cast curious glances, and someone muttered under their breath, "The world is so deceitful nowadays, even pretending to be blind." By the time the sky grew completely dark, the two finally reached home. "See you later," Lin Shiya said with a wave. Jiang Ye nodded and turned away. At that moment, a scruffy black dog suddenly darted out from behind a pile of stones, blocking the entrance to Jiang Ye's house. "If you keep barking, don't blame me if you lose your voice for 3 days," Jiang Ye said indifferently. The black dog opened its mouth to retort, only to find itself utterly mute. While it stood stunned, Jiang Ye had already entered his house and locked the door behind him. The dog, now furious, muttered internally, "Why can't I make a sound? Damn it. First, he steals my food, and now this? Heaven help me." Dejected, the dog slunk back home, only to be grabbed by Yang Jin, who claimed he needed it for a trip to the restroom. Holding the dog firmly, Yang Jin interrogated it about Jiang Ye's words and intentions, but all the dog could do was open its mouth in vain. "No food until you answer me," Yang Jin said, perplexed. When the dog remained silent, Yang Jin slapped its face in frustration. "What's this? You think you can negotiate with me like you're holding the Joker in a card game? You want food before you talk? Fine. My brother's back tonight, we'll have dog stew for dinner." Hearing this, the dog's eyes widened in panic, its mouth gaping even further. In the dim and aged alleyways of the old town, the warm glow from the two houses across from each other seemed especially inviting. Yang Jin strolled out of the bathroom. The dog, Xiao Hailai, had just been tossed out the window by him, sent off to find Jiang Ye to lift the charm. Yang Jin had no intention of delving into Jiang Ye's abilities, especially since Jiang Ye was someone even the Celestial Lord would yield to. After all, as a primary deity, some matters were better left unquestioned. In the kitchen, Lin Qiye was focused on chopping vegetables. Yang Jin walked over to him, casually picking up an egg and smiling. "Brother, let me help." "Sure," Lin Qiye replied with a cheerful smile, handing him a whisk. The kitchen was soon filled with the sounds of daily life, the sizzling of stir-frying, the rhythmic clatter of the knife against the cutting board, and the light-hearted chatter among the three of them. As Lin Qiye wiped the sweat from his forehead, he glanced out at the dazzling night sky through the window, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Home truly felt comforting. Next door, Lu Su, wearing an apron, was busy shooing Jiang Ye out of the kitchen. Out. With your poor eyesight, you still want to be in here? What if you cut yourself?" "Mom, you don't trust me? Just let me try." Jiang Ye protested indignantly. "No way. Go watch TV and stop making trouble," Lu Su's voice called out from the kitchen. Jiang Ye could only sigh and slump onto the old, worn-out sofa. The aroma wafting from the kitchen stirred up memories for him. With a wave of his hand, a flash of blue and white light revealed a family photo in his grasp. A golden, glowing soul materialized before him. Staring at the man in the photo, Jiang Ye forced a smile. Dad, they'll bring you back. Suddenly, a shadow slipped through a narrow gap and darted straight to Jiang Ye's feet. It was Xiao Hailai. The dog affectionately rubbed its furry head against Jiang Ye's pants. Since when did you become such a suck-up? Jiang Ye teased. At the mention of suck-up, Xiao Hailai's fur bristled. But remembering its mission, it quickly assumed a more respectful posture, using its front paw to point at its silent mouth. Jiang Ye understood but deliberately conjured a bone and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. Xiao Hailai immediately spat it out and continued pointing at its mouth. Jiang Ye, feigning seriousness, pulled out a set of dental tools and began inspecting the dog's teeth. The teeth are old, but there's nothing wrong with them, Jiang Ye said, patting its head. Fuming, Xiao Hailai stomped its paws on the ground, scratching out the words, "Let the dog lord speak." Sit, Jiang Ye suddenly commanded. Xiao Hailai's body obeyed involuntarily, its rump hitting the ground with a thud. The dog sat there, stunned. Why did it follow his order? Spin and jump. In the next moment, Xiao Hailai struck a graceful pose mid-dance, astonished by its own movements. Xiao Yi, dinner's ready, Lu Su's voice called out from the kitchen as Jiang Ye was playing with Xiao Hailai. Okay, Mom. Jiang Ye gently patted Xiao Hailai on the head. Go on. You'll be able to speak in 3 minutes. Although the dog's gaze remained vacant, it obediently trotted out of the room. Moments later, Lu Su emerged from the kitchen carrying steaming dishes. Just as Jiang Ye picked up his chopsticks to grab some food, a strange energy ripple filled the air, causing him to freeze mid-motion. He could keenly sense the gaze of several deities falling upon Cangnan. Remembering what Si Xiaonan had said earlier, Jiang Ye forced himself to stay calm and continued eating as though nothing had happened. Deep down, he thought to himself, her plan has begun. Meanwhile, at the Peace Bureau, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and the others had already left, leaving only Chun Mai and Si Xiaonan in the captain's office. Chun Mai carefully smoothed out a protruding corner of an ancient parchment scroll, looking at Si Xiaonan with shock. Why, Xiaonan? Why? Si Xiaonan trembled, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. I'm sorry, Captain, she said, her voice heavy with pain. Hearing her anguished apology, Chun Mai frowned deeply. From the tears welling in her eyes, he could tell she was carrying a burden too great to share. But at this critical moment, the aura of Shiva's wrath had already been exposed, and Cangnan was in grave danger. He took a deep breath, forcing a faint smile as he prepared to hand over the document for training in Shangjing. Xiaonan, tomorrow. Before he could finish, the abrupt ringing of the phone cut him off. Seeing the caller ID, Chun Mui's expression grew serious. Commander Yi, he said. The mention of those 3 words made Si Zionan's pupils contract sharply. According to her plan, she should have left immediately after releasing the aura. Yet now, her feet felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. Tears blurred her glasses as she hung her head in guilt. It was my mistake, Chun Mai said into the phone. I failed to suppress Shiva's wrath. Si Zionan's head snapped up, staring at him in disbelief. After a brief exchange, Chun Mai ended the call, walked over, and handed her the training document for Shangjing. Inform the team that you'll be going with them to the training session tomorrow. Captain. No need to say anything, Chun Mai interrupted, waving a tired hand. He knew full well that even if Si Xiaonan hadn't torn the scroll today, once Cangnan was gone, no one would be able to suppress Shiva's wrath. The fact that she had stopped after tearing just a corner spoke volumes. Captain. A single tear slid down Si Zionan's cheek as she declared resolutely, I will always be a member of Team 136. Before she finished speaking, she had already grabbed the document and dashed out of the office. Chen Mui's lips curled into a faint smile. Gazing out at the pitch-black night sky through the window, his eyes burned with determination. Captain of Team 136 Night Watch, Chun Mai. I swear to defend this city with my life. The following morning marked the final moments of the approaching storm. In the conference room of the peace office, all members of Team 136 were seated, except for Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. Chun Moi distributed a set of training documents to everyone in attendance. Training in Shangjing? When did this come up? Wu Xiangnan, sitting beside Chen Moi, asked curiously as he picked up the document. The other team members were also flipping through the papers, their expressions varying. Only Long Xian refrained from looking at the document, instead quietly observing Si Xiaonan across the table. Everything that had happened at the office yesterday, along with Xiaonan's long-standing strangeness, had not escaped his notice. This is an order that just came down from the Watchers' higher-ups. Many teams are required to send members to participate. Chun Moi explained briefly, his tone calm. Captain, if you're here alone and something mysterious happens, what will you do? Hong Ying asked, setting down the document with concern. With Lin Qiye and Xiao Yi here, there's no need to worry. Chun Moi replied with a gentle smile, deliberately masking his inner feelings. The conference room fell into silence. Si Xiaonan kept her head lowered, trying to hide her reddened eyes. When do we leave? Wu Xiangnan asked after double-checking the document several times. Today, Chen Moi replied, setting down his slightly trembling cup. The plane will arrive soon. By midday, an airplane landed on the designated platform. Chen Moi stood in place, watching as the 5 team members boarded. Forcing a smile, he waved goodbye to the plane as it gradually ascended into the sky. Inside the cabin, when Qima glanced down at the shrinking figure of Chen Moi and murmured, "The captain seems to have something on his mind. With Qiye and Xiaoyi around, everything will be fine." Wu Xiangnan reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Hong Ying gazed out at the cityscape below, murmuring wistfully under her breath. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan kept her head down, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Qiye pulled a lollipop from his bag and handed it to Si Xiaonan. "Have some candy," he said. Si Xiaonan took the candy and placed it in her mouth. The sweet taste brought back memories of the moments she had shared with Team 136. As Chen Moi lowered his gaze from the sky, his phone suddenly vibrated. A short message appeared on the screen. Cangnan, full city lockdown. 2 days later, Lin Qiye strolled through familiar streets, carrying several bags of local specialties made by his aunt. He glanced at the house across the street but, after a moment of thought, decided not to disturb anyone. Instead, he planned to visit the peace office to check on the captain and the others and share the food with them. After weaving through a few streets, the unassuming building of the peace office finally came into view. "Captain, Sister Hong Ying," Lin Qiye pushed open the door, only to find the office completely empty. The usual lively sounds of training had vanished without a trace. He set down the items in his hands and hurried toward the basement, but it was just as silent there. As he wondered whether the others had gone out on a mission, the raven of calamity in the cage on the wall suddenly let out a piercing cry. Lin Qiye's hand trembled. This warning from the raven meant that Cangnan was about to face a major disaster. Without hesitation, he dashed to the basement, grabbed the star blade, and rushed out of the office. At the end of the street, Chun Mai was approaching slowly with a black case on his back. "Qiye." He nodded at the frozen Lin Qiye, his gaze shifting to the once clear sky, now shrouded in heavy clouds. "The worst has arrived. Let's talk as we walk." "Captain, what on earth is going on? Have you ever heard of Shiva's grievance?" Chun Mai hesitated briefly before speaking. Shiva's grievance. Lin Qiye's face instantly turned grave. Meanwhile, in a hidden laboratory within Cangnan's underground sewers, and Qingyu was intently observing a white mouse. In his hand, he swirled a test tube filled with a purplish substance of mental corruption, his eyes glinting with barely contained excitement. "It seems Cangnan is in turmoil. It's the perfect time to repay their favor," he murmured to himself, as a strand of sinister thread glimmered at his fingertips. With a single step, Jiang Ye arrived at the outskirts of Cangnan. "Loki? Outer gods? Today, all invaders will fall." Before his words had fully settled, he abruptly turned around as an ancient voice echoed from behind him. "Young friend, it's been a while, hasn't it?" At the outskirts of Cangnan City, a simple horse-drawn carriage stood in front of Chun Mai and Lin Qiye. Stepping down from the carriage was Mr. Chun, dressed in a blue robe, who nodded politely at the two men. Lin Qiye was still caught in the turmoil of external entities, vying for control due to the leakage of Shiva's resentment. "Qiye, this is Mr. Chin, the pinnacle of human strength," Chun Mai introduced, prompting Lin Qiye to slowly lift his head, his gaze falling on the robust figure beneath the blue robe. The pinnacle of human strength? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qiye's eyes. Mr. Chun smiled and stepped aside. "You must be Lin Qiye. Would you like to get in the carriage and have some tea?" "Tea?" Lin Qiye shook his head in confusion. "No, Captain. I want to stay with you and guard Cangnan." The expressions of the two elders froze momentarily. Chun Mai placed a firm hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder. "You need to go with Mr. Chun. Only then will Cangnan have a chance. This is an order from the commander of deceive." "What do you mean?" Lin Qiye looked bewildered. "Get in, Lin Qiye. Let's talk over tea," Mr. Chun said gently. Under Chen Mai's encouraging gaze, Lin Qiye hesitated, glancing at his captain before finally stepping onto the carriage. The two elders exchanged nods, and the carriage rose into the sky. Meanwhile, along the eastern coastline, towering walls of water hundreds of meters high surged toward the coastal cities. The defending soldiers stood frozen in despair, overwhelmed by the terrifying sight. At the critical moment, a deafening sword hum tore through the air as a sharp surge of sword energy met the massive waves. The moment the waves collided with the sword energy, the devastating force dissipated into nothingness, leaving only droplets of water falling gently. A man in a black shirt, carrying a sword case on his back, walked forward. His voice was calm and deep. "This is deceive territory. Gods are forbidden here." Hovering above the sea was Poseidon, the sea god, his towering frame, muscular chest, and trident radiating divine might. "Mortal, do you know who I am?" "Divine Code 009, Poseidon, the sea god," Zhou Ping replied calmly. Poseidon's anger flared. Mortal, how dare you reduce a god to a mere number? With a roar, a 1,000-meter-high tidal wave surged from the distance. I do not kill nameless mortals. Zhou Ping's gaze lifted slightly as he unsheathed the dragon elephant sword, unleashing a sharp wave of energy. Zhou Ping, they call me the Sword Saint. At the same time, in the snow-covered northern region of Xia, an eerie and sinister force scattered birds into the sky. A strange darkness spread across the land, leaving death and desolation in its wake. Countless glowing blue eyes of skeletal warriors emerged from the shadows, advancing like an army to consume the snowy plains. A man draped in a red cloak stood waiting, his star blade planted firmly in the snow. As the ominous darkness crept closer, he rose slowly, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. White smoke dissipated and swirled in the air. Let me introduce you to Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the Night Watchers of Xia. As the words fell, the ethereal figure of Hades, the king of the underworld, slowly manifested. In Cangnan City, Jiang Ye felt the surrounding space gradually dimming. However, it wasn't complete darkness. Instead, it resembled being immersed in a magnificent cosmic starry sky. Carefully attuning himself to the energy fluctuations around him, he quickly confirmed that this was an independent space created by an artifact, not the work of a forbidden object. Although the strength of Yuanshi Tianzuan had not fully recovered, forcibly breaking through this space was not beyond his capability. But when Jiang Ye turned and saw the elderly man in a Taoist robe sitting upright on a stone stool, he hesitated. In front of Yuanshi Tianzuan was a stone-carved chessboard imbued with the power of universal laws. Stroking his beard gently, the old man looked at Jiang Ye with a kind gaze. Young friend, may I invite you to a game of chess with this humble Taoist? Jiang Ye sheathed his blade and approached the chessboard. He could sense the profound law energy embedded within the board and its pieces. This chessboard is formed from the condensed power of my laws, Yuanshi Tianzuan explained. All things operate according to their own principles. Every move on this board can influence the situation in Cangnan. If you can defeat me, I promise I will no longer interfere in any of your affairs. As he spoke, he gestured invitingly. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. Through his perception, he realized that the black and white pieces already placed on the board reflected the current state of affairs in Cangnan and Xia. Winning this game could not only alter the outcome of the Divine War and gain him valuable points for modification, but also slow down the disappearance of Cangnan. Tianzuan, even so, you cannot defeat me, Jiang Ye said bluntly. Oh, what makes you say that, young friend? Because I said so. Yuanshi Tianzuan chuckled. Young friend, let me tell you this. In all my years of playing chess, aside from losing to the Jade Emperor's decree of law, I have never been defeated. Jiang Ye found this even more amusing. Then you've just walked right into the trap. He added, if I refuse to play, I can simply break your space and disrupt the outcome. Why bother with all this? After some bargaining, the two reached an agreement. If Jiang Ye won, he would earn a favor from Tianzuan. If he lost, he would no longer interfere with the trajectory of Xia. As Jiang Ye took his seat across the board, the starry sky above suddenly split in two. On one side was the golden divine power emanating from Yuanshi Tianzuan, and on the other, the blue and white primordial energy of Jiang Ye. The two forces clashed fiercely at their boundary. Young friend, you may take the first move with black. By the way, how should I address you? After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye picked up a black piece between his fingers. With a crisp snap, the piece landed in the center position. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes glimmered with a trace of surprise. Placing the piece at the center, you may call me the master of all phenomena. As Jiang Ye's words settled, the blue and white light in the space began to overwhelm the golden divine power, advancing steadily toward victory. As Jiang Ye made his move on the celestial chessboard, deep within the dense fog beyond the borders of Xia, a pair of radiant golden dragon eyes snapped open. A surge of formidable divine power rippled through the mist, causing the mysterious creatures lurking nearby to scatter in terror. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, its sheer divine force pinning the fleeing creatures to the ground, rendering them immobile no matter how they struggled. From within the fog, the colossal figure of a five-clawed golden dragon, stretching thousands of meters long, began to emerge. Even a glimpse of its massive form was enough to strike awe and fear into the hearts of onlookers. Ugh, so annoying. I just ascended to the realm of the main god, and already I have to get to work, muttered Xiao Jin as it received a soul contract command in its mind. Weariness flickered in its golden eyes as it scanned the bizarre and grotesque creatures below. Having grown tired of consuming such beings, it felt no appetite for them anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Jin unleashed its divine senses, and a flash of gold lit up its eyes. An outer god's presence in Xia? How could they attack so soon? It immediately locked onto the nearest divine aura and, with its massive golden body radiating light, soared skyward in a flash. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Xia, Yifan stood wielding the silver-white star blade, cutting down the advancing army of skeletons with a single sweeping strike. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he fixed his gaze on the void-like figure of Hades, the ruler of the underworld. Revered Yifan, how can a mere mortal protect Shiva's grudge? Hades rasped. Such a dangerous relic should be safeguarded only by Olympus. Yifan scoffed coldly. You, who sacrifice your divine citizens and harm your own gods, dare to make such claims? Not long ago, Nyx, the goddess of night, appeared in deceive, and you wiped out her offspring. When she returns, can you withstand her wrath? Hades' ghostly blue eyes flared with eerie flames. Mortal, do not attempt to deceive me. She is long dead. Surrender Shiva's grudge within 15 minutes, or deceive will become a realm of the undead. The star blade in Yifan's hand hummed with a clear resonance as he spoke coolly. In this mist, you are far from your former glory. To be honest, you're not even better than a dog clinging to its last breath. As his words fell, an oppressive and chilling divine power bore down on Yifan. His expression hardened slightly, and a faint glow emanated from the blade in his hand. Arrogant mortal, let me remind you gods will always remain gods. Hades bellowed with maniacal laughter. Yifan extinguished his cigarette with a final drag. Foolish outer god, the deities of deceive have already awakened. In time, you will learn what it means to face a true god. The deities of deceive? I'd like to see them try. Bring them on. Hades sneered. At that moment, a majestic dragon's roar pierced the skies, and a golden radiance illuminated the frozen wasteland. Both Hades and Yifan turned their eyes toward the misty border, where the fog churned and golden light blazed. Emerging slowly from the haze was the massive head of a divine dragon, as vast as a mountain. The resplendent, 1,000-meter-long golden dragon coiled high above the heavens, exuding an aura of unmatched majesty and sanctity. The ghostly blue flames in Hades' eyes flared up abruptly as he stared in disbelief at the massive golden dragon looming on the horizon. The great Xia divine dragon? Hades frowned deeply. No, this doesn't make sense. That dragon had only just entered the divine realm not long ago. How could it have reached the level of a supreme god so quickly? This defies all logic. What on earth did it do? His gaze locked onto the golden figure with unprecedented gravity. Although their levels of power were comparable, Hades, having spent so long in the mist, was far from his prime. If Yifan joined forces with the golden dragon, he stood no chance of winning. Damn it! Hades cursed under his breath. Yifan's heart lifted as he saw the golden dragon approaching swiftly. It was the same dragon that had appeared at Tianan Mountain in Cangnan not long ago. Now its divine power was even more overwhelming than before. It really broke through, he thought. Yifan's eyes shifted back to Hades, and a smirk appeared on his face. I should thank you for this. Summoning the great Xia divine dragon was quite the move. Hades' mouth twitched, momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had unwittingly lured the dragon here with his theatrics. He closed his ghostly blue eyes for a moment, his fists clenched tight as he quickly assessed the situation. Fight or flee? After glancing at Yifan and the golden dragon, he made his decision in an instant. Flee. The eerie black death energy began to retreat rapidly, crossing the borders of Great Xia. Before vanishing into the mist, Hades shot Yifan a final glare. Mortal, I will remember this debt. When the gods descend upon Great Xia, you will pay it back in full. Before his words had fully faded, the death energy had already disappeared into the depths of the mist. Roar! The golden dragon let out a resounding cry and chased after the retreating darkness. Food! Stop right there. You dare escape from this divine dragon. As the golden dragon swept past Yifan, it suddenly halted. Initially planning to gather some faith energy, it reconsidered upon realizing that Yifan might know its master. Instead, it asked, Do you know Lin Shiya? I do. Yifan replied instinctively, startled for a moment. The golden dragon nodded, then enveloped Yifan in a radiant golden light, transporting him onto its head. Come with this divine dragon to catch that food. With a flash of its colossal 10,000-meter-long body, the golden dragon carried Yifan into the mist in pursuit. Fully aware that it had only just entered the realm of a supreme god, it felt reassured with Yifan, a powerful ally, by its side. Even if Hades' true form appeared, they would hold the upper hand. This divine dragon is truly cautious, it mused smugly, stroking its whiskers. Standing atop the dragon's resplendent head, Yifan, gripping his star blade, felt a sense of disbelief. He glanced down at the majestic and sacred dragon's head, then turned to take in the sight of its massive, 10,000-meter-long body. His heart was filled with awe. I'm actually riding a dragon. After the initial excitement passed, Yifan quickly regained his composure. The fact that the divine dragon treated him so warmly just because he mentioned knowing Lin Qiye was intriguing. Could it be that this guardian dragon of the heavenly court was Lin Qiye's loyal servant? And so, On this day at the northern border, a middle-aged man wielding a radiant moonlit blade stood atop a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon. Together, they charged into the mist to slay a god and showcase the might of Great Xia. In the special space shrouded by the divine artifact, the blue and white glow gradually overpowered the golden light, gaining absolute dominance. Yuan Shitian sat calmly across from Jiang Ye, stroking his beard with one hand and holding a white chess piece with the other. His demeanor was composed as he scrutinized the game board. Placing a piece at the center, without absolute certainty of victory, no one would dare make such a move. Your confidence is admirable, young friend, but relying solely on the Huanglong won't change much in the end. Yuan Shitian remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his head. He then moved the white piece in his hand to the lower right corner, where a black and a white piece were already positioned. To the two of them, these were not mere chess pieces but representations of the ongoing battle between Zhou Ping and Poseidon along the shores of the East Sea. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan Shitian placed the white piece next to another white piece, securing his position. Extending your influence? Jiang Ye smiled, understanding that in the game of chess, extension was a strategy to solidify one's power and seek expansion. As the white piece was placed, a vivid image of the East Sea coastline appeared in Jiang Ye's mind. Thunder flickered across a sky heavy with dark clouds, and towering pillars of water swirled around Poseidon. Each of these water columns carried destructive energy. Behind the trident-wielding sea god rose a colossal tsunami, nearly 1,000 meters high, surging toward the city where Zhou Ping stood. The fierce wind swept Zhou Ping's hair aside. Yet this mortal faced the apocalyptic scene with calm, unwavering eyes. Arrogant mortal, your audacity will cost you your life. Poseidon raised his blue-armored arm, and the swirling water columns transformed instantly into massive serpents of water, each stretching 1,000 meters long. They darted toward Zhou Ping like arrows unleashed. Zhou Ping's expression remained unchanged. He raised his sword horizontally before him, his left hand gently brushing the blade. In an instant, countless streaks of white sword energy erupted from the Longxiang sword, coalescing midair into numerous small swords, matching the number of water serpents. Go! With Zhou Ping's command, the sword energy surged upward like a roaring river, instantly reducing the water serpents to mere droplets that dissipated into the humid air. Mortal, I admit you possess some skill, but you have not reached the divine realm. To challenge a god is nothing but laughable naivety. Poseidon roared furiously, brandishing his trident. The tsunami behind him swelled another several thousand meters, the terrifying pressure causing the city's citizens to collapse in despair. A tsunami? It's over. A soldier on the city wall muttered in hopelessness. But his comrade beside him patted his shoulder and said, "Have faith in Daxia. In the face of disaster, we do not surrender to fate." Zhou Ping gazed at the overwhelming force before him, his brows furrowed slightly. As white sword energy surged around him, he leapt into the air and landed steadily on the stormy sea. Holding the Longxiang sword, he advanced step by step toward the mountain-like figure of the sea god. With each step, countless streaks of sword energy erupted, surging directly at Poseidon. The other sneered, his trident spinning rapidly to counter the terrifying sword aura rushing toward him. The sheer force of the rebound caused him to involuntarily lean back slightly. A flicker of undisguised shock flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Mortal, what do you intend to do?" Zhou Ping slowly ascended into the air, his expression as calm as still water. He enunciated each word clearly. "Slay a god." Outside the scene, Jiang Ye's consciousness withdrew from the stunning spectacle, and a look of deep emotion appeared on his face. Before him stood none other than Zhou Ping, the mortal who dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Jiang Ye reached up to untie the black silk blindfold covering his eyes, and behind his tightly shut eyelids, a radiant blue-white light began to glow. The Yuanshi Tianzuan across from him was momentarily startled by the sight and remarked, "Young friend, he has not yet taken that final step. You cannot win this game. I told you, the outcome of this match is for me to decide." Jiang Ye replied firmly, picking up a black stone. His expression was resolute. "Today, Tianzuan, you will witness with your own eyes how a mortal slays a god." Clack! The sound of the stone hitting the board rang out crisply. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression froze as he lowered his gaze to the board. A black stone captures. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and the scene of the East Sea unfolded before him. Slay a god? Ha ha ha. Poseidon burst into wild laughter, his gaze full of contempt. "Foolish mortal, is this your final delusion before death?" The sea god raised his trident high, unleashing an overwhelming divine aura that bore down upon Zhou Ping's seemingly insignificant figure. Zhou Ping's sword aura surged into the sky as he swung the dragon elephant sword. The brilliant white sword light instantly shattered the divine aura into scattered fragments of radiance. Without pause, The sword aura surged toward Poseidon like an unstoppable tide. The sea god chanted an ancient incantation, summoning a protective barrier of condensed seawater energy around himself. Zhou Ping gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching tsunami. At this moment, the only way to protect the city behind him was to severely wound or kill the sea god. He turned to glance at the city he was defending, his expression grave. As the sword saint of Daxia, Zhou Ping's eyes were veiled in white sword energy, and the dragon elephant's sword hummed with resonance. Channeling his full mental power into his sword aura, he shattered Poseidon's energy barrier in an instant, forcing the god to retreat half a step. Is that all you've got? Poseidon sneered, his trident infused with divine power clashing fiercely with Zhou Ping's radiant sword aura. The impacts caused shockwaves that reverberated through the air, shattering the buildings along the coastline. As Zhou Ping grew anxious about the nearing tsunami, a surge of terrifying divine power suddenly flowed into the dragon elephant's sword. Who are you? He asked with a frown. I am like you, a mortal who has slain a god. Use this divine power wisely, Zhou Ping. A clear voice echoed in his mind. Closing his eyes, Zhou Ping felt the dragon elephant's sword in his hands radiate an intense blue-white divine light. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying divine energy erupted, shattering Poseidon's power and sending the towering god's form hurtling back dozens of meters. Divine power. How does your sword possess divine power? Poseidon's face twisted in fear. Zhou Ping opened his glowing blue-white eyes and responded, not with an answer, but with a declaration. My name is Zhou Ping, plain and unremarkable. But today, I, Zhou Ping, stand for Daxia. As a mortal, I will slay a god. Along the coast of the East Sea, a sharp sword aura shot skyward, tearing apart the dark clouds that had blanketed the heavens. The azure sky reappeared, and the thunder-filled clouds dissipated like dust. Under the radiance of the blue and white sword light, the towering tsunami, thousands of meters high, stilled in an instant, transforming into a vast mist that spread through the air. As sunlight pierced through the mist, a brilliant rainbow stretched across the sea and sky. Poseidon, the sea god, stood on the water's surface, his pupils contracting violently. He stared in disbelief at the mortal enveloped in the blue and white sword aura. How is this possible? Such immense divine power. How did he acquire it? Realizing that his current avatar was no match for the opponent, Poseidon turned and dove into the sea, sending up a massive spray of water. As he plunged rapidly into the deep, he left a parting threat. Mortal, I will remember this grudge. When the gods descend upon Daxia, I hope you are still alive. Wielding his trident, Poseidon emitted a dazzling divine light to shield himself, speeding through the depths of the ocean like lightning. Even the surface of the sea rippled in his wake. Yet at that moment, Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed as he calmly swung the dragon elephant's sword in his hand. Behind him, the phantom of a youth with closed eyes appeared, blue and white divine light flowing from the corners of his eyelids. This was Jiang Ye's apparition, who gently guided Zhou Ping's sword-wielding hand. With a resonant sword cry, a beam of sword energy imbued with boundless divine power pierced through the water, instantly catching up to Poseidon, who thought he had escaped danger. As the sea god began to turn his head, the blue and white sword light slashed across his neck, effortlessly bypassing the defenses of his divine body. In his final moments, Poseidon's eyes were filled with confusion. How could a mere mortal suddenly wield such terrifying divine power? This familiar aura, could it be the one who reached the peak of the main god realm during the Cangnan divine war a decade ago? Blood quickly dyed the sea red. Zhou Ping hovered amidst the rainbow, gazing down at the dragon elephant's sword in his hand, lost in thought. Why did he help me? In the city, the people, emerging from their despair, stepped out of their hiding places to bask in the warm sunlight. A young boy excitedly called to his mother, "Mom, the disaster is gone." The woman, with tears in her eyes, pulled her son into a tight embrace. Everyone looked up at the radiant rainbow in the sky. Along the coastline, the 7 night watchmen of Huaihai City gazed at the dark-clad figure in the sky. "Captain, the sword saint has done it," one of the watchmen said. The man in a dark red cloak stared at the sword saint's silhouette, his eyes glistening with tears. "Yes, he did it. The sword saint has proven it to us. A mortal can slay a god." In the distance, Xiao Jin and Yi Fan witnessed the awe-inspiring feat of Zhou Ping defeating a deity. Having just consumed the avatar of Hades, the king of the underworld, Xiao Jin remained calm, immediately recognizing that his master had borrowed external power. Yet, even so, the sight of a mere mortal contending with a god to such an extent left him secretly astonished. If Zhou Ping were to ascend to godhood one day, his strength might rival that of the main deities. Xiao Jin shook his dragon head, set the dazed Yi Fan down, and dove headfirst into the East Sea to search for Poseidon's avatar. Yi Fan stood on the shore, gazing at the figure in black, standing atop the waves. His expression slowly shifted from shock to deep thought. Zhou Ping, who had not yet taken that crucial step forward, should not possess such power, even against an avatar of Poseidon, without mastering the laws of divinity. Turning his head, Yi Fan looked toward the direction where the guardian dragon of the celestial court had departed, pondering whether a deity from Xia might have intervened in secret. But soon, he shook his head, his gaze returning to Zhou Ping, a smile forming at the corner of his lips. Zhou Ping, it seems I owe you one again. At the same time, on a desolate highway outside Cangnan City, a delivery rider in a yellow uniform was keeping pace with a truck. Lu Wuwei knocked on the truck's window, startling the smoking driver, who glanced at his dashboard and widened his eyes. Damn it! How's that crappy electric scooter going 130 km/h? Taking advantage of the driver's distraction, Lu Wuwei steered with one hand while pulling a pizza box from his delivery bag with the other. Hey, your delivery's here, he called out. God designation 018, Loki, the god of mischief, Lu Wuwei said with a smile. Yes, this is your order. The pizza box sprang open, and a row of glowing blue explosives shot into the truck's cabin. The driver's face froze in horror before an explosion erupted, sending flames into the sky. Lu Wuwei sped his scooter out of the fireball, his gaze suddenly fixed on the direction of the East Sea, his brow furrowing. The divine aura of that god from Cangnan 10 years ago, why was it now appearing in the East Sea? What shocked him even more was that Poseidon's divine presence had vanished entirely. Shaking his head, he decided to prioritize tracking down the remaining avatars of Loki, the god of mischief. Meanwhile, outside Cangnan City, a woman carrying a backpack stopped in her tracks and broke into a peculiar smile. Her body trembled violently before transforming into a tall Western man draped in a deep green robe, his features sharp and enigmatic. Loki. Another one of my avatars slain, and even that fool Poseidon has fallen, Loki muttered as he stepped into Cangnan. It seems Xia is not as weak as it appears. But this time, the Shiva grudge will be mine. He whispered softly, my divine agent, see Xiaonan? In a special space shrouded by divine artifacts above Cangnan, blue and white divine light had already suppressed the golden light by more than half. Yuanshi Tianzuan, watching the chessboard, no longer wore his usual calm expression. My young friend, isn't this a bit unfair? The old man remarked. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile. Tianzuan, I'm winning with my own abilities, how could that be considered unfair? Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lin Qiye, author, take good care of yourself and keep updating, alright? And remember, no harm to Jiang Ye, I'll send you some gifts, someone commented. Oh, I responded absent-mindedly, then widened my eyes, grabbing Lin Qiye by the collar. What did you just say? You. Take good care of yourself? No, the next part. Send some gifts? I slowly released his collar, adjusted my glasses, and put on a worldly-wise expression. Quick, quick. Hand me the keyboard, I'm to update. In the boundless expanse of the universe, Earth drifts like a small, solitary boat. Michael's golden eyes gazed downward, just in time to catch the scene of Zhou Ping slaying a god. The seraphim's 6 wings quivered slightly, a faint trace of shock flashing across his face. Impossible, how could a mortal slay a god? A mortal without the power of divine laws could never achieve such a feat. His sacred 6 wings trembled gently as his golden, radiant eyes turned toward the depths of the eastern sea. There, on the seabed, a sword mark came into view, emitting a distinct wave of divine energy. Yet, when he looked back at Zhou Ping, there was no sign of divine energy emanating from him. Michael's confusion deepened. Gathering the power of laws in his palm, he carefully examined the sword mark on the seabed. Soon, he detected a faint trace of lingering blue-white divine energy. That familiar orate was unmistakably from the supreme god who had emerged in Cangnan a decade ago. As realization dawned, Michael couldn't help but smirk at his earlier alarm. So, it wasn't a mortal defying the heavens, but rather a god aiding from the shadows. This brought to mind the memory of that foolish ant who once sought to judge the gods, even daring to contemplate deicide. Turning his gaze toward Cangnan, Michael discovered that the ant's presence had vanished. He considered using the power of laws to investigate further, but dismissed the idea an insignificant ant was hardly worth the attention of a god like him. Still, a question lingered in his mind. Why would the supreme god of Cangnan go to such lengths to help a mortal slay a god? For a supreme god, destroying a god's avatar should be as effortless as snapping a finger. Could it be that he intended to prove something by having a mortal slay a god? Meanwhile, within a space where blue-white and golden divine light intertwined above Cangnan, Yuanshi Tianzuan stood hesitating over a celestial chessboard. Jiang Ye's move reminded him of a game he once played against the Jade Emperor. But he quickly dismissed the thought Jiang Ye was certainly not the Jade Emperor reincarnated, and could not possess the power of words becoming law. Yet, the strange phenomenon before him left him puzzled. The celestial chessboard, formed by the laws of the great Tao, should not have been directly influenced by the divine power of the players. He raised his eyes to study the young man whose eyes glimmered with blue-white divine light, deep in thought. Could all of this have been part of his plan? Recalling the Heavenly Dragon's Guardian contract and the sudden burst of divine energy from Zhou Ping's sword, Yuanchi Tianzuan grew increasingly certain that this young man was no ordinary person. Young friend, I owe you an apology for my earlier underestimation. From now on, I will not hold back. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a faint smile as he extended his right hand. Bring it on. Yuanchi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his gaze to the chessboard, abandoning the offensive move in the upper right corner. His gaze was fixed on the scattered pieces in the lower left corner of the board. The white stones had already encircled the black ones, mirroring the situation unfolding in Cangnan. Jiang Ye picked up a white stone with his right hand and placed it on the board with a crisp click. This move cleverly cut off any chance of the black stones escaping, trapping them entirely in the lower left corner, unable to connect with the other scattered pieces. My young friend, the hidden pawns of the outer gods in Cangnan have already been activated. The crisis in Cangnan has only just begun, and the outcome remains uncertain, Yuanchi Tianzuan said calmly, stroking his beard. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, understanding who the hidden pawn referred to. See Xiaonan? He silently shook his head. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Shangjing City, Si Xiaonan lay on the bed, her forehead dotted with beads of sweat. Si Xiaonan, my agent, it's time to return. A series of voices echoed in her ears. Pain flashed across her face as she instinctively clutched her head with both hands. Hearing the sounds of distress, her roommate, Hong Ying, rushed to her side and grabbed her hand. Xiaonan, what's wrong? Si Xiaonan's eyes abruptly shot open as she sat up, gasping for air. Upon seeing Hong Ying, she immediately hugged her and softly responded. A faint red glow flickered in her eyes. Hong Ying sighed helplessly and patted her shoulder in comfort. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke the moment. Hong Ying opened the door to find Wu Xiangnan, Long Xian, and Wen Qima standing outside. The entire city of Cangnan has been locked down. The captain is clearly hiding something from us, Wu Xiangnan said with a serious expression. We're heading back to Cangnan right now. Team 136 is a collective. You can't let the captain face this alone. Besides, there's another teammate who'll be joining us. Jiang Ye slowly withdrew his foresight, his expression remaining calm. Tianzuan, this hidden pawn is of no use to me. Even without coordinating with Si Xiaonan, she wouldn't take the Shiva grudge, but would instead grab a fake one. Oh? What makes you say that, young friend? The elder's expression remained unchanged, though he had already calculated that the hidden pawn of the trickster god would be key to seizing the Shiva grudge. Jiang Ye smiled indifferently and picked up a black stone. Tianzuan, this is the difference between humans and gods. Human emotions are often complex and unpredictable. With a decisive snap, the black stone landed on the board. Surprisingly, Jiang Ye did not choose to break through but instead made a defensive move within his own territory. My young friend, a single pool-level cultivator and a special team won't be enough to hold them off. Even if you have countermeasures against the hidden pawn, this isn't enough to stop two outer gods, the elder remarked, placing another white stone on the board to block any chance of the black stones gaining breathing room. In Jiang Ye's perception, that white stone represented the deity codenamed 016 Indra, the Hindu god of thunder and rain. He had already devised a plan. Prevent Chen Fuzi from being held back by Indra, delay Lin Qiye's exit from Chen Fuzi's mindscape, and ultimately use his words to disrupt Loki's schemes. As for who would hold off Indra, Jiang Ye's gaze fell on the stones in the bowl, his mind already made up. High above the outskirts of Cangnan, a military helicopter hovered in the sky, its engine roaring and slicing through the air. Kong Shang, wearing refined glasses, stepped into the cabin and glanced at Xia Siming, who was intently fiddling with a stuffed toy. Captain, the entire city of Cangnan is under lockdown. The higher-ups have ordered us to evacuate immediately. Xia Siming slowly put down the toy, her eyes suddenly lighting up with determination. No way. This is the perfect chance to recruit Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya. We're heading to Cangnan to help. Captain, this would be disobeying direct orders from the higher-ups. Kong Shang looked puzzled. Over the past 2 days, the Phoenix squad had been lingering around the outskirts of Cangnan because of Xia Siming's insistence on recruiting Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya. Even Ling Lin couldn't persuade her otherwise. What orders? I didn't hear a thing. Xia Siming blinked innocently, then casually tossed the order document in Kong Shang's hands into a corner. Just follow me. Target, Cangnan. Let's move. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Cangnan, a man dressed in a deep green robe stood gazing at the distant city. Loki, the god of mischief, curved his lips into a sinister smile. We still can't pinpoint the exact location of Shiva's wrath. We'll have to force it out. A faint glow emanated from his hand, and several swirling portals of energy materialized out of thin air. Massive ice-blue feet stepped through first, shaking the ground with each step. One by one, frost giants emerged from the portals. Let chaos reign here, Loki murmured softly. Under a sky heavy with dark clouds, fierce winds howled as the city's edge braced itself for battle. The defensive forces stood ready. At the forefront of the troops stood Chin Muxi, his dark red cape billowing in the wind. He dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. Muxi, is that you? A woman's voice came through, filled with excitement and concern. Tears glistened in Chan Muxi's eyes as he listened to the distant rumble of thunder, momentarily unable to speak. How have you and the child been lately? He finally asked. We're doing fine, the woman replied, her voice trembling with emotion. Muxi, come back home. The child misses you so much. He's always bragging to his classmates that his dad is a narcotics officer. In the distance, the blue giants loomed closer, frost spreading beneath their feet. At the sound of fire, countless rounds of artillery launched, filling the air with explosions, roars, and the relentless howl of the wind. The day we divorced, I told you. I can't come back, Chin Muxi said through gritted teeth. Tell the child. I'm sorry. He ended the call, turning his gaze toward the city that was about to descend into chaos. The wind continued to roar, unyielding. The sound of gunfire grew closer and closer. The long blade in his hand slowly slid out of its sheath, producing a crisp metallic ring. Resolutely, he turned and drove the sign reading, No Jia airspace, deep into the ground. With steady steps, he began to walk away from the city, leaving behind only the silhouette of a guardian. Not far away, a young man with a frosted sword stood atop a high vantage point. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and gazed at the approaching horde of frost giants, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. A faint pink glow appeared in his pupils, and in an instant, countless pink-eyed rats burst forth from underground, forming ranks along the frost giant's path. Come on in. Meeting time. And Qingyu's lips curled into a faint smile as his eyes radiated an intense pink light. In a flash, the front rows of the rat horde unleashed brilliant beams of pink light from their eyes. Any frost giant that met their gaze froze in place, their souls ensnared in a carefully crafted illusion. Charging at the forefront, Chinmai stopped in his tracks as he witnessed this scene. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead rats. Turning back, he recognized the familiar figure of the young man. The Thief of Secrets recalled a similar technique he had seen during a raid on the ancient god Chich's training camp and pondered silently, is he helping us? But there was no time for further thought. The encroaching chill reminded him that the frost giants beyond the illusion's reach were still advancing. The long blade in Chen Mui's hand erupted with a cold, ghostly energy, as a spectral shadow emerged behind him. Yama's court, he muttered. The ghostly energy infused his blade, and with a fierce slash, a razor-sharp arc of light cleaved through the nearest frost giant, severing it cleanly. Meanwhile, within the inner vision of Qin Fuzi, Lin Qiye sat idly, toying with a teacup, his brows furrowed. Fuzi, why am I here? What? You're not happy to keep an old man company for tea and conversation? Qin Fuzi replied calmly, sipping his tea. Lin Qiye didn't dare to argue, but his heart was heavy with unease. Without Hong Ying and the others, could the captain and Jiang Ye handle this disaster in Cangnan? And wasn't it too much of a coincidence that Cangnan faced a crisis just as Hong Ying's team left for training in Shangjing? Lin Qiye, stay here in the inner vision. Even if you went out, your current strength wouldn't make a difference. Chen Fuzi set down his teacup, his gaze drifting toward the frost giants surging outside the carriage, his brows slightly knitting. Fuzi, is something wrong? Lin Qiye sensed something amiss. Nothing, Chen Fuzi replied with a gentle smile. Just some lowly foreign creatures, easily dealt with. As he spoke, he casually tossed the teacup into the air. The tea within transformed into a massive vapor blade stretching hundreds of meters long, slicing through the sky. In an instant, the frost giants within a kilometer radius froze in place. Then, countless giant heads tumbled to the ground, their blood staining the earth crimson. At the portal, a Western man in a deep green robe frowned as he looked at the carriage. After a moment, a sly smile crept onto Loki's lips. Fortunately, there was still a piece on the board he could use. Dark clouds churned across the horizon, with lightning flashing incessantly within them. With a deafening roar, a massive pillar of lightning, crackling with electric energy, descended from the heavens, its overwhelming divine presence instantly engulfing the entire outskirts of Cangnan. That is, deity code 016, Indra, the Indian god of thunder and rain. The city guard officer's expression turned grave, the lines on his face deepening. In early Indian mythology, Indra's status was second only to Brahma, Shiva, and other supreme deities. Even if it's only an avatar descending, his divine power approaches that of a primary god. The master may struggle to handle this. From within the pillar of lightning, a copper-skinned figure slowly emerged bare-chested, wearing exotic trousers, his gleaming bald head strikingly illuminated by the lightning. Hovering in the air, Indra gazed down at the carriage below, his thunderous voice shaking everyone's very souls. Insects, hand over Shiva's forbidden artifact. The voice resonated through the mental domain and into the carriage, leaving Lin Qiye's eardrums aching. Instinctively, he reached for the star blade, only to have his hand stopped by Master Chen. Do not go out. Here, he cannot enter, Chen said, motioning for the driver to steer the carriage farther away. As he looked at the deity in the sky, Lin Qiye's brow furrowed deeply. This crisis was far worse than he had imagined. A god descending upon Cangnan was a threat not only to him, but to Captain Jiang Ye and the entire city. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the top of the carriage, leaving a scorched breach in the mental domain. Master Chen's expression darkened as he quickly summoned his spiritual energy to repair the damage. But the second and third bolts came in rapid succession, creating more breaches, and his face grew increasingly grim. Master, let me go out. I need to fight alongside my comrades, Lin Qiye pleaded. Master Chen was about to refuse when several more bolts of lightning tore through, creating a massive gap in the mental domain. Although the carriage had already moved far from the battlefield, it was still within the boundaries of Cangnan City. At this rate, the mental domain would eventually be breached. Lin Shiya, stay put. It will take him a long while to break through my mental domain, Chen said firmly. You're only at the pool realm. Your strength is too weak to make any difference in this disaster. Lin Qiye knew his abilities were limited, but the thought of his family and comrades in the city made him resolute. But I want to try, he said with determination. Master Chen held his teacup, falling into a long silence before his tone finally softened. All right, but you must remember no matter what happens, do not leave the boundaries of Cangnan City. Keep this in mind. These words left Lin Qiye frozen in place, a wave of familiarity surging through him. He recalled that Jiang Ye had told him the exact same thing before. Why couldn't he leave Cangnan? With this question lingering in his mind, he quickly leapt off the carriage and raced toward the outskirts of Cangnan. The top of the carriage had already been scorched black with gaping holes from the relentless lightning strikes. Chen Fuzi, staring at the damage to his mental projection, couldn't help but curse, if I were better at a fence, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Without Lin Qiye's protection, Chen Fuzi ordered the coachman to drive the carriage away from Cangnan City. The terrifying lightning continued to pursue them, divine power rippling through the air. Several bolts of thunder struck the carriage roof, shattering most of the mental projection. Master, if this keeps up, the carriage is going to fall apart, the coachman shouted anxiously. Chen Fuzi was fuming, feeling like a turtle being chased and attacked. Every strike of lightning only added fuel to his anger. Damn it, I'm not someone to be bullied. Just as he was about to rise and fight back, he suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures and a golden dragon appearing in the distance. Chen Fuzi's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them vigorously to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Standing on the head of a massive golden dragon, tens of thousands of meters long, were Yi Fan in a dark red cloak and Zhou Ping in black robes, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In the distance, Indra, the Indian thunderstorm deity, paused at the sight of the golden dragon radiating the aura of a main god. As a nearing god-level incarnation, Indra realized that even if he could match the dragon in battle, adding those three humans into the equation made victory nearly impossible. However, the Shiva grudge had to be obtained. It belonged to the Indian pantheon. Yi Fan and Zhou Ping, riding the divine dragon, stopped in front of Chen Fuzi. Seeing that Chen Fuzi had already left the boundaries of Cangnan, Yi Fan frowned and asked, Master, didn't I tell you to protect Lin Shiya? Where is he? If I'd known you two were coming, would I have let him leave? Chen Fuzi coughed helplessly. Lin Qiye went to assist Team 136. Yi Fan's expression softened slightly. At least Lin Qiye hadn't left Cangnan. Turning to face Indra, who hovered behind the carriage, Yi Fan taunted, Master, we've already finished our fight, and you're still being chased around? That's embarrassing for all of us. You bastard. Hand me that divine dragon, and I'll show you what I can do. Stop acting all superior. Chen Fuzi growled, struggling to suppress his frustration. The three of them landed back on the carriage as the massive golden dragon surged toward Indra. The dragon emitted a blinding golden light, dispersing the thunderclouds that Indra had gathered. The trio launched their assault on the Indian deity without hesitation. Meanwhile, above Cangnan City, a Boeing series aircraft descended alongside the Phoenix Squad's plane. Faced with countless frost giants in the outskirts, the reinforcements didn't hesitate. They leapt from the aircraft, charging into battle. On board the Boeing, Zhao Kongqing casually brushed his hair aside, his star blade resting on his shoulder as he struck a confident pose. Gazing down at the frost giants below, a smirk played at the corner of his lips. Stuck in the lab all day, I was about to go out of my mind from boredom. Hey, blue fatties, ready to witness my dazzling blade skills? Two teams leaped from the airplane simultaneously, their figures glowing with various colors against the dim sky. On the ground, Qingyu and Chen Mai fought fiercely, cutting down the surrounding frost giants while glancing up at the roaring skies above. As the Phoenix squad came into view, Chen Mai's gaze froze on the slowly descending Boeing aircraft. His lips moved slightly, but the words caught in his throat. A streak of fire tore through the night sky, and a burning spear plummeted like a missile. With a deafening boom, flames erupted among the frost giants, engulfing a dozen of them in an instant. Moments later, Long Xian descended from above, gripping his sniper rifle firmly. A series of sharp gunshots rang out, and several frost giants fell to the ground, their heads shattered. One by one, familiar figures landed: Si Xiaonan, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Old Zhao. The most striking presence, however, was the figure cloaked in black. Zhao Kongqing, wielding the star blade, appeared with a faint crescent shadow behind him. With a swift flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped blade of light swept out. The sound of tearing filled the air as the frost giants were severed clean in half. Zhao Kongqing landed gracefully, standing with his back to Chen Mai. Turning his head slightly, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Captain, was I impressive just now?" The other team members touched down one after another. Wu Xiangnan approached Chen Mai, his expression stern. "Captain, Team 136 isn't about playing heroes. Exactly. We're comrades fighting side by side." Hong Ying raised her spear high, her voice ringing with determination. Chen Mai's eyes glistened with moisture as a faint, bittersweet smile appeared on his face. When Qima stepped forward, patting his shoulder and pointing at the airplane plummeting from the sky, he jested, "Captain, we just hijacked a plane. Do you have any idea how much compensation that'll cost?" The airplane crashed heavily into the ground, erupting in a fiery explosion. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Phoenix squad sprinted toward the spatial portals. Through her earpiece, Ling Lin assigned tasks. "Kongshang, destroy the 2 portals on the right. I'll handle the 3 in the center." "Captain." She trailed off, stunned, as she saw their leader, Xia Siming, running in the opposite direction. There, standing alone, was a young man, Lin Qiye, ranked 2nd in the Night Watch training camp. "Captain, we need to deal with the spatial portals first. Get back here. You can recruit him after we've dealt with the crisis," Ling Lin shouted into the earpiece. Hearing this as she ran, Xia Siming's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oops, I've been caught." She came to a halt, her gaze swiftly sweeping over Lin Qiye before she turned and sprinted towards the spatial teleportation gate. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was flying through the air with the help of transformation magic. When he spotted Squad 136 locked in fierce combat with frost giants, he immediately dispelled the magic and plummeted straight to the ground. With a sharp hiss, he landed steadily next to Zhao Kongqing. Raising his blade, he slashed a frost giant cleanly in half. Zhao Kongqing glanced at Lin Shiya and couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, that swing of yours has a bit of my old flair." As he spoke, he swung his blade, releasing a crescent-shaped slash that instantly cleaved 2 frost giants in half. Slowly sheathing his weapon, he smirked. "That strike impressive, huh?" Lin Qiye rolled his eyes. "Impressive, but not as impressive as my buddy back home. You little." Elsewhere, in a space bathed in divine light, the blue-white radiance of divine energy was overpowering the golden glow, taking the upper hand. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand after placing a piece on the board, smiling at the elder across from him. "Heavenly Venerable, the outcome seems quite clear." The Heavenly Venerable Primordial stroked his white beard, his gaze fixed on the chessboard covered in pieces. He shook his head slightly. "The world is full of endless possibilities. Even in dire straits, there is always a sliver of hope. The same applies to chess. Besides, this old Taoist still holds other cards." "Then, please proceed," Jiang Ye said with a slight nod. Without hesitation, the Heavenly Venerable placed a white piece beside a black one in the lower left corner. "Atari. The god of deceit may be different from the others, but this small move isn't enough to pose a threat. However, there is still one reincarnated being in Cangnan who can act." Jiang Ye picked up a black piece from the box. "I never said he would act personally, but his subordinates might." With a crisp click, the black piece was placed on the board. The surrounded black stones seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the elder's eyes. At the same time, in the outskirts of Cangnan, Loki, dressed in a deep green robe, furrowed his brows as he saw the Phoenix squad approaching. He turned to the man standing before him, Road Wu Wei, who was riding an electric scooter and wearing a mustard-colored delivery vest. "Do you think this will stop me?" Loki said coldly. Road Wu Wei stood expressionless. "The Thunder God's aura is already weakening. He won't last much longer. I just need to hold you off." Loki glanced toward the outskirts of Cangnan City, sensing the terrifying divine presence of a true, primordial god. He snorted dismissively. "A deity of Great Xia? Looks like the plan needs to be expedited." He summoned a dark glow in his palm, tearing open the void and creating a massive spatial rift. A blood-red giant claw emerged, shaking the earth. Moments later, a massive blood-colored hellhound garm, the Hound of Hell, stepped out completely. Following behind it was an even larger North Sea Leviathan. The two Klein-level entities exuded immense pressure, bearing down on Road Wu-wei. Back in the old district of Cangnan City, at the entrance of a low house, a small black mutt suddenly lifted its head, its body rising involuntarily. Dark clouds churned endlessly above Cangnan, shrouding the sky in an oppressive gloom. Inside an old, low-ceilinged house, Lin Qiye's aunt paced anxiously, her eyes occasionally darting to the ominous sky, her brows tightly furrowed. Unlike usual, Yang Jin was not by her side. Instead, he stood alone by the window, staring intently in the direction of Cangnan's outskirts, his expression grave. He still went, Yang Jin muttered, glancing down at his own body and shaking his head slightly. Though his strength had recovered remarkably well, using a large amount of divine power without a fully restored divine core would undoubtedly result in severe damage. As he sank deeper into thought, a soft knock came at the door, accompanied by a faint ripple of divine energy seeping through the gap. Neza? Yang Jin walked to the door and opened it, revealing a small child with twin buns in their hair, dressed in red, standing outside. Noticing the frozen time and space in the living room, Yang Jin frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The child in red grinned mischievously and dashed into the room. "Are you really planning to make a move?" "What are you talking about?" "I have no such intention," Yang Jin replied, puzzled. "Besides, with Huang Long there, the chances of success are high." Nez's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he pointed to a black shadow darting rapidly across the sky. Then, "Why is the howling celestial dog heading over there?" Yang Jin was startled and quickly moved to the window. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, emitting a divine glow. Through the churning clouds, he saw a massive black dog, capable of swallowing the sun and moon, racing towards the outskirts of Cangnan. "Damn it, who gave it that order?" Yang Jin's face darkened instantly as his gaze shifted to the two-story building next door. He recalled Jiang Ye's recent spellwork on the howling celestial dog and realized that Jiang Ye must have tampered with it again after Yang Jin had undone the initial spell. "The howling celestial dog wasn't released by you?" Neza asked, surprised. Yang Jin's face was grim as he muttered about needing to prepare a pot. Neza blinked in confusion. "A pot? What do you need a pot for in a fight?" "No, it's for later. When this is over, I'll cook dog meat for you." Yang Jin snapped. Neza's eyes lit up with fiery excitement. "Great, great. I'll go get ready. I've been telling you to do this since our days in the heavenly court, but you never listened." Yang Jin was left speechless. Meanwhile, in the two-story building next door, Lu Su gazed out the window at the roiling storm clouds, worry flickering in her eyes. Jiang Ye had left early that morning, and the sudden change in weather had filled her with unease. Although she understood her son's duty as a soldier, the rumbling thunder unsettled her deeply. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Su closed the window and retrieved 3 incense sticks from beneath the TV cabinet. She quietly made her way downstairs to a hidden basement. The creak of a wooden door echoed as it opened, revealing a modest shrine. At its center hung a black-and-white portrait of a spirited and dignified man, Jiang Ye's father, Jiang Zhenghua. Dressed in mourning clothes, Lu Su lit the incense and placed it before the photo. With her hands clasped together, she bowed her head and whispered a prayer. "Dear, all these years I've kept the truth from Xiaoyi, telling him you were working far away to earn money. He doesn't know you've already passed on." At that time, Xiaoyi had just turned 7, and his mother couldn't bear to tell him the truth about his father's passing. She feared the blow would be too much for her son to handle and worried he might be mocked by his classmates. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and her voice choked with emotion. "Ever since Xiaoyi left this morning, I felt a heavy weight in my heart, as if something bad was going to happen. Zhenghua, if you can hear me from the heavens, please watch over our child and help him grow up healthy and strong." Meanwhile, in the divine light realm, Jiang Ye suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze in the direction of his home, murmuring softly, "Mom." The Yuanshi Tianzuan sitting across from him paused in surprise before shaking his head and saying, "Young friend, you are already a god, a being revered as a creator by the outer gods. Mortal attachments will only hold you back from reaching the ultimate path." Jiang Ye slowly turned his head back, a single tear of blood slipping from the corner of his eye. "I've never sought the ultimate path. All I ever wanted was—" His words trailed off as the tear of blood transformed into blue and white divine light, dissipating into the air. After a long silence, he spoke again. "Tianzuan, it's your move." A strange glint flashed through Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. He nodded and picked up a white stone, saying, "Young friend, you are one of the rare opponents I've taken seriously over the years. But relying solely on the howling celestial dog won't change the fate of Cangnan's downfall. Victory or defeat from here on rests within these two hands. You claim the hidden pieces are useless to you, but I intend to test that. With a sharp clack, the white stone landed on the board. In the space around them, golden divine light slightly overpowered the blue and white glow. The situation in Cangnan unfolded before their eyes once again. In the outskirts of Cangnan, the 7 members of the Phoenix squad stood ready, facing a massive kraken. Through her earpiece, Lin explained to the captain that the weakness of this North Sea monster lay in its blind spot. Xia Siming immediately switched to Kong Shang's channel, ordering him to probe the kraken's blind spot. At the same time, a blood-red wolfhound, accompanied by a frost giant, advanced steadily, each step causing the ground to quake. The firepower directed at it proved utterly ineffective. Chunmai stared at the underworld hunting dog of the Klein realm, fully aware that their sea realm level strength was no match for it. Yet, they couldn't retreat, doing so would doom all of Cangnan. Squad 136, listen up. As Lin Qiye and the others responded in unison, Chunmai was about to tear open the ancient parchment on his chest when a deafening roar erupted from the storm clouds above. From within the dark clouds, an enormous dog's head with eyes emitting silvery white light emerged, gazing down at the beings below. In the gloomy, dim sky, a pair of silvery, glowing eyes suddenly appeared, illuminating a corner of the battlefield. The massive dog head, several times larger than the blood-red wolfhound, gazed down with an air of authority. In an instant, everything on the battlefield froze. The blood-red wolfhound halted its movements, and countless frost giants seemed to be suspended in time, completely immobilized. In the distance, Loki, the god of trickery, clad in a deep green robe, looked up at the colossal dog head emerging from the clouds, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He turned to Lu Wuwei, who stood in his path and frowned, asking, "Is this your doing?" Lu Wuwei snapped out of his shock. He recognized the uninvited guest. It was Howling Celestial Dog, the divine beast that served Erlang Shun in the ancient mythology of Daxia. This was the second Daxia divine beast to appear after Xuanwu, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Loki narrowed his eyes. "So it's you. You're one of the few people who can catch me off guard." Noticing Lu Wuwei's puzzled expression, he continued, "But don't celebrate too soon." His gaze shifted to Chen Mai as he muttered, "My proxy, Si Xiaonan, it's time to act." A terrifying surge of mental energy began to flow towards Si Xiaonan. Elsewhere, Xia Siming's squad also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Captain, why isn't this giant squid moving anymore?" Kong Shang asked, confused. Xia Siming poked the squid's soft surface. "Maybe it fell asleep?" "You idiots!" Lin sighed, pointing to the enormous dog head in the sky. When they finally saw the spectacle in the sky, they were all struck dumb with shock. Xia Siming even joked about roasting it, only to have her teammates cover her mouth immediately. From the clouds emerged a majestic black dog with sleek, glossy fur and strong limbs. It descended slowly, walking on air. The dog approached the blood-red wolfhound, and, with one swift motion, clamped its jaws around its opponent from the Klein realm. "Whoa! Even a Klein-level creature is powerless against this dog?" Zhao Kongqing exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Xiangnan checked his tablet. "I found it. This is the Howling Celestial Dog from Daxia Legends, the Mount of Erlang Shan. Howling Celestial Dog, a divine beast." The realization dawned on everyone. With the appearance of such a legendary creature, everything suddenly made sense. Only Lin Qiye stared at the black dog with furrowed brows, a strange sense of familiarity welling up within him. The appearance of the Howling Celestial Dog unexpectedly reminded him of Xiao Hei Lai. He shook his head, feeling quietly relieved. With such a divine beast joining them, the disaster in Cangnan should be resolved with ease. Suddenly, a dull thud interrupted his thoughts. Standing at the back, Si Xiaonan suddenly collapsed to her knees, clutching her head in pain as an overwhelming mental force assaulted her consciousness. Honging immediately crouched down to support her. "Xiaonan, what's wrong?" Si Xiaonan seemed not to hear. Her hands moved from her head to cover her eyes, and through the gaps in her fingers, an eerie red light faintly glimmered. Noticing her abnormal state, Chun Mai rushed over without hesitation. Even though he knew Si Xiaonan was the cause of the disaster, she was still a teammate he trusted completely. However, before he could get closer, Si Xiaonan suddenly raised her head. The red glow in her eyes radiated a terrifying aura, instantly suppressing everyone to the ground. This power. Sister Xiaonan, it's Klein." Lin Qiye planted his long blade into the ground to support himself, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. This aura was identical to that of the blood-red wolf they had encountered before. Wu Xiangnan shook his head gravely. "No, she is. I am the proxy of Loki, the god of mischief," Si Xiaonan said as she slowly rose, her gaze locking onto Chun Mai. Her words sent shockwaves through the group. Hong Ying stood frozen in disbelief. Trembling, Sishaonan walked up to Jiang Ye and yanked open his clothing, retrieving an ancient parchment scroll hidden within. Under Klein's oppressive force, Jiang Ye was powerless to resist. I'm sorry. Sishaonan stammered before turning and fleeing at full speed. In the distance, Lin Qiye, who had been observing with a sniper rifle, quickly followed. As she disappeared, Klein's suffocating pressure dissipated. The members of Squad 136 remained frozen in place, staring at the direction she had vanished. Jiang Ye slowly raised a hand to touch his chest, where the scroll, once wrapped in Wuyuan silk, had been kept. Meanwhile, in the Divine Light realm, the blue and white Divine Light reclaimed the territory previously occupied by the Golden Light. The elderly Yuanshi Tianzuan stroked his beard in deep thought, a look of surprise crossing his face. Loki's proxy had not taken the Shiva grudge, but instead grabbed a counterfeit scroll. This made him recall Jiang Ye's calm demeanor when discussing the presence of hidden pieces earlier. After calculating with his fingers, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression softened slightly. Little friend, I was too hasty. I never expected Loki's hidden piece to act in such a way. Jiang Ye shook his head lightly. The human heart is unpredictable, sometimes dark, sometimes bright. Even a misstep from you, Tianzuan, is understandable. There's no need to dwell on it. Yuanshi Tianzuan's lips twitched slightly, clearly feeling his pride wounded. At last, he understood the source of Jiang Ye's earlier confidence. Was this the strength of playing the Celestial Center move? Though he had played countless games over the years with few opponents, Jiang Ye now undeniably ranked among them. The elder picked up a white chess piece again and studied Jiang Ye. Little friend, this game is nearing its end, and your advantage is clear. But the path of chess is ever-changing. Loki, the god of mischief, will be the key piece that could overturn all your advantages. With a decisive clack, Yuanshi Tianzuan placed his piece on the board. The celestial chessboard erupted in brilliant golden light, and the laws of the universe began to flow ceaselessly through the space. Outside Cangnan City, thunderclouds rolled turbulently, with flashes of golden light darting between them. Blades of sword energy tore through the clouds, and a golden dragon's tail swept across, shattering the storm. The once mighty thunderstorm now flickered like a candle in the wind, its power waning. Amidst the clouds, Yi Fan gripped his starblade tightly, his body encircled by glowing golden Buddhist mantras, as he vigilantly scanned the surging thunderclouds. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, aiming straight for Yi Fan's vital point. With a swift turn, Yi Fan swung his blade, the mantra-empowered slash colliding heeding with the lightning. With a deafening explosion, the shockwave from the collision forced Yi Fan back several meters. The thunderclouds seized the opportunity, launching another bolt of lightning at him. At the critical moment, a sharp sword hum echoed through the sky, and a streak of icy white sword energy tore through the air, severing the lightning aimed at Yi Fan. The residual sword energy surged ahead, plunging deep into the thunderclouds, dispersing them completely wherever it passed. With a resounding crash, Indra, the Indian god of thunder, emerged from the dissipating clouds. Clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were dark with fury. Having barely escaped the golden dragon's pursuit, he now faced these two relentless mortals, making escape seem impossible. His gaze locked onto the approaching golden light in the distance, his expression growing even graver. Hey, weren't you acting all high and mighty when you were chasing me earlier? What's with this sorry state now? Truly pathetic, came Chin Fuse's voice from below. Sitting leisurely on the driver's seat of a carriage, he casually poured himself a cup of tea from a floating tea set. Swirling his cup, he watched Indra's disheveled state with amused interest. Hovering in midair, Yi Fan's lips twitched. You're just sitting there drinking tea and watching the show while we're risking our lives? Indra's fury erupted, and lightning surged wildly around him. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Fuzi, are you seriously going to make things worse for us? Chun Fuzi paused, coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, and muttered, all right, he'll stop talking. Yi Fan shot him a glare as the golden glow of his Buddhist mantras flared brighter. Zhou Ping, seeing the thunderstorm intensify, swung his dragon elephant sword to dispel the incoming lightning strikes. Foolish mortals, you will pay the price for desecrating a god. Indra roared, channeling the last of his divine power into his avatar. The entire thundercloud domain erupted with a surge of destructive lightning. Yi Fan's face turned pale. This is Bod's going to take us all down with him. Zhou Ping, retreat now. Zhou Ping frowned slightly but withdrew his dragon elephant sword in preparation to retreat. Just as Indra was about to speak, a thunderous dragon roar shook the heavens. He froze in place and slowly turned, only to see the massive golden head of Shao Jin, the dragon, looming before him. Food. Finally caught you, Shao Jin declared, opening his enormous jaws and swallowing Indra whole. The domain of thunder suddenly dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky retreated along with it. A massive golden dragon Xiao Jin licked its lips, brushing its slightly numbed whiskers with its claws as it muttered discontentedly, "Doesn't taste good." Its gaze shifted towards the Cangnan region, and its eyes gleamed once more. "There's still another meal," it said. In the next moment, the enormous dragon, stretching thousands of meters long, soared into the sky, leaving a brilliant golden trail behind. On the ground, Mr. Chun, who had been enjoying his tea, watched this scene unfold. The teacup slipped from his hand, shattering instantly. Yi Fan and Zhou Ping stood frozen in place, unable to recover from their shock. Did the dragon just swallow an entire thunder domain? Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Cangnan, a spatial rift had been frozen by the icy breath of the celestial hound, Xiao Xiangquan. The creatures emerging from the rift were being devoured one by the beast. Sensing that Si Zionen's plan had succeeded, Loki, the god of mischief, smirked with a sinister expression. Brushing off his deep green robe, he turned to Lu Wuwei and said, "I'm afraid the game is over." Before Lu Wuwei could respond, Loki transformed into a streak of dark green light and shot toward Cangnan. Lu Wuwei frowned deeply and quickly mounted his electric bike to give chase. As Loki flew, he glanced sideways at this miraculous city, his attention eventually landing on Lin Qiye. "I see now," he muttered. On the ground, Lin Shiya was just pulling himself out of the shock of learning that Sister Xiaonan was an agent. Suddenly, a large hand firmly gripped his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Captain Chunmai. "Chia, come with me quickly," Chunmai said urgently, his expression grave. "Si Xiaonan has defected and taken something vital. We must get it back." Lin Qiye glanced around and noticed that Hong Ying and the others had vanished. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he abruptly stopped. His gaze turned sharp, like a blade, as he stared at Chen Mai. "You're not the captain," he said coldly. Chun Mai's expression froze for a moment before twisting into a sinister grin. Loki, clad in his deep green robe, emerged from the shadows. "How did you figure it out?" he asked. "The captain would never call a teammate a traitor," Lin Qiye said icily. "So you must be Loki, the god of mischief." At the same time, within the divine light space, a game of chess had reached its critical juncture. Yuanshi Tianzuan placed a golden piece on the board, and a radiant divine light instantly suppressed the blue-white glow, leaving only faint traces in the corner. The golden light enveloped the two players at the chessboard, and the surrounding Tao resonated, as if celebrating victory. The elder in plain robes stood up, a warm smile on his face. "Young friend, I accept your concession in this game," he said. In his mind, the outcome was already decided. Lin Qiye was trapped by Loki, and with just a little more effort, he would leave Cangnan. This miraculous city would inevitably fade away, as foretold by the Tao. "Young friend, the fate of Cangnan is sealed. Why go against the natural order to change it? The karmic consequences will only bring harm to you. Let it go. I also hope you'll keep your promise and not interfere with Lin Shiya and his companions' fates anymore." Facing Yuanshi Tianzuan's advice, Jiang Ye gently shook his head and picked up a black piece from the chess container. Under the elder's puzzled gaze, Jiang Ye spoke slowly. "Tianzuan, do you believe in the divine move?" In the divine light space, the dazzling golden light suppressed the blue and white divine radiance, forcing it into a corner. "The hand of God?" The elderly man in a plain robe furrowed his brows, lost in thought. In the cycle of mortal reincarnation, Go enthusiasts often regarded the hand of God as the ultimate pinnacle of their pursuit, though this term was more commonly romanticized in television dramas. The old man gazed at the board and shook his head slightly. "Young friend, the game is sealed." He had calculated countless possibilities, and there was no chance for the black stones to turn the tide. Jiang Yi clenched the black stone in his hand. "Sealed? Then let this sealed game be reversed." Clack! The crisp sound of the stone landing echoed through the space. The moment the black stone was placed, the blue and white divine radiance transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Primordial Lord of Heaven suddenly realized that the laws of power he had condensed were unraveling. The golden divine light in the space fractured like shattered glass, spreading with web-like cracks. The faint blue and white light in the corner erupted all at once, sweeping across the entire space and completely shattering the golden radiance. The primordial Lord of Heaven stared in shock at the black stone that had altered part of the world's rules, his pupils contracting violently. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Cangnan, the storm raged on. Lu Wuwei slammed the brakes on his electric scooter, the vehicle spinning 180 degrees before coming to a halt. He frowned as he looked up at the empty skylokis, and the mortal divine realm's presence was clearly here. Yet there was no sign of them. Not far away, a charred carriage came to a stop, and Yi Fan, Zhou Ping, and Master Chun stepped out. "Where is Loki, the god of mischief?" Yi Fan asked. Lu Wuwei shook his head, his expression grave. "Loki and the mortal divine realm's aura are intertwined." The four of them turned their gaze toward Cangnan City, falling into a heavy silence. It was already too late to find Loki. With just a slight move, he could ensure Lin Qiye's departure from Cangnan. Yifan sighed softly. This day was bound to come, though I fear that child won't be able to accept it. Master Chun was filled with regret, while Zhou Ping silently stared at the sky. Elsewhere in the city, Chen Mu Kai, who had witnessed Lin Qiye's disappearance with his own eyes, let a faintly bitter smile creep onto his lips. He knew that the one capable of taking Lin Qiye away so silently must be Loki, the god of mischief. Chiang Mai stood motionless, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, the screen displaying dozens of missed calls all from his ex-wife. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly typed out a message. I've saved up quite a bit over the years. I'll transfer it to your account soon. Take care of yourself and the child. The phone slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The members of Squad 136 exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts tightening as they noticed the look of finality on their captain's face. Meanwhile, in an isolated space, your goal is to make me leave the boundaries of Cangnan? Lin Qiye stared directly at Loki, his tone grave. The god of mischief raised an eyebrow, a sly smile curling his lips. It seems you've figured it all out. Lin Qiye's mind was filled with doubt. Remembering the warnings from Jiang Ye and the scholar, he was desperate to understand the consequences of leaving Cangnan. It looks like you're very eager for me to leave Cangnan. What's in it for me? What's in it for you? Loki chuckled lightly. You still don't know the whole truth. This city exists because of you. It has become your prison. Only by leaving can you truly grow. Because of me? Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean if I leave Cangnan, the city will be destroyed? His palms grew clammy with sweat as faces flashed through his mind. His aunt, Jean, Jiang Ye, and the 136 Night Watch Squad. This was a gamble he couldn't afford to lose. So, what do you say? Do you crave power? Loki's smile turned sinister. Leave this city with me. Break free from your chains. Lin Qiye took half a step back, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. His gaze turned icy. I want leave Cangnan, and you can forget about taking me. Before he finished speaking, his eyes erupted with golden light, unleashing the divine power of the Seraph. Loki's expression darkened. Do you think you still have a choice? The moment you entered this place, you lost your right to decide. He raised his hand, effortlessly neutralizing the Seraph's power. The surrounding space began to distort and blur. Look around. See where you are now. Lin Qiye spun around abruptly, only to be met with a shocking sight. Yang Jin stood by a window, their eyes locking across the room. Brother? Yang Jin's facial muscles twitched, his voice trembling. Nearby, Neza curiously observed the floating figures of Lin Qiye and Loki. Lin Shiya looked utterly confused. This isn't my home? He turned stiffly to Loki, who was still smiling. Why did you bring me back home? The god of mischief's smile froze. As he glanced down and surveyed the surroundings, his entire body tensed, paralyzed in disbelief. In the old district of Cangnan City, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds. Yet, the moment Loki arrived, rays of bright sunlight pierced through the overcast, casting their glow onto the aged streets below. Suspended midair between the low rooftops, Loki, the god of mischief, hovered silently. An eerie stillness enveloped the area, broken only by the distant crowing of early rising roosters. His gaze swept over the worn streets and weathered buildings, his expression darkening with every passing moment. This isn't right, Loki muttered, his brow furrowing deeply. He had planned to appear outside the city, yet here he was, inexplicably within its boundaries. Raising his head to the sky, his fists clenched involuntarily, and a fiery anger ignited in his eyes. A dreadful realization struck him: this was a meticulously orchestrated trap, and he had become a pawn in someone else's game. For a god who prided himself on manipulating others, being reduced to a mere chess piece was an unbearable humiliation. Across from him, Lin Shiya observed Loki's stormy expression with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. The god of mischief had claimed he would lead him out of the city, yet now they were in the heart of it. What was Loki really planning? Slowly, Lin Shiya loosened his grip on the hilt of his blade, studying the enraged deity with growing curiosity. Thanks for that, Lin Qiye suddenly said with a warm smile, his words only serving to further provoke Loki. Nearby, Yang Jin and Neza watched the scene unfold in silence. This foreign god seems a bit clueless. Jinj, should we take him out? Neza's voice echoed in Yang Jin's mind through divine telepathy. My divine essence is still unstable, and there's likely more to their presence here than meets the eye. Let's wait and see, Yang Jin replied calmly, a faint glow of divine energy gathering in his palm, while the celestial eye on his forehead flickered faintly, ready for action at any moment. Loki's piercing gaze locked onto Lin Shiya. Mortal, you dare provoke a god? He growled. Before the words had fully left his lips, a ghostly green light enveloped Lin Shiya, and a rift in space tore open beside him. A powerful force pulled Lin Qiye into the void. Lin Shiya attempted to counter with his dark corrosion ability, but it was futile. In an instant, both he and the pursuing Loki vanished into the void. You're just going to let that happen? Neza asked in astonishment. Yang Jin shook his head indifferently. He can't take him far. Loki is bound by certain laws of the heavenly Tao. With only a fragment of his power in this form, leaving Cangnan is an impossible dream. Who's pulling the strings behind all this? Neza's eyes glimmered with intrigue. It seems this is the same force that controlled your howling celestial dog. Yang Jin's gaze shifted to a nearby two-story building. In a low voice, he said, "It's not something we can interfere. Why that even should?" Neza puffed out his cheeks and said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Jin, what's there to be afraid of? Tell me, and I'll take him down." Yang Jin was momentarily stunned, glanced at the spirited boy in red, and pointed to the two-story building across from them. "The one over there at the pinnacle of the Celestial Lord realm. Go ahead, take him on. If you win, he'll treat you to some dog meat." All right. Neza was about to agree when he suddenly realized, the pinnacle of the Celestial Lord realm. My mom's waiting for me to have dinner. I gotta go." Before the words fully left his mouth, a red blur flashed, and the boy disappeared without a trace. Yang Jin shook his head speechlessly. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Cangnan, Yifan was inquiring about the situation. "So, how's it going? Have you tracked Loki?" Lu Wuwei, sitting on an electric scooter, nodded and replied, "We found him. He showed up once in the old district of Cangnan City." A puzzled look crossed his face as he added, "Now Loki and Lin Shiya are hiding in some kind of spatial dimension. Their location keeps shifting, but they're still active within the boundaries of Cangnan." Yifan and his companions paused in thought, wondering, why would Loki linger in Cangnan City? If he wanted to make Cangnan disappear, taking Lin Shiya away would suffice. What's the purpose of all this extra maneuvering? Just then, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the clouds. Golden light flashed amidst the dark storm clouds, and a colossal golden dragon, thousands of meters long, broke through the sky, charging straight at the howling celestial dog as it feasted on a frost giant. The howling celestial dog, caught off guard while enjoying its meal, was sent flying several hundred meters by a swift and powerful tail swipe from the golden dragon. "Little mutt, how dare you steal the food of this divine dragon?" The golden dragon, majestic and imposing, opened its mouth and devoured all the frost giants and the massive squid on the battlefield in one gulp before flying off leisurely. The howling celestial dog clambered to its feet, stomping the ground in fury, causing it to tremble. It was already fuming after being tricked by Jiang Ye earlier, but the dog food delivery had slightly appeased its anger. Now this? What was going on? "Jiang Ye, you absolute bastard!" The howling celestial dog roared, shooting up into the sky with a vow to strip the golden dragon of its scales. In the distance, four of the strongest human cultivators watched the scene unfold, exchanging incredulous glances. Chen Fuzi swirled his teacup and remarked in surprise, "Why does this feel like watching children squabble? Are we sure these are divine beasts?" High in the clouds, golden and silver-white lights clashed repeatedly. The golden dragon taunted gleefully, "Little mutt, take this." Thunderous barrage, and the divine dragon tail strike. With a loud smack, the massive form of the howling celestial dog plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily in front of Yifan and his group, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden dragon hovered above them, glancing disdainfully at the howling celestial dog in the crater below before turning its gaze to Yifan and the others. "Where's the other piece of food?" The group froze, and Yifan hesitantly asked, "Divine dragon, are you referring to the god of mischief, Loki?" At that moment, Loki and Lin Shiya suddenly materialized from the void. Everyone turned to look, and Loki, sensing the stares, froze with an awkward expression on his face. Lin Shiya, who had been shuttling through different spaces, felt slightly disoriented. But as he stood in the void, looking down below, the sight before him instantly sharpened his senses: a majestic divine dragon, a ferocious celestial hound, and four of the most powerful human warriors. The lineup made him involuntarily gasp, and he turned to Loki, whose expression was frozen. "You traveled through so many spaces just to bring us here?" Loki slowly regained his composure, his fists clenching instinctively. He realized that this projection of himself was now trapped in Cangnan, unable to escape. "Who's behind this? What kind of existence could bind me here?" Loki's face darkened as he came to a grim understanding. Xia was far more dangerous than he had imagined, and the gods here had never truly disappeared. Such an elaborate scheme. Who else but Xia's supreme deity could orchestrate this? "If I can't take you with me, killing you will suffice." A sinister divine power erupted around Loki as he prepared to strike Lin Shiya. Suddenly, an overwhelming divine presence descended upon them. A golden dragon of the main god level rose into the sky, coiling behind Lin Qiye. Roar! The deafening dragon's roar, laced with divine authority, surged toward Loki. At the same time, the four human warriors, led by Yi Fan, moved in unison, cutting off the trickster god's escape routes. From a deep pit emerged the celestial hound, its silver-white eyes fixed intently on Loki above as it leaped into the air. It shot a fierce glare at the golden dragon. "This one's mine," it growled. The golden dragon, Xiaojin, looked at it dismissively. "Stop barking. Let's see who's stronger." The celestial hound bared its sharp teeth, clearly provoked. Loki's expression grew even darker. "Insects. Treating gods as if they're mere objects, you have no idea what consequences. Who let the dog bark? When divine beasts are speaking, it's not your place to interrupt." Xiaojin roared, cutting him off. The celestial hound, equally enraged, snarled, "You dare meddle in Lord Dog's business? Let's take him down." Before the words had even settled, the celestial hound and Xiaojin shot forward like arrows, their golden and silver-white lights intertwining. Lin Qiye and Yi Fan's group silently offered their condolences for Loki. What a pitiful god. Sensing the immense divine power radiating toward him, Loki's pupils contracted. He knew full well that if even the weakest among them could hold him back, there was no chance of victory against a main god-level dragon and a divine hound. Clenching his teeth, Loki transformed into a streak of eerie green light and darted toward the borders of Cangnan. Xiaojin and the celestial hound gave chase relentlessly. Xiaojin's massive body, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, twisted midair, and its powerful golden tail lashed straight toward Loki's face. Loki's eyes narrowed as he conjured a green barrier of divine energy in his hands, attempting to block the strike. Reality, however, was unforgiving. The moment the dragon's tail collided with the barrier, it shattered into fragments. Though Loki managed to buy himself a brief moment to breathe, he quickly ascended into the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Boom! The dragon's tail whipped through the void, creating a deafening sonic boom. Just as Loki exhaled in relief, a black, gleaming hound lunged at him with its gaping maw. Desperately, Loki unleashed another burst of divine power, his green aura flaring as his speed surged. He was on the verge of breaking free from Cangnan's boundaries. Clang! An unexpected scene unfolded. A golden barrier of laws suddenly materialized at the border of Cangnan. Loki crashed into it heavily, only to be violently repelled by the terrifying force of the law. His eyes went vacant for a moment, then filled with a seething rage. "The one holding the chessboard, you've led me into this trap. I'll remember this debt." As soon as the words were spoken, a silver divine light and a golden divine light simultaneously enveloped Loki's body, instantly transforming into two chains that tightly bound him. The chains suppressed the divine power of this avatar, rendering the once arrogant god of mischief as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xiao Tianquan and Xiao Jin's forms suddenly shrank, creating an independent space around Loki. Xiao Tianquan transformed into the appearance of a small black mutt and strolled up to Loki, while Xiao Jin reduced itself to the size of a small snake, hovering above Loki's head. The two divine beasts licked their lips, their eyes glinting with a dangerous light, as if appraising a delectable feast. Seeing the predatory gazes of the two creatures, Loki began to struggle fiercely. Xiao Jin flicked its dragon tail, leaving a golden mark on Loki's neck. It declared arrogantly, "The head is yours. The rest of the body belongs to me, the great divine dragon." Unwilling to be outdone, the small black mutt erased the golden mark with its divine power and instead drew a silver line on Loki's navel. "The upper half is mine, and I won't fight you for what's below that." Xiao Jin was enraged, immediately erasing the silver line. With a sweep of its tail, it marked a golden circle on Loki's lower body. "Little doggy, that part should be enough for you to raise a litter of pups. I'll graciously leave it for you." Xiao Jin then assumed an eating posture, tying a golden napkin around its neck and gripping a knife and fork with its dragon claws, looking every bit the part. Watching the two divine beasts divvying up his body, Loki was so horrified that he couldn't utter a word, thinking to himself, "Are the beasts of this land all this terrifying? And those fools from Egypt still dream of conquering Xia? Ridiculous." Outside the space, the sound of Loki's screams left Yi Fan and the other three utterly stunned. Even Chun Fuzi froze, his teacup suspended midair. "Are all the divine beasts of Xia this ferocious?" Yi Fan cleared his throat, recalling the scene where the divine dragon Huang Long had devoured Hades and Indra in a single gulp. His gaze fell on Lin Shiya, who stood gripping his blade, and he remembered the divine dragon's inquiries about the young man. "I am Yi Fan, Supreme Commander of Xia." He introduced himself, stepping toward Lin Shiya. Lin Shiya looked up at the middle-aged man draped in a dark red cloak and gave a brief response. "Hello. I've heard about you from Instructor Yuan. You seem to have a close connection with the divine dragon Huang Long," Yi Fan said gravely. "Lin Qiye, can you answer a question for me seriously?" "Go ahead." "Why does the divine dragon Huanglong lick you? Lin Qiye. Asgard. In this divine realm sustained by the boundless power of faith, a resplendent golden palace stood tall and majestic. On the throne sat Loki, the god of mischief, who slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. The grotesque scene from Daxia City replayed incessantly in his Minda vision of his doppelganger being sliced and devoured like a delicacy by two beasts. This blasphemous act against a deity ignited a burning rage within him. What infuriated him even more was the realization that his meticulously laid plans had been reduced to nothing more than a pawn in the hands of the gods of Daxia. For the god of mischief, the humiliation of being toyed with so easily was maddening. If the other gods of Asgard were to learn of this, he would forever be the laughingstock of the divine realm. Taking a deep breath, Loki forced himself to remain calm. He began to ponder carefully. The gods of Daxia were still supposed to be trapped in their cycles of reincarnation, so how could such a terrifying being come into existence? A being capable of manipulating the very laws of Daxia's heavens and earth was no ordinary deity. He could even sense faintly that the level of the one pulling the strings far surpassed his own. Yet, even if the gods of Daxia had been resurrected from their cycles of reincarnation, it was impossible for them to regain such power in such a short time. Who are you? The one holding the chessboard? A glint of frost flickered in Loki's eyes. This humiliation could only be avenged by ensnaring his adversary within his own intricate schemes. With a cold snort, he declared, "One day, I will make you pay for this." Draped in his deep green robe, he rose from his throne. At least he had managed to acquire the grudge of Shiva, a small solace amidst his failures. Though the city remained intact, it was not a total loss. Meanwhile, on the silver-white surface of the vast moon, the Seraph Michael suddenly opened his eyes, golden light radiating outward. "Impossible!" he exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. The calamity of Cangnan had been altered. Michael turned his gaze toward the blue earth, his sight piercing through its layers of atmosphere. There, the miraculous city still stood, unscathed, its residents living peacefully as though the divine battle had never occurred. According to the laws of fate, Cangnan should have been obliterated by now, and Lin Shiya should have inherited the complete mortal divine domain. What kind of power had rewritten this inevitable outcome? His first thought was of that insignificant ant that had dared to defy destiny, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Such an entity was incapable of achieving this. The only possible explanation was the supreme god who had manifested in Cangnan a decade ago. Moreover, at the dawn of Cangnan's disaster, that very being had intervened to aid mortals in slaying Poseidon, the sea god. What does he want? What could he possibly gain from this? Michael pondered, unable to unravel the mystery. His own divine laws could not penetrate the true nature of the supreme god, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that lingered in his heart. Yet, his instincts warned him that this enigmatic supreme god bore no goodwill toward him. At last, Michael let out a sigh. Altering fate always came with a price. Even for a being as powerful as the supreme god, such actions were nothing more than foolishness. While Cangnan might not vanish now, once the source of power sustaining the mortal divine domain was exhausted, its destruction would be inevitable. This was nothing but a futile delay. An elderly man dressed in a simple Taoist robe stood motionless beside the chessboard, resembling a statue. His eyes were locked onto a single black piece in the lower left corner of the board. A bluish-white glow swirled around him, reflecting in his clouded eyes. In an instant, the space before him shattered and reassembled, and he found himself in the vast, boundless universe. This universe seemed to transform into an enormous chessboard, with countless laws of nature crisscrossing like the intricate paths of the game, unpredictable and profound. The sound of pieces being placed echoed through the void. Thud, thud, thud. Black and white chess pieces fell from the heavens, and the old man felt as though he had become one of the pieces on the board, manipulated by an unseen hand that controlled the game. The breathtaking spectacle of this cosmic chess game caused the lips of Yuanshi Tianzuan to tremble ever so slightly. Each piece that landed felt like a heavy hammer striking his soul. He began to grasp some profound truths, yet he remained confused and unsettled, as layers of mist obscured the deep mysteries, leaving him restless. Finally, when the last black piece settled into place, the grand chessboard resonated with a thunderous harmony. In that moment, the vast universe before Yuanshi Tianzan's eyes dissipated, replaced by radiant golden light emanating from the laws surrounding him. He realized, to his astonishment, that his cultivation level had been restored by a fraction. This transformation left even the experienced and worldly Tianzuan utterly shaken. Despite having encountered countless celestial prodigies, gods, demons, and spirits, the young man before him, Jiang Ye, brought him an unprecedented sense of awe. This game of chess not only enlightened him but also left him with a faint sense of inadequacy. Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed at the young man with closed eyes across from him. Slowly, he seated himself, took 2 white pieces from the bowl, and gently placed them in the lower right corner of the board, a gesture of conceding defeat in the game of Go. Jiang Ye slightly raised his head, paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. Fellow Taoist, I, as promised, will not interfere in your affairs from now on. Furthermore, I owe you a favor. Yuan Tianzuan said warmly, his tone respectful, addressing Jiang Ye as fellow Taoist instead of the previous young friend. He pondered silently. This chess technique bore some resemblance to the Jade Emperor's methods, yet he had already calculated that Jiang Ye could not possibly be a reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. With a soft chime, Jiang Ye rose to his feet, and Yuan Tianzuan followed suit. Tianzuan, I accept your concession. As for the favor, I will surely come to claim it in the future. I never make a deal without gaining something in return, Jiang Ye said with a smile, pulling out a black cloth and covering his eyes. Yuan Tianzuan's lips twitched slightly, but he could only respond, rest assured, fellow Taoist. I will honor my word. Jiang Ye nodded, and a rift opened in the blue and white space. As he watched the young man's figure grow distant, the old man clasped his hands respectfully within his sleeves. Thank you for enlightening me on the Tao, he said with deep gratitude. The blindfolded young man walked alone through storm-ravaged streets, heading toward the outskirts of Cangnan. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Cangnan still stood, and his mother was safe and sound. This was the outcome he had hoped for. Even if it was only a temporary victory, he had no regrets. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, ding. System notification sound rang out. You have gained 100,000 modification points. Current total, 615,000 points. Upon reaching 800,000 points, you will unlock the ancient artifact Xuanyuan sword. Random reward triggered. Random divine ruin selection pack. Jiang Ye paused in his steps, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This move had played out well, once again breaking the record for modification points. At this rate, ascending to the heavenly sovereign realm, the pinnacle of the supreme god realm, was just a matter of time. By then, his power would rival that of the Seraph Michael, though fully suppressing Michael's miracle law would require him to reach the half-step dimensional ascender stage. Instinctively, he touched the black silk covering his eyes and turned his gaze to the system interface. The fact that Lin Qiye had learned the truth about Cangnan ahead of time caused him a flicker of concern, but he quickly dismissed it. Perhaps this would make Lin Qiye cherish his time with Cangnan even more. The roulette interface unfolded before him, its vibrant, multicolored lights gleaming as the wheel spun. When the wheel finally stopped, a line of text appeared. Divine Ruin, Eternal Life Domain. Effect: grants the ability to bestow the power of eternal life within a specific range, creating a realm of immortality. Usage limitation: without obtaining the source of eternity, the effect is restricted to temporary life extension. Once outside the domain's range, or if the domain dissipates, the deceased will return to the state of death. Within the eternal life domain, the injured can recover completely, the elderly can regain their youth, and the dead can temporarily return to life. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted, surprise and delight flashing across his face. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the direction of the two-story house in the old district of Cangnan. He then activated the eternal life domain within a certain range. This ability, perhaps it could. Suddenly, the consumption of divine power within him surged dramatically, increasing at a rate 4 times faster than that of the Wanxiang divine ruins. As the coverage area expanded, the depletion grew exponentially. Even with Jiang Ye's status as a supreme god, enveloping the entire Cangnan was a daunting task. The eternal divine domain was, after all, merely a divine ruin. Even with his supreme god level, it could only extend his life for 1 or 2 years at most. Without obtaining the source of eternal life, creating an everlasting kingdom was nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, the divine power required to encompass all of Cangnan was overwhelming. It could only be sustained temporarily and could not prevent the inevitable demise of Cangnan. System, you're incredible. Jiang Ye's heart was filled with excitement. Although he couldn't save Cangnan, at least he could give his mother a chance to see his father one more time. He thought of his mother, who pretended to be strong every day, telling him that his father had just gone out to work, but secretly cried alone in the basement every night. His heart twisted with pain at the memory. He lowered his head and walked toward the outskirts. On the street where he had just activated the eternal divine domain, tender green grass sprouted from the cracks of the crumbling concrete road, and the lifeless street seemed to awaken with vitality. However, as he left, the flourishing energy quickly faded. The vibrant green grass withered in an instant, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. Meanwhile, Qingyu, who was about to take the frost giant's arm back to the laboratory for dissection, happened to witness this strange phenomenon. He set down the massive arm he was carrying, adjusted his glasses, and curiously examined the unusual grass. But just then, the giant arm he had casually placed on the ground began to wriggle, rapidly reassembling itself into a fully formed frost giant. and Qingyu had just started to analyze this miraculous occurrence with his unique method when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Instinctively, he released his eerie silk threads to ensnare the frost giant behind him, narrowly dodging its powerful punch. What was bizarre, however, was that no matter how he used his eerie threads to slice through the giant's body, the wounds would heal almost instantly, leaving no scars behind. This phenomenon completely defied his understanding of the world. During his battle with the frost giant, and Qingyu noticed that its extraordinary regenerative ability seemed linked to a specific area. He attempted to break out of this range, but the mysterious force appeared to move with him, constantly keeping him within its influence. Above the outskirts of Cangnan, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, allowing the radiant sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. Chen Mai slowly stood up from the ground, staring in disbelief at the still-standing city and his unharmed body. Had Loki, the god of deception, really not made a move against Lin Qiye? Captain, a familiar voice called out. He looked up to see Fan and Lin Shiya walking toward him side by side. Behind them, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Zhao Kongqing, and Wen Qima also rose to their feet, their eyes still clouded with the sorrow of Si Xiaonan's departure. Commander! Chen Mai stood at attention and saluted, with the rest of the team following suit. Yi Fan gazed at the steadfast team that had defended the city, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. You are the pride of the Night Watchers. A special commendation will be awarded to Team 136. What should have been uplifting news brought no joy to the team. Yi Fan sighed softly and patted Chen Mai on the shoulder. Come with me. As Lin Qiye observed his downcast teammates, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. Jiang Ye, with his face partially obscured by black silk, approached slowly. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Qiye shook his head, lowering his gaze. It's the same for all of us. We're too weak to change anything. Whether it was Decline or the Outer Gods, even though Jiang Ye could surpass his rank and defeat a sea-level powerhouse with his pool-level strength, he was just as powerless in the face of deities. What happened? Jiang Ye asked, feigning ignorance. Sister Xiaonan, Zhao Kongqing began, but Hong Ying cut him off. Old Zhao, Xiaonan isn't. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Hong Ying forced a smile and wrapped her arms around Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye's shoulders. Xiaoye, Qiye, do you trust Xiaonan? We do, they answered in unison. Hong Ying broke into a teary smile and hugged them tightly. Good. Your sister Xiaonan will definitely come back. She said it herself, shall always be a member of Team 136. In the distance, Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and turned to Chen Mai. My, the calamity in Cangnan has been resolved. The divine battle's lingering presence will keep this place free from supernatural occurrences for the next 3 years. Take this time to rest and spend it with your family. Conflict was written all over Chan Mui's face, but in the end, he shook his head. It's your decision, Yi Fan said, turning his attention to Lin Qiye. As for the Shiva grudge, entrust its safekeeping to Lin Qiye. His mortal realm domain is unique and can prevent its aura from leaking. Understood, Commander. Head back. And remember my advice, let those 2 kids spend the remaining month and a half with their families. Their transfer orders will be issued soon. The 2 men turned and walked away, their departing figures tinged with melancholy. Chen Mai returned to his team, forcing a faint smile. All right, Xiaonan made her choice. Let her go. All we need to do is trust her. Si Xiaonan will always be a member of Team 136. Come on, my treat. You all deserve a reward. Hearing the captain's words, everyone snapped back to reality. When Qima quickly stepped forward, a suspicious look on his face. Captain, do you have money? Yes. Then, what about that plane? It'll come out of your paycheck. When Qima blinked, his expression freezing instantly. He silently stepped back a few paces, and the previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. Zhao Kongqing sheathed his starblade and casually flicked his hair. Captain, where are we going to eat? You have no idea how tasteless the food is in the lab. How about Michelin? Don't even think about it. Chen Mai interrupted directly. We're going for Aliocaniate Hot Pot. I just happen to have some discount coupons. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Chen Mai patted old Zhao on the shoulder. Come on, old Zhao. It's rare for you to be back. Zhao Kongqing nodded in agreement, and the others followed behind their captain. Jiang Ye walked at the back of the group when he suddenly noticed something on the ground. He crouched down and picked up a shattered phone. The captain's phone? Using his spiritual sense, he examined it and found an unfamiliar number in the contact list. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye sent a message to the number and then deleted it. No idea if this will earn me some divine intervention points. Anyway, Captain, forgive me for acting on my own. Meanwhile, in an old courtyard in Cangnan City's historic district, Yang Jin was bowing respectfully to an elder dressed in plain Taoist robes. This elder was none other than Yuanshi Tianzuan. With a gentle smile, he nodded slowly. A century has passed, and the gods of Daxia are gradually awakening. The recent Cangnan divine war has also made those foreign gods wary. They won't invade Daxia for a long time. We can now focus on rebuilding the heavenly court. Rebuilding the heavenly court, Yang Jin exclaimed in a mix of surprise and joy. Tianzuan, we can really restore the heavenly court? How long will it take? At best, a few years. At worst, over a decade. Yuanshi Tianzuan replied. The speed of reconstruction depends on the number of gods involved in the restoration. However, as more gods of Daxia awaken, the process will naturally accelerate. What if, during this time, the foreign gods return? Yang Jin voiced his concern. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised a hand to interrupt. Interfering too much in Daxia's growth isn't wise. Besides, even if the foreign gods launch an attack during the reconstruction, there will be someone to stop them. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward a two-story building shrouded in a divine power barrier. Are you referring to him? But why would he help Daxia? Yang Jin asked, puzzled. I don't know his motives either, Yuanshi Tianzuan admitted. You've been his neighbor all this time. Do you know which god of the heavenly court he's a reincarnation of? Yang Jin scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know. But last time, Xiaohe saw you confronting him. Even you couldn't figure out who he is. Yuanshi Tianzuan recalled the night Jiang Ye forced him to hand over the divine beast Huanglong. He coughed lightly. That's not important. A white cloud appeared beneath Yuanshi Tianzuan's feet. Let's go. Yang Jin took one last look at the modest house he'd lived in for years. Pressing his fingers together, he opened his celestial eye, and a clone separated from his body, walking toward the house. This technique, after all, was something he learned from Jiang Ye. Mom, brother, I'm leaving now, he whispered a farewell before stepping onto the white cloud. He didn't look away until the small house disappeared from view. Yuanshi Tianzuan remained silent. Perhaps before his match with Jiang Ye, he might have offered Yang Jin more guidance. But after that game, he had come to understand certain truths. Tianzuan, my brother wasn't teleported out of Cangnan by the foreign gods. Was it you who triggered the laws of heaven and earth to prevent it? By now, Yang Jin had fully revealed his true form as a divine warrior. It was your neighbor, Yuanshi Tianzuan replied. I played a game of chess with him. It was really him? Then, did you win, Tianzuan? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression twitched. I lost. Yang Jin's three eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the elder. One of the three great Tianzans of the heavenly court, who had played chess for countless eons, had actually lost to Jiang Ye? The night in Shangjing was brightly lit. Yifan sat alone in his office, his gaze fixed on the open report about the Cangnan divine war spread across his desk. His brow furrowed slightly as his thoughts deepened. The course of this divine war carried an air of peculiarity, especially regarding the actions of Loki. The god of Trixie had failed to obtain Shiva's resentment, and his plan to take Lin Qiye away had also fallen apart. All these signs pointed to one possibility. Someone was secretly orchestrating this divine war. The gods of Daxia? Yifan murmured to himself. As the commander-in-chief of Daxia, his understanding of the gods was slightly deeper than most, yet still quite limited. Over the past century of the mist's descent, only two divine beasts had appeared, while the whereabouts of other gods remained an enduring mystery. Moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a cold glow on his figure draped in a dark red cape. Suddenly, an inexplicable breeze swept through, scattering the papers on the desk. Yifan's heart tightened after all. The windows were clearly shut. Greetings, Commander Yifan of Daxia. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan. An aged yet gentle voice came from behind him. Yifan turned around to see an elderly man in Taoist robes smiling warmly at him. Before he could react, the old man raised his hand and touched Yifan's forehead with a finger, and a flash of golden light erupted. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The gods of Daxia, sacrificing their cultivation to transform into the nation-stabilizing divine monuments, had done so to resist the mist and protect their people. Now, the restoration of the heavenly court had become an urgent priority. Yifan rubbed his temples, and by the time he looked up again, the old man had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the Night Watcher's base, Shun Qingzhu stepped out of the gate, carrying a black case on his back. Looking at the news on his phone about the lockdown in Cangnan, he smirked disdainfully. You think I won't go just because you said so? With that, he boarded a train bound for Cangnan. The train glided steadily through the night as Shun Qingzhu sat by the window, silently murmuring to himself, Jiang Ye, you saved my brother once. Consider this my way of repaying you. Just as he was starting to drift off to sleep, a loud crash echoed from the roof of the train, sending waves of panic through the carriage. Shun Qingzhu snapped awake, instantly alert. He stood up, his hand already placed on the black case. However, the scene before him suddenly distorted, and he found himself in a pitch-black space. Heh, welcome to my nightmare realm. A soft, eerie voice came from behind him. Turning around, Shun Qingzhu saw a man in a tailcoat emerging slowly from the darkness. Narrowing his eyes, Shun Qingzhu recalled the information Xiao Pinga had mentioned. You're you. Yu gave a faint smile and slowly extended her hand. I didn't expect to find someone with such potential right after coming out. Would you like to become my follower? Follower? What nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you. Shen Qingzhu responded coldly, snapping his fingers with his right hand. To his surprise, the black energy didn't react at all. His expression immediately grew serious as he quickly pulled out a black box and unsheathed the Xingqian blade. Fiery temporary like that, Yu said with a smirk. A purple glow appeared in her palm and struck Shen Qingzhu's chest like lightning. A flash of blue and white light appeared within Shen Qingzhu's body but disappeared just as quickly. Yu's face lit up with a triumphant smile as she waited for the contract to take effect. However, Shen Qingzhu merely paused for a moment. He knew well of Yu's soul-binding contract techniques, but at this moment, he felt nothing at all. The contract had failed? This realization sent a chill down his spine. With his current strength, he had no chance of defeating Yu. If that was the case, he slowly knelt, placing his hand over his chest, and murmured, Master Yu. The scene shifted to a bustling self-service hot pot restaurant in the center of Cangnan City. At a table for 9, 2 seats remained vacant, their bowls and chopsticks untouched, a clear sign that their owners wouldn't be coming. Hot, hot, hot. Hong Ying exclaimed as she picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, blowing repeatedly to cool it down. Her cheeks flushed red. Slow down, Sister Hong Ying. Jiang Ye reminded her with a laugh. No way. Hong Ying glared at Wen Qima. Look at this guy. It's bad enough he always steals chicken drumsticks, but now he's competing with me for meat at a buffet. Their eyes locked in a fiery standoff, as if sparks might fly. The others simply chuckled at the scene. Zhao Kongqing leaned toward Lin Qiye. Qiye, how's life as a night watcher this past year? Pretty cool, huh? It's harsh, Lin Qiye replied bluntly, leaving Zhao momentarily speechless. But Lin quickly added, still, I have to thank you for tricking me into Squad 136. This place. He glanced around at his companions, a small smile forming on his lips. I really like it. I was on the brink of death back then, and somehow I survived. Even the professors in Shangjing couldn't figure it out. Zhao scratched his head and laughed. No idea which bastard pulled that stunt on me. As soon as he said this, Jiang Ye, who was eating, suddenly started coughing violently. Everyone turned to look at him in unison, and Hong Ying quickly handed him a drink. Lin Shiya watched Jiang Ye thoughtfully, sensing that something wasn't quite right. He was about to bring up what Loki had once said, Cangnan exists because of me, when Chen Muxiao interrupted him. After the divine battle in Cangnan, there won't be any mysterious incidents here for the next 3 years. Consider it a vacation, Chan said with a smile. He then began recalling each team member's past wishes. Xiaoyi, Qiye, you two should go home and spend time with your families. Hong Ying, didn't you always want to travel? Qima. As Chen spoke, Hong Ying's eyes grew slightly misty. Aside from Chen Muxiao and Jiang Ye, the others were unaware of what would happen in Cangnan a month and a half later. For now, they were simply excited about the upcoming break. Captain, you're finally showing some humanity, Hong Ying said excitedly. Chun patted his pocket and suddenly frowned. Ahem, so, I dropped my phone in the suburbs. Could someone pay the bill first? What? Didn't you say this was your treat? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. I would, but my phone. Whoosh. Jiang Yi suddenly stood up, pulling a black phone from his pocket and handing it to Chun. Captain, I picked it up for you. Go ahead and pay. No need to thank me. Chen Muxiao was left speechless. The night sky glittered with countless stars, while the streetlights illuminated the paths for passers-by. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye walked side by side along the streets of the old town until they reached the front of their respective homes. Lin Qiye suddenly stopped in his tracks, his voice tinged with hesitation. Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye turned around to face him, waiting for him to continue. You told me not to leave Tsong last time. Do you know something? Lin Qiye asked, lowering his head, his tone probing. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. There's no need to seek the answers. Knowing the truth will only bring you more pain. But, go home. Jiang Ye interrupted him. Isn't this the life you want? Lin Qiye froze, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the warm light glowing from the small house. Indeed, being with his aunt and Yang Jin, making this little home better and better, had always been his greatest wish. Thinking of this, the truth suddenly seemed less important. As long as he stayed in Cangnan, perhaps he could avoid unforeseen dangers. All right then. See you tomorrow. Lin Qiye took a deep breath and nodded. See you tomorrow. Watching Lin Qiye walk toward the small house, Jiang Yi stood in place, lost in thought. He had chosen to hide the truth because he had personally experienced the torment of knowing a loved one was about to vanish but being powerless to stop it. More importantly, Allowing Lin Qiye to disappear naturally in Cangnan might prevent the mental breakdown and confinement in the purification hall that awaited him otherwise. In doing so, this part of the storyline could potentially be cut entirely, generating significant revisions. Inside the small house, Lin Qiye's aunt smiled warmly. Qiye, your birthday is in just over a month. Can you take a day off? I'll cook something special for you. Lin Qiye set down the black case he had been carrying and recalled the month-and-a-half leave granted by his captain. The timing was perfect. The army just gave us leave IV, he got a month and a half off. So no problem? That's wonderful. His aunt's smile grew even brighter. And since Jiang Ye's birthday is just a day apart from yours, we can celebrate together and make it lively. Lin Shiya nodded in agreement, remembering the days before he turned 7 when the two families were close and often celebrated birthdays together. After chatting with young Jean for a while, he returned to his room. Sitting by the windowsill and gazing at the starry sky, Lin Qiye suddenly noticed Cangnan transforming into a cluster of golden light points, gathering in one place. Startled, he reached out, and a radiant golden glow floated in his palm, resonating with his mortal divine domain. This is a miracle. Late at night, in the small two-story building next door, Lu Su tiptoed out of her room, holding 3 sticks of incense as she made her way to the basement, careful not to wake Jiang Ye. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Ye silently observed everything, a wisp of golden light floating before him. Activating his eternal divine domain, the soul within the light orb flew toward the basement, where Lu Su was lighting the incense before a black-and-white photograph, her head bowed low. Zhenghua, if your spirit is watching from above, your son has returned home safe and sound, Lu Su said with a smile of relief as she lit incense. He's grown into a man with the demeanor of a true soldier, she murmured on about family matters, unaware of the gradually solidifying figure behind her. It was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a neat suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses. It was Jiang Zhenghua, Jiang Ye's father. Jiang Zhenghua stood still, staring in shock at his semi-transparent form. He shook his head, realizing he was nothing more than a wandering soul. When he looked up again, his eyes met Lu Su's astonished gaze. Xiao Su, how have you been all these years? He asked softly, his voice filled with longing. Lu Su froze, tears immediately welling up in her eyes. Zhenghua, she choked, rushing forward and wrapping her arms around his spirit, leaning on his shoulder as she wept. Jiang Zhenghua gently patted her back, comforting his wife after years of separation. In the corner, Jiang Ye concealed himself, silently watching the heartfelt reunion. 5 days later, under a bright sun, Chen Mai entered the peace office carrying a large bottle of purified water. During his leave, he had turned down invitations from Hong Ying and Zhao Kongqing, choosing instead to remain here, awaiting the final moments of his life. After replacing the water cooler's bottle, he collapsed onto the couch, wiping sweat from his brow. His gaze inadvertently fell on a black phone sitting on the table. Hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and opened the photo album. A wedding photo appeared on the screen. His wife in a radiant white wedding dress, smiling like a blooming flower, while he knelt on one knee, placing a ring on her finger. Memories surged through him, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Back then, he had been a member of the Shangjing squad, living a peaceful and happy life with his wife. But as the sole holder of the artifact capable of suppressing Shiva's wrath, he had no choice but to make a sacrifice. If Shiva's wrath fell into the hands of the outer gods, countless lives in Cangnan would be destroyed, and even the entire Daxia would face peril. Zhihua, I'm so sorry. He choked out. But this is about the survival of Daxia. I couldn't turn a blind eye. He had never summoned the courage to face his wife and child again. But in his final moments, he yearned to see them, to hear the word daddy for the first time. Ding dong. Welcome. The door sensor chimed suddenly. Chen Mai wiped his tears and stood up. Hello, how can I help? His voice caught in his throat as he stared in disbelief at the woman and the 9-year-old boy standing before him. My! The woman called out, her voice trembling with emotion. The boy broke free of his mother's hand and ran toward him, wrapping his arms around his leg. Daddy! He exclaimed joyfully. Ding! The system notification sound chimed. Jiang Ye, who had just finished washing up, heard the prompt. Host has helped alleviate Chen Muxi's guilt towards his wife and child in the original story, allowing him to spend his final moments with the ones he most wanted to see. Earned 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 620,000. The system continues. Reach 800,000 points to obtain the ancient artifact Xinyuan sword. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth as he walked to the dining table and began enjoying the breakfast his mother had prepared. As he ate, he contemplated his next steps. The plot in Cangnan was nearing its conclusion. Perhaps it was time to consider the follow-up at the fasting hall. Although Han Xiaoyan bore his sole contract, which could be used to disrupt the plans of the ancient gods' church, relying on one person alone might not be sufficient. As he was lost in thought, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the front door. His mother, Lu Su, entered carrying several bulging shopping bags. Seeing Jiang Ye tidying up the dishes, she quickly put her things down. Xiao Yi, leave the dishes. I'll wash them, Lu Su said, hurrying over. I can handle this little task, Jiang Ye replied, shaking his head. But Lu Su had already taken the dishes from him, her face radiating a warm smile. I dreamed of your father last night. He told me to take good care of you and find a way to heal your eyes. Jiang Ye had no choice but to relent. Ever since he had enabled his mother to meet his father in her dreams, she had been revitalized, no longer weighed down by the sorrow she used to carry. By the way, Lu Su called out from the kitchen, your birthday is less than a month away. Qiye from next door is only a day apart from yours. Why not celebrate together and make it lively? The mention of birthday made Jiang Ye pause for a moment. He had almost forgotten about it, but his mother remembered it clearly. Sure, he replied. That's settled then. Don't forget to prepare a gift. You and Qiye have grown up together since you were kids. Jiang Ye returned to his room and sat in his chair, pondering what gift to prepare. Meanwhile, in Shangjing City. What? Missing? Xiaoping's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing the news of Shan Qingzhu's disappearance. He looked sternly at Yuan Gang, who was organizing documents. Where did it happen? On the train to Cangnan, Yuan Gang replied, setting down the papers. Traces of murmurs were detected at the scene. Bang! Xiaoping slammed the table and stood up abruptly. That brat! How many times have I told him not to go there? Despite Xiaoping's outburst, Yuan Gang remained calm as he continued sorting through the files. This only made Xiaoping feel a bit awkward. This is one of your men, how can you be so unfazed? Yuan Gang shrugged. Honestly, I expected you wouldn't be able to stop him. Captain, aside from his inability to control his emotions, that kid excels in every other way. During the rescue mission on Jinan Mountain, Jiang Ye saved him and his brother. Yuan Gang's voice trembled slightly. He acts indifferent, but deep down, he remembers it more than anyone else. His departure was expected, but I never thought. Xiaoping took a deep breath and stood up from his seat. I will personally report this matter. He quickly made his way to Yifan's office. Zuoqing greeted him, and not long after, Yifan, who had just finished a meeting, returned. Xiaoping detailed the entire incident, and the office fell into a long silence. Shen Qingzhu. Yifan frowned slightly. Given the situation, he has likely been killed by EU or turned into one of their followers. If we encounter him again, he'll be an enemy. Be prepared for that. Xiaoping remained silent. Yifan pulled out 2 personnel files from his drawer and placed them on the desk. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye are both exceptional talents. Before long, one of them will be reassigned to the Beijing Night Watch team. I don't want any more incidents like this happening again. His tone was unusually stern. Xiaoping picked up one of the files, glanced at it, and then slammed it back down on the desk. Commander, those are my team members. Unless his death is confirmed, I won't give up on him. Yifan and Zuoqing were momentarily stunned. Yifan closed his eyes, tapping the desk as he sighed. I'll give you 1 month. Xiaoping stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Commander. His heavy footsteps gradually faded away. Commander Yi, Zuoqing spoke up. If one of them joins the Beijing Night Watch team, what about the other? Yifan looked down at the files. I plan to have Jiang Ye form a special task force of his own. He's the strongest in this year's training camp. But, Zuoqing said in surprise, they've only been night watchers for less than 2 months. That is indeed a concern, which is why it's still just an idea. Plus, convincing the higher-ups in Daxia will take some effort. Then where will Jiang Ye go in the meantime? Recently, mysterious occurrences have been happening abroad with increasing frequency. Both the Phoenix Squad and the Masked Squad have contacted us multiple times, requesting one of the two. They're in high demand right now. Yifan fell into deep thought. It was indeed too soon to have them form a special task force. They needed to gain more field experience and prove their worth to the higher-ups. Especially Jiang Ye, who had fused with the essence of the reappear. If Zhou Ping fails, Jiang Ye would be the most likely to take that critical step forward. With the gods of Daxia focused on rebuilding the heavenly court, the Night Watchers had to handle the crises on their own. Jiang Ye's growth had to be accelerated, and the best place for that? Yifan stood up, having made his decision. In 1 month, Lin Shiya will join the Beijing Night Watch team, and Jiang Ye will be assigned to the Phoenix Squad. A month later, on a clear, cloudless night in the old town of Cangnan, the moon shone brightly in the sky. Inside the familiar 2-story house, laughter and cheerful voices echoed from the kitchen. Lu Su and Lin Qiye's aunt were busy preparing for the birthday celebration. Yang Jie, it's been so long since we've gathered like this, Lu Su said with a smile while washing vegetables. Lin Qiye's aunt nodded. About 10 years, I think. Ever since Qiye's eyes had that problem. She trailed off, suddenly reminded that Jiang Ye's eyesight had yet to recover, and her heart tightened with concern. It's going to be fine. Lu Su noticed her worry and offered a bittersweet smile of comfort. I believe Xiao Ye's eyes will heal one day. Lin Qiye's aunt nodded firmly and shifted the conversation to more casual topics. Meanwhile, in the living room, the doppelganger Yang Jin was playing with the doppelganger Xiao Heilai. Suddenly, Xiao Heilai barked twice at the window. Following its gaze, Yang Jin saw two figures standing on the roof, the moonlight gently illuminating them. Why did you bring me here? Jiang Ye asked. Doesn't this place feel familiar? Lin Qiye replied with a smile. When we were 7, we watched the moon here. And now we're all grown up. Jiang Ye looked up at the bright moon, his thoughts swirling. Memories of deceiving the gods and the destruction of his eyes felt as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. Have a seat, Lin Qiye said, pulling some snacks and 2 bottles of drinks from his clothes. He arranged them on the tiles and handed 1 bottle to Jiang Ye. Also, happy birthday. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Ye's lips. He sat down beside Lin Qiye and took the drink. Happy birthday to you too. The bottles clinked together with a crisp sound. After taking a sip, Jiang Ye realized it was alcohol. I snuck it in, Lin Qiye said with a grin. Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh along. Under the moonlight, the two sat side by side, just like they had 10 years ago. But this time, Jiang Ye wasn't here with any hidden agenda, just simply as a friend, appreciating the moon together with Lin Shiya. As Jiang Ye nibbled on the snacks reminiscent of their childhood, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a blue and white pendant. It was an artifact imbued with the power of immortality, capable of quickly healing injuries in battle. While it wasn't a particularly sentimental gift, it was undoubtedly practical for the battles to come. Just as he was about to hand over the gift, the two of them turned to look at each other at the same time. I have a gift for you, they said in unison, their voices overlapping. Both froze for a moment, startled by the coincidence. Jiang Ye cleared his throat awkwardly. Let me go first. Here, this is for you. Consider it a birthday gift from an old friend. He held out the pendant. Lin Qiye glanced down at the gem-like pendant and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Giving jewelry as a gift? That was so typical of Jiang Ye. How was a guy supposed to wear something like this? It's an artifact, Jiang Ye explained. It can help heal injuries quickly. It'll come in handy for your future battles. Great. Lin Qiye snatched the pendant without hesitation. Then I won't hold back. Lin Qiye slipped the pendant into his pocket and turned to Jiang Ye, who was wearing a black satin blindfold. A faint smile curved his lips as he softly said, withdraw your dynamic perception for now and wait for the surprise. Although puzzled by the sudden request, Jiang Ye complied. The moment he retracted his perception, his world plunged into nothingness, as if he were back to the time 10 years ago when his eyes were destroyed, utterly blind and void of vision. At that moment, a golden light began to gather in Lin Qiye's palm. He moved it slowly toward Jiang Ye's eyes. He remembered a promise he had made. Once he mastered the miracles of the mortal divine realm, he would restore Jiang Ye's sight. After a month of research, he had learned to channel the essence of Cangnan's miracles, though he still had no idea what consequences might follow. Jiang Ye, this is my gift to you. Happy birthday. Lin Qiye's voice brimmed with joy as the golden light flared brilliantly in his hand, and the laws of the miracle surged wildly into Jiang Ye's eyes. Sensing something unusual, Jiang Ye instinctively tried to reactivate his perception, but it was too late. Stop, he shouted, grabbing Lin Qiye's hand. But the miraculous power had already fused into his eyes. The angelic laws lingering in his damaged eyes collapsed with a thunderous force. The black blindfold was torn apart by the golden light, and his hollow eyes began to radiate a blazing glow. When the golden radiance faded, Jiang Ye could see again. His eyes sparkled like a starry night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, he froze in place because the first thing he saw was the entire city dissolving into golden specks of light. Cangnan was disappearing. Lin Qiye, unaware of the gravity of the situation, looked at Jiang Ye's starlit gaze and smiled. Now, you can see too. Jiang Ye sat motionless. Once, he had approached Lin Qiye with the intention of competing for the position of proxy, but now, this boy's genuine sincerity had shattered the indomitable facade of a god within him. Warm tears slid uncontrollably down his face. Finally, Lin Qiye began to notice the golden light enveloping the surroundings and the buildings vanishing one by one. He turned to look in the direction of his aunt, but before he could act, a beam of moonlight, infused with divine power, suddenly pierced into his mind. His vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious beside Jiang Ye. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Qiye opened his eyes to find himself bathed in silver moonlight. As he looked up, a radiant golden light came into view, a seraph, exuding an overwhelming divine power, its 6 white wings glowing with a sacred brilliance. The moon's grayish-white surface was riddled with craters, while the vast, boundless universe bathed in the gentle glow of silver moonlight. The archangel Michael's eyes gleamed with a piercing golden light as he gazed down at Lin Qiye below, his voice filled with anger. For someone who once deceived me and stole from you, you would go so far as to exhaust the last of your power of law. Was it worth it? Michael continued. I thought Cangnan would vanish only when the power of law was depleted, but I never expected that despicable ant to still be scheming. Ha! Treating my words as a joke will come at a terrible price. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned by the divine transmission, then looked around at the silvery white surface. Realization dawned on him. This is the moon? He raised his head toward the archangel, a flash of shock in his eyes. Remembering the final moments of Cangnan's disappearance, his eyes turned blood red in an instant. He finally understood the source power within him was the key to maintaining Cangnan's existence. He had used up the last of the miraculous source to heal Jiang Ye's eyes. No wonder Jiang Ye had reacted so strongly. He had known everything all along. Lin Shiya panted heavily, his face pale. Aunt, Jean, where is this? I want to go back. Michael calmly explained. This consciousness only appears to guide you once you've fully inherited my divine ruins. However, I believe you already know much of this. Why does Cangnan need my mortal divine domain to survive? Lin Qiye frowned deeply. Because it was never meant to exist. 10 years ago, Cangnan was obliterated, leaving only you and that deceitful mortal alive. It exists because of you. That is the miracle of the mortal divine domain. Michael then revealed the century-old deal with Ling Tianzuan. When Cangnan was erased 90 years later, the sole survivor would be chosen as a proxy, and divine power would be unconditionally transferred into them to sustain Cangnan for 10 years. Whenever Michael mentioned the deceiver, his tone was filled with disgust. After hearing the entire backstory, Lin Qiye stood frozen, incredulous. Ling Tianzuan? One of the 3 great celestial lords in the mythology of Dashaha truly exists. Michael coldly corrected him. Ling Tianzuan only foresaw you. That shameless mortal was the anomaly in Cangnan. Now, the task of sustaining Cangnan for 10 years is complete. When the miracle disappears, Cangnan City and its residents will vanish too? Lin Qiye's face turned ashen. That's correct. You used up the last of your source power to heal that mortal's eyes. I can't understand. Can't you see he's been deceiving you all along? Lin Qiye took out the blue and white pendant Jiang Ye had given him, recalling their shared moments and the scene where Jiang Ye had stopped him. Shaking his head resolutely, he gripped the pendant tightly and said, No, I did it willingly. He didn't deceive me. He also has a mother, and he loves her deeply. Lin Qiye's voice trembled as he spoke. If he knew that regaining his sight would lead to the destruction of all of Cangnan, to losing his mother, he would never agree to it. This is all my fault. The Seraph let out a cold scoff, its voice reverberating through the air. Foolishness. A mere mortal. Do you really think he cares about familial bonds? He's only using the guise of family to deceive you. No, he wouldn't do that, Lin Qiye said firmly, standing tall. He's my brother. I know him. A flicker of anger flashed in the Seraph's golden eyes. You are beyond saving. As the words fell, Michael's presence vanished from Lin Qiye's body. Lin Qiye, losing his strength, sank to a crouch, consumed by guilt. 10 years ago, Auntie Jean. He couldn't bear to face it all. It was his birthday today, yet he hadn't even had the chance to taste the birthday cake his aunt had made for him. On the moon, the Seraph stood, its 6 wings radiating golden light, stirring up waves of lunar dust. Raising its right hand slightly, it infused a divine law into the moonlight. As a watcher, it should not interfere in Earth's affairs, but a mortal repeatedly defying the gods had to be dealt with personally to sever the threads of karma. The divine power, though only at the Klein level, was more than sufficient to obliterate a pond-level cultivator like Jiang Ye. Delusional insect, today I will put an end to your fantasies. Beneath the golden glow on the rooftops of Cangnan's old district, Jiang Ye stared blankly at the unconscious Lin Qiye. Time seemed to rewind 10 years, to when he had helplessly watched Cangnan and his family disappear. Why? I tried so hard to stop it, yet in the end, Jiang Ye sank to his knees, a faint green light of the eternal divine realm forming in his palms. At that moment, a deafening voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Insect, today marks your demise. Looking up, he saw the holy figure of the 6-winged Seraph, holding a golden sacred sword, suspended beneath the moonlight. My demise. Jiang Ye let out a bitter smile, rising slowly to face Michael. Are you here to die? Michael's fury intensified, the golden light growing brighter. By the name of this sacred sword, I will shatter your delusions today. With a single swing, a golden arc of light tore through the sky. Yet Jiang Ye remained expressionless, raising his right hand as deathly energy surged around him. The time has come. Sever. In the face of overwhelming primordial power, the Klein-level sword energy was instantly devoured. The Seraph's manifestation appeared bound by chains atop a guillotine formed of deathly energy. Insect. The Seraph was stunned by Jiang Ye's mastery over the essence of death. Silence. Jiang Ye roared, hurling the execution token. Sever. Though the Seraph tried to summon the miracle law, it was too late. The scythe fell, and the manifestation dissolved into golden light. Turning to Lin Qiye, Jiang Ye activated the eternal divine realm, the life energy enveloping the souls above Cangnan. Lin Shiya, this is what I owe you. Facing the fading Cangnan, he formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. Let the wounded be healed, the elderly regain their youth, the dead return to life. Today, for one person, I will deplete my own divine power to grant this miraculous city one more year. In the boundless expanse of the universe, atop the moon, a dense aura of death extinguished the golden radiance of the moonlight. The Seraph suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent divine power surged from his 6 wings, whipping up dust storms across the lunar surface. Golden divine energy rippled outward into the cosmic void, reflecting his face, twisted with rage. Arrogant insect. Michael's golden eyes flickered as the scene of his decapitation replayed over and over in his mind. Humiliation and fury intertwined within him. A mere human had managed to sever his head twice in the same manner. With a sharp clench of his fist, golden energy burst forth. Despite his anger, Michael couldn't help but be astonished by Jiang Ye's power. That earlier strike had effortlessly obliterated a peak-level Klein avatar, signifying that Jiang Ye's true strength was nearing the pinnacle of human capability, the so-called ultimate limit of humanity. Even more unsettling was the realization that Jiang Ye, as one who wielded the essence of death itself, seemed to be only a step away from godhood. What disturbed Michael the most was his inability to discern Jiang Ye's exact level, despite being at the supreme pinnacle of existence himself. This discovery furrowed his brow and filled him with an ominous premonition. Jiang Ye's survival under Shiva's apocalyptic wrath suggested that he had acquired some extraordinary power. No matter what power you've gained, today will be your end. Michael slowly raised his right hand, divine energy gathering in his palm. No matter how strong a human might become, before a god, they were nothing but ants. Just as he was about to summon a divine avatar to merge with the moonlight, a voice from Earth suddenly echoed through his mind. Seraph, as a watcher, since our deal has concluded, I ask that you refrain from interfering in the matters of deceive. Michael froze mid-action, his brow furrowing as he weighed his options. After a brief moment, he let out a cold snort and withdrew his hand, casting a lofty gaze toward the blue planet below. His earlier descent with an avatar had already brushed against the boundaries of cosmic rules. To push further might provoke the wrath of Deceive's deities, particularly with the existence of Lingbao Tianzuan. He slowly relaxed his fist, suppressing the anger within. No matter what mysterious power Jiang Ye had acquired, it was insignificant in the face of the Supreme. The godly ruins of Thanatos, the death god, might have temporarily suppressed his miracle laws, but that suppression wouldn't last forever. Besides, Jiang Ye was still immortal. Even if he somehow mastered the full extent of death's divine laws, a mortal body could never withstand such immense power. Eventually, his physical form would collapse, and he would perish, consumed by the very force he wielded. A flicker of disdain crossed Michael's eyes as he turned his back to Earth and closed his golden gaze, restoring his inner calm. To him, Jiang Ye was nothing more than a dying insect. At the sealed source of the mist, a wisp of black smoke slowly drifted out from a crack. The sky over Cangnan City was bathed in golden light as countless residents were flooded with memories, realizing the truth they had long since passed away. In a 2-story house in the old district, Yang Jin's doppelganger watched the scene unfold, sighed softly, and gently stroked the head of Xiao Hei Lai. Instantly, Xiao Hei Lai transformed into a silver-white streak of light and shot into the sky. The doppelganger turned around, his gaze falling on his mother and Lu Su, who were gradually fading away. The two waved goodbye to him. Lowering his eyes, his body began to turn translucent until he dissolved into divine energy and vanished into the air. In a distant temple in the heavens, Yang Jin opened his third eye and slapped the hindquarters of howling celestial dog. Go! Retrieve the souls of everyone in Cangnan. The dog let out a whimper, tucked its tail, and leapt forward, transforming into a streak of silver light as it disappeared. About 10 days earlier than expected. Brother, was it worth it? Yang Jin lowered his gaze, letting out a faint sigh. Under the moonlight, howling celestial dog looked down at Cangnan, now filled with golden specks of light. The city's buildings were collapsing into ruins, and the residents' bodies were disintegrating into shimmering fragments, as if bidding the world a final farewell. It turned toward the direction of the old district, let out a sigh, and then emitted a divine command. Souls, return. A powerful suction swept across the sky, pulling the floating souls toward howling celestial dog. This time, that damn Jiang Ye better not interfere with stealing souls, it muttered, increasing the pull. Countless golden souls surged upward into the clouds. Suddenly, a green barrier spread rapidly, enveloping the entirety of Cangnan. The souls that were about to be taken were instead wrapped in emerald divine power and descended back. Howling celestial dog let out a startled cry, instantly realizing this was Jiang Ye's doing. Only the supreme god of Cangnan could achieve such a feat. Quickly transforming back into its Xiao Hei life form, it landed on a rooftop. There, Jiang Ye walked slowly along the moonlit tiles, carrying Lin Qiye on his back. Lin Qiye's eyes were closed, his head resting quietly on Jiang Ye's shoulder. Jiang Ye gazed up at the full moon, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Michael, next time, the scythe of death will reach the moon and take your head. He lowered his gaze, turning to look at the unconscious Lin Qiye on his back, his expression complicated. Those starry eyes, brilliant as the cosmos, had come at the cost of Lin Qiye's most precious possession. Thanks. For the next year, I'll treat your illness. Before the words fully settled, the sound of a system notification echoed. Ding, ding. The system notification sounded. The eternal domain had enveloped the miraculous city of Cangnan, granting it another year of vitality and temporarily halting the storyline progression of the fasting sanctuary. Under the power of the domain, all injuries were healed, including Wu Xiangnan's wounds caused by Susanu. Most importantly, Lin Shiya was no longer plagued by the existential torment brought on by Cangnan's disappearance. Within the eternal domain, he could genuinely spend time with his family, and this warmth was slowly mending his emotional scars. The system displayed that Jiang Ye had earned 30,000 points of modification value, bringing his total to 650,000. It also indicated that reaching 800,000 points would unlock the ancient divine artifact, the Xinyuan sword. Even Wu Xiangnan's injuries can be healed? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but quickly smiled. If it's from the system, it must be top-notch. Although this meant that Wu Xiangnan would eventually leave Cangnan, for him, accumulating modification points was the priority. At that moment, the golden light of the eternal domain began to work its magic. Scattered golden particles reversed their course, and collapsed buildings rose once more. Residents who had become mere souls regained their physical forms. The entire city reverted to its former state when sustained by the mortal domain, but this time, it was Jiang Ye who held everything together. Jiang Ye smiled, lifting Lin Qiye onto his back as he prepared to head downstairs. Today was their birthday, and a cake was a must. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. Jiang Ye, stop right there for your master. I mean for this dog. Instinctively, Jiang Ye stepped back as the dark figure crashed through the roof with a loud thud. A scruffy black dog crawled out of the hole, barking furiously at Jiang Ye, sounding almost as if it were cursing. Why are you barking? Shut it, Jiang Ye said coldly, continuing his way downstairs. The scruffy dog froze for a moment before hurriedly chasing after him, tugging at Jiang Ye's pant leg and wailing. Jiang Ye, Cangnan is already gone. Keeping the residents' souls is useless. Hand them over to me. If I can't bring back the souls, my master will cook me into dog stew again. Last time, thanks to you, Neza nearly stripped me of all my fur. Jiang Ye stopped in his tracks and looked down at the dog. I like dog stew too. The scruffy dog instantly froze in terror. Why don't you take a look behind you? Jiang Ye said, leaving those words as he headed toward the now-restored two-story house. The scruffy dog let out a sigh of relief, ready to retort about Cangnan being a ruined wasteland. But when it turned around, it froze in utter disbelief. Its eyes widened, and its jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The sight before it was beyond comprehension. Familiar streets bustling with cars, distant rooms filled with the sounds of parents helping with homework. The entire city was intact, vibrant with life once more. The celestial hound stood rooted in place for a long time, finally covering its eyes with its front paws, unable to believe what it was seeing. It slowly moved its front paw away, revealing a perfectly restored cityscape. Xiao Hei Lai jumped up in shock and exclaimed, "What the hell?" before slapping himself hard across the face. This illusion was far too real. Its eyes glimmered with a silvery white light as it carefully examined the scene, only to discover that what lay hidden in the city was not the typical divine miracle power, but rather a godly force brimming with the essence of life. The restored residents were no longer mere illusions constructed by miracle power, but actual flesh and blood beings, teeming with vitality. Xiao Hei Lai gaped in disbelief, turning to look at the two-story building with its lights on. Resurrection from the dead? This kind of power far surpassed Michael's ability to sustain supreme miracles. It had brought a city erased for years back to life. Transforming into a streak of silvery white light, Xiao Hei Lai flew back to the temple where Yang Jian resided. Sensing the return of howling celestial dog, Yang Jian's third eye on his forehead slowly opened. With a faint glow scanning over, he found no trace of souls on the dog's body. Xiao Hei, looks like you're becoming more and more useless. Yang Jian raised his hand, releasing divine power that instantly enveloped howling celestial dog. No, master, the thing is, Howling Celestial Dog hurriedly tried to explain. Silence. You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter, and you still dare to make excuses? Yang Jian interrupted sharply. Howling Celestial Dog lay down in grievance, muttering inwardly, Jiang Ye. Oh Jiang Ye, you've really screwed me over. Was it Jiang Ye who stopped you? Yang Jian stood up, his voice icy. Who else but that supreme god could have prevented Howling Celestial Dog from retrieving the souls? The dog nodded repeatedly. Yang Jian's brows furrowed deeply, couldn't fathom Jiang Ye's intentions. The last time when Jiang Ye seized Zhao Kongqing's soul from him, it was somewhat understandable, given that the miracle then still existed. But now, with the miracle long gone, what use could Jiang Ye have for these souls? If the souls were in Yang Jian's possession, there might still be hope to resurrect his mother and the residents of Cangnan. But handing them over to Jiang Ye, whom the celestial sovereign referred to as a variable, was deeply unsettling. With a metallic clang, Yang Jian summoned his spear out of thin air. Xiaohe, let's go. We're taking them back. Master, no, please don't. Actually, Howling Celestial Dog frantically shook its head. Yang Jian's cold gaze bore down. Thinking of switching masters now? You dare defy my orders? Howling Celestial Dog was desperate. Master, please let me finish. No, I don't want to switch masters. What I mean is... Mean what? Yang Jian's face darkened, as if he were ready to turn the dog into a pot of stew.
Because...
Howling Celestial Dog stammered. Jiang Ye has already revived Cangnan. Yang Jian was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. Inside the Radiant Temple, Yang Jian opened his third eye and was immediately met with a shocking sight. The city of Cangnan appeared before him, perfectly intact. His heart tightened, and the light from the eye on his forehead flared intensely, piercing through the surface to reveal the truth. In an instant, the reality emerged and abundant green divine energy enveloped the entire city of Cangnan, transforming it into a miraculous haven. What stunned him even more was that under the gaze of his third eye, the city's residents appeared to bear no signs of aging or mortality, as if they had attained some form of immortality. This state was entirely contrary to the natural cycle of life and death in the mortal divine realm. The injured healed instantaneously, the elderly were revitalized with youthful vigor, and the entire city seemed like an eternal domain. In disbelief, Yang Jian shifted his third eye, and his vision eventually locked onto a two-story building in the old district. There, Jiang Ye's figure was clearly visible, radiating an intense vitality-filled divine power. It was this very power that enveloped and sustained Cangnan. So it was him had extended the life of Cangnan with his own divine energy. However, Yang Jian quickly noticed a vital detail: this was not true resurrection. It was akin to his brother's mortal divine realm, a state maintained solely by divine energy. Judging by the current concentration of energy, it could last for about a year. Brother restored my eye, and now he's continuing Cangnan's life for a year in his stead. Yang Jian fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he closed his third eye, and the spear in his hand dissolved into particles of light. Gazing in the direction of Cangnan, he murmured softly, Brother, he is worth it? Turning to look at Howling Celestial Dog, Yang Jian's expression became somewhat awkward. He crouched down and gently stroked the dog's head. Little Black, I may have raised my voice earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay? The dog tilted its head arrogantly to the side. Meanwhile, on Tianjing Mountain within the boundaries of Cangnan, a campfire blazed brightly in front of 4 tents. Hong Ying was busy setting up a grill, while Wen Qimo worked on preparing a freshly caught rabbit. Zhao Kongqing lay back in a recliner, smoking and gazing at the starry sky. Hong Ying sighed wistfully. It would be great if the captain could join us for this camping trip, and Xiaonan and Lung Xin too. Wen Qimo chuckled and reassured her, Don't get sentimental, just enjoy the vacation. The captain called a few days ago. He said he's really happy now, spending all his time with his wife and kid. He's living the dream. Suddenly, a wave of divine energy swept through the area. The group immediately tensed up. Wu Xiangnan frowned and said, This isn't good. It's the divine power of a Seraph. All 4 turned their attention toward the direction of Cangnan City, where the entire city was beginning to dissolve into golden light. Hong Ying cried out in alarm. What's happening? The city, it's disappearing. At this moment, Wu Xiangnan had already retrieved the black box from the tent. With a heavy tone, he issued a command. Something's likely happened in Cangnan. Grab your gear. We're heading back to the city. The 4 of them swiftly packed their equipment. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, Zhao Kongqing suddenly called out, Wait! The 3 walking ahead stopped in their tracks and turned to look at him. What is it, old Zhao? Wu Xiangnan asked with a frown. Zhao Kongqing gazed toward the distant city, stroking his chin as he asked, Deputy, what did we just see earlier? Wu Xiangnan was about to respond, but as he turned to look at Cangnan, his pupils contracted sharply. He rubbed his eyes forcefully and looked again to confirm what he was seeing. The city of Cangnan, which had vanished into golden light moments ago, was now standing intact as if nothing had happened. Hong Ying and Wen Qima also noticed the anomaly and froze in place, bewildered. Did we see it wrong just now? Zhao Kongqing broke the silence. Wu Xiangnan gradually snapped out of his daze, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Maybe, possibly, but it's unlikely for all four of us to be mistaken at the same time. His brows furrowed. We need to go back and check, just in case. The others nodded in agreement, and they began moving swiftly through the mountains like phantoms. As Wu Xiangnan raced downhill, he suddenly felt an itch in his palm. Looking down, his pupils contracted. Once Maureen old sword scar left by Susanu's Amino Murakumo no Tsurugi was vanishing before his eyes, healing completely as if it had never existed. He stood there in disbelief, staring at his hands. Meanwhile, in Shangjing City. Come in. Yifan called out from behind his desk, looking up at the soldier in uniform who had just entered. Commander, the Cangnan garrison has reported that Cangnan is disappearing. During the event, they detected divine power fluctuations from God codename 003, the Seraph. Yifan's pen paused mid-stroke, his brows furrowing deeply. He pondered for a moment, connecting the dots to Lin Qiye's mortal realm divine domain. This could explain the appearance of the Seraph's power during Cangnan's disappearance. Understood. After the soldier left, Yifan put down his pen and summoned Zhuqing. Head to Cangnan and notify the scholar to join us. Yifan retrieved the deployment orders for Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya from a drawer. These two rising stars, it was time for them to shine. However, the premature disappearance of Cangnan left him with a lingering unease. A minute later, a celestial chariot pulled by Pegasus descended before Yifan and Zhuqing. Scholar Chun poked his head out. Wasn't Cangnan supposed to have more time? How could this happen so soon? The situation is unclear. We'll figure it out when we get there. Yifan was about to board the chariot when hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Commander Yi. It was the same soldier who had reported earlier, now running over out of breath. Urgent news from Cangnan's military. Cangnan has reappeared. Yifan. Scholar Chen. Oh, Zhuqing. X. In Cangnan City, the night sky remained adorned with stars, and the evening breeze gently rustled the ginkgo leaves. Everything seemed peaceful. A carriage sped through the heavens, but came to an abrupt halt 10 kilometers from the city. Master, we can't go any further. The carriage is being blocked by a mysterious force, the coachman reported to those inside. Yifan, Zhuqing, and Master Chen furrowed their brows as they stepped out of the carriage one after another. Zhuqing, holding a tablet, quickly reported, Commander Yi, based on the information from Cangnan, all outsiders are being blocked from entering the city. Only local residents can come and go freely. Moreover, Yifan reached out to touch the invisible barrier in the air and gestured for Zhuqing to continue. What's even more shocking, Zhuqing continued as he scrolled through the tablet, is that anyone entering Cangnan loses all memories of the outside world. Agents from the military who are originally from Cangnan forget all their mission directives the moment they enter the city. This revelation caused Yifan and Master Chen's expressions to darken. A barrier capable of stopping the strongest of humans and erasing memories was clearly the work of a being that did not want outsiders intruding on the city. And the power required to create such a barrier undoubtedly exceeded human limitations. A deity. Yifan's brows knitted tightly. A deity capable of instantly restoring an entire city must be as powerful as a seraph. But he quickly dismissed the possibility of this being the work of a deity from Xia. The deities of Xia are currently focused on reconstructing the heavenly court. They wouldn't expend their divine power to restore a city that had already been erased. This must be an outer god. Yifan's expression grew grim. Master Chen seemed to be deep in thought. Cangnan was an ordinary city, with its only notable aspect being the two children who survived 10 years ago when Shiva's destructive force swept through. If this is the work of an outer god, their target must be Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and the remnants of Shiva's destructive force still in Cangnan. But that doesn't make sense, Master Chen continued to analyze. The divine battle in Cangnan already deterred the outer gods, proving the existence of Xia's deities. The outer gods shouldn't yet know that Xia's deities are reconstructing the heavenly court. This barrier contains immense divine power that we cannot break. Yifan shook his head and then asked, how exactly was Cangnan restored? Zhuqing referred to the data. According to investigations, Cangnan is currently enveloped in an endless life force. Injuries of the city's residents heal instantly, the elderly regain youthful vitality, and in one case, a deceased elder from a family reportedly came back to life. Yifan and Master Chen were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. This report is indeed extraordinary, Zhuqing admitted, equally astonished. Seeing Yifan motion for him to continue, he added, research indicates that Cangnan is shrouded in a divine life force that has allowed the city, which should have disappeared, to persist. However, this state is only temporary. Once the divine life force is depleted, Cangnan will vanish again. Additionally, the research institute has drawn another conclusion. What conclusion? Yifan and Chun Fuzi asked urgently, their faces filled with anticipation. Zhuqing's expression turned grave as he slowly said, the current Cangnan has, in a sense, achieved immortality. Immortality? The word made Yifan and Chun Fuzi's pupils contract sharply. Meanwhile, on the moon, the Archangel Michael was surrounded by a radiant holy light, golden and pure, spreading outward like waves. The strange black mist approaching him dissipated instantly under the power of this divine force. Michael opened his eyes, gazing coldly at the seal in the distance. His voice carried a tone of disdain. Did you think I would fall as easily as the gods of Takamagara, succumbing to corruption? Even if a mere ant could slightly disturb my resolve, the idea of controlling me is nothing short of absurd. With a wave of his hand, the brilliant golden light swallowed the eerie black mist seeping from the cracks in the seal. Yet Michael's expression remained tense. Repairing the fissures in the seal was an urgent task. However, to achieve this, he needed to locate the sacred artifact Yasukani no Magatama from the land of Japanese deities. Only then could the god of time, Kronos, resist the polluting power of Cthulhu and maintain clarity of mind. As the golden light enveloped the seal, it gradually stabilized, and the black mist dissipated entirely. Just as Michael was about to close his eyes, a divine voice emerged from the seal. Michael, you can't even handle a mere mortal. Why bind yourself to the rules? Join me instead. Silence, worm. The archangel roared, shattering the voice with his divine power. Haha, the voice continued, undeterred. Why not take a look at the city you resurrected with your so-called miracle? The mortal you speak of is far stronger than you imagine. Michael, there's no Rushi await your answer. 2 more divine whispers followed. But Michael quickly invoked the laws of miracles to temporarily seal the fissure. The moon returned to its eerie silence. That city? Michael frowned, turning his gaze toward the earth, where Cangnan, a city that should have vanished, remained intact. His entire body tensed as his golden eyes flickered with disbelief. Upon closer inspection, Michael noticed that Cangnan was shrouded in a vibrant green divine energy, brimming with life. Tracing the source of this power, he saw a familiar figure. Jiang Ye. The discovery stunned Michael. That mortal, whom he had always dismissed, had somehow brought back to life the city he had sustained with miracles for 10 years. At first, he assumed it was the work of Cangnan's supreme deity, but the source of the divine power was undeniably Jiang Ye. After probing further with his divine laws, Michael's shock turned to cold indifference. It turned out to be nothing more than a divine gift, the power of a god's remnant, rather than the true essence of divinity. Moreover, the city's energy would only last for a year, clearly the result of a deal Jiang Ye had struck with some deity. You insolent ant. So this is how you repay Lin Qiye for restoring your sight? Michael muttered to himself. Jiang Ye had indeed become formidable, wielding the dual authority of 2 gods and merging with the essence of the god of death. Yet, recalling Jiang Ye's previous irreverence toward him, Michael's eyes glinted with cold malice. Turning back toward the seal with an air of arrogance, he sneered, how laughable. A mere mortal ant dares to compare himself to me. At night, in the old district of Cangnan, a gentle light shone from the window of a 2-story building. Cakes here. Lin Qiye's aunt exclaimed excitedly as she carried an elegant cake box out of the fridge and gently placed it in the center of the dining table. Carefully snipping the red string, she held the sides of the box and slowly lifted it, revealing a cream cake adorned with fresh fruits. Lu Su sat beside Jiang Ye, holding a handful of candles and a lighter. You're both 18 this year, so we need 18 candles, she said cheerfully, meticulously unwrapping the candles from their plastic packaging. Lin Shiya cradled the transformed little black frog, Wanxiang Shunshu, in his arms. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his face radiated pure joy. Jiang Ye, still wrapped in black silk, planned to surprise his mother after the birthday celebration. He quietly watched Lin Qiye and the candles being lit one by one on the cake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Ye had already used his mental abilities to shroud all of Cangnan, allowing its inhabitants to block out external disturbances. He also sealed Lin Qiye's memories as a watchman, along with everyone's knowledge of the truth about Cangnan. In this moment, time seemed frozen in this warm, simple scene. Suddenly, the room lights went out, leaving only the soft glow of the cake's candles illuminating the faces around the table. The little black frog leapt from Lin Qiye's arms, grabbing an old radio, which had activated with a bluish-white glow. A melodious birthday song began to play. The frog then picked up a plastic crown from the table and placed it on the heads of the 2 birthday stars. The transformed young Jean waved a mood lamp nearby, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise simple candlelight. Lin Qiye's aunt and Lu Su looked lovingly at their children. Xiaoyi, Qiye, Make a wish and blow out the candles together, Lu Su said with a smile. Happy 18th birthday, hope your wishes come true. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Closing their eyes, they clasped their hands together in front of the cake to make their wishes. Moments later, they opened their eyes and blew out all the candles in unison. Applause followed, and Lin Qiye, now more innocent and lively due to his sealed memories, beamed with delight. The lights came back on, and Lu Su handed over a plastic knife. Which one of you is cutting the cake? Him, Lin Shiya and Jiang Ye said in unison, pointing at each other, causing their mothers to burst into laughter. In the end, Jiang Ye handed the knife to Lin Qiye. Hurry up and cut it, I'm starving. Rolling his eyes, Lin Qiye stood up and carefully sliced the cake, deliberately making sure most of the fruit went onto Jiang Ye's piece. As he worked, some cream accidentally got on his fingers. With a mischievous grin, he quickly dabbed it onto Jiang Ye's nose while the latter was focused on eating. Jiang Ye froze for a moment, squinting his eyes before letting out a resigned sigh and shaking his head. Before Lin Qiye could retaliate, his aunt smeared cream on his face, turning it into a comical painting. Jiang Ye, watching the warm and lively scene, burst into laughter and thought to himself, this missing birthday from last year. Consider it the first gift I'm giving back to you. 1 year later, inside an ancient cathedral, Yu sat regally on a throne wrapped in thorns, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 to 3 dozen black-robed followers below. After a year of rebuilding, the church had regained its strength despite heavy losses. His eyes lingered on a tall, slender black-robed youth Shin Qingzhu. This new recruit carried out tasks with precision and efficiency, earning Yu's satisfaction. Though missions involving Shin Qingzhu often resulted in significant casualties among his companions, the objectives were always achieved. With Shin Qingzhu's current 21-level cultivation, Yu felt confident in his control over the soul contract. 5th seat. Report on the current situation in Cangnan, Yu commanded. A burly man in a black robe stepped forward from the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. The divine power in Cangnan can sustain itself for no more than 3 days. According to recent research, the life-giving divine energy over the past year has led to the emergence of many rare treasures in the area. Consuming them can enhance spiritual cultivation. However, that is a secondary objective. Our primary mission is to use the forbidden artifact to infiltrate Cangnan and locate and eliminate Lin Shiya, the proxy of the twin gods of Daxia, along with Jiang Ye, who is fused with the Reaper's essence. Standing in the front row, Shin Qingzhu clenched his fists and stepped forward to ask, but how do we counter Cangnan's ability to erase memories? He needed to understand every detail of this mission to better serve his country. The 5th seat smirked slightly and pulled out a crystal-clear stone. This is the forbidden artifact of Sequence 73, the Soul Lock. It can seal souls and resist all forms of mental interference. However, it only lasts for 12 hours and can affect a maximum of 5 people simultaneously. This mission will be carried out by the 9th seat, the newly promoted 6th seat, and others. Realizing he wasn't selected, Shin Qingzhu immediately stepped forward to request, my lord, I am willing to join this mission. Yu considered for a moment. Though Shin Qingzhu's strength was slightly lacking, his proactive attitude was commendable. Very well, you will replace the 13th seat? Thank you, my lord. Shin Qingzhu knelt on one knee, a subtle yet meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the group exited the cathedral, Shin Qingzhu felt the suspicious gaze of the 5th seat, but feigned indifference. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, silently calculating. Jiang Ye, I owe you a favor from last time. This time, they'll repay it. No, scratch that, I just hate owing anyone anything. Ding! The system notification sound echoed through the peace office. Jiang Ye, who was diligently mopping the floor, paused upon hearing it. When the alert indicated new movements from the cult of the ancient god, he merely smirked with disdain. Here they go again, throwing themselves at us. How boring, he muttered to himself. Just as he finished cleaning the last corner of the floor, Qinmushi entered with his wife and son, their hands full of shopping bags. Xiaoyi, great work. Come and have some fruit, Qinmushi said with a cheerful smile, motioning for him to join them. Jiang Ye glanced at the family of 3, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. So they left all the cleaning to him? Huh? Putting down his mop, his gaze rested on the 10-year-old boy, and he responded with a warm smile. The boy immediately beamed back at him and pulled an orange from one of the bags. Brother, here, have this. It's really sweet. As Jiang Ye accepted the orange, Qinmushi turned to his wife. Jiruo, why don't you take the kid out for a bit? I need to have a word with Xiaoyi. After his wife left with their son, Qinmuxi's expression grew serious. He pulled out a few letters and handed them to Jiang Ye. Xiaoyi, the time is nearing. After I'm gone, please deliver these to her for me. Jiang Ye lowered his gaze, hesitating briefly before taking the envelopes. A heavy silence hung in the air. Thank you, Xiaoyi, Qinmushi said, leaning back on the couch. Despite the weight of his words, a look of relief appeared on his face. You've helped me fulfill a wish I've carried for 10 years. I can leave with no regrets. After a brief discussion about Qiye's situation, Jiang Ye stood up and extended his hand. Captain, believe in miracles will be waiting for you to come back. Chun Mushi was visibly moved. Rising to his feet, he firmly grasped Jiang Ye's outstretched hand and gave a resolute nod. After leaving the office, Jiang Ye walked along the path toward home when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar magical presence. Merlin, the English god of magic? He frowned, deep in thought. Wasn't this guy supposed to be locked up in a psychiatric ward? Before he could dwell on it further, the buildings around him began to fade, replaced by a peculiar spatial dimension. Instead of resisting the force pulling him in, Jiang Ye chose to observe calmly. Soon, intricate purple magic lines formed the outline of a traditional Western-style study. The bookshelf was filled with numerous magical tomes. Jiang Ye stood before the desk, gazing at the man in front of him, who wore a wide-brimmed wizard's hat. Beneath the brim, sparse hair was barely visible, and the man held a thermos cup in his hand, its contents brimming with bright red goji berries. Master Merlin, may I ask why you've summoned me? Jiang Ye asked calmly. Merlin appeared startled for a moment. Slowly, he raised his head and adjusted the half-rimmed glasses on his nose with a finger. You know who I am? You have magic that can calculate the threads of fate, and I have my own ways. Jiang Ye replied with a smile, then added, apologies. I read the original source material. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement and took another sip of his goji berry tea. Master Merlin, you seem quite keen on health preservation, Jiang Ye remarked, glancing at the cup full of red goji berries. Merlin coughed lightly. This is called wellness. Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Let's get to the point. Lin Qiye should wake up now. There's no point in delaying this any further, Merlin said, placing the thermos cup down with a serious tone. He will awaken when the time comes. Jiang Ye replied firmly. You must realize that by doing this, you're only interfering with his threat of fate. These are trials he must face, and your actions will only harm him, Merlin said with a slight squint. Though he couldn't discern Jiang Ye's level of power, the fact that Jiang Ye could revive an entire city suggested that the god behind him was anything but ordinary. Just as Merlin was about to cast a spell to intimidate Jiang Ye, a voice suddenly rang out, Merlin, try bullying my child, and see what happens. Merlin's hand trembled, and his face instantly changed. He quickly hid his casting hand behind his back. A stunning woman dressed in a black silk gown approached, her presence radiating an overwhelming aura of darkness that rippled through the space around her. The goddess of night, Nyx, spread her arms and pulled Jiang Ye into a warm embrace. My child, it's been so long. Caught off guard by the sudden softness of the hug, Jiang Ye felt awkward. Mother. Hearing this address, a radiant smile appeared on Nyx's face as she gently stroked Jiang Ye's hair. Good child, you've grown taller again. Then, she turned to Merlin, her gaze darkening. You couldn't get away with bullying my child inside the hospital, and now you're trying outside? Merlin, if you want to fight, I'm more than happy to oblige. Merlin hastily grabbed his thermos and took another sip to calm his nerves. If even the hospital couldn't handle her, he certainly stood no chance. Lady Nyx, he must wake up. Merlin insisted, though his tone was less confident. I am his mother. Stay out of this. Nyx snapped coldly. If you dare lay a finger on my child again, he'll pluck every last hair from your head. Merlin's face twitched as he felt an imaginary chill sweep over his scalp. Resigned, he could only sigh and shake his head. Standing behind Nyx, Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. Child, don't worry about what others think. Just do what you want to do, the goddess of the night said gracefully as she knelt down. Her slender, snow-white hand gently caressed Jiang Ye's face, a serene and elegant smile gracing her lips. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a small smile. Thank you, mother. Just as the words left his mouth, the magical space began to fade away, and the goddess of the night's figure, along with her smile, dissolved into the darkness. The bustling noise of the city return car horns blaring and the chatter of passers-by intertwining. Looking up at the vast, cloudless blue sky above, Jiang Ye let out a soft sigh. He finally understood the exhilarating feeling often described in novels about powerful, noble families. In 3 days, when this period was over, he planned to reshape the main storyline and reach the ultimate pinnacle as quickly as possible. The memory of the Seraph's descent a year ago surfaced in his mind, and his gaze turned resolute. Michael, we'll settle our score, one step at a time. The next day, in the Asylum of the Gods, a cracked stone statue stood at the center of the courtyard, appearing as though it could shatter at any moment. Nyx sat in a wheelchair, focused on knitting a sweater, her gaze occasionally drifting to the statue. Lin Qiye and Azu sat on the stone steps, observing the statue. This statue is so cracked. Why hasn't the director woken up yet? Azu asked, tilting her head. Do you think we should hit it with a hammer? The moment she said this, Nyx shot her a cold glare. Azu shrieked and ran off. I didn't mean it. Inside the statue, Lin Qiye's consciousness had partially returned to the asylum, allowing him to clearly perceive everything outside. A flood of memories from the past year surged through his mind, and he murmured softly, Jiang Ye, thank you. But it's time for me to wake up. As his words fell, the statue began to tremble violently, fragments of stone falling away. Li Yifei and Nyx immediately stood up, and even Merlin, who had been reading a health guide in his room, stepped outside. Slowly, the figure of a young man in a white coat emerged from the crumbling statue. Lin Shiya opened his brilliant eyes, his gaze sweeping across the familiar asylum. Mother, Sir Merlin, Li Yifei, he called softly. Nyx set down her knitting and embraced Lin Qiye tightly. Thanatos, seeing you brothers care for each other so deeply makes me so proud. Promise me you'll always look out for one another. Tears of emotion streamed down her face. Merlin sipped his goji berry tea and adjusted his thinning hair. Director, may we have a word? Yes, I have some questions for you as well, Sir Merlin, Lin Qiye replied, gently freeing himself from his mother's embrace. Mother, it's okay. I'm back now. Nyx nodded, but when she turned to Merlin, her gaze carried a subtle warning. Merlin sighed inwardly at her protective demeanor, then followed Lin Qiye into his room for their discussion. Lin Qiye was the first to speak. Merlin, how did Jiang Ye manage to resurrect Cangnan? Merlin gently set down the thermos in his hand, his expression calm as he explained, I cannot see his threads of fate, but he shares a deep bond with you. He actually possesses something called a divine ruin. Those who dwell within such a divine ruin can achieve a state of immortality. Immortality. A flicker of shock passed through Lin Qiye's eyes. Just as he was about to exclaim, to grant a city immortality, Jiang Ye must be a god. Merlin raised a hand to interrupt him. Not quite, Merlin shook his head. He has merely obtained a divine ruin. Like you and the Seraph, it seems there is a god who bestowed this divine ruin upon him. Lin Qiye's mind flashed back to something Michael had once said helping Cangnan survive for 10 years was part of a deal with Lingbao Tianzuan. His expression turned grave. Merlin, what kind of price will Jiang Ye have to pay for this? Merlin took a sip of his goji berry tea before answering, that, I do not know. But given how the god's powers have been waning amidst the current fog, resurrecting an entire city would demand an immense amount of divine energy. As an agent, the price he pays will be significant. For deities, granting power to mortals always comes with a cost. There are no favors without strings attached. Still, don't worry too much, Merlin added, flipping through his wellness recipe book and offering reassurance. He has fused with the essence of the god of death. Sooner or later, he will cultivate his own laws. He should be capable of handling it. Lin Qiye left the hospital room, his consciousness returning to reality. Scanning the familiar space and confirming that his aunt had already left for work, he stepped out of the house. At that moment, he spotted Jiang Ye. The latter noticed him as well and was about to turn and leave. Remembering what Merlin had said about the price to be paid, Lin Qiye quickly strode forward, grabbing Jiang Ye's wrist. With urgency in his voice, he demanded, Tell me, what price did the god who made you their agent ask of you? Jiang Ye looked utterly baffled. Oh? Meanwhile, at the border of Cangnan, 5 figures appeared silently. Among them, a young man wearing a fox mask stood out the most. The 5th seat introduced the group. According to intelligence from Jinan Mountain, Jiang Ye, who is fused with the essence of the god of death, was already capable of defeating high-level followers while still at Qi level a year ago. This time, Lord Whisper has sent both the 4th seat and me, 2 peak Wuliang level experts. The 4th seat sneered. In a year, he might have reached Chuan level at best. If it weren't for the great Xia divine dragon, the 6th seat would have dealt with them long ago. Shen Qingzhu felt a growing sense of unease. 2 peak Wuliang level experts, 1 early Wuliang level, and a high-level follower against just him and Jiang Ye, both at Chuan level. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. As he was contemplating a strategy, the 5th seat retrieved 2 forbidden items, giving him a meaningful glance before issuing the order, all right, let's move in now. At the end, the author mentioned that Lin Qiye received numerous birthday gifts, such as free energy, beautiful flowers, and green capsules, and promised to update the main story soon. Can this forbidden artifact really break through the barrier set by the gods? Standing before the invisible barrier of Cangnan, the 12th seat placed his hand against the unseen yet solid wall, his voice filled with doubt. The 5th seat observed the barrier carefully and explained, this barrier is sustained by divine power from within. After a year, that power has weakened to the point of collapse. He raised a black dagger emanating an aura of emptiness. This is the forbidden artifact, the Void Blade. It can cut through space, so breaking this barrier is no problem. Standing silently in the background, Shen Qingzhu wore a fox mask, saying nothing. The ninth seat also fell into deep thought, as if both were calculating some hidden agenda. Slash. The fifth seat drew the void blade across the barrier, producing a sharp, piercing hum in the air. Soon, a crack large enough for passage appeared in the barrier, and strands of divine vitality wafted out, falling upon the 5 individuals. All 5 felt a wave of comfort wash over them, and their lingering ailments healed instantly. The fourth seat stared in astonishment at the long scar on his arm that had vanished. The rumors were true after all. Cangnan has indeed become the city of immortality. The fifth seat smiled. This is just the most basic effect. Inside, there are herbs that can elevate one's spiritual power. Consuming them might even lead to a breakthrough to the Klein realm. At these words, the other 4 turned their stunned gazes toward the interior of the barrier. Beneath Shan Qingzhu's mask, his expression grew increasingly grim, could not allow them to find those god-nurtured herbs. The fifth seat did not enter the barrier immediately. Instead, he took out a crystalline stone. Infusing it with spiritual energy, 5 beams of light shot into the minds of the group. Instantly, all of them felt the oppressive bind of their souls being restrained. Now then, let me explain another function of soul binding. The fifth seat turned to face the group, focusing especially on Shan Qingzhu. In this state, your every move is under my surveillance. Anyone who breaks the rules will have no one to blame but themselves for the consequences. Apart from Shan Qingzhu, the others merely frowned slightly. Shan Qingzhu clenched his fists in secret, realizing even the chance to alert the higher-ups of the Night Watchers had been cut off. Seeing no objections, the fifth seat nodded in satisfaction. Let's go in. As the 5 stepped into the barrier, a surge of immense spiritual power suddenly struck them. The soul-binding light in their minds flared up, attempting to resist the onslaught. Boom! The pupils of the 5th, 4th, and 12th seats dilated abruptly, their faces contorted in agony. This isn't good. The soul binding can't hold. Before the 5th seat could finish his sentence, his eyes had already turned vacant. The 4th and 12th seats stood motionless like puppets, their faces blank and lifeless. This eerie scene made Shan Qingzhu and the 9th seat exchange uneasy glances. Can't resist it? The same question flashed through both of their minds. Strangely, neither of them felt any symptoms of memory loss. Shan Qingzhu exchanged a cautious look with the 9th seat. You're not affected by the memory erasing barrier either? The 9th seat quietly probed. Shan Qingzhu's heart tightened as he remembered his undercover identity. He quickly imitated the 5th seat, pretending to be dazed as he lowered his head. The 9th seat, seeing this, felt a pang of frustration. Am I the only exception? As an experienced undercover agent, this is way too conspicuous. He quickly scanned the other 4 people, then put on a pained expression and lowered his head as well, feigning a state of confusion. This memory loss must have a delay, he thought to himself, giving himself an excuse. As the 2 continued their respective acts, a mysterious voice echoed in their minds. Within the Cangnan realm, as long as divine power is not completely depleted, all living beings shall never die. This sudden proclamation sent a shiver down the spines of the 2, pretending to be dazed. Meanwhile, not far away, a white mouse silently observed the scene from the grass. The scene shifted to the rooftops of the old district of Cangnan, where Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye were overlooking the city that was about to disappear. Unlike the urgency Lin Qiye felt a year ago when he first learned of Cangnan's fate, this time he seemed unusually calm. Even though Jiang Ye hadn't revealed the exact price of the deal with the God of Eternity, Lin Qiye had already resolved in his heart to bear the cost, no matter what it was, for Jiang Ye's sake. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, was keenly sensing the movements of the cultists of the ancient god. Under the domain of the eternal god, not only would the residents here not die, but they wouldn't even get injured. Compared to old Zhao, who was struggling under the domain of the mortal god, this divine ruin was undoubtedly far more powerful. Suddenly, a white mouse with pink eyes darted across from the rooftop opposite them. Jiang Ye had already noticed its presence. Looks like the news from the sewers, and in Qingyu travels fast, he remarked. The 2 stared into the mouse's pink eyes. Within just 2.5 minutes, their consciousness was transported to the balcony of a seaside villa, where they stood facing the sea breeze, ready for a conversation. And Qingyu, what brings you here this time? Lin Qiye asked. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses with a shy smile, his gaze first lighting up with excitement as he looked at Jiang Ye. A year has passed, and you are still up to no good. His words made Jiang Ye frown slightly. I've got something to show you. And Qingyu snapped his fingers, and the silhouettes of 5 figures appeared at the edge of the barrier. People from the ancient god cult. Lin Qiye scrutinized them and made his conclusion. And Qingyu nodded in confirmation. Exactly. And this time, their target is you 2. 3 boundless realm cultivators, 1 ocean realm, and 1 river realm. The ancient god cult is taking you very seriously. Lin Qiye frowned deeply. The difference in strength was indeed overwhelming. Their side only had river realm cultivation, while the enemy had 3 Boundless Realm experts. He turned to Jiang Ye. Since you possess the divine ruin of the eternal god, can you control this place? He recalled that a year ago, he had tried to control the Cangnan maintained by the domain of the mortal god, but could only manage partial control. The divine ruin of the eternal god? And Qingyu's brows furrowed as he remembered the time he was relentlessly chased and beaten by the endlessly resurrecting frost giant a year ago. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye, his tone turning cold. So it's your divine ruin? You're the one who toyed with me back then? Toyed with you? Lin Qiye couldn't help but turned to look at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye froze, silently cursing that this grudge was still remembered. He quickly conjured a plate of braised base out of thin air. Here, let's calm down. Have some fish. And Qingyu stared speechlessly at the fish in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. In the headquarters building in Shangjing City, Zuoqing strode into Yi Fan's office and gently placed a research report on the expansive desk. Commander Yi, the Institute's report on Cangnan is out. Yi Fan picked up the report and quickly flipped through it, his eyes scanning the pages. Only 2 days left? Yes, with the remaining divine power in Cangnan, it can last at most 2 more days. Yi Fan stood up, a slight frown on his face. Can we use forbidden artifacts to enter Cangnan now? Over the past year, in his efforts to investigate the mystery of Cangnan's revival, the specialized research institute he established had confirmed that Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye were both safe, with no signs of an external god's descent. Yet, the question of why Cangnan had persisted for a whole year still lingered in his mind. Zuoqing shook his head. Not yet. The latest data shows that the spiritual energy fluctuations within Cangnan are still intense. Entering recklessly would still lead to memory loss. Yi Fan sat back down with a sigh. Then we'll wait a bit longer. Commander Yi, the proposal to form a 5th special squad has faced considerable opposition. Zuoqing hesitated. Don't worry, Yi Fan interrupted with a wave of his hand. With the increasing frequency of mysterious incidents within Daxia, the Mask and Phoenix squads alone can't handle everything. Once they see the strength of the candidates, their opinions will change. He pulled out Han Xiaoyun's transcript from the Purification Institute from the drawer. Although Han Xiaoyun didn't know the specific plans of the ancient God Church, he had revealed critical clues. Yi Fan then took out the files on Jiang Ye and Lin Shiya. Send these 2 to handle the Purification Institute. It will help select a team leader and silence the opposition. Understood. Zuoqing acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the illusionary realm, Jiang Ye was explaining the truth of immortality to Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Both of them widened their eyes in shock upon hearing it. That's right, Jiang Ye said with a grin. Until the divine power barrier disappears, no one here can die, no matter how much they want to. The pain is still there, but they're truly unkillable. And Qingyu enthusiastically analyzed the recent phenomenon of viral suicide bloggers in Cangnan, while Lin Qiye flashed a sly smile. Since we're all unkillable cockroaches, what's there to fear? No matter how strong the opponent is, we can outlast them. Perfect timing. I've run out of research materials and need to restock, and Qingyu said with a shy smile. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Jiang Ye let out a helpless sigh. So you 2 are actually enjoying this. He smiled slightly and didn't reject the proposal. Among these followers, quite a few would appear in the Zaijizuo storyline. Dealing with them in advance wouldn't only influence the direction of the plot, but also earn modification points, a win-win situation. Although these followers were destined for a tragic end, since that was the case. All right, I'll play along with you. Jiang Ye sighed softly as he stood up, and the surrounding illusion shattered instantly. At the edge of the Cangnan barrier under the cover of night, 2 figures quietly appeared at the path frequented by the cultists of the ancient god church, one stout and one slim, both dressed in exaggerated ancient nitrate attire. Seriously, we're just here to find Qiye and Jiang Ye. Do we really need to look so mysterious? Chao Yuan glanced at his outfit and couldn't help but complain. Bailey Pang Pang turned around, looking completely justified. Isn't this how it's always done in TV dramas? This look is so cool. He struck a pose he thought was stylish. We look more like burglars, to be honest. Chao Yuan said helplessly. Who cares? As long as we get the job done, Bailey Pang Pang replied as he moved forward, reaching out to touch the invisible barrier of divine power. He knocked on it lightly with the back of his hand. It's hollow. Hurry up. The patrol will be here in 10 minutes, Chao Yuan reminded him. I heard that Cangnan barrier is weakening. We should be able to get in now. They had tried before, but the barrier was too strong at the time, and not even Bailey Pong Pong's forbidden tools could break through. Bailey Pang Pang nodded and took out a piece of chalk from his personal space. He blew on it and drew a circle on the barrier. The white circle immediately lit up and opened a small hole, like a bubble bursting, but it stopped expanding at the size of a thumb. What the heck? Why is it so small? Bailey Pang Pang froze in disbelief. I knew it. You're unreliable, Chao Yuan muttered under his breath. It must be because this barrier is too strong. Let's try somewhere else. Bailey Pang Pang pulled Qiao Yuan along, trying several different spots to draw circles, but the results were the same each time. Holding the last piece of chalk in his hand, his expression turned grim. Forget it. Next time, I'll just ask Shan Qingzhu for help, Qiao Yuan said, turning to leave. Wait, I have one more idea. Bailey Pang Pang stood at the entrance to the ancient god church, his expression suddenly becoming unusually serious. Under Qiao Yuan's puzzled gaze, he knelt down solemnly, clasping his hands together. O great god of sacrifice, I am willing to trade 10 years of Zhuaige's lifespan for the automatic opening of this divine barrier. With that, he slowly reached out toward the barrier. You're using that trick again? Last time was pure luck. Qiao Yuan hadn't even finished speaking when he witnessed an unbelievable sight. Bailey Pong Pong's hand actually passed through the barrier, and the invisible shield opened automatically. What the heck? Qiao Yuan was utterly stunned, his pupils contracting in shock. Damn it, it opened. It opened. Bailey Pang Pang jumped up excitedly from the ground and grabbed Qiao Yuan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Did you see that? My pure and sincere heart moved the gods, and the barrier opened automatically for me. Qiao Yuan stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the gap in the barrier. His usually calm expression was now filled with shock. This really opened? Is there truly such an absurd thing in the world? He secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, Bailey Pang Pang hadn't sacrificed his own lifespan this time. Otherwise, combined with the last time, he would have lost 20 years of life for nothing. Looking at the ecstatic chubby guy in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder if this guy was secretly an agent of the god of sacrifices. By the way, Qiao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang suddenly flashed a sly grin. What did you say you'd do if I managed to open it? Qiao Yuan paused for a moment, then turned slightly, twirling the prayer beads in his hand as he pressed his palms together. Ba. After a brief silence, he turned back with a serious expression and said, if you dare to sacrifice my lifespan next time, I'll draw my blade. As he spoke, a strong beam of light suddenly shone from the distance. You there, stop. Armed soldiers on patrol approached, their bright flashlights shining directly on the two of them. Reacting quickly, Bailey Pang Pang took out 2 yellow talismans from his personal space, slapped one onto Qiao Yuan's back, and yanked him into an invisible barrier. The soldiers, clad in dark uniforms, arrived at the gap. One of them reached out and easily passed his hand through the barrier. He frowned immediately and picked up his radio to report, there's a breach in the barrier on the southeast side. 2 suspicious individuals dressed in black have entered. Meanwhile, inside the Cangnan Red Wave Motel. Achoo. Shin Qingzhu let out a series of sneezes, rubbing his reddened nose as he cursed, who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? If I catch you, you're done for. His gaze fell on the 3 members of the 5th seat, tied up in front of him. Their expressions were dazed, clearly having forgotten their purpose for coming to Cangnan, and they couldn't even recognize their own teammates. Who are you? Let us go. One of the 5th seat members demanded, struggling against the specially made ropes binding them, ropes designed to seal spiritual energy. The 9th seat frowned slightly and murmured, it seems only the 2 of us retained our memories. Shin Qingzhu nodded in agreement, though he secretly tightened his grip on the short blade hidden in his sleeve, calculating how to deal with this remaining early-stage Wuliang expert. Although this opponent wasn't as powerful as the 2 memory-lost Wuliang peak experts, the gap in strength was still significant. He decided to wait and observe. We should focus on finding the herbs nourished by divine power first, the 9th seat suggested. Once the divine barrier dissipates in 2 days, they'll regain their memories, and we can continue our mission. Then I'll go rest for now. You can take over at midnight, Shin Qingzhu said before leaving the room. As the door closed, the 9th seat, whose hair was slightly graying, muttered to himself, that kid's trying to pull a fast one on me. Looks like I'll need to stay extra vigilant these next 2 days. For a skilled undercover agent, Shan Qingzhu's movements were far too obvious. Even so, encountering an ally in the dark and dangerous world of espionage was a rare stroke of luck. The 9th seat silently shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 still confused captives. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it into a crack in the table. As the smoke curled into the air, the 3 bound individuals' eyes grew heavy, and before long, they collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. After confirming that Shen Qingzhu was not watching, the 9th seat quietly withdrew a dagger from his sleeve, the void blade, the very weapon the 5th seat had once used to break through invisible barriers. He approached the bed, his cold eyes fixed on the 5th seat's neck. In the dimness, the white gleam of the blade flashed, and a thin line of blood appeared. Strangely, though, no blood flowed from the wound, and it began to heal with alarming speed. Within seconds, the 9th seat stood frozen in place. The 5th seat's neck was completely unscathed, as if the fatal strike had never occurred. As eerie as the legends say, the 9th seat sighed in frustration, sheathing the blade and returning to his seat. When the midnight shift change came, A weary ninth seat was replaced by Shun Qingzhu. Once the ninth seat had left, Shun Qingzhu also pulled out a dagger and, with a steely gaze, approached the three captives. Thud, thud, thud. Three precise strikes, each aimed directly at the heart. The blade twisted, shredding internal organs. Yet, to Shun Qingzhu's shock, the wounds healed rapidly, and the three individuals remained in peaceful slumber. His expression twisted in disbelief, and he decided to test it on himself, slashing his own arm. As expected, the wound vanished in an instant. Huh. So Cangnan truly lives up to the rumors. He donned his mask once more, stowing the dagger and sitting back down. Outside the door, the ninth seat was deep in thought. Could this kid have been spying on me? How else would his actions match mine so perfectly? The night deepened, and moonlight filtered through the lattice windows. A white mouse emerged quietly from the corner, tilting its head as it observed the masked Shun Qingzhu. Then, its attention shifted to the three captives on the bed. Its pink eyes suddenly turned emerald green, and with a flash of green light, the trio's immortality was stripped away. The fifth seat's brow twitched slightly in the immortal domain. Jiang Ye had fused his memory with divine power, and now the three captives had reverted to their mortal states. Just as they were about to awaken, the mouse suddenly exploded, scattering three blood-stained, blackened yellow talismans onto the edge of the bed. These were none other than the forbidden artifact Wuyo, capable of teleporting individuals to designated locations in moments of peril, just like the one Chun Mai had once placed at Lin Qiye's doorstep. The talismans glowed briefly before enveloping the three captives. With a swoosh, they, along with the ropes binding them, vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Huh. Shun Qingzhu, who had been feigning sleep while leaning back in his chair, jolted awake, sensing the disturbance from the forbidden artifact. Seeing the now empty bed, he shot to his feet in fury. Damn it! Who dares snatch them right under my nose? Under the shroud of night, the dim alleyway reeked of a faint, putrid odor, with the sound of cockroaches gnawing at scraps echoing distinctly. Lying on the ground, Di Wuxi slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up to survey his surroundings. His memory was hazy, recalled losing all recollection within a barrier. Yet now, he found himself in this unfamiliar alley, with no trace of his companions in sight. He stood up and began heading toward the mouth of the alley. Instinct told him this was still somewhere within the boundaries of Cangnan. Suddenly, an unusual sound of footsteps reached his ears, overlapping with his own. Di Wuxi halted immediately, straining to listen to the approaching steps, each one pounding like a drumbeat against his heart. His expression turned grave. With a wave of his right hand, a 3-foot-long sword materialized out of thin air. Gripping the hilt tightly, he fixed his gaze on the dark figure gradually coming into focus, an inexplicable sense of crushing pressure welling up inside him. Who are you? Di Wuxi asked in a low voice. Jiang Ye emerged from the shadows, the moonlight illuminating his strikingly handsome, youthful face. A playful smirk danced on his lips as he greeted, "Hello there, and welcome to my domain." Sensing the spiritual energy signature of a Chuanjing practitioner emanating from Jiang Ye, Di Wuxi lowered his sword, sneering, "We were just about to come looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us." Not the smartest move, it seems. Don't underestimate people like that, Jiang Ye replied, raising an eyebrow. You might end up eating your words. Di Wuxi was about to retort when, all of a sudden, his teeth clamped down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading through his mouth. He froze, momentarily recalling Jiang Ye's earlier warning, but quickly dismissed it with a scoff. Pa. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Di Wuxi muttered through gritted teeth, "Big words? You should know. I'm at the pinnacle of Wuliang, while you're nothing but a Chuanjing ant. I'll give you two choices. Either come with me willingly and submit to Lord Yu, or I'll kill you here and now." Jiang Ye shook his head with a light chuckle. "You seem confused about who the real captor is. But your strength," he sighed theatrically. "So weak. You should be more worried about that sword in your hand. Usually, people who wield weapons end up cutting themselves." Di Wuxi nearly burst out laughing. A mere Chuanjing practitioner mocking someone at the pinnacle of Wuliang, claiming he might accidentally kill himself? Ridiculous. He silently scorned the followers who had failed to eliminate Jiang Ye before. What fools they must have been. "Well, since you're asking for it, I'll send you straight to hell." Di Wuxi unleashed his full power. He had heard of this boy, who had fused with the essence of death itself and could kill beyond his level. He couldn't afford to give him a single chance. The terrifying spiritual energy of Wu Liang vibrated through the air. The sword in Di Wuxi's hand gleamed faintly, its sharpness seemingly increasing with every passing moment. He raised the weapon slowly, a triumphant smile forming on his lips. "This sword is the sequence 160 breaking gold. The more spiritual energy it absorbs, the sharper it becomes, with no upper limit," he declared, his tone dripping with confidence. "Next, it will painlessly sever your head." The golden sword in the fifth seat's hand flew out with a sharp whistle, its blade aiming straight for Jiang Ye's neck. The sword carried a powerful spiritual force, emitting a piercing hum as it cut through the air. However, Jiang Ye remained calm and unmoved, standing still with an indifferent expression. Just as the blade was about to touch Jiang Ye's neck, an abrupt change occurred. The sword trembled violently, as if it had struck an invisible barrier, mere 0.01 millimeters from his skin. The fifth seat's pupils contracted in shock, but before he could react, the sword spiraled out of control, reversing its trajectory at an incredible speed. The golden sword slashed across the fifth seat's neck with such sharpness, infused with immense spiritual energy, that it made no sound as it severed flesh. The sword slipped from his hand and clattered onto the ground with a crisp sound. Terror and disbelief filled the fifth seat's wide-open eyes as a line of blood appeared across his neck. A fountain of blood gushed from his severed artery, and his head hit the ground heavily, eyes still wide open. His body collapsed soon after. Jiang Ye looked down at the lifeless body and picked up the golden sword. You couldn't even out-talk me, yet you dared to fight me. Not very bright, were you? He casually stored the sword in his soul ring. A gift from nature shouldn't go to waste. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from a distance. Things are getting intense over there, Jiang Ye murmured softly, though he showed no intention of intervening. In the eternal domain, they were all immortal. Besides, he had other matters to attend to, commemorating the undercover agent for the Shangxia Society and dealing with Shan Qingzhu, who had already arrived. If he could expose the ninth seat as a spy to Shan Qingzhu early on, it might earn him more magi value. Elsewhere, Lin Qiye was blasted dozens of meters away by a massive explosion, only stopping when his long blade embedded itself into the ground. A strange force instantly healed his internal injuries, filling him with exhilaration. This was the power of Jiang Ye's divine ruins. Yet, the true identity of the eternal god remained a mystery. I thought you guys would be tougher, but turns out you're nothing special. The fourth seat emerged from the fiery explosion, a ball of flame forming in his palm. Kid, are you coming with me to meet Lord Murmur quietly? Or should I burn you to ashes? Lin Qiye rested his blade on his shoulder, feeling a newfound ease from his current invincibility. He provocatively gestured with his hand. Come on, try to kill me. I'm so scared. The fourth seat narrowed his eyes, but then smirked coldly. First time I've heard such a request. Let me grant it. He waved his hand, summoning a massive flaming tornado that engulfed Lin Qiye entirely. A few seconds later, the sound of coughing came from within the flames. Lin Shiya emerged unscathed, though his shirt had been burned away, leaving his skin untouched. He waved away the surrounding smoke and taunted. Your flames are pretty weak. Feels like I'm soaking in a hot spring. Is that all you've got? The fourth seat was left speechless. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.